Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
The Sword Prince. Chapter 101. Meanwhile, inside the forge, Lafia sat on a wooden bench with a panicked expression. Her hands trembled as she held the flat tire of her bicycle. Her eyes were teary, and her lips quivered softly. "Oh no, why did this happen?" she whispered, staring at the tire that had come off the rim. Sweat began to form on her temples, adding to the unease she felt. She bit her lower lip, trying to think quickly. Upon closer inspection, she found a nail deeply embedded in the outer tire. Her heart sank. With reluctant eyes, she touched it gently, then took a deep breath. How deep did the nail go? Could it still be fixed? "Shirou and I worked so hard to make this tire together," she murmured, her voice filled with sadness. She felt disappointed in herself. She recalled how she and Shirou had worked tirelessly to create this bicycle. Shirou diligently crafted the bike frame, while at another table, Lafia used her alchemy skills to create the base materials for the tires. And now, in just one small incident, all that effort felt wasted. A tear welled up in the corner of her eye, but she quickly wiped it away. "No, I can't cry over this. I have to fix it myself. If I keep relying on Shirou, I'll never grow." Lafia immediately stood up and walked over to the toolbox, rummaging through it until she found a hammer. With slightly trembling hands, she placed the hammer on the nailhead and talk. She gently tapped it to remove the nail. The sound of metal hitting would fill the room, echoing among the neatly arranged forging tools. After a few taps, the nail finally came loose and fell to the floor with a small clank. However, when she saw the large hole left in both the outer and inner tires, her body stiffened. "No, what do I do now?" she muttered, panic creeping into her heart. "Shirou will definitely be disappointed." Lafia clenched her fists, steeling her resolve. "No, I won't let Shirou down. I'll patch it up myself, no matter what." With quick steps, she walked over to her alchemy table. Her hands moved deftly as she opened several containers, searching for the base materials she had prepared earlier for the tires. After a moment, she smiled in relief. "Thank goodness there's still some left," she whispered, picking up the remaining slime-based material she had prepared earlier. "Now, time to work." She placed the material on the table and began mixing it with alchemical liquid to speed up the hardening process. As she waited for the material to be ready, she nervously gripped the hem of her shorts. "I can do this. I have to do this," she murmured, trying to reassure herself. Outside the forge, footsteps approached. Shirou and Ace were now just a few meters away from the door. They had no idea that inside, Lafia was struggling on her own, hoping to fix the problem before they arrived. Shirou entered the forge first, leaving the old wooden door slightly ajar behind him. The air inside felt warmer than outside, the scent of metal and charcoal mingling with the faint smell of burnt wood. Outside, Ace remained standing near Lafia's bike, observing it for a moment. Her eyes quickly caught something unusual. The front tire of the bike was missing. Where did it go? She wondered. She then bent down slightly, looking at the pink frame of the bike, and her gaze stopped on a neatly engraved name on the body, Faker 2. Ace frowned slightly. What does that mean? She didn't understand why Lafia had named her bike that. Faker, the word felt unfamiliar, but she wasn't sure of its connection to the bike. Ace thought for a moment, trying to guess its meaning outside the forge. Inside the forge, Lafia was busy cutting the base material for the outer tire, made from a mix of dried slime and resin she had prepared herself. "How do I attach this perfectly?" she thought, furrowing her brow. She paced around the room, looking for something she could use as an adhesive. "If I can't bond this material properly, the tire won't be usable again." However, before she could find an answer, a familiar voice called her name from the direction of the door. "Lafia." Instantly, her body stiffened. She turned quickly, and there stood Shirou at the doorway, looking at her with a concerned expression. Lafia was startled, nearly dropping the material she was holding. Shirou. What are you doing here?" she asked nervously, her face slightly red as she felt caught in this embarrassing situation. Shirou stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room briefly before returning to her. "I was worried," he answered in a calm but clear tone. "You didn't come back after the race with Tiona and Tioni, so I came looking for you." Lafia's eyes widened, and in an instant, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip before speaking in a soft voice. "I'm sorry, Shirou. I ruined the tire on my bike. I fell earlier while trying to catch up with them." She lowered her head, feeling guilty. The bike had been made together with so much effort, and now she had damaged it. However, Shirou's reaction wasn't what she expected. Instead of getting angry or disappointed, his expression turned even more concerned. "I don't care about the bike," he said gently. "I'm more worried about you." Lafia slowly raised her head, looking at Shirou with teary eyes. There was warmth in his voice that made her chest feel lighter. She felt relieved but also a little guilty for troubling Shirou again. Shirou then knelt in front of her, his eyes scanning her scraped knees. The small wounds, slightly bleeding, were clearly visible on her pale skin. "Your legs," Shirou murmured softly. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes briefly and projected a small bottle of disinfectant. Lafia blinked, only now realizing that she was actually injured. She had been too preoccupied with the bike to think about herself. Shirou opened the bottle, poured a bit of the liquid onto a clean cloth he pulled from his pocket, and gently began applying it to Lafia's wounds. Ouch. Lafia winced, feeling a sharp sting spread from the wound. Please bear with it, Shirou said softly, almost in a whisper. Lafia swallowed hard and nodded slowly. She could have used her own healing magic to fix the wound in an instant. But, for some reason, she preferred it this way. Shirou's careful touch, his attentive expression, even the way he knelt in front of her to tend to her wounds, it all felt so comforting. Unconsciously, she smiled faintly. Maybe, as usual, she wanted to enjoy this attention a little longer. For the next 3 days, this should be enough, Shirou said, lightly tapping Lafia's ankle. By the time the bandage fades, your wound should be fully healed. Lafia looked at him with gratitude, remembering that Shirou's projections were only temporary. So when the bandage disappeared, it meant her wound was completely healed. She bit her lip, feeling both relieved and touched by Shirou's care. After a moment, Ace finally entered the forge, her eyes immediately landing on the scene before her, Shirou crouching in front of Lafia with a serious expression. With a slightly raised eyebrow, she asked in a confused tone, Shirou, what are you doing? Hearing Ace's voice, Shirou quickly stood up, still holding the remaining bandage he hadn't put away. I was just treating Lafia's wound, he answered casually. Ace glanced at Lafia, who was now sitting on the wooden bench with an unreadable expression. Are you okay, Lafia? She asked with a worried tone. Instantly, Lafia flinched. She didn't want to appear weak in front of her idol. Quickly, she hid her pain and put on a bright smile. I'm fine. Shirou already patched it up, she said, lifting her leg slightly to show the bandage. Ace observed for a moment before finally sighing in relief. That's good. Shirou, who had been watching their interaction, simply smiled faintly before changing the subject. So, what's wrong with your bike tire? He asked Lafia, his eyes scanning the work table filled with various tools and repair materials. Lafia hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up the inner and outer tires she had set aside earlier and, with a guilty expression, showed the damaged parts. A large hole was clearly visible, the result of being punctured by something sharp. Punctured? Ace asked flatly, observing the damage to the tire. Lafia nodded slowly, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Yes. That's why I fell while trying to catch up with Tiona and Tioni, she admitted in a small voice. Shirou took the damaged tire from Lafia's hands and examined it more closely. He ran his finger around the edge of the hole before sighing. Wow. That's pretty deep, he murmured, flipping the tire to look at the other side. Lafia lowered her head, feeling even more guilty. I'm sorry. I wasn't careful. I know this is the bike we made together, so I didn't want to ruin it. Shirou gently patted Lafia's head, making her look up with wide eyes. Don't worry. It's just a tire. It can still be fixed, he said softly, making Lafia feel a little better. Ace, who had been silently observing their interaction, frowned slightly without realizing why. She then looked at the damaged tire and said, in that case, why don't we fix it now? Shirou nodded firmly before glancing at Lafia. Okay, this should be quick. Can you grab the base material for the tire, Lafia? He asked casually. Lafia, who still felt a little guilty for damaging their bike, immediately moved without hesitation. She walked over to the table where she had prepared the materials and picked up the pieces of slime-based inner and outer tires she had carefully cut earlier. Here she said, handing them to Shirou with a hopeful expression. Shirou took the materials, examined them briefly, and placed them on the work table. With skilled movements, he attached the slime pieces to the damaged parts of the tire. Now just a final touch, he murmured. Without hesitation, he activated Alteration Magecraft, and in seconds, the inner and outer tires were as good as new, as if they had never been damaged. Lafia stared at the result with sparkling eyes, her mouth slightly open in awe. Phew. Thank goodness you're here, Shirou. I really didn't know how to fix it earlier, she said, sighing in relief. Shirou simply smiled faintly. Actually, this could have been fixed without using Magecraft. If you want, I can teach you how to patch it manually later, he offered in a friendly tone. Lafia immediately nodded enthusiastically, her guilt slowly turning into a desire to learn. Of course. I'd love to know how, she said eagerly. Meanwhile, from the corner of the room, Ace, who had been silently observing, couldn't ignore the strange feeling creeping into her chest. For some reason, seeing Lafia and Shirou so close made her feel uneasy. She didn't quite understand why. Shirou picked up the inner tube and inspected it briefly before looking up. Now we just need to inflate it, and it'll be done, he said, already preparing to project an air pump like before. However, before he could do so, Ace suddenly raised her hand. I can inflate it with magic, she said quickly. Lafia immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Ace can use aerial. That'll be much faster, she said excitedly. Shirou turned to Ace and raised an eyebrow but didn't object. He handed the inner tube to Ace while giving a brief instruction. In that case, make sure to press the valve first before inflating it, he said, wanting to ensure everything went smoothly. Ace nodded slowly, pressing the valve as Shirou had instructed. Once she was sure, she took a deep breath and began chanting softly. Aerial. In an instant, a strong gust of wind blew from her palm. However, instead of going straight into the tube, the overly powerful airflow scattered in all directions. Paper scattered on the table flew everywhere. Small tools were knocked to the floor, and worse, Lafia's and Shiro's hair was blown into disarray by the chaotic wind. Whoa! Lafia shouted in surprise, covering her face with her hands to protect herself from the uncontrolled gust. Shiro, who was standing not far from Ace, had to half close his eyes to avoid the dust and small debris flying around. Air. Ace, I think that was a bit too much, he said, trying to hold back a smile at the chaos that had just unfolded. Ace looked at her hand with a slightly surprised expression, then back at the tube that still hadn't been properly inflated. I overdid it, she asked in her usual flat tone, but there was a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Shiro blinked a few times, recalling something from the past related to A's wind magic. He remembered how Ace had used little Ariel to help her float when Shiro taught Ace how to swim in Melon. Back then, Ace had easily controlled her wind, making it gentle and stable, unlike the wild gust that had just happened. With that in mind, Shiro turned to Ace, who still looked a little down after the incident. He slipped his hand into his pocket and said lightly, "How about you try little Ariel this time?" Ace, who had been silent, raised her head slightly, her eyes meeting Shiro's with a serious expression. She didn't answer immediately but seemed to consider the suggestion. On the other side, Lafia, who was still busy fixing her light brown hair that had been messed up by the wind, frowned, feeling unfamiliar with the term Shiro had mentioned. Ace, little Ariel? Is that a new technique? She asked curiously. Ace simply nodded slowly without further explanation. She then refocused on the inner tube she was holding, her fingers gently pressing the valve as Shiro had taught her earlier. She took a deep breath and let her mind recall something that could activate the spell more stably. Memories of her long-gone mother surfaced in her mind, her gentle smile, her warm, soothing voice, and how she used to pat A's head with affection. A sense of peace filled her chest, and instantly, she felt lighter, ready to chant her spell. Little Ariel. She whispered softly. A gentle breeze flowed from her hand, calm and controlled, slowly filling the inner tube without causing any chaos around her. No papers flew, no hair was messed up, just the wind flowing perfectly as she intended. However, as the wind flowed, her thoughts began to shift. Memories of her mother were gradually replaced by another image, the image of a red-haired man who had filled so many of her memories over the past few months. Shiro, who had patiently guided her as they swam in Melon, even though she was awkward in the water. Shiro, who with a serious expression practiced dancing with her in the library, their clumsy but enjoyable steps. Shiro, who had just pedaled the tandem bike with her sitting behind him, his eyes focused on the road while the wind brushed against both their faces. Suddenly, A's cheeks felt warm. A's. Lafia's voice snapped her out of her reverie. Quickly, A's opened her eyes, as if waking from a dream. Lafia was looking at her with a small smile. It's fully inflated, the elf said, pointing to the tube that was now perfectly filled. A's blinked once more, then turned to Shiro, who didn't seem to notice the change in her expression. With her usual flat face but a faint blush that was hard to hide, she handed the inner tube back to Shiro. Here, she said simply. Shiro took it without suspicion, examining the result with a satisfied nod. Good. This is perfect, he said before turning to Ace. Thank you, Ace. This time, you controlled it well. Ace simply nodded, not saying much. But deep inside, she knew that what was stirring within her wasn't just because her magic had become more stable, it was because of someone who had unknowingly filled her thoughts more than she realized. Chapter 102. Outside the forge, Shiro crouched beside Lafia's bicycle, meticulously reattaching the repaired front tire. His fingers worked quickly, tightening the bolts to ensure everything was perfectly secured. After pressing the tire a few times to check its stability, he finally stood up and brushed off the remaining metal dust from his hands. Okay, all done. Your bike is ready to ride again, he said with a satisfied smile. Lafia looked at her now whole bicycle with a relieved expression. Thank you, Shiro, she said enthusiastically. However, before she could try riding it, her eyes were drawn to something else. She glanced at the tandem bike parked not far from them, a bike with 2 saddles and 2 sets of pedals, slightly larger than her own. Her deep blue eyes shifted to Shiro and Ace, filled with curiosity. Wait, so you two came here riding this? She asked. Ace, who was standing near the bike, turned and nodded. Yes, she replied simply, then calmly pointed to the back saddle. I sat here. Lafia blinked a few times before an excited expression spread across her face. Eh? That sounds so fun. I want to try riding a tandem bike too, she exclaimed, approaching Ace with enthusiasm. Ace, how about you take the front this time? Let's ride around Orario together, she suggested, her eyes sparkling. Ace seemed to consider it for a moment, then nodded without much hesitation. All right. However, before they could plan their little trip further, Shiro suddenly raised a hand, as if to stop them. Oh, I haven't told you yet, he said awkwardly. Loki forbade us from riding the bikes outside the manor grounds. Eh? Why? Lafia complained, feeling the decision was unfair. We're the ones who worked so hard to make them. Shiro shrugged and explained calmly. Loki wants us to patent the design with Altina first, so no one steals the copyright. Lafia placed a finger on her chin, deep in thought. I see. She murmured. Well, Altina is the center of knowledge in the world, after all. If there's a place that can handle copyrights, it's definitely there. Ace simply nodded, seemingly unfazed by the matter. While Lafia was still a little annoyed, she understood Loki's reasoning. However, that didn't diminish her desire to try the tandem bike. With a small huff, she looked at Shirou. "So, we can only use it within the manor grounds?" she asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Shirou nodded. "At least until we patent the bike design with Altina." Shirou crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "I thought Altina was just the center of magic in this world, but they also focus on knowledge and inventions." "Huh?" he asked curiously. Lafia nodded quickly, her face lighting up as she shared something she knew. "That's right. I went on a field trip to Altina while I was still studying in the school district. Back then, I saw a ship being developed by researchers there," she recounted enthusiastically. Ace raised her head and asked, "A ship? What kind of ship?" Lafia raised both hands and shaped them into something resembling a ship's hull in the air. "It's not an ordinary ship," she said, her eyes sparkling as she recalled the amazing sight she had seen. They were developing a ship that could sail on desert sands. Its energy source comes from magic. Shirou frowned slightly, trying to imagine the concept of a ship moving on sand. "Desert sands?" he asked, finding the idea strange. "Is the area around Altina a desert?" Lafia shook her head. "No," she replied with a smile. "The ship was made to be sold to regions with vast deserts. Altina is always at the forefront of innovation, so they develop various technologies that can be used in different places. Maybe our bike will also be patented and sold like that someday." Ace looked at the tandem bike beside them with a thoughtful expression. "But your bike is better," she commented flatly. "Because anyone can use it." Shirou and Lafia exchanged glances before chuckling softly. "Yeah," Shirou finally said with a smile, "if it can help a lot of people, I think that would be a good thing." Lafia nodded in agreement. "Maybe one day, bicycles will become a common mode of transportation in Orario," she said hopefully. Ace simply looked at the two of them, then back at the tandem bike. She didn't know if this invention would truly go global one day, but one thing was certain, she enjoyed the time she spent with them while using it. Shirou leaned slightly against the bike, his gaze drifting to the brightening morning sky. "By the way," he said softly, "before I came to Orario, a friend of mine invited me to study at Altina together." Lafia's eyes widened slightly, clearly interested in the story. "Oh, I've heard it's really hard to get accepted there," she said with admiration. "Maybe even harder than getting into the school district." Ace turned to Shirou. "Who's your friend?" she asked simply. Shirou smiled faintly, recalling someone he hadn't seen in a long time. "She's a young elf, probably around your age, Ace. Her name is Saria Balsis. She's from the Elven Forest, just like Riveria," he explained. Lafia looked surprised. Before Lady Riveria left the Elven Forest, it was very closed off. No one ever left. But it seems like many are following in her footsteps now," she said, looking at Shirou with curiosity. Shirou nodded. "That's right. Saria idolizes Riveria. She even mimics Riveria's chanting style," he said with a soft chuckle. "I still remember when we were riding a horse-drawn carriage, and she pretended to chant spells with serious gestures and expressions. She really wants to be like Riveria." Ace observed Shirou with a deep gaze before finally asking, "Then why didn't you go with her? Why did you choose to come to Orario instead?" Shirou sighed softly before answering. "I wanted to become a hero," he said firmly. "Unlike Altina, which is a center of knowledge, Orario is the only city in the world with the dungeon beneath it. If monsters ever break out from there and no one can stop them, the entire world will be in danger." Lafia fell silent for a moment before smiling brightly. "I think you've already become a hero, Shirou," she said with conviction. Shirou flinched slightly, then shook his head with a soft smile. "I'm still far from being a hero," he said humbly. "There's still a lot I need to do." On the other hand, Ace silently gazed at Shirou. She didn't speak, didn't interrupt, but her heart was filled with one thought she couldn't voice. "To you, maybe you're not a hero yet. But to me, you already are." Ace shifted her gaze to Lafia's pink bike, now restored to its former glory after being repaired by Shirou. However, her mind wandered to something else, a promise Shirou had made to her. Without hesitation, she turned to the red-haired young man and said, "Shirou, since your project in the forge is done, how about we spar now?" Shirou was startled by the request. He scratched his cheek, looking slightly awkward. How about we postpone it until tomorrow?" he said apologetically. "I have a training with Rio, my coworker at the Hostess of Fertility, soon." Lafia, who had been listening to their conversation, immediately stepped closer with an accusatory expression. "Boo. Shirou, yesterday you postponed your promise with Rio, and now you're postponing your promise with Ace too," she said in a teasing tone, but there was clearly a hint of blame in her voice. Shirou let out a long sigh before smiling wryly. "I guess I've been too busy lately with our bike project, Lafia," he said, relaxing his shoulders. Lafia blinked a few times before pointing at herself. "Eh? So it's my fault too," she murmured, wondering if she was also responsible for Shirou's delayed promises. Ace maintained her usual expressionless demeanor, but she added something that made Shirou realize just how many promises he had yet to fulfill. "Besides," Ace said calmly, "you also promised to teach me how to swim again in Water City, floors 25 to 27 in the dungeon." Shirou paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow as if just remembering. "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot," he said with a sigh. "The day after tomorrow, I should have some free time. We can go then." Hearing the word swimming, Lafia immediately turned to Shirou and Ace with excitement. "What? Swimming? She asked, her eyes sparkling. I want to join too, she said enthusiastically. Aze, realizing she had accidentally spilled her secret, quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her face turning slightly red. She didn't want many people to know she was secretly learning how to swim, especially Lafia. It was something she had kept tightly under wraps. Meanwhile, Shirou could only faintly smile at A's reaction. I guess I have no choice but to fulfill all these promises one by one, he thought to himself. Lafia stepped closer, her eyes shining with hope. Can I? Can I join too? She asked eagerly, her hands clasped in front of her chest like a child asking for permission to play. However, something suddenly crossed Lafia's mind. She remembered the time in Melon, when early in the morning, Aze and Shirou returned to the inn after going somewhere. Now that she thought about it, could they have gone swimming at the beach at that time? Lafia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the two of them with curiosity. Ah, don't tell me back then in Melon, you two secretly went swimming, didn't you? She asked in a teasing tone. Shirou, caught off guard by the question, could only scratch his head and glance at Aze. This isn't my secret, so ask Aze, he said, trying to avoid answering directly. Aze, who had remained calm until now, seemed slightly flustered. Her golden eyes blinked a few times before she finally looked away as if something far more interesting had caught her attention. However, the faint blush on her face couldn't hide her nervousness. Seeing A's awkward reaction, Lafia immediately stepped closer and began whining in a sweet tone. Aze, didn't you promise to take me with you back then in Melon? She said, tugging slightly on A's arm, her voice full of hope and a little accusation. Aze, unaccustomed to such whining, finally gave in. She let out a small sigh before nodding slowly. All right, she said simply. Yay! Lafia cheered happily, jumping in place with excitement. In her mind, she was already imagining how fun it would be to swim with her two favorite people, Aze and Shirou. This is going to be such a fun experience, she thought with enthusiasm. Shirou looked up at the brightening sky. The morning sunlight began to filter through the gaps in the forge's roof, signaling that his training session with Ryo was approaching. He took a deep breath, then turned to Aze and Lafia. I'll head out now. My training with Ryo is about to start, he said casually, stretching his shoulders for a moment. Bye-bye, Shirou. Lafia replied cheerfully, waving her hand enthusiastically. Then, she turned to Aze and eagerly grabbed her hand. Come on, Aze. Let's ride the tandem bike now. Aze looked at Lafia for a moment, then nodded and walked over to the tandem bike parked nearby. With light steps, she climbed onto the front saddle while Lafia took the back seat. We'll go first, Shirou, Aze said briefly before her feet began pedaling the bike. Shirou watched as the two of them slowly started moving. At first, he could see Aze struggling a bit to maintain balance. Her hands were still a bit stiff on the handlebars, and the bike wobbled a few times. However, as the pedals turned more steadily, Aze began to control the direction better. Lafia, sitting at the back, seemed to enjoy the ride, even letting out small laughs as the bike started moving more smoothly toward the manor's backyard. Shirou stood in place for a while longer, watching their backs as they moved further away. There was a hint of worry in his heart, but seeing how Aze was starting to adjust, he finally felt somewhat relieved. I guess I'll just walk, he murmured before turning around. With leisurely steps, he left the forge, leaving Lafia's pink bike parked in its spot, and walked toward the entrance of Twilight Manor to continue his day. In the backyard of the Hostess of Fertility staff dormitory, the sound of wood clashing against a tree trunk echoed. Whack, whack. Each time the wooden sword was swung, the leaves around it trembled from the strong impact. Under the shade of a large tree, Rhea diligently practiced her sword swings. She moved with precision, following patterns ingrained in her memory. Sweat dripped from her temples, but instead of feeling tired, her eyes reflected unresolved tension. For the past week, Shirou's presence had been haunting her thoughts. Not in a romantic sense, no, that wasn't what troubled her. It was curiosity and a bit of frustration that gnawed at her mind. Whether she was busy serving customers at the restaurant or training alone like this, memories of their conversations kept resurfacing. Shirou, with his casual demeanor, had told her how he had achieved a double level up, something unheard of among adventurers. Rhea frowned. It doesn't make sense, she muttered. Last night, behind the restaurant, when Ryo had cornered Shirou and pressed him against the wall, he finally revealed his story. I just made it to the 18th floor of the dungeon while still at level 1. And, well, I fought enemies that were at least level 6, Shirou said casually, as if it were something anyone could do. Ryo, who had listened, could only freeze in place, torn between admiration and the urge to smack Shirou with a tray for how reckless and foolish that was. Wait, you're saying you managed to injure a level 6 enemy, while still at level 1? Shirou simply shrugged. Well, I just got lucky. That vague answer only frustrated Ryo more. What kind of power did he use to do something so reckless? Ryo gritted her teeth and then swung her sword hard at the tree trunk. Whack. Shirou, you idiot. Whack. Shirou, you're so annoying. Whack. Why do you always talk in half-truths? Her usually calm voice now came out in complaints that sounded more like curses. On the other side, Shirou, who had just arrived in the backyard, could only tilt his head, puzzled by the scene. He crossed his arms and watched Ryo, who seemed so serious about hacking at the tree as if it were her mortal enemy. Did I do something wrong again? Shiro murmured softly, feeling uneasy without knowing what was actually going on. Shiro, still confused by Ria venting her anger on the tree, finally approached and casually tapped her shoulder. Oi, Ria. But before he could finish his sentence, Ria's body moved reflexively. With the speed of a trained fighter, she turned and swung her wooden sword at the source of the disturbance. Swoosh. Shiro, who had faced sudden attacks often enough, swiftly tilted his body, dodging the swing in mere seconds. In the same motion, his hand reached out and caught the blade of Ria's wooden sword, stopping it before it could hit him. Careful, Rio. It's me, Shiro said, looking at her with a calm expression. The elf merely snorted, then roughly pulled her sword back. Humph. It's your fault for being late. Shiro raised an eyebrow, not feeling particularly guilty about it. But before he could defend himself, Ria's eyes noticed something, or rather, something Shiro wasn't carrying this time. Where's your little bag? Rio asked, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Previously, Shiro had brought a small bag containing a blunt sword when they trained together. But today, his hands were empty. Shiro simply responded with a smirk. Didn't I promise to show you my power? You'll find out soon. Ria snorted, looking at him with a gaze full of disbelief. So mysterious. She turned around and quickly walked toward her dormitory. Wait here. I'll grab something, she said before disappearing into the building. Shiro simply chuckled softly, still grinning at Ria's reaction. Despite her usual calm and graceful demeanor in front of others, she could also show an exasperated expression. Chapter 103. In her dormitory room, Rio opened a small drawer near her bed, lifted a few folds of fabric, and reached into its deepest corner. However, there was nothing there. She moved to the closet, carefully pulling out each piece of clothing, trying to remember the last time she had touched the handkerchief. The white handkerchief Shiro had given her. She remembered clearly that morning when she had cried, sharing painful memories of her long-gone friends. Shiro, who was supposed to be just a sparring partner and coworker, had listened attentively and then gently handed her the handkerchief. Ria smiled faintly as she recalled the incident. Although Shiro had been annoying her lately, postponing promises, his mysterious demeanor, and his sometimes frustrating way of speaking, his kindness always stood out more than all of that. But where was that handkerchief now? Rio began to feel anxious. She was sure she had stored it safely, but now, after rummaging through every corner of her room, she couldn't find it. After several minutes of fruitless searching, she finally gave up. Her face was slightly downcast as she left her room and returned to the dormitory courtyard, where Shiro was still waiting. Shiro. Ryu approached hesitantly, then took a deep breath before finally saying, I'm sorry. I think I've lost the handkerchief you gave me. Shiro, seeing Ryu's gloomy expression, felt uncomfortable. Not because the handkerchief was lost, but because seeing Ryu look so guilty reminded him of the time she had cried, filled with deep loss and sorrow. Without thinking, Shiro raised one hand and whispered softly, Trace, on. A faint blue light glowed in his palm. In seconds, an identical white handkerchief appeared there, as if he had just pulled it out of thin air. Casually, he handed it to Ryu. The elf froze, her eyes wide. What is this? Ryu stared at the handkerchief in disbelief, then looked back at Shiro as if asking for an explanation of what had just happened. Shiro smiled faintly. It's a projection. I can create replicas of objects with my magic. But you should know, it only lasts about 3 days before it turns back into magical energy. Ryu was silent for a moment, then her expression changed drastically. She snorted in annoyance. So, you're saying I didn't actually lose it? I felt guilty and apologized for nothing. Shiro just chuckled softly at Ryu's slightly irritated reaction. At least you don't have to be sad anymore, right? Ryu let out a long sigh, pressing her fingers to her forehead. Really, you always manage to annoy people in the weirdest ways. But behind her annoyed expression, Shiro could see that the sadness that had been on the elf's face was now gone. Deep down, Shiro felt satisfied. Even though Ryu was upset with him, seeing her no longer gloomy made him feel relieved. She's definitely cuter when she's annoyed than when she's sad. Ryu stared at the projected handkerchief in her hand, still not fully believing what she had just seen. After a moment, she finally looked up and gazed at Shiro with curiosity. How long have you been able to use this magic? She asked, her voice filled with a mix of interest and a hint of awe. Is this an ability you gained after receiving your fauna? Shiro shook his head slowly. No. Ryu frowned. So, you could use projection even before receiving a blessing from a god? Yes, Shiro replied casually, as if it were no big deal. Ryu froze for a moment. Her eyes narrowed sharply, her mind racing to process Shiro's answer. That's impossible. Throughout her life, Ryu had only known that those who could use magic before receiving a fauna were elves. That was the advantage of her race compared to humans and other demi-humans. However, even among elves, the magic they possessed before receiving a fauna was always far weaker than the magic granted by a god's blessing. But Shiro, he wasn't an elf. He was an ordinary human. And from what he had shown, his projection magic couldn't be considered weak at all. That doesn't make sense. Ryu muttered. How can a human use magic without a fauna? Shiro paused for a moment, trying to find the best way to explain without revealing too much about himself. He knew Ryu wasn't the type to spread secrets carelessly, but still, telling her that he was from another world would be too hard to digest. After thinking for a few seconds, Shirou finally took a deep breath and said, I'm a magus. In my homeland, there's a special technique called magecraft, different from the magic granted by a Falna. Projection is one of its branches. Ria stared at him sharply, trying to catch any lies in Shirou's expression. Magecraft. Shirou nodded. Most Magoi prefer to keep their abilities hidden. Rio crossed her arms and snorted softly, her expression showing that she still wasn't entirely satisfied with the explanation. So, that's why you like to keep so many secrets, huh? Shirou shrugged with an innocent expression. You could say that, or not. Ria glared at him. You're doing it again. What do you mean? You keep talking in a way that makes me even more curious, but you still don't fully answer. Ria pointed at him with an accusatory expression. Shirou just chuckled softly, enjoying the elf's frustrated expression. Maybe I do like making people curious. Ria massaged her temples. You're really annoying. However, despite Ria's words, there was a hint of interest in her eyes. Shirou was becoming more of a mystery to her, and for some reason, she wanted to know more. Ria looked at Shirou with curiosity, then in a casual but challenging tone, she asked, So, besides the handkerchief, what else can you project? Shirou smiled faintly. Many things. Weapons, tools, simple items. As long as I have enough references and understand the structure, I can probably do it. Ria narrowed her eyes, her expression full of cunning. Is that so? She crossed her arms, thinking for a moment before her lips curled into a challenging smile. Then, how about you project a castle? Shirou, who had just been about to stay calm, suddenly choked on air. A castle? Ria nodded, her expression very satisfied seeing Shirou's suddenly shocked face. Yes, a castle. You said you can create various things with your magecraft, right? Then, I want to see how far your limits are. Shirou rubbed his forehead, letting out a long sigh. And where do you expect me to do that, huh? I can't just summon a castle in the middle of Twilight Manor. Ria pretended to think for a moment, then answered lightly, We could go outside, Orario, find a quiet place. I'm even willing to accompany you if you need a witness to your greatness. Shirou looked at her with a flat expression. It was clear Ryu was just messing with him, but seeing how satisfied she was watching him struggle made him a little annoyed, too. Huh. Shirou exhaled, then said with a subtly threatening tone, All right, if that's what you want. But you should know, I can't just summon a complete castle in one projection. Oh. Ria raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Shirou continued in a deliberately serious tone. I'd have to build it stone by stone, brick by brick. It might take days or weeks. Are you ready to wait for me? Ryu was silent for a moment. Then kukuku, a small laugh escaped her lips. Her shoulders shook slightly as she tried to hold back her laughter, but eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a small chuckle. I was just joking, Shirou, she said with an amused tone. I didn't actually expect a castle. I just wanted to see your reaction. Shirou glared at her. And I almost took that challenge seriously. Ryu was still giggling softly before finally raising her hand. All right, I'll ask for something more reasonable this time. Shirou continued to look at her suspiciously. Make sure it's actually reasonable this time. I won't promise anything, Ryu replied with a sly grin. Ryu looked at Shirou, her eyes shining as she remembered something. Yesterday, during dinner at the Hostess of Fertility, Shirou mentioned something interesting. Yesterday, you said that your most mastered skill is archery, right? Ria asked while looking at Shirou with a scrutinizing gaze. Shirou nodded, not denying it. Yes, I'm even more skilled in archery than magecraft. It's a technique I've trained for a long time. Ria straightened her arm in front of her thigh, then nodded as if she had made a decision. Then, I want you to project something related to that. Shirou raised an eyebrow. What is it? An archery target, 2 bows, and 2 quivers full of arrows, Ria answered casually. Shirou smiled faintly upon hearing the request. That's a pretty reasonable request, he said, extending his hand. With a soft, almost inaudible chant, a faint blue light gathered in his palm. A moment later, an archery target appeared and leaned against the nearest tree. Shortly after, 2 bows and a quiver full of arrows also appeared in his hands. Without a word, Shirou handed one of the bows and the quiver to Ryu. Ria took them, but then realized something. Wait, why did you only project 1 quiver? Don't you have any arrows yourself? Shirou chuckled softly before raising his hand. In an instant, a faint blue light appeared again, and an arrow formed between his thumb and index finger. Did you forget? I can project arrows as needed, he said with a smile, casually spinning the arrow on his finger. Ria paused for a moment, then looked away while clearing her throat softly. Although she admitted it was cool in her heart, she didn't want Shirou to get too full of himself. Humph. Show off, she muttered while pretending to grumble. Shirou just smirked, feeling satisfied seeing Ria slightly impressed even though she wouldn't admit it. Go ahead, Shirou said casually, gesturing for Ryu to start. Ria snorted softly as she took one of the arrows from her quiver. Don't underestimate an elf when it comes to archery, she said confidently. Even though it's not my specialty, I'm still quite skilled. Shirou smiled faintly. In his mind, he remembered Lafia, another elf he knew well. Unlike Rio, Lafia was completely inept at archery. Shirou could still picture her panicked face as she tried to hold the bow, let alone draw the string. He smiled slightly, remembering how awkward the girl had been when he taught her. Meanwhile, Rio was already ready. She raised her bow with a graceful motion, drew the arrow with an almost perfect stance, and released it. Whiz. The arrow shot quickly, hitting the target with decent accuracy. She didn't stop there. With a steady rhythm, she fired the next arrow. Not every shot was perfectly centered, but at least they were close to the bullseye. Not bad, especially considering archery wasn't her main skill. Ria turned to Shirou with curiosity. Now it's your turn. I want to see if you'll show off again or not, she said in a challenging tone. Shirou smirked slightly, without saying a word. He raised his hand, projecting arrows one by one, but this time he layered them with reinforcement. In an instant, his eyes sharpened like a hawk, and he began shooting. Srack. His arrow shot with almost impossible speed and struck Ria's arrow embedded in the target. Croc. Ria's arrow split perfectly. Ria's eyes widened, but before she could say anything, Shirou fired the next arrow. Srack. Croc. Once again, Ria's arrow embedded in the target was split cleanly. Shirou repeated it without hesitation, shooting one by one with absolute accuracy, splitting each of Ria's arrows as if it were just normal practice. When all of Ria's arrows were destroyed, Shirou finally lowered his bow and let it disappear in a faint blue sparkle. Ria was silent for a moment before finally letting out a long sigh. Showing off again, showing off again. She murmured softly, though in her heart, she couldn't hide her admiration. Shirou just smiled casually, letting his bow fade as if nothing had happened. Well, I just showed my best, he said lightly. Ria just clicked her tongue softly, but there was a small smile at the corner of her lips. Although annoying, she had to admit, Shirou was truly extraordinary. Ria looked at the target. Now only fragments of her arrows remained. She let out a soft sigh, then turned to Shirou with a complicated expression. I understand now how you managed to reach the 18th floor alone at level 1, she said in an acknowledging tone. With a combination of archery and your magecraft, I'm not surprised you could survive that far in the dungeon. Shirou scratched his head, looking uncomfortable with the praise. I just got lucky, he said humbly. If I wasn't careful, I could have died at any moment. Ria looked at him, then chuckled softly. It's funny. When you show off, you look confident. But when praised, you refuse it, she said while shaking her head. Shirou smiled faintly but didn't respond. Ria then remembered something. By the way, your magecraft is like a short chant spell, right? When you projected the bow earlier, I only heard you whisper 2 words. Shirou nodded. Yes, it's Trace On. Just a trigger chant that helps my body focus on projection, he explained. But projection isn't the only magecraft I can do. There's also reinforcement and alteration. Ria raised her eyebrows, intrigued. She then crouched and picked up one of the arrows Shirou had shot earlier. She felt its smooth and sturdy surface, then lifted it slightly while looking at Shirou. I can guess this is the result of reinforcement, right? That's why your arrows could easily destroy mine. Shirou nodded. Correct. With reinforcement, I can strengthen the structure of this arrow, making it sharper, stronger, and faster when released. Ria examined the arrow with great interest, then looked up again. What about alteration, she asked. Shirou smiled faintly. Like this, he said, taking the arrow from Ria's hand. He closed his eyes for a moment, then activated alteration. In an instant, the arrow began to change. From its normal length, it now extended slightly, becoming slimmer with a sharper tip, as if the wood and metal had been altered at a structural level. Ria raised her eyebrows, impressed. So you can change the shape and function of objects too, she asked. Shirou nodded. Yes, although there are limits. I can't turn something into a completely different thing, but I can adjust it to suit my needs. Ria examined the arrow once more, then clicked her tongue softly. The more I learn, the more I find you annoying, she muttered. I have to work hard to hone my skills, while you have all those abilities at once. Shirou lowered his head slightly. I'm not that great, he said. Of course, Ria scoffed. And you weren't showing off earlier, were you? Shirou just smiled wryly, while Ria let out a long sigh, feeling their conversation was making her want to challenge Shirou even more. Ria looked at Shirou with a curious expression. So, you managed to reach the 18th floor alone, and you also fought a level 6 adventurer? She clenched her fist, staring at Shirou intensely. Is magecraft and archery really enough to do that? Shirou shook his head slowly. No, he answered honestly. If I only relied on that, I wouldn't have been able to injure her. Ria raised her eyebrows. So you used something else? Weapons, Shirou admitted. Without the right weapons, I wouldn't even have been able to scratch my opponent. Ria grew even more interested and stepped closer. Then, can you show me? Shirou took a deep breath, then raised his hand. Trace, on. A faint blue light appeared around him, like intricate patterns glowing briefly in the air. In an instant, 2 swords appeared in his hands. A pair of twin blades, one black with red accents and the other white with black patterns. The swords looked simple in design but had an aura that felt different. Ria's eyes widened as she saw them. These swords. She stepped closer, her eyes examining every detail of the blades. She could feel something unique, as if these swords weren't just ordinary weapons. I've never seen swords like these before. Kancho and Bakuya, Shirou explained, spinning the 2 swords in his hands with fluid movements. Extraordinary weapons. They have anti-monster properties. So, you used these to fight that level 6 enemy? Ria stared at Shirou, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Yes, Shirou nodded. The enemy I faced was a half-monster woman named Revis. She had incredible regenerative abilities, making her almost impossible to defeat with normal attacks. But since she was unarmed at the time, I had a slight advantage. Kancho and Bakuya have anti-monster properties, which hindered her regeneration. That was enough to give me a chance to attack her with the trick I used. Ria's eyes sparkled as she listened to the explanation. A trick? What kind of trick? Shirou just smiled faintly. Ryo, feeling challenged, immediately drew her wooden sword, Al's Lumina, and pointed it at Shirou. All right, then I want to see that trick for myself. Fight me, Shirou. Shirou looked at her for a moment, then sighed with a smile. If that's what you want. To ensure their fight wouldn't be dangerous, Shirou used alteration on Kancho and Bakuya. Instantly, both swords lost their sharpness, their blades becoming dull and safe for sparring. After that, he took a fighting stance, his legs slightly bent, ready to face Ryo. Ryo raised her sword and smiled eagerly. This time, I'll be the one to take you down, Shirou. The wind blew gently between them, carrying the tension before the battle began. Chapter 104. Ryo didn't waste any time. As soon as Shirou raised his sword, she lunged forward with impressive speed, Al's Lumina moving swiftly in her hand before she swung it toward Shirou's left shoulder. Swish. Shirou easily raised Kancho, deflecting the attack without flinching. The clashing sound of wood against metal echoed in the late morning air. Without pause, Ryo spun her body, stepping to the side and swinging her sword toward Shirou's legs, trying to force him off balance. However, Shirou seemed to have anticipated it. He lightly jumped back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Ryo didn't give up. She attacked from various angles, high, low, sideways, a combination of fast and precise movements typical of an experienced fighter. Yet, every time her sword nearly reached Shirou, Kancho or Bakuya would appear to precisely block her strikes. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing weapons filled the air, but unlike their previous sparring sessions, this time, Shirou seemed more relaxed. His body moved with a more natural rhythm, as if deflecting Ryo's attacks was just a habit that required little effort. There were even moments when Shirou used only one hand to block Ryo's strikes, which slightly annoyed her. Ryo stepped back for a moment, her breathing starting to grow heavier. She stared at Shirou, who remained standing calmly with a composed expression. Did you get stronger because of those swords? Ryo asked, her tone slightly frustrated. She didn't remember Shirou being able to handle her attacks this easily before. Shirou nodded lightly, spinning Kancho in his hand before returning it to a defensive position. Yes, Kancho and Bakuya do help me. But it's not just that, he said casually. Ryo narrowed her eyes. Not just that. Shirou sighed as if hesitating to explain, but finally spoke. I just updated my status after the expedition with the Loki Familia. Ryo's eyes widened slightly, realizing something. So that's why you're much stronger than before. Shirou just smiled faintly. More or less. Ryo gripped Al's Lumina tighter, her eyes shining with determination. Then I'll have to try harder, she said before darting toward Shirou again, ready to continue their fight. For the past week, Ryo had been training herself with burning determination. Every morning, before dawn broke and before the first customers arrived at the Hostess of Fertility, she would wake up early and head to the dormitory courtyard to train alone. Her attacks weren't just ordinary practice, she imagined Shirou standing in front of her, with his casual smile that seemed to mock her. Every time she remembered how Shirou had effortlessly deflected her attacks in their last duel, her resolve grew stronger. She wanted to find a gap, something that could penetrate his defenses and wipe that confident expression off his face. After days of intense training and experimentation, Ryo finally found a technique that might work. This technique relied on speed and sudden changes in rhythm, something even an experienced fighter would have trouble anticipating. And now, under the morning sky with a gentle breeze blowing softly through the trees, it was time to test the results of her training. Shirou returned to his defensive stance, as usual, his swords raised casually as if there was no pressure at all. He was used to Ryo's previous attack patterns, so he felt confident in reading her movements. However, as Ryo stepped forward, he sensed something different. Whoosh! Ryo ran toward him faster than he expected, her movements like a shadow gliding across the ground. Shirou quickly raised Kancho to block her attack, but just as Al's Lumina was about to touch his blade, Ryo suddenly changed the direction of her attack. From what seemed like a straightforward frontal slash, she performed a spinning maneuver in the air, her body rotating quickly before releasing an attack from an unexpected angle. Thwack! Shirou's eyes widened as he felt a hard impact hit his right side. Ack! He staggered back a few steps, feeling a sharp pain spread across his side. His hand reflexively touched the spot where he had been hit, a look of shock clearly visible on his face. Ryo stood tall with a satisfied smile, still in the final pose of her attack. Huh, finally, she said, her breathing slightly heavy. I managed to break through your defense, Shirou. Shirou stared at her in surprise before letting out a small snort. Heh, so this is your new technique? Ryo smirked slightly. That's right. Every morning, I imagine this moment. Imagine your surprised face after my attack succeeds. Shirou grimaced, still feeling the pain in his side. I have to admit, that's a good technique. Your change in rhythm really caught me off guard. Ryo shrugged confidently. Of course, I couldn't let you keep dodging every one of my attacks without a fight. Shirou sighed, rolling his shoulders to shake off the pain. All right, I guess I'll have to take things more seriously next time. Of course, Ryu replied in a teasing tone. If you still want to keep that smug smile of yours, that is. Shirou just smiled faintly, already knowing that this time, he had lost the first round. Shirou took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as he stared at Ryu, who was still standing confidently, though her breathing was starting to grow ragged. He couldn't help but let out a small smile. She really prepared this for me. Before, he had always thought he understood how Al's Lumina moved in Ryu's hands. During their previous sparring sessions, Shirou had secretly used tracing to read the characteristics of the wooden sword, its structure, balance, and Ryu's habits in wielding it. With that information, he could easily predict and deflect every attack that came his way. But now, Shirou glanced slightly at his side where he had been hit earlier. If this had been a real duel, the wound he received might have been deep enough to be serious. So, while I wasn't coming to the hostess of fertility for a week, you were training a special technique just to beat me? He couldn't help but feel impressed. Ryo didn't just rely on her speed, she also used strategy. There were no gaps in her previous techniques, and Shirou had been too complacent with his own advantages to notice that Ryo had grown. Shirou gripped his swords tighter. I underestimated you, Ryo. Ryo raised her chin slightly, not saying anything. She simply waited, her eyes still filled with the calm and sharpness of a seasoned fighter. Ryo didn't move, only raising her sword slightly in a defensive stance. All right, then I'll force you to move. Shirou darted forward, this time with even greater speed. The air whistled as he swung Kancho from the right, but Ryo managed to deflect it with a smooth motion. However, before her defense could fully stabilize, Shirou was already launching another attack with Bakuya. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the two exchanged attacks at high speed. Shirou kept pressing, not giving Ryo any chance to counterattack. The elf tried to hold her ground, but the rhythm of Shirou's attacks was far more intense than before. If she had been able to keep up with Shirou earlier, this time she was truly on the defensive. Shirou knew that he could have shattered Ryo's defense with a single powerful strike. With his status now enhanced after the expedition with the Loki Familia, his physical strength was far above the average level 4 adventurer. However, he chose not to rely on raw power. If I just rely on my status, then this isn't a duel. It's just a slaughter. Instead, he decided to fight using only his sword techniques, without relying on his physical superiority. Ryo began to be pushed back. She jumped back, trying to create distance, but Shirou immediately pursued her. Damn it. The elf gritted her teeth. Her breathing grew heavier, and her hands trembled slightly from blocking too many attacks in a short time. However, despite her condition, Ryo smiled. Is that all? She said challengingly, even though her chest was rising and falling rapidly. You haven't even landed a hit on me yet. Shirou chuckled. Oh, you're still talking big. He returned to his stance. Shirou smiled faintly. Don't get too complacent, Ryo. I'm not done yet. Their duel had only just begun. Shirou tightened his grip on Kancho in his right hand, and then with a sudden motion, he threw the sword directly at Ryo. Whoosh. Ryo's trained reflexes made her immediately sidestep, dodging the throw with agility. However, a look of surprise briefly crossed her face. Shirou had never used a strategy like this in their previous training sessions. Is he changing his attack pattern? But before Ryo could regain her balance, Shirou moved with incredible speed. In an instant, he was right in front of Ryo. Without hesitation, Shirou activated projection once more. A blue light gathered in his hand, and in a flash, a new Kancho had formed in his grasp. Trace, on. With both of his twin swords, Shirou launched a cross-slash toward Ryo's body. Clang, clang. Ryo tried to block with Al's Lumina, but Shirou's attacks were too fast and too strong. The impact forced her to stagger back, losing her balance for a moment. However, before she could reset her defensive stance. Thud. A hard blow hit her back. Ryo flinched, her eyes widening. The Kancho Shirou had thrown earlier. Instead of simply flying away, the sword spun back like a boomerang and struck her from behind. The attack was strong enough to make Ryo fall to her knees, her hands pressing against the ground to support herself. Her breathing was ragged, and before she could get back up. Tap. The tip of Bakuya now rested above her head. Shirou stood in front of her with a calm expression, though there was a slight victorious smile at the corner of his lips. Looks like I win, he said casually. Ryo lifted her head, still slightly out of breath. She looked at the sword above her head and realized something. Shirou had dulled both of his swords from the start. If he hadn't, she would have suffered serious injuries or even died on the spot. The elf was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh before finally speaking. Let's take a break, she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. We'll continue later. Shirou lowered his sword and nodded. Agreed. With that, he extended a hand toward Ryo. The elf looked at it for a moment before finally accepting it and standing back up. Their training wasn't over, but for now, both of them needed time to catch their breath. Ryo got up from her spot and walked toward the dormitory, her steps light but still calm as usual. She climbed the low stairs to her room, opened the door gently, and grabbed 2 bottles of water from the small table in the corner. After making sure they were still cold, she quickly returned to the courtyard where Shirou was waiting. Meanwhile, outside, Shirou took a deep breath and began unraveling the prana that formed his weapons. The bow he had used earlier slowly faded, followed by the arrows still embedded in the target and the twin swords Kansho and Bakuya in his hands. The archery target that had stood firmly also turned into glowing blue particles before disappearing completely, as if it had never been there. Once everything was gone, Shirou exhaled softly and leaned against the large tree in the center of Ria's dormitory courtyard. The coolness of the shade provided by the leaves blocking the sunlight felt comfortable on his skin. He closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the morning breeze that was starting to warm up as noon approached. Not long after, light footsteps approached. Rio, who had just returned from her room, saw Shirou leaning against the tree with a relaxed expression. The sight brought back a memory in her mind, a scene similar to their previous training sessions. Back then, she had teased him by splashing water on his face while he was resting. However, this time, instead of repeating that mischief, Ria simply smiled faintly. With a casual motion, she pressed a leather bottle filled with cold water against Shirou's cheek. The sudden cold sensation against his skin made Shirou flinch slightly. His eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened, looking at the water bottle now in front of him. "You always fall asleep in the same spot after training," Ria said in her usual flat tone, but there was a hint of warmth in her voice. Shirou took the bottle without much fuss, only raising an eyebrow slightly before smiling faintly. "Habit," he murmured before taking a sip of the cold water. Ria sat down beside him, opening her own bottle and sipping the cool water calmly. They sat side by side in silence, enjoying the morning air that still felt fresh even as the sun slowly rose over Orario. Ria was still sipping water slowly from her bottle, savoring the relief that flowed down her throat. Her gaze remained fixed on Shirou, who sat relaxed beside her. After a moment of silence, she raised an eyebrow and spoke in a probing tone. "You were holding back during training earlier, weren't you?" she asked, her tone half accusatory. Shirou turned, slightly surprised by the direct question. He let out a small sigh before finally nodding. "Yes. If I had used my full strength, your wooden sword would have been knocked out of your hand from the start," he answered honestly, his voice flat as if stating a simple fact. Rio had just been about to take another sip when she heard those words. "Ugh." She choked, quickly bending over and patting her chest, trying to calm her suddenly blocked throat. Shirou panicked slightly, seeing her coughing. "Are you okay?" Ryu raised a hand, signaling for Shirou not to worry, then took a deep breath after her coughing subsided. She glared at Shirou with a disbelieving look. "I was just thinking that you were holding back by not using your bow and shooting me from a distance. But you could have knocked my sword out of my hand at any time," she said, her tone half annoyed, half amazed. Shirou looked away, feeling a little awkward. He didn't know how to respond to such a reaction, especially when Rhea said it with such an incredulous expression. Seeing Shirou just staying silent without responding, Rhea snorted softly and then rubbed her back, which still ached from Shirou's last attack. The pain reminded her of something Shirou had mentioned earlier. "So, the trick you used to defeat Revis, was that it? The sword that could return to you?" she asked, still rubbing her back. Shirou turned and nodded. "Yes, more or less. But the situation was far more dangerous. Revis was much stronger than me at the time, and I didn't have a chance to attack her directly. I had to lure her first." Ryu looked at him seriously. "How did you do that?" Shirou sighed, recalling the battle. "I deliberately took her attacks," he said softly. Ryu's eyes widened. "You took attacks from an enemy that strong?" Shirou nodded again. "I had no other choice. I needed an opening to attack her, and the only way was to make her confident enough to lower her guard. But yeah, the result was that I couldn't even get up afterward. Revis's punch was strong enough to shatter my body, and that almost happened." Rhea still looked at him with an expression of disbelief. "You're really lucky to still be alive after taking that kind of hit," she murmured, half in awe, half in concern. Shirou smiled faintly. "Yeah, I think so, too. If it weren't for my friends and the Loki Familia helping me recover, I probably wouldn't be here right now." He paused for a moment, letting his mind drift to the moment he woke up after that battle. "He's even waited for me while I was unconscious. When I woke up, she was by my bed, asleep in her full armor. It seemed like she had been waiting all night." Ryu was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "It seems like a lot of people really care about you." Shirou just scratched the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed and guilty for troubling them. "I'm just lucky to have met them." The two of them sat in silence again, enjoying the morning air that was slowly turning into noon. Shirou gazed at the sky with a peaceful expression, while Rhea glanced at him briefly, her smile still lingering. After all, Shirou wasn't just strong, he was also someone who naturally drew the attention of those around him, whether it was because of his kind nature or his insane determination in battle. Chapter 105. After enjoying a long rest, Rhea finally stood up from her seat and stretched her stiff body, still feeling the effects of the previous duel. She walked over to her wooden sword lying on the ground and picked it up with one hand. "Let's continue," she said, turning to Shirou. "And this time, don't hold back." Shirou, who was still sitting under the tree, raised an eyebrow, slightly confused by the request. Slowly, he stood up and looked at Rhea hesitantly. "Ryu, if I really don't hold back." Shirou glanced at his hands for a moment, remembering how the Kansho he had thrown earlier hit Ryu. "For example, if I hadn't dulled Kansho with Magecraft earlier, that sword would have pierced your back." Ryu, who had initially appeared confident, froze instantly. Her eyes widened slightly upon hearing Shirou's statement, and she reflexively touched her back, as if confirming there were no wounds there. She let out a long sigh, then looked at Shirou again with a more serious expression. All right, then, just use a blunt sword, but don't hold back your magecraft or your stats. I want to see your true strength. Shirou looked at her with an incredulous expression. In his mind, he immediately imagined several scenarios that could occur. Even if he didn't use sharp weapons, too many of his techniques were dangerous. If I fire Calidbog, even in its dulled form, it won't just take out Ryo. It'll obliterate an entire building behind her. Shirou sighed, suppressing his frustration. He was a bit unsure how to explain this to Ryo. All right, Shirou finally relented, nodding slightly. I'll gradually increase the intensity of my attacks. I'll raise it little by little until you feel it's enough. Ryo heard this and nodded in agreement. However, in her mind, she wondered, just how strong is Shirou that he has to hold back like this? With her determination burning even stronger, Ryo took her stance again, ready to face Shirou's true strength that had been hidden until now. As Shirou prepared his magecraft, a more intense battle was about to resume. Shirou raised one hand into the air, and instantly, blue light gathered around him. Within seconds, 20 blunt swords appeared in the air, floating slowly like a swarm of bees ready to sting. Ryo's eyes widened at the sight. You didn't even say trace on this time, she said in a tone full of surprise. Don't you usually need that incantation? Shirou simply smiled faintly. That's one of the advantages of magecraft compared to magic and Orario, he said casually. I don't always need a vocal incantation to activate it. Now, get ready to dodge. Without giving Ryo a chance to react further, Shirou swung his hand forward. In an instant, all the swords shot toward Ryo at incredible speed, like a meteor shower crashing to the ground. Ryo's eyes widened as she realized something. The swords weren't fired randomly. Shirou carefully controlled the trajectory of each blade, blocking every possible escape route. Even before the swords reached her, she could see that her paths to evade were completely sealed. This is insane. Ryo thought to herself, her jaw tightening. This isn't just brute strength. Shirou has complete control over every sword he launches. If I can't dodge all of them. In a split second, Ryo made a decision. She had no choice but to deflect the attacks one by one. With lightning speed, she swung her wooden sword, knocking back a few blades coming from the right, then twisted her body to avoid an attack from behind. However, despite her best efforts, 3 swords managed to slip past her defenses. Thud. One hit her shoulder, pushing her body slightly backward. Thump. The second struck her stomach, causing her to stagger back. Crack. The last one hit her thigh, forcing her to kneel on one knee. Ryo groaned softly, suppressing the pain spreading through her body. Even though the swords were blunt, their speed and force were still enough to make her body feel crushed. She looked up, staring at Shirou, who was still standing in place, with even more swords floating in the air around him. Ryo let out a long breath, then smiled faintly. I understand now why you didn't unleash your full strength earlier. Shirou sighed lightly before raising his hand again. I'm still holding back, you know, he said casually, though there was a hint of teasing in his voice. Around him, the air rippled as if something was trying to break through from an invisible world. A bluish-green light gathered and formed dozens of blunt swords that began to float around him, moving slowly like predators stalking their prey. Ryo, still half kneeling, stared at the scene with a mix of awe and dread. Seriously, she muttered, her breath slightly ragged. Shirou lowered his hand quickly. Get ready, Ryo. Without further warning, dozens of swords shot forward like a torrential downpour crashing to the earth. Ryo immediately leaped to the side, avoiding the first wave of attacks. There are too many, she thought in panic. She swung her wooden sword as fast as she could, deflecting a few blades coming from the front, but some still managed to graze her body. Thud. One sword hit her arm. Thump. Another struck her hip, causing her to lose her balance slightly. Crack. A sword nearly hit her head, forcing her to duck quickly. I can't keep this up, Rhea screamed in her mind. Staying in one place would only make her an easy target. With her high reflexes, she began running around the field, trying to find an opening to avoid the relentless rain of blades. However, Shirou seemed to have anticipated her movements. The swords weren't just attacking from one direction, they rotated, locking down her escape routes, forcing her to either keep deflecting or take the hits. Hey, this isn't fair, Rhea shouted as she tried to dodge. But Shirou just grinned, showing no signs of stopping his assault. Finally, Rhea ran out of options. With one long leap, she dashed toward the only remaining shelter, a large tree in the middle of the field. Once she reached it, she pressed her back against the trunk and raised her hands. Stop, 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 Rhea shouted desperately. Her breath was ragged, and her body was covered in bruises from the earlier attacks. Shirou finally lowered his hand, and the remaining sword stopped floating before slowly fading into fragments of light. With her breath still heavy, Rhea peeked out from behind the tree with an annoyed expression. You are really too much. Shirou just chuckled lightly. You were the one who asked me not to hold back, right? Shirou stepped closer to the tree where Rhea was hiding, his amused expression fading as he saw the elf's condition. Rhea's body looked battered, and her breath was still ragged from the intense training. Her white sleeveless shirt was now dirty from the field's dust, revealing several bluish bruises starting to appear on her arms and shoulders. Her green shorts were also wrinkled, with a few impact marks visible on her thighs and calves. The smile that had been on Shirou's face disappeared, replaced by a look of concern. He bent down slightly, looking at Ryu seriously. Ryu, are you okay? He asked softly, his tone different from the casual one he had during the fight. Ryu let out a long sigh, not answering immediately. She wasn't seriously injured, but the effects of the strange training session were still felt throughout her body. However, the soreness was mixed with a sense of pain. She grumbled while rubbing her sore shoulder. You really went overboard, Shirou. Shirou scratched his head with a hint of guilt. Sorry. I should have held back more. Ryu blinked and looked at Shirou in confusion. Huh? Wasn't I the one who asked him not to hold back? Why is he apologizing now? She glanced at Shirou, who still looked guilty. For a moment, the elf felt a strange sense of satisfaction, like a small victory after suffering from the rain of blunt swords earlier. Dramatically, Ryu pretended to take a deep breath before collapsing to the ground, as if she were truly exhausted. Huh? I don't think I can move for a while, she said, putting on an exaggerated tired expression. Shirou looked at her with a worried expression. Do you need something? Ryu glanced toward the dormitory before saying casually, yeah, if you don't mind, could you grab a potion from my room? Shirou straightened up and nodded firmly. All right, I'll be right back. Without delay, he turned and quickly walked toward the dormitory. Once Shirou was out of sight, Ryu leaned her head against the tree and smiled slightly. Heh, at least now I know just how big the gap in our strength is and how much he cares. Shirou climbed the small stairs leading to Ryu's room, his steps quick but careful. He didn't want to take too long, especially with Ryu waiting outside, her body covered in bruises from their earlier training. When he opened the door to her room, he was greeted by a soft, refreshing scent of trees. This smell, it really suits her, Shirou thought for a moment. The room was quite simple, with just a bed in the corner with neatly folded blankets, a small table with a few items arranged on it, and a small door leading to the bathroom. There were no excessive decorations, just a calm and clean atmosphere that was immediately felt upon entering. Shirou's eyes quickly landed on the potion bottle he was looking for, neatly placed on the table. He immediately grabbed it and turned around, almost tripping over the doorframe in his haste. With quicker steps, he returned to the yard where Ryu was still leaning against the tree. As soon as he arrived, he handed the potion to Ryu. Here, the potion. The elf took it but didn't use it right away. Instead, she looked at Shirou for a moment, her mind drifting to the past. Elise once said, if there's a man who can touch me without me rejecting him, maybe I should think twice before letting him go. She bit her lip, feeling slightly nervous. During their previous training, Shirou had half-hugged her when she almost fell. Strangely, Ryu didn't feel weird or uncomfortable with that touch, something she usually avoided from anyone other than Seer and Elise. And now, there was another opportunity right in front of her. Swallowing hard, Ryu finally spoke. Shirou. Shirou looked at her, still with a worried expression. Ryu glanced at the potion bottle in her hand, then back at Shirou. Can you apply this for me? Shirou blinked, looking hesitant for a moment. Huh? Me. Ryu nodded slowly, patting her bruised calf. It's easier if someone else does it. Besides, I'm too tired to do it myself. Shirou swallowed. He wasn't sure this was a good idea, but refusing Ryu's request also felt wrong. Finally, with some hesitation, he poured the potion onto his palm before squatting in front of Ryu. His hand carefully touched the elf's calf, applying the healing liquid with slow movements. The potion began to seep into her skin, causing the bruises that were previously visible to slowly fade. However, when his eyes glanced further up, he noticed that Ryu's thigh also had some severe bruising. His heart raced without him realizing it. Do I have to apply it there too? Ryu, who was watching his expression, almost laughed at how tense Shirou looked. However, she just smiled slightly and waited, curious to see if Shirou would continue or choose to back off. Shirou was still hesitant as he looked at the bruises on Ryu's thigh. He swallowed, then quickly shifted his attention to Ryu's shoulder, which also appeared bruised. With careful movements, he poured the potion onto his palm before starting to apply it to Ryu's exposed shoulder, just above the sleeveless white shirt the elf was wearing. His hand moved slowly, making sure the healing liquid seeped well into Ryu's skin. Shirou was completely focused, his eyes watching every part he treated. He didn't even realize that his body was now very close to Ryu, so close that his breath felt warm on her skin. Ryu, who was leaning against the tree, tensed up. Her heart began to beat faster than she expected. She could feel every movement of Shirou's hand on her shoulder, the touch feeling gentle yet firm. Something inside her trembled, a strange feeling she wasn't used to. Trying to distract herself from the growing uncontrollable emotions, Ryu finally spoke. By the way, how much of your strength are you still holding back? She asked casually, trying to hide her nervousness. Shirou, who was applying the potion from Ryu's shoulder to her arm, paused for a moment upon hearing the question. He thought for a moment, trying to recall the various abilities he hadn't shown during their training earlier. Magic sword. Noble phantasm, even unlimited blade works, he thought. So far, he had only used basic techniques in their fights. He hadn't shown the magic swords that could explode upon hitting their target or the noble phantasms whose power could destroy an entire building in one strike. He hadn't even used his reality marble in this world yet. After a while, Shirou finally finished applying the potion. He raised his face and looked Ryu straight in the eye. Maybe, about 5% of my full strength, he admitted honestly. their eyes met at a very close distance. Shirou only now realized how thin the gap between them was. Ria's sky-blue eyes shone softly in the daylight, her breath sounding slow but steady. Aware of their closeness, Shirou immediately flinched and backed away slightly, his face slightly red. Rio, who also snapped out of her daze, quickly cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. Ahem. So, even just 5% of your strength is something I can't match, huh? She said in a half-joking tone, trying to continue the topic before the situation became more awkward. Shirou scratched his head, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the fact that he was indeed much stronger, which sounded a bit arrogant. Well, I don't want to go overboard. You're already plenty strong, Rio. The elf just snorted softly, but deep down, she realized something. If this is only 5%, then what is his full strength really like? Rio let out a long sigh, trying to calm her heart, which was still beating a bit erratically after their earlier closeness. She reached out her hand to Shirou. Give me the potion. I can handle the rest myself, she said, her voice sounding normal, but inside she still felt a slight turmoil that was hard to explain. As Shirou handed the small bottle to her, Rio grumbled inwardly. Sorry, Elise. It seems I really can only accept touches like this gradually. If this keeps up, my heart might explode before I even get into a real relationship. She poured a bit of the potion onto her palm and began applying it to her still sore thigh. Shirou, who was sitting not far from her, quickly averted his gaze, pretending to focus on the trees around them. However, Ria noticed and felt a bit amused at how awkward Shirou looked. To lighten the mood, Ria spoke again. In that case, how about you show me your full strength? But don't target me, she said while continuing to apply the potion to her remaining wounds. Shirou sighed, his eyes returning to Rio. I can't, he said honestly. If I really use 100% of my strength, this place could be destroyed. It might be better to try it in the dungeon or somewhere safer. Ria snorted. Geez, you really like hiding your strength, don't you? She muttered while moving her hand to her back to apply the potion, though it was a bit difficult due to her shirt getting in the way. After a while, Ria finally felt sufficiently recovered. She placed the potion bottle next to the tree and stood up. With a serious expression, she looked at Shirou. Then, you'll withstand my attacks. Don't counter at all, she challenged, picking up her wooden sword again. Prove just how weak I am compared to you. Shirou looked at her in shock. Wait, Ria. I didn't mean to belittle you, he protested. However, Ria was already ready, her wooden sword held firmly in her hand. Then, respect me by showing that strength of yours, she said with a determined gaze. Shirou sighed for a moment before raising his hand. All right then, he said, his eyes now more focused and serious. In his hand, a faint blue light gathered, and in an instant, a wooden sword identical to Ria's appeared. Shirou gripped it tightly, swinging it slightly to adjust his grip. Ria's eyes widened as she saw the sword. That's Al's Lumina, she exclaimed, perfectly recognizing its shape and design. Shirou nodded. Correct. I can replicate weapons I've analyzed before, he explained, holding the wooden sword firmly. My magecraft allows me not only to recreate weapons but also to understand their structure and balance. Ria clicked her tongue in annoyance. But still, I'm the one who's mastered it, she said, feeling a bit offended that Shirou had copied her weapon so easily. Quickly, she stepped forward and swung her sword at Shirou. Shirou calmly raised his sword, and clang, Ria's attack was easily deflected. Not wanting to give up so easily, Ryu continued her assault. 1, 2, 3 slashes in quick succession. However, Shirou deflected all of them without seeming the least bit troubled. Ryu began to frown. Normally, using a new weapon required adaptation. But Shirou, without any confusion, used the sword as if he had been training with it for years. His movements were smooth, his stance perfect, and even the way he swung and defended felt so natural. What the hell? Ria muttered as she slashed again, only to see her sword being blocked with terrifying precision. You copied my sword techniques too. Shirou sighed and nodded. More or less. I can replicate not only weapons but also the techniques of their users, he said casually as if it were no big deal. Ria clenched her teeth. TCH. That's a bit annoying, she muttered, feeling somewhat frustrated. How could she not? Shirou copied the techniques she had trained for years with discipline in a matter of seconds. Chapter 106. Ria moved forward again, this time more aggressively. She swung her sword with greater speed, trying to pressure Shirou into making a mistake. All right, if he can mimic my techniques, I just need to execute them faster, thought Ria, her eyes blazing with determination. However, every time her sword swung, the replica of Al's Lumina in Shirou's hand always appeared in the right place to parry it. Clang, clack. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed repeatedly across the dorm field, resonating through the grass. Ria jumped to the side, then spun to attack from an unexpected angle, but Shirou was ready. He tilted his sword at the perfect angle, effortlessly deflecting Ria's strike. Frustration began to creep into Ria's chest. This is like fighting my own shadow. No matter how she attacked, Shirou always anticipated it. It was as if she were facing her own reflection in a mirror, except the reflection didn't strike back. Ria gritted her teeth and tried a new tactic. She feinted an attack from the right, then suddenly changed direction with a quick spin to strike from the left. But clang. Shirou still managed to parry it. All right, if normal techniques don't work. Ria jumped back, took a deep breath, and then stomped the ground at high speed. She spun in the air and swung her sword in a diagonal slash that was extremely difficult to stop. Yet once again, Shirou calmly raised his sword and deflected it perfectly. Ryu almost wanted to scream. How can he read all my moves like this? She tried a combination attack, striking with more erratic and unpredictable movements. However, no matter how she tried to deceive Shirou, the result was the same. Their wooden swords clashed endlessly, and every attack felt futile. Arg! Rhea jumped back, breathing heavily. She stared at Shirou, who remained calm and composed, his expression flawless. So, this is what it feels like to face myself? Rhea muttered, half frustrated, half impressed. Shirou simply smiled faintly. I'm just defending, you know. Rhea took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. This couldn't continue. If Shirou wanted to defend, then she just needed to make it impossible for him to defend. With renewed determination, she tightened her grip on her wooden sword and thought about how to launch her next attack. Rhea stood still, weighing her next move. No matter how fast or clever her attacks were, Shirou continued to parry them perfectly. When Shirou had used Kansho and Bakuya earlier, he was clearly more relaxed and careless. There were small gaps in his movements that could be exploited. But this time was different. Shirou was much more serious. There was no room for surprise attacks. With a long sigh, Rhea finally loosened her grip on the wooden sword and asked, "So, is this all the power you can show?" Shirou lifted his head slightly, seeming to consider his answer. "For abilities that won't cause a big commotion, maybe, yes," he said, but his expression changed. Something was bothering him. Rhea noticed the change in his expression carefully. She could attack now, taking advantage of his wandering thoughts. But her curiosity was greater than her desire to win. "Is there something you haven't shown yet?" she asked, sharpening her gaze. Shirou remained silent for a moment before finally answering, "There's one thing I've never tried before." Rhea raised an eyebrow. "Then show me," she said without hesitation. However, instead of immediately demonstrating his power, Shirou looked at her with a slightly hesitant expression. "But don't get offended, okay?" Rhea frowned, not understanding. "What do you mean?" Without answering, Shirou took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Both hands still held his wooden sword, but now his body seemed more relaxed, though his stance remained firm. Rhea stared at him, full of questions. What is he doing? Shirou remained still as if entering a certain state. Ryu could feel the atmosphere around them change slightly, not because of the magical aura, but more due to a shift in the intensity of Shirou's posture. Ryo gripped her sword tightly. What is this? Her mind began to fill with various speculations. A new technique? A special ability? Or something completely different from before? Second by second passed in silence, and Rhea knew one thing for sure. She was about to see something truly different from Shirou. Seconds passed in an eerie silence. The wind blew softly, rustling the leaves around the dormitory field, but between the two of them, the atmosphere was tense. Rhea stood with her wooden sword raised, waiting for something, anything, that Shirou would do. Yet, the man remained motionless. With his eyes closed, his body in a defensive stance, and the projected wooden sword Al's Lumina still raised in a defensive position. Several minutes passed, but there was no change. Shirou seemed to have become a living statue. Finally, Ryu couldn't take it anymore. With a hint of frustration, she opened her mouth. "What are you actually doing, Shirou?" Shirou's eyes remained closed, but his expression looked slightly confused as if her question didn't make sense. "I'm waiting for your attack," he replied. Rhea's forehead wrinkled. "So, this technique is some kind of defensive skill?" she asked, still wary, trying to understand Shirou's meaning. Shirou nodded slightly. "It's not just about defending. I just got this skill after updating my status, so I wanted to try it out." Rhea fell silent for a moment, then her expression changed. "What? So I'm just your guinea pig?" Her voice rose, unable to believe that she was being treated as an experiment. Shirou, still with his eyes closed, smirked slightly. "Didn't you agree not to get offended earlier?" he teased. Rhea let out a long sigh. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fatigue, but from a mix of annoyance and curiosity. "All right, if you want to test that skill." Rhea lowered her body, tightening her grip on the wooden sword. "Don't blame me if you get hurt." Shirou remained silent, but the corner of his lips curled up slightly as if challenging her. And in one breath, Rhea dashed forward. Without hesitation, Rhea seized the opportunity. If Shirou wanted to handicap himself by closing his eyes, then she wouldn't waste this chance. Silently, she moved through the shadows of the tree, carefully adjusting her steps to avoid making even the slightest sound. She slowed her breathing, slowed her movements, and then approached Shirou's blind spot. In one swift motion, she swung her wooden sword toward his calf, hoping to make him lose his balance. However, just before the sword hit its target, Shirou suddenly shifted to the side, smoothly dodging the attack. Rhea was shocked. What had she muttered unconsciously? How could Shirou, with his eyes closed, dodge an attack she made as quietly as possible? Not wanting to waste the moment, Rhea attacked again. This time, she changed her attack pattern, thrusting her wooden sword toward his shoulder, then spinning to slash from the side. Yet again, Shirou somehow managed to evade it. Frustration began to show on Rhea's face. "What skill are you testing, Shirou?" she asked, holding back her annoyance. Shirou, still with his eyes closed and in a defensive stance, smiled faintly. "It's called Mind's Eye," he answered calmly. "This skill allows my body to sense danger even without seeing it. My instincts and combat experience help me adjust my movements. Ria furrowed her brows, trying to understand. So, it's like combat intuition? Shirou nodded. More or less. I don't need to see your attacks to know where they're coming from. Ryo clenched her jaw. Then I'll just have to attack faster. Without further ado, she launched another series of slashes and thrusts, trying to vary her rhythm so Shirou couldn't easily anticipate. Her wooden sword flew from all angles, above, below, sideways, but every time she was sure her attack would hit, Shirou always managed to block it with incredible reflexes. However, even though Shirou could dodge and parry, Ryo began to notice something. Shirou's movements were slower compared to when his eyes were open. Not as fast as usual. So that's his weakness, Ryo thought. Her blue eyes narrowed. If she could exploit this, maybe she could finally break through Shirou's defense. Shirou stood with his eyes closed, fully focused on the waves of danger coming from Ryo. Every movement that approached him, every shift in the air caused by Ryo's wooden sword swings, felt like echoes in his mind. Whoosh. One attack swept to the side. Shirou tilted his body and dodged the slash. Tap. Tap. Ryo's quick steps approached. Shirou raised the wooden sword in his hand and deflected the vertical strike coming from above. Clack. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed in the air. Shirou remained in his defensive stance, avoiding every attack with his instincts. But then, everything changed. Silence. The air around him, which had been filled with sudden movements, felt empty. Ryo, who had been attacking relentlessly, suddenly disappeared from his senses. Shirou frowned. Where is she? He remained standing in his defensive stance, waiting. However, several seconds passed without any signs of an attack. Ryu, Shirou finally called out. There was no answer. Shirou's forehead furrowed. Was this part of her strategy? Or, don't tell me she just left me standing here like a fool with my eyes closed? He thought with slight annoyance. Sighing, Shirou finally tilted his head slightly, still with his eyes closed. Where did that girl go? He muttered with a grumbling tone. Swoosh. Suddenly, Shirou felt something, a danger approaching from close, very close. Thrust. Ria's wooden sword shot toward his back at high speed. Damn. His reflexes took over before his brain could process. In an instant, Shirou activated projection, and in a split second, a shield appeared on his back. Clang. Ria's attack was blocked. A loud impact echoed in the air. Ria stood just a few inches away from him, a look of shock on her face. Ria was stunned. What? She took a step back with a frustrated expression. Her attack had almost succeeded this time, but Shirou still managed to react in time. Shirou finally opened his eyes, glancing slightly at Ria with a small smirk. If you call that cheating, then I just used another one of my powers. That's fair, right? He said casually as the shield faded back into prana. Ria let out a long sigh before wiping her forehead. TSK. That should have hit. She muttered. However, even as she complained, there was a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. If Shirou could react that quickly even without seeing, then she still had a lot to strive for. The elf tightened her grip on her wooden sword. All right, let's try again. This time, I won't fail. Shirou snorted, closing his eyes again and preparing in his defensive stance. Go ahead. Ria continued to stare at Shirou, who remained calm with his eyes closed as if no attack could disturb him. The elf's hand gripped her wooden sword tightly, her mind racing to come up with a strategy to break through her opponent's defense. However, amidst her racing thoughts, old memories suddenly surfaced. 7 years ago, amidst the ruins of Rivera, filled with dust and blood, she and her comrades from the Astria Familia stood in battle formation. Elise, with her red hair fluttering in the wind, stood at the front with a confident expression. Lyra and Kagaya were on either side, while Rio herself prepared in the attacking position. Before them stood a silver-haired woman, wearing an elegant black dress. The Silent Witch. Alfia, a mage from the Hera Familia, was a fighter so strong that it felt as if the world itself couldn't match her. She simply stood there, calm, with her eyes closed. Just like Shirou now. Back then, they had all reached level 3, strong enough to face most adventurers in Orario. Yet, in front of Alfia, who was level 7, they felt like children trying to fight a giant. The gap in power they felt. The sense of helplessness that haunted them at that time. Ryu unconsciously gritted her teeth. Now, she was much stronger than she had been in the past. She had reached level 4. Facing a fighter of her level shouldn't make her feel like she was back in those days. But why? Why does it feel the same as when I faced Alfia? Holding back her unease, Ryu launched another attack. She spun quickly, swinging her wooden sword at high speed. Ha! Clack! The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed, Shirou blocking it with perfect precision. Ryu didn't stop there. She continued to attack relentlessly, trying various combinations of movements. Yet, no matter how she tried to deceive Shirou, the result was the same. Their wooden swords clashed endlessly, and every attack was effortlessly deflected or dodged by Shirou with minimal movement. Damn it. Ryu grew more frustrated. It wasn't just Shirou's demeanor that reminded her of Alfia, but also his combat skills. Like Alfia, Shirou could cast powerful short chance spells. Like Alfia, Shirou could mimic other sword techniques. And most annoyingly, like Alfia, Shirou could irritate others with his calm demeanor, as if everything was already in his grasp. Why do I have to face someone like this again? She thought as she launched her final attack. Yet once again, Shirou managed to parry it without issue. Ryo let out a sharp breath. No matter how fast she attacked, Shirou was always one step ahead. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed in the air as Ryo and Shirou continued to exchange blows. However, this time, something was different. Ryo's attacks, which had been sharp and precise, began to lose their accuracy. Her strikes became rougher, wilder, as if she wasn't just attacking Shirou, but something much deeper. Clack, clack, clack. Shirou remained steadfast in his stable stance, his wooden sword moving with perfect efficiency. Without opening his eyes, he could sense the change in his opponent's rhythm. Her attacks are heavier now. He felt a stronger push with each clash. It was as if Ryu wasn't just trying to find an opening in his defense, but was instead trying to overwhelm him with raw strength. Did she change her strategy? The increasingly brutal attacks, the growing pressure, it wasn't just because Ryo wanted to win. There was something else. Shirou didn't know what, but something was bothering the elf. However, Ryo herself knew exactly what was clouding her mind. Right now, she wasn't fighting Shirou. In her eyes, in her mind, what she saw wasn't the red-haired young man wielding a wooden sword. What she saw was Althea, the woman who stood before them, expressionless, emotionless. The woman who crushed their pride by closing her eyes and remaining untouched. I won't let that happen again. That determination burned in her chest. Ryo gritted her teeth, her muscles tensing as she accelerated her attacks. I'll shatter your calm. Just like back then. Just like when the Astria Familia finally broke Althea's silence, when they forced the mage to open her eyes and acknowledge them as a threat. She wanted to make Shirou do the same. But why? Why is he still holding on like this? Shirou, despite being attacked more aggressively, remained calm. Like a rock being hit by waves, he didn't budge. With his eyes closed, he parried every attack without difficulty. As if all of this was just a minor disturbance to him. As if Ryu wasn't strong enough to force him to change. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The harder Ryu tried to shatter Shirou's calm, the more she lost control of herself. Clack, clack, clack. Shirou continued to parry every slash Ryu unleashed. Attack after attack hit his defense relentlessly, like an unending storm. Why is she still doing this? Shirou wondered in his mind. Ryo must have realized that this strategy wasn't effective. Even with increasingly wild and powerful attacks, Shirou could still block them easily. Yet, Ryo didn't stop. No, on the contrary, she only grew more intense, more forceful, more desperate to break through Shirou's defense. What's going on with her? This isn't how Ryo usually fights. With his eyes closed, Shirou couldn't see Ryo's expression, but with his heightened senses, he could hear Ryo's increasingly heavy breathing. He could feel the tension in the air, as if Ryu was fighting something more than just him. And then, HHMM. A scent slipped into his awareness. The scent of winter flowers with a unique divine touch. A very familiar scent. Seer. Shirou immediately became alert. From outside the dormitory, he could smell that scent. It had to be her. Why is she here? Shirou's thoughts immediately raced. If Seer were around and saw him fighting, it could be a big problem. Shirou had been very careful not to reveal his true strength to anyone outside the Loki Familia. If Seer saw him fighting on par with Ryu, a level 4 fighter, she would immediately realize that Shirou's power was far greater than he let others know. And that was something that couldn't happen. Shirou had to make this fight seem like he was still at a lower level. There's no other choice. I have to lose. Shirou began to weaken his defense gradually. He deliberately let some of Ryu's attacks almost hit him, and then… TCH. Ryu finally managed to hit his stomach with her wooden sword. Got you. Ryu exclaimed with a voice full of satisfaction. But Ryu didn't stop there. The momentum she gained seemed to reignite her fighting spirit. Her attacks became wilder, harder, no longer just a training match, but as if she was settling something that had been buried deep within her. GH. Shirou coughed as another attack landed on his shoulder. He let it happen. Ryu, now immersed in her fighting spirit, didn't realize that Shirou was intentionally taking those hits. No, to her, this was proof that she could finally defeat the enemy from her past. Althea. I finally managed to hit. Ryu didn't realize that she had been swept away by nostalgia. Her attacks continued, and Shirou kept taking them, enduring the pain while remaining vigilant of Seer's presence around them. Ryu kept raining down attacks on Shirou. Whack! Her wooden sword struck Shirou's head. Thud! A slash jerked his chest. Smack! Another swing hit his arm. Crack! The final attack swept Shirou's legs, making his balance falter. Each attack landed with merciless precision, adding more bruises to Shirou's body. Yet, he didn't fight back. He didn't parry. He didn't dodge. Shirou just took it all. Ryu didn't realize how serious this was. She was too lost in her memories of the past, and the anger and frustration mixed with bitter nostalgia. This isn't enough. I'm not satisfied yet. I have to destroy that calmness. With a final push, Ryu jumped and swung her sword with all her might. Hiya! Boom. Her strongest attack landed squarely on Shirou's chest, hitting him with enough force to send his body flying backward, slamming hard against the dormitory wall. Boo. Dust scattered as Shirou's body crashed, then slumped down, gasping for breath. Bruises and minor wounds now covered his entire body. Ria stood in place, her breathing ragged. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, sweat dripping from her temples. No way. Is Shirou this weak? She gripped her sword tightly, her heart filled with confusion. Something felt off. Shirou should have been able to parry her attacks. He should have been able to hold out longer. But why? Clatter. The sound of something falling to the ground. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence. Shirou. Seer. Ria's eyes widened as she saw the girl running toward Shirou with a panicked expression, almost tripping in her haste. Nearby, a small basket lay on the ground, its contents, perhaps food or items she had brought, scattered in all directions. But Seer didn't care. All she could think about was Shirou, now slumped against the wall, his body covered in wounds and bruises. What have I done? Ria stared at her own hand, feeling a cold chill envelop her chest. Chapter 107. Seer immediately knelt beside Shirou, her eyes filled with panic as her small, delicate hands quickly began to examine his body. So many bruises, there's swelling on his shoulder too. Oh no, his face is also injured. Shirou, are you okay? Seer asked with a voice full of concern, her hands unhesitatingly touching his bruised face. Shirou blinked, looking at Seer's face so close to his. He gave a weak smile, trying to reassure her. I'm fine, Seer. It's just a bit hard to move. Seer frowned, not believing him. Don't lie to me, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Look at you. You're covered in bruises. What really happened here? Shirou tried to get up, but his body protested. A sharp pain shot through his entire body, especially in the areas where Ria's strongest blows had landed. Seer immediately held his shoulder, not letting him move any further. Meanwhile, Ria stood frozen in place, her fist clenched tightly. Why? Why did he deliberately take my attacks? Slowly, the reality began to sink into her mind. Ria finally realized that none of her attacks should have hit Shirou. Shirou should have been able to dodge. Shirou should have been able to hold out longer. But he chose to take all of them. He deliberately lowered his defenses. But why? Ria bit her lip. Her mind began to process all the information. Shirou is hiding his true strength. Only Rio and the members of the Loki Familia knew that Shirou should be much stronger than this. But in front of Seer, Shirou acted as if he were just a beginner fighter. And Ryu, in her anger, had destroyed everything. She lowered her head, guilt beginning to creep into her heart. I should have stopped after the first attack hit him. I should have realized. I shouldn't have let my emotions take control of me. Rio clenched her fist even tighter, her nails almost digging into her own skin. I betrayed his trust. In front of her, Seer was still busy tending to Shirou, her face full of worry. And Ryu could only stand there, feeling worse than ever. Seer quickly held Shirou's shoulder as he tried to get up again. Don't push yourself, she scolded with a worried tone. Shirou opened his mouth, perhaps to argue, but before he could say anything, Seer gently pushed him back down. Carefully, she lifted Shirou's head and placed it on her lap. Shirou immediately felt his entire body tense up. The soft, warm sensation of Seer's lap, covered by the green uniform of the hostess of fertility, made his face heat up slightly. This is kind of embarrassing. While Shirou tried to calm his mind, Seer turned her gaze to Ryu, who was still standing silently with her head down. Ryu. Her voice was sharp, full of reproach. Why were you so rough during training? You should know that Shirou is still level 1. Couldn't you hold back a little? Ria flinched and raised her head slightly, but she didn't dare look Seer in the eye. She doesn't suspect. Ria felt a little relieved, but her guilt still haunted her. However, when she opened her mouth to answer, no words came out. How could she explain that Shirou was actually level 4? How could she lie to Seer without hesitation? Rio gripped the hem of her shirt tightly. She didn't want to lie, but the truth wasn't something she could reveal so easily. As Rio was still wrestling with her thoughts, Shirou's calm voice broke the silence. Maybe. Rio just wanted me to experience how harsh the dungeon can be, he said weakly, but with confidence. It's better for me to get hurt here, during training, than later in the dungeon during a real fight. Thank you, Ria. Ria's eyes widened slightly. Shirou. She lowered her head again, this time not out of shame, but because her heart felt so heavy. She was the one who had beaten Shirou to a pulp, but Shirou was thanking her. She bit her lip, feeling something suffocating in her chest. But before the atmosphere could deepen further, Seer pursed her lips and pinched. Ouch. Shirou complained softly as Seer's small fingers pinched the uninjured part of his cheek. You're already beaten up like this, and you're still trying to act cool. Seer grumbled with puffed cheeks. You should be protesting or getting angry, not thanking her. Shirou could only smile awkwardly, while Ria watched them in silence. Acting cool? Huh. Ria smiled slightly at Seer's words. If only she knew how cool Shirou really is. Her thoughts drifted back to when they were still fighting a few minutes ago. Shirou, with such confidence, closed his eyes and was still able to keep up with every one of her attacks. That wasn't just instinct or luck, it was proof of extraordinary skill. Ryu could still feel how every one of her slashes was either dodged or parried by Shirou with precision, as if he could sense the direction of the attack without even seeing it. Then there was his skill in magecraft. Ryu remembered how Shirou could use various spells quickly and efficiently, without the long incantations most mages needed. There was also his physical strength, which allowed him to fight on par with physical fighters, and his ability to mimic others' sword techniques. Shirou was truly a unique existence. And that wasn't even including his archery skills. Ryo had seen Shirou use a bow, and she knew that not just anyone could achieve that level of accuracy. Shirou wasn't just a talented fighter, he had the discipline and skills of a veteran who had been fighting for decades. When you think about it, he really is cool, Ryo admitted to herself, though she would never say it directly to Shirou. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice calling her. Ryo. Ryo snapped out of her thoughts. She raised her head and saw Seer looking at her with a worried expression. Ah, yes. Ryo stammered, quickly stepping closer. Seer didn't say anything for a moment, just looking at her with scrutinizing eyes. Ryo felt a little uneasy, wondering if Seer was starting to suspect something. But Seer's attention turned back to Shirou, whose head was still resting on her lap. His usually energetic face now looked a little tired, with bruises here and there as evidence of how hard Ryo's sword strikes had been. Seer looked back at Ryo with a slightly reproachful gaze, while Shirou remained silent with a resigned expression. Ryo took a deep breath, then stepped closer. No matter what, she had to face the consequences of her actions. Seer sighed deeply before finally saying, even though Shirou thanked you and didn't blame you, Ryo, you still have to take responsibility for this. Shirou, who was still leaning on Seer's lap, opened his mouth, intending to defend Ryo. But before he could say a word, Seer quickly placed her index finger on his lips, silencing him without further ado. Shoo. Seer looked at him sharply but with a soft smile on her face. I know you're too kind, Shirou. But this time, let Ryo make up for her mistake, okay? Shirou fell silent, forced to accept Seer's decision even though in his heart he felt that Ryo wasn't entirely to blame. After all, he was the one who had deliberately lowered his defenses. On the other hand, Ryo didn't argue with Seer's words. She just nodded without saying anything, then quickly hurried over to the tree where she had left the remaining potion earlier. Inside, there was still a quarter of the potion left that could be used to treat Shirou's wounds. As Ryo walked away, Seer glanced at Shirou and smiled mischievously. You should enjoy this, Shirou, she said lightly, her tone sounding like she was planning something. You don't get opportunities like this often. Shirou frowned, confused by Seer's meaning. What opportunity? Seer just giggled softly without answering, making Shirou even more suspicious. Don't tell me this is part of another prank she's planning. Shirou swallowed, his gut telling him that he was about to experience something even more troublesome in the next few moments. After a while, Ryo returned with quick steps, carrying the bottle of potion she had left near the tree. Her face remained expressionless as usual, but there was a slight tension in her movements. Seer smiled contentedly, seeing Ryo return right on time. All right, Shirou, sit up for a moment and raise your arms. Shirou looked at her in confusion. Huh? What for? Don't ask too many questions. Just do it, Seer replied lightly, but there was a hint of authority in her voice. Although hesitant, Shirou eventually complied. With stiff movements, he raised both arms. But before he could understand what was happening, suddenly, SRRT. Something felt loose on his back. Huh? From behind him, Seer gently began to undo the cream-colored tunic Shirou was wearing, easily loosening its ties. What are you doing, Seer? Ryo, who had just returned, was startled by Seer's actions. Shirou was no less panicked. His face turned red as he felt the fabric loosen from his body. Wait, why all of a sudden? Relax, Seer said casually as she skillfully folded the tunic and placed it aside. It's nothing. Shirou still wanted to protest, but before he could say anything else, Seer had already placed her hand on his shoulder, gently guiding his head back to her lap. Now look, she said, glancing at Ryo, who was still standing awkwardly in place. With a gentle motion, she pointed to Shirou's chest. The bruises from training earlier are quite severe, especially here. Ryo's eyes reflexively followed Seer's pointing finger, and she immediately frowned when she saw the injuries on Shirou's body. There were several large bruises turning blue around his chest, and even a deep scratch on his side. Shirou himself also glanced down, and only now did he truly realize how badly his body had been beaten after letting Ryo pummel him without resistance. Ryo bit her lip, feeling guilty seeing the clear evidence of her blows on Shirou's body. She already knew that Shirou had been holding back, but seeing physical proof like this still made her chest tighten. Seer, on the other hand, just smiled slightly. Well, now you see for yourself, Ryo. So, you're going to heal him, right? Ryo nodded slowly, but her grip on the potion bottle tightened slightly. She took a deep breath before finally crouching beside Shirou, ready to do what she should have done from the beginning. Ryo swallowed, her fingers trembling slightly as she carefully opened the potion bottle. The shimmering blue liquid inside quivered, reflecting the fading daylight. Without saying much, she poured a little of the potion onto her hand before starting to apply it to the wounds on Shirou's body, now fully exposed under the sunlight. Seer, who was still letting Shirou's head rest on her lap, watched the scene with slight surprise. Initially, she thought Ryo would refuse, or at least show hesitation, given how sensitive the elf was to physical touch. As far as Seer knew, Ryo hardly ever let anyone touch her, except for herself or the late Elise. Seer thought for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that Ryu is willing to do this because of her guilt towards Shirou? Meanwhile, Shirou finally realized something. So this is the prank Seer was planning, he thought, sighing inwardly. He had already felt something was off when Seer smiled too contentedly while asking Ryu to heal him. Ryu, who was still focused on applying the potion, began to feel something strange. Every time her hand touched Shirou's skin, she could feel his hard, trained muscles. Shirou's body was clearly not that of a beginner who had just started training. Instantly, her face turned slightly red as she realized that this was the first time she had directly touched a man's body. On the other hand, Seer just smiled softly. To her, Shirou was still like a child who needed pampering. She looked at Shirou's bruised face. Then, with a gentle motion, her hand stroked the red-haired boy's hair with tenderness. Bear with the pain for a little while, Shirou, Seer said soothingly, her fingers continuing to move gently through Shirou's hair. It'll be over soon. However, instead of feeling pain, Shirou experienced something entirely different. Why do I feel comfortable instead? He thought with slight frustration. On one side, a beautiful elf girl was applying a potion to his body with a touch that was gentle despite being awkward. On the other side, a goddess disguised as an ordinary human was pampering him with soft strokes on his hair, as if he were a child who had just fallen and was being comforted. Originally, I just wanted to hide my strength from Seer. So why did it end up like this? Shirou could only sigh inwardly, accepting his fate that had somehow turned into something far from his original plan. The potion Ryu used had run out. Shirou could feel a warm sensation spreading through his body as the healing effects took hold. His wounds began to close, his bruises gradually faded, and the sharp pain slowly subsided. Seer, who was still gently stroking Shirou's hair, looked at the now empty potion bottle in Ryu's hand. Her brow furrowed, and she looked at Ryu suspiciously. This potion was only a quarter full from the start, right? She asked, her eyes narrowing with accusation. Ryu, who was still kneeling beside them, remained silent. But before she could answer, Seer continued, "Don't tell me. Did you use up this potion during training earlier? If so, Shirou must have been injured often, right?" Shirou, who was still lying on Seer's lap, could only grin at the half-correct guess. Unconsciously, his eyes met Ryu's, and in an instant, they both understood each other without needing to say a word. Yes, Seer was right. The potion had been used up during training. But the truth wasn't what Seer imagined. It wasn't Shirou who had been beaten to a pulp and needed the potion. Quite the opposite. Ryu, who had been hit by a barrage of blunt sword strikes from Shirou, had used the potion to keep herself going during training. Ryu finally answered in a flat voice. Yes, the potion was used up during training earlier. She chose not to explain further, hiding the fact that she was the one who had been injured. Shirou's secret strength had to remain hidden. Seer snorted softly before saying, "In that case, should I buy more? After all, if your training is this intense, the potion supply will run out quickly." Ryu shook her head slowly. At that moment, she realized there was another way to heal Shirou without having to bother buying more potions. "No need," she replied. "I can use healing magic." Seer blinked, then smirked mischievously. "Oh, so you actually remembered you could heal, but chose to let Shirou suffer first," she teased. Ryu's face immediately turned red. She opened her mouth to retort, but before she could say anything, Shirou interrupted. "Hey, don't be too hard on her. Besides, we all know Ryu must have her reasons." Seer just giggled happily. "Wow, you're defending Ryu again? Interesting," she said, laughing softly. The laughter shook her body, causing Shirou, who was still leaning on her lap, to feel the gentle vibrations beneath his head. Ryu, whose face was still flushed, finally sighed and closed her eyes for a moment to concentrate. Slowly, her hands rose, pointing towards Shirou's shoulders and face, which still showed signs of bruising and swelling. She began to chant her spell in a soft, calm voice. The song of a now distant forest, the nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those that seek you. Then, a soft green light began to envelop her hands, glowing warmly over Shirou's wounds. Noah heal. As soon as the spell was completed, healing energy flowed into Shirou's body, bringing a sense of comfort and freshness that immediately replaced the previous pain. Chapter 108. The green light from Ryu's magic slowly faded, leaving Shirou's previously bruised skin now smooth and unblemished. The sharp pain that had once stabbed at him was now nothing more than a faint, warm sensation. Shirou moved his shoulder slowly, testing to see if there was any lingering pain, but it seemed Ryu's magic had been truly effective. "Thank you, Ryu," Shirou said sincerely, slightly lifting his head from Seer's lap. Ryu simply gave a small nod, maintaining her calm expression, though a sense of guilt still lingered in her heart. However, before the moment could continue any longer, Seer's cheerful voice broke the silence. So," she said in a teasing tone, looking at the two of them with her characteristic mischievous smile. "Now, Ryu, why don't you open Shirou's pants? Let's check if there are any wounds there, too." What? Seer's reaction immediately made her giggle. Both Shirou and Ryu's eyes widened, their faces turning red in an instant. "And no need," Shirou quickly exclaimed, his body tensing up. "I don't feel any pain below the waist, so there's no need to check." Ryu also hurriedly looked down, her face growing even redder. "I wouldn't do something like that. That's not appropriate. Before marriage," she murmured softly, but loud enough for the two of them to hear. Shirou nearly choked on her response, while Seer laughed even harder. "Ha ha, you two are really too innocent," she said with a satisfied tone, her stomach shaking from how amused she was by their reactions. Shirou could only sigh in resignation. "Why does something weird like this always happen whenever I'm near Seer?" he thought, covering his face with his hands. Meanwhile, Ryo looked like she wanted to disappear from the scene as quickly as possible. Seer was still chuckling, clearly enjoying how easily the two of them could be teased. All right, I was just joking," she finally said, though her tone still carried a hint of mischief. "But if you suddenly feel pain in your lower body, just let me know, okay? Ryu will be more than happy to check it out." "Seer," Ryu almost shouted while Shirou could only shake his head in resignation. Ryu's face was still slightly red after Seer's teasing, and she eventually decided to avoid any further embarrassment with a reasonable excuse. I'll go back to my room for now," she said in a somewhat stiff voice. "I need to take a bath." Without waiting for a response, she quickly turned around and walked away. However, Shirou could see that the tips of the elf's ears were still tinged with red. "She's really embarrassed." "Huh," Shirou thought with a slight smile. After Ryu left, Shirou tried to get up from Seer's lap, but before he could fully lift himself, Seer's gentle hand casually pressed against his chest, telling him to stay lying down. "Don't rush. Relax a little longer," Seer said with her soft smile. But Shirou was about to protest, but then he realized he still wasn't wearing his tunic. His face tensed slightly as he glanced at his neatly folded clothes beside him. "I'm not wearing any clothes right now," he protested in a half-resigned tone. Seer chuckled softly upon hearing his complaint. "Oh, you're so spoiled," she teased as she picked up Shirou's tunic, which she had folded earlier, and skillfully began putting it back on him. Shirou could only stay silent as Seer casually pulled his arm through the sleeve and helped him slip his head into the garment. Once the tunic was properly back on, he let out a soft sigh, feeling a bit more comfortable, though his pride had been slightly bruised. "I didn't ask you to dress me. Why are you calling me spoiled?" Shirou grumbled inwardly, but he didn't dare say it out loud. He knew all too well that if he retorted now, it would only lead to more teasing from Seer. After finishing dressing him, Seer smiled contentedly, and, before Shirou could move, her hand gently pulled his head back down to rest on her lap. "See? Now it's much better," she said cheerfully. "You can rest peacefully." Shirou could only sigh, realizing there was no point in resisting Seer once she had decided on something. Eventually, he closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the comfort Seer was providing. Seer continued to gently stroke Shirou's red hair as if savoring the moment. With a smile, she casually asked, "So, how was the training earlier? I know Ryu can't hold back when she's serious." Shirou glanced at Seer, then closed his eyes again. Well, I learned a lot," he answered calmly. He didn't want to go into too much detail about his training with Ryu, especially since he had to hide the fact that he had reached level 4. To avoid further interrogation, he instead asked, "By the way, have you ever trained with Ryu? How do you know she can't hold back?" Seer giggled softly. "Me? Train? Ahaha, of course not. I'm just an ordinary human, not good at fighting at all," she said playfully. "I know because Anya, Chloe, and Lunmore have told me. They said Ryu is too harsh during sparring." Shirou raised an eyebrow. "Anya and the others are adventurers too?" he asked curiously. Seer put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Don't tell them I told you, okay?" She then smiled mysteriously before continuing. "They're like Ryu, adventurers who are semi-retired." Shirou nodded slowly, taking in the information. He had already suspected that there was something unusual about the staff at the Hostess of Fertility, but this was still surprising. If her former adventurer colleagues still respected Mamma Mia, it meant that the woman was far stronger than they. So, Mamma Mia isn't just an ordinary tavern owner, but someone who might be much stronger than she appears, Shirou concluded in his mind. Instantly, he felt even more intrigued to learn more about the people around him. Seer continued to play with Shirou's red hair, letting the silence fill the air for a moment before finally saying in a teasing tone, "Shirou, you're quite clever when it comes to approaching women. Even Ryu, who has never touched a man before, didn't hesitate to apply the potion to your body." Shirou slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Seer before closing them again. "Huh? Really?" he asked flatly, not paying much attention to the first part of Seer's sentence about him being good at approaching women. To him, it was just a coincidence. Seer chuckled softly at his reaction. "Yes, most elves don't like being touched by other races, especially those from Ryu's homeland. They even consider it disgraceful to be touched by a different race," she explained gently. Although Ryu doesn't hold such fanatical views, the habits and culture of her homeland still influence her. Shirou fell silent for a moment, digesting Seer's words. but the elves I've met so far haven't had any issues with physical contact with me, he thought. Saria, the first elf he met in this world, had easily touched him while healing him. Lafia, a young elf, had also never shown any reluctance to be near him, often standing close to him without hesitation. Even a high elf like Riveria, a respected royal among all elves, had frequently touched her body parts with his while explaining magecraft. Seeing Shirou lost in thought, Seer smiled again and whispered softly in his ear, "I think Ryu might like you, Shirou." Shirou almost choked on the air. He quickly sat up slightly and turned to Seer with a shocked expression. That's impossible. You must be misunderstanding, Seer." However, instead of stopping, Seer only teased him more. "Or maybe she doesn't see you as a man," she said with a mischievous grin. Shirou could only frown and grumble inwardly. "If that's the case, then you, who are resting my head on your lap, don't see me as a man either, huh?" He held back a tired sigh. "Why do I always end up like this?" After teasing Shirou to her heart's content and seeing his mixed reaction of embarrassment and annoyance, Seer finally chuckled softly before speaking in a gentler tone. "Well, never mind. Instead of worrying about this, you should just close your eyes. Ryu will probably take a long time in the bath, being a woman and all." Shirou glanced at Seer for a moment, making sure she didn't have any other pranks up her sleeve. However, seeing her relaxed face and the gentle, comforting expression, Shirou eventually sighed and decided to comply. "All right," he murmured softly before closing his eyes. As soon as his eyes closed, Shirou's consciousness was filled with the comfort he felt at that moment. Seer's soft lap was the perfect pillow, and every gentle stroke of her hand through his hair provided a soothing sensation. Added to that was the faint scent of winter flowers wafting from Seer's body, creating an atmosphere that made him even more relaxed. Unconsciously, his breathing became slower and more regular. The slight fatigue from the intense training with Ryu finally dragged him into a deep calm. And in a short time, Shirou fell into a deep sleep, still resting on Seer's lap, completely immersed in a dream without a single worry. While Shirou slept soundly, his breathing was steady, and his expression was far from the usual tension when he was awake. Seer watched him in silence. There was something so captivating about the peacefulness of his face, something that made Seer's hand, or rather, Freya's hand, instinctively want to touch him. Her silver-gray eyes swept over the young man's face with a mix of curiosity and something deeper. Shirou, who usually appeared serious and determined, now looked so peaceful, so vulnerable. This was a side that few ever saw, even by members of the Loki familia. In his sleep, his defenses crumbled, and for a moment, he was just an ordinary young man, exhausted after working hard. Freya, currently wearing Seer's face, let her thoughts wander that "You've really been working too hard, Shirou," she thought. She remembered how the young man had come to Orario with no clear background, no divine blessing from the start, and no extraordinary legacy of power. Compared to other talented adventurers, Shirou wasn't someone born with special privileges, not in magic, not in physical strength. Yet, he continued to struggle. He kept moving forward without hesitation. That was what made him so fascinating. A faint smile appeared on Seer's, or rather, Freya's, lips. If only Shirou weren't an adventurer. If only she could pull him out of this dangerous world, take him to a safer place where he wouldn't have to fight anymore, wouldn't have to get hurt. "Why don't you just stop being an adventurer, Shirou?" Freya thought. "Why not become my personal servant? I could give you a better world. You wouldn't have to feel pain or exhaustion anymore. I could give you all the love you need." However, in just a moment, that fantasy faded. Freya knew it was just a pipe dream. Shirou would never accept that. He wasn't the type of man who wanted a comfortable and safe life. He was someone who would keep fighting, no matter how long it took. Besides, Loki would never let him fall under Freya's charm. The mischievous goddess was too protective of her familia members, even the weakest ones. Freya sighed softly, her hand that had almost touched Shirou's cheek now pulled back. "That you're so stubborn, Shirou," she thought. But that only made her want him even more. Freya's silver gaze slowly moved from Shirou's face down to his chest, then further down to his stomach. The tunic she had just dressed him in was slightly open at the front, revealing a glimpse of the young man's toned and well-defined abdominal muscles. She bit her lower lip unconsciously. There was something so tempting about this sight. Since she had descended from Tenkai to Genkai, forming a familia that became one of the strongest in Orario, her position as a goddess had only made her more distant from human touch. The adventurers who joined under her banner, who devoted their lives to her, always looked at her with almost sacred worship. They loved her, adored her, admired her, but not as a woman. They saw her as something higher, something that shouldn't be tainted by mortal desires. And while that gave her satisfaction on the one hand, there was another part of her that longed for more than just worship. She yearned for passion. She yearned for warmth. She yearned for the touch of a man who saw her not just as an untouchable goddess, but as a woman. Her eyes returned to Shirou, who was still asleep, his breathing steady, his body looking so tired after training with Ryu. She knew how hard this young man worked and how many wounds he had received in pursuit of his goals. Freya leaned down slightly, bringing her face closer to Shirou's ear, and whispered softly, "May I? Just a little. I know Ryu and Chloe have already touched you. Now it's my turn." Her hand moved slowly, slipping into Shirou's tunic, her delicate fingers touching the warm skin of the young man's stomach. Slowly, she caressed him, feeling the contours of his muscles formed from hard training and battles. Even though he's still level 1, his body is so beautifully sculpted, Freya thought with admiration, but also with a growing desire that began to tickle her mind. The touch was initially gentle, just exploring, but the longer she touched him, the stronger the desire grew within her. The sensation of Shirou's warm skin under her fingertips felt so real, something she had only been able to imagine until now. She swallowed hard. The frustration she had long suppressed seemed to push her to go further. Was this the moment? Did she really want to feel more than this? Freya's slender fingers slowly slipped deeper, caressing Shirou's warm skin from his stomach up to his chest. Her breath hitched slightly, feeling the steady beat of the young man's heart under her palm. The longer it went on, the harder it became for her to contain the burning desire within her. Unconsciously, she began to open Shirou's tunic a little wider, letting the bright sunlight illuminate his toned muscles. Her fingers explored further, tracing the curves of his body with an almost worshipful touch. However, before she could enjoy the moment any further, "Seer, what are you doing?" A cold, suspicious voice stopped her in her tracks. Freya, still in Seer's persona, was momentarily startled, as if cold water had been poured over her body, which had begun to warm with desire. Quickly, she pulled her hand out from under Shirou's tunic and turned with an innocent expression. At the doorway, Ryu stood in her signature green uniform, her pale green hair still slightly damp from her bath. Her sky-blue eyes looked at her with a questioning gaze, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if unsure of what she had just seen. However, Freya wasn't a goddess who could be easily shaken just because she had been caught. Calmly, she put on her sweet mask again, a soft smile gracing her face. "Oh, it's nothing, Ryu," Seer replied in a natural tone as if nothing suspicious had happened. "I was just checking if Shirou had any wounds. He took a lot of hits during training earlier, right?" As she spoke, she straightened Shirou's tunic, making sure nothing looked out of place. Ryu looked at Seer for a few moments, trying to figure out if she was lying or not. But there was no crack in Seer's expression, only the gentle gaze of a girl who cared for her friend. "I see," Ryu finally replied, though deep down, something still felt off. She was still wondering, had she seen wrong? Was Seer really just checking Shirou's wounds, or was there something more to it? However, she shook her head slowly, dismissing the thought. After all, Seer has always had feelings for Belle. There's no way she would do anything strange to Shirou, right? Chapter 109. Seer gazed at Shirou's face, still peacefully asleep on her lap. A small smile formed on her lips before she raised her hand and gently stroked his cheek. "Shirou, wake up. It's time to get ready," she whispered softly, her fingers tracing his skin with a gentle motion, trying to wake him with the utmost tenderness. Shirou mumbled softly in his sleep before finally moving his body. He blinked his eyes a few times, then yawned widely, raising his arms to stretch his slightly stiff body. "Hum." The sound of his yawn echoed clearly in the air. As his vision began to focus, the first thing he saw was Ryu, now neatly dressed in her green uniform. The elf looked at him with a calm expression, though there was a hint of melancholy hidden in her eyes. "You can use my bathroom if you want to clean up," she offered briefly. Shirou blinked a few times before finally nodding. "Ah, thank you, Ryu." However, before Shirou could get up, Seer suddenly spoke while pointing in another direction. "Oh, I almost forgot. I also brought your uniform, Shirou. But..." She pursed her lips slightly before pointing to a basket lying on the ground not far from them. "It fell earlier." Shirou followed Seer's pointing. He saw the basket, which seemed to contain bread. Some of the bread was now scattered on the ground, with dust clinging to its outer surfaces. On the other hand, Ryu felt a growing sense of guilt within her. She realized that the reason Seer had dropped the basket earlier was because she was startled when Ryu had mercilessly beaten Shirou during their training session. Without a word, Shirou walked over to the basket and picked up one of the slightly dusty loaves of bread. Calmly, he tore off the dirty part before putting the clean portion into his mouth and chewing it slowly. Seer, who saw this, immediately exclaimed, "Don't eat that bread, Shirou. You'll get sick." However, Shirou just smiled slightly while picking up the next loaf. "It's fine. I'm only eating the clean part." He looked at Seer with a sincere expression before continuing. "Besides, I know you made it for us." "Thank you, Seer." Hearing that, Seer could only sigh softly, while Ryu quietly averted her gaze, feeling slightly impressed by Shirou's way of appreciating small things with simple gestures. After swallowing the last bite of the bread he had salvaged, Shirou took a deep breath before brushing off the crumbs that clung to his hands. Seer, who had been watching him all along, smiled softly and extended her hand. "Shirou, please bring the basket over here," she requested in her usual gentle tone. Without hesitation, Shiro immediately picked up the basket, which still contained a few loaves of bread, and walked over to Seer and Ryu. The basket wasn't heavy, but it still felt light as he carried it with one hand. "Here," he said simply as he reached Seer. Seer gracefully accepted the basket and began rummaging through its contents to ensure everything was still in good condition. Among the items inside, she found the green uniform she had brought for Shiro, now slightly crumpled from the fall earlier. With a light motion, she took it out and handed it to Shiro. "Here's your uniform." "Sorry, it got a bit messy," she said with a smile. Shiro accepted the clothes without any objection. "No problem," he said casually, smoothing out the folds of the fabric slightly with his hands. "I'll put it on right after I shower." Beside him, Ryu, who had been standing with a neutral expression, finally spoke up. "In that case, I'll accompany you to my room," she offered. Shiro was slightly surprised, but he knew the offer wasn't just a formality. Perhaps Ryu wanted to talk further about something. So, he simply nodded without refusing. "All right, thank you, Ryu." Before they could leave, Seer sighed softly in a teasing tone. "What a pity," she said in her characteristic coquettish voice, her hands cupping her cheeks as if pouting. Shiro and Ryu turned to her, waiting for her to continue. Seer smiled meaningfully and said, "I was actually hoping to ask Ryu to help me prepare for a picnic later. But, well, I know you two must have something important to discuss, right?" Her tone contained a subtle hint of teasing, as if implying something more than just a regular conversation between the two of them. Ryu simply let out a small sigh, seemingly accustomed to Seer's antics, while Shiro could only shake his head, not wanting to get dragged into the woman's wordplay. "Shall we go now?" Shiro asked Ryu, choosing to ignore Seer's comment. Ryu nodded. "Let's go." With that, they left the dormitory courtyard, leaving Seer smiling to herself as she prepared the items in her basket. As soon as Shiro and Ryu entered Ryu's room, the door closed with a soft click. However, before Shiro could step further into the room, Ryu suddenly bowed deeply in front of him, her fists trembling at her sides. "I'm sorry," she said in a firm yet regretful voice. "I was too harsh when I attacked you earlier. I should have realized sooner that you weren't seriously defending yourself." Shiro blinked, not expecting Ryu to apologize so sincerely. He raised his hand, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Don't worry about it, Ryu. I was the one who deliberately lowered my guard, so it's not your fault," he said casually. However, Ryu didn't immediately accept that answer. She clenched her fists tighter, as if trying to hold back the emotions swirling within her. But still, her voice lowered, her eyes fixed on the floor with a guilty expression. "I should have realized it earlier. If I weren't such a fool, I would have stopped after my first attack broke through your defense." Shiro let out a short sigh. He was used to dealing with people who were hard on themselves, but seeing Ryu, who was usually so composed, trapped in such guilt, made him feel uncomfortable. "Seriously, Ryu, don't overthink it," he said. "Besides, you already healed me, right? You applied potion to my body and even used healing magic to make sure I was fine." Yet, instead of feeling relieved, Ryu's expression remained gloomy. "That's just what I should have done," she said softly. "I was the one who hurt you, so it's only right that I treat your wounds." Shiro could only continue scratching the back of his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Ryu's excessive seriousness. "I'm fine," he said again, trying to reassure her. "There's nothing to worry about." But Ryu remained standing there, still silent. Shiro could only sigh, realizing that the girl wouldn't be easily convinced. Shiro looked at Ryu, who was still bowing her head, her guilty expression not yet fading. Realizing that asking Ryu to stop blaming herself wouldn't work so easily, he decided to dig deeper into the cause of all this. "Ryu," he called in a more serious tone. "Why were you so reckless during training earlier? You attacked me blindly without any strategy, which isn't like your usually calculated self." Ryu seemed surprised by the question. She bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment before finally letting out a long sigh. Actually, her voice was softer than usual. "During training earlier, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Nostalgia." Shiro frowned. Nostalgia. That sounded strange to him. From what he had seen, Ryu didn't seem to be reminiscing about happy memories, but rather being dragged into the shadows of a dark past. As if understanding his confusion, Ryu continued. "When you closed your eyes and easily parried my attacks without looking, I remembered someone. An old enemy. Someone very strong, whom I fought in the past." Shiro fell silent for a moment, letting Ryu's words sink in. A thought then crossed his mind. This isn't nostalgia. This is more like PTSD. He looked back at Ryu, who was now gripping her own hands tightly, as if trying to calm herself. Whatever she had remembered during training earlier, it clearly wasn't something she wanted to recall. Shiro looked at Ryu with curiosity, his eyes narrowing as he tried to understand the emotions hidden in the elf's face. "Who was that enemy, Ryu?" he asked in a soft yet firm tone. "If there's still unfinished business, I can help you face them." Ryu remained silent for a moment, then shook her head slowly. "No need, Shiro. That enemy is no more." Shiro asked briefly, "What do you mean?" 7 years ago, Ryu began to explain in a calm voice. though there was a hint of sadness hidden beneath it. We defeated her. Together. We. Shirou repeated the word, catching the deeper meaning behind it. So, you weren't alone when you fought them? Ryu nodded slowly. Yes, I wasn't alone. Back then, I fought alongside my friends, Lyra, Kagaya, Elise, and all the other members of the Astria Familia. We all fought desperately to defeat that woman. A faint smile appeared on Ryu's face as she recalled those names, but Shirou could see a shadow of sorrow in her sky-blue eyes, like someone reminiscing about something precious but no longer able to hold on to it. Shirou remained silent, letting Ryu continue. She was Alphia, she continued. A level 7 mage. One of the strongest members of the Hera Familia. The name made Shirou pause. There was something familiar about it, as if he had heard it before. He furrowed his brow, trying to remember where he had heard the name. Meanwhile, Ryu seemed lost in her own thoughts, as if returning to the past, to the battles she had fought alongside those who were no longer here. Shirou continued trying to recall where he had heard the name before. Then, a flash of memory appeared in his mind, a conversation he had with Riveria while they were in the dungeon. Oh, Riveria mentioned that name, Shirou said softly, as if speaking to himself. She said that Alphia was a woman who was rude. Ryu turned to him with a slightly surprised expression. Lady Riveria said that. Shirou nodded. Yes, back then we were talking in the dungeon. It seems she didn't have a good impression of Alphia. I'm not surprised, Ryu let out a long sigh. When we fought her, Lady Riveria also helped us. She gave us her magic buffs, without which, we probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Alphia's onslaught. After saying that, Ryu looked at Shirou with curiosity. But why did Lady Riveria suddenly tell you about Alphia? Shirou leaned his back against the wall, thinking for a moment before answering. I used my magecraft to mimic her archery technique. Ryu's eyes widened slightly. Lady Riveria's archery technique? You can do that too. Shirou shrugged. Yeah, back then, I was mimicking her way of firing multiple arrows at once. But it seems, it reminded her of someone, and she mentioned Alphia's name. Ryu's eyes narrowed as if understanding something. I see. Alphia had the ability to mimic someone's technique just by seeing it once. If what you did reminded Lady Riveria of her, then your ability is indeed very similar to hers. Shirou fell silent for a moment. The ability to mimic someone's technique just by seeing it once, that did sound impressive, but, in his mind, it wasn't entirely accurate for himself. Crossing his arms, Shirou muttered to himself, well, I just need to see their weapon. Shirou frowned, trying to process the new information he had just heard. Wait, you said Alphia was from the Hera Familia, right? Before the Hera Familia was defeated by the one-eyed black dragon, weren't they, along with the Zeus Familia, the protectors of Orario? So why did she become your enemy? Ryu closed her eyes for a moment, then let out a long breath. Not just Alphia. Zal from the Zeus Familia did the same. Both of them, who were once known as the strongest adventurers in Orario, decided to join Evolus and tried to destroy the city. Shirou's eyes widened. What? He truly couldn't understand. The Zeus and Hera Familia were two of the greatest forces that had ever existed, the last line of defense for humanity. Why would they? Shirou's voice rose slightly, unable to hide his shock. They were supposed to protect Orario, not betray it. Ryu opened her eyes and looked at Shirou with a gaze full of bitter memories. Despair. Shirou repeated the word with a questioning tone. Despair. That was Alphia's reason, Ryu continued. The Hera Familia and Zeus Familia were the closest to defeating the one-eyed black dragon. But even after giving their all, they still lost. All their Familia members were mercilessly slaughtered, including their strongest adventurers. Alphia couldn't accept that. In her mind, if even the strongest couldn't defeat the dragon, then no one in Orario deserved to hope for victory. She wanted the city to feel the same despair she had felt. Shirou clenched his fists tightly. His jaw tightened, and his eyes narrowed with anger. That's not an acceptable reason. He could understand despair. He could understand the feeling of failure and helplessness. But blaming others for one's failure? Destroying the city just because they failed? That was unacceptable. Ryu noticed Shirou's expression, but she could only continue her story. To Alphia, the adventurers of this era weren't worthy of facing the one-eyed black dragon. She considered us weak, useless, and unworthy of being called heroes. Shirou raised his head and looked at Ryu with a questioning gaze. Then what does that have to do with trying to destroy Orario? Ryu took another deep breath before answering. Alphia wanted to return the world to an era where only true heroes could face monsters like that. She thought that if Orario were destroyed, the dungeon would open, and the monsters within would flood the world. From there, only those who were truly strong, like Albert, who managed to wound the one-eyed black dragon, would survive. All of this so that the world wouldn't rely on the intervention of gods and goddesses anymore. Shirou fell silent. There was something strange about Alphia's way of thinking. It was too extreme, too absolute. So she wanted the world to return to how it was in the past. Shirou murmured. Just because they failed, she wanted everyone to suffer? Ryu nodded. That's why we fought her 7 years ago. We couldn't let someone like her destroy the world just because of despair. Shirou clenched his fists even tighter. He didn't know Althea, but he knew one thing. Despair shouldn't be a reason to destroy the hopes of others. Ryu lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with doubt and deep contemplation. But she sighed before continuing. After years of reflection, I've started to feel that maybe there was a deeper reason than just despair. Shirou looked at her with a furrowed brow. A deeper reason? He found it hard to imagine anything that could justify the destruction of Orario, especially from those who were once the city's protectors. Ryu nodded slowly. I think Althea and Zald joined Evolus not just to destroy Orario. I feel they did it as a stepping stone for us, the adventurers of this era. Shirou frowned. A stepping stone? Yes, Ryu continued. Zald was already on the brink of death after being poisoned by the behemoth, and Althea herself had been suffering from an illness since birth. They didn't have much time left. Shirou looked at Ryu with slightly widened eyes. Those words began to paint a strange picture in his mind, but he still found it hard to accept the conclusion that was forming. They couldn't fight at their full strength? Shirou finally voiced his thoughts. Ryu nodded, her expression serious. They wanted to fight with everything they had, then lose, so that we could grow stronger. Shirou fell silent. His perception of Althea and Zald seemed to flip in an instant. The people he thought had betrayed out of despair might have actually made their final sacrifice for the sake of the next generation. You mean? Shirou finally spoke after a moment of silence. They intentionally lost, so that the Excelia from defeating them could be absorbed by you? Ryu looked at him and nodded slowly. During the great feud 7 years ago, all 12 members of the Astria Familia leveled up. I myself reached level 4 at that time. Shirou felt as if a weight was pressing on his chest. That much Excelia from Althea? Ryu sighed, smiling bitterly. We defeated a level 7 adventurer, Shirou. It's only natural that the Excelia we absorbed was so immense. Shirou shook his head slowly, still finding it hard to believe. Ryu continued. Not just us. Otter, who fought Zald, also reached level 7 after that battle. The same goes for the executives of the Freya and Loki Familia, who each faced their enemies. Shirou began to understand the bigger picture. Althea and Zald might not have truly betrayed out of despair, but out of a belief that the next generation needed to grow stronger. But still, Shirou clenched his fists. I don't agree with that method. Ryu looked at him gently, as if understanding what was on his mind. Shirou swallowed hard, then asked in a softer voice. How many lives were lost? Ryu's face stiffened. She closed her eyes for a moment before answering. Too many. Silence enveloped them for a few seconds before Ryu continued, her voice softer but filled with pent-up emotion. Veteran adventurers from various familias sacrificed themselves to hold back the monsters that surrounded Orario. They knew they wouldn't survive, but they held on until the end. And it wasn't just them. Shirou raised his head, waiting for Ryu to continue. Many civilians were also killed. Shirou's fists clenched even tighter. His jaw tightened, and a burning anger began to rise in his chest. Was there no other way? He murmured softly, more to himself than to Ryu. Chapter 110. Shirou leaned against the wall, standing still, his eyes staring straight ahead, but his mind was busy digesting everything he had just heard. In his hand, he tightly gripped the green uniform he had brought, the fabric feeling slightly rough against his fingers. His breathing was steady, but his chest felt heavy. Ryu, who was standing not far from him, finally spoke. What do you think Althea and Zald should have done back then? Shirou turned his head, looking at Ryu's face, which still held the same seriousness as before. He paused for a moment, pondering his answer. If they truly wanted to sacrifice themselves for the next generation, Shirou finally spoke in a firm tone. They didn't need to join Evolus and attack Orario. They could have directly challenged the top-class adventurers in a fair duel. Ryu listened carefully before nodding slowly. You might be right, but if they hadn't chosen that method, all the hidden members of Evolus wouldn't have come out of the shadows. Shirou looked at her with a questioning gaze. What do you mean? Ryu took a deep breath, her eyes looking at the floor as if recalling a past filled with blood and battles. Before the great feud 7 years ago, Orario was in a very dark period. After the destruction of the Zeus and Hera Familia by the one-eyed black dragon, criminals ran rampant. Evolus hid in the shadows, committing crimes in every corner of the city, unstoppable. Shirou realized this was something he had never considered before. He knew about the history of the destruction of the two great familias, but he had never imagined what Orario was like afterward. So you're saying, by triggering this war, they also dragged all the members of Evolus out of hiding? Shirou concluded in a soft voice. Ryu nodded. Yes, thanks to Zald and Althea, we managed to eliminate most of the Evolus in one big battle. If they had remained hidden, who knows how many more years they would have continued to spread terror in Orario. After that war, Orario entered a period of peace. Shirou fell silent. He couldn't deny that the end result was indeed better for Orario. However, the method they used still left him uneasy. So much had been sacrificed, the lives of adventurers, the lives of civilians. None of it could be taken lightly. He clenched his fist tighter, trying to understand if there was another way besides that great war. But he still hadn't found the answer. Ryu noticed Shirou's serious expression, his hands clenched on the uniform he was holding. His brown eyes were slightly downcast, but there was a glimmer of determination in them. Seeing that reaction, a faint smile formed on Ryu's lips. "Why do you look so tense?" she asked in a slightly probing tone, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Shirou let out a slow sigh before looking at her with a determined gaze. "I'm just thinking. I don't want something like that to happen again." Ryu raised her eyebrows, slightly surprised by the certainty in Shirou's voice. "I won't let a tragedy like that repeat," Shirou continued, his voice steady. "If there's a way to save everyone, I'll find it and do it. I won't let anyone have to choose between sacrificing themselves or destroying others for a greater goal." Ryu's eyes softened as she heard that. She remained silent for a moment, letting Shirou's words resonate in her mind. This is why I trust him, Ryu thought, those eyes filled with unwavering conviction. No doubt, no hesitation, just pure determination to pursue the justice he believes in. She could see it clearly, the same light, even brighter, that she had once seen in Elise and her friends. A spirit that wouldn't be extinguished even if the world seemed to oppose it. With a small smile, Ryu finally said, "You're really stubborn, Shirou." Shirou returned Ryu's small smile. "Maybe, but if it can make this world a better place, I don't mind." Shirou noticed Ryu's expression finally softening a bit. The faint smile on the elf's face made him feel relieved. Throughout their conversation, he could sense how much burden still weighed on Ryu's heart, but at least now he could see a glimmer of warmth returning to her eyes. "I'm glad to see you smile again," Shirou said honestly, the corners of his lips lifting in a small smile. Ryu, who hadn't expected such a comment, quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "Don't tease me like that," she said in a slightly annoyed tone, though she wasn't really angry. She then cleared her throat, trying to change the subject. "Anyway, you should take a shower. Seer must have been waiting for a while." Shirou nodded, aware that he was still quite messy after the earlier training. His body was still sticky with sweat, and although potions and healing magic had removed his wounds, some discomfort remained. "You're right. I'll clean up first." Without saying much, Ryu walked to her closet, opened the door, and pulled out a clean towel. With a casual motion, she handed it to Shirou. "Use this, but don't use it for anything weird," she said, trying to sound stern, though her tone was more playful. Shirou blinked, then looked at the towel for a moment before smiling slightly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything weird," he said, then raised his hand. A blue light flickered briefly, and suddenly, a clean white towel appeared in his hand, looking no different from a regular towel. "I'll use my own," he continued, showing the result of his projection. Ryu looked at the towel with a slightly raised eyebrow, then let out a small sigh. "You really can project anything, huh?" Shirou chuckled softly. "As long as I know the structure, it's no problem." Shirou walked to the bathroom with relaxed steps. The towel hung around his neck, while the green uniform given by Seer was clutched in his hand. However, as he was about to reach the door, a voice called him from behind. "Shirou." Ryu's tone sounded as if she had just remembered something important. Shirou stopped and turned. "What is it?" he asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. Ryu looked at him for a moment, as if composing her thoughts before finally asking, "I know you deliberately took my attack earlier. Was it so Seer wouldn't notice your true strength?" Shirou didn't answer immediately. He observed Ryu's expression, then nodded slowly. "Yes." The elf continued to look at him, then spoke in a more serious tone. "But why? Why don't you just tell her? Just Seer, wouldn't it be fine if she knew you're much stronger?" The question made Shirou pause. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if considering his answer. After a moment, he finally said, "I don't like drawing attention to myself." Ryu heard that answer and nodded in understanding. "I see," she said softly. Shirou let out a quiet sigh. That was indeed his main reason, but there was a deeper reason as well. Especially in this world, where gods and goddesses can pay attention to anyone they find interesting. I can't predict how they would react if they knew too much about me. And besides, Shirou glanced at Ryu before adding, "Besides, Seer has her own secrets, too, doesn't she?" Ryu blinked, slightly surprised by that statement. Shirou continued calmly. "Maybe I'll reveal my secrets to her, if she reveals hers, too." Ryu pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Yeah, I also feel like she's really mysterious." The elf crossed her arms and continued. "She doesn't stay in the dorm with us waitresses. Even Anya, who once tried to follow her, couldn't find out where she lives." Shirou heard that and thought to himself, Ryu might not have realized it yet, but Seer isn't an ordinary girl. She's a goddess. If his guess was correct, then it was likely that after finishing work at the Hostess of Fertility, Seer returned to a place not inhabited by ordinary people, the headquarters of her familia. But the real question was, what kind of goddess is she? Shirou was still lost in thought, considering various possibilities about Seer's identity, when Ryu's soft but firm voice broke his reverie. "Then why me?" Shirou turned to her, slightly confused by her question. "I'm not a member of your familia. So, why did you entrust your true strength to me?" Ryu stared at him intently, her eyes filled with genuine curiosity. Over the past few days, she had tried to guess the reason herself. Perhaps Shirou felt guilty for pretending to be weak in front of Ryu, like during their first training session. If that was the case, then it made sense. Shirou didn't want to waste Ryu's time by hiding his true abilities. However, the answer she received wasn't what she expected. Because you believe in me, Ryu. What? Ryu's eyes widened slightly, not expecting such an honest answer from Shirou. Shirou smiled slightly before continuing. You supported my dream of becoming an ally of justice, even when you thought I was still weak. Those words brought Ryu back to a memory from some time ago, when they were sitting together in front of the fountain in the middle of the city. At that time, Shirou had spoken about his desire to protect everyone, about his seemingly impossible dream in this harsh world. And I wanted to train him so he could survive longer in Orario. I wanted to see him succeed in achieving his dream, unlike me, who failed. But in the end, all of that was just her own assumption. Shirou was far stronger than she had imagined. And not just that, Shirou continued, his voice softer this time. You also told me about your past, about your pain and loss. At the very least, I wanted to repay your trust by revealing part of my secret. Ryu felt something warm in her heart. She hadn't expected Shirou to think so deeply that he truly valued their relationship. However, one word caught her attention. Part. The elf narrowed her eyes, her expression turning serious again. Wait, you mean only part? I've told you everything, but you're still hiding something? Shirou smirked slightly, his expression a bit mischievous. If I told you everything at once, you might be shocked to death. Ryu let out a long sigh, shaking her head with a mix of frustration and amusement. You're really such a pain. Shirou just turned away before finally stepping into the bathroom, leaving Ryu alone with her thoughts. Ryu stared at the bathroom door that Shirou had just closed, then let out a slow sigh. What else is he hiding? She muttered to herself, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. Thoughts about Shirou and his mysteries began swirling in her head. Magecraft, a form of magic that even she had never seen before. A world different from the magic she knew, something that might not even originate from Orario. If that was true, could Shirou be from a secret community of magi? If so, how big was the secret he was still hiding? The more she thought about these possibilities, the more her head began to ache. Ryu finally gave up, rubbing her forehead with one hand, and then shaking her head. Never mind, sooner or later, I'll figure out his secrets. She promised herself that as long as she stayed by Shirou's side, little by little, she would uncover everything the young man was still hiding. Reluctantly, she walked to the closet and put the towel she had taken out for Shirou back. However, her gaze suddenly fell on something in the corner of the shelf. A white handkerchief, neatly folded, that had just been stored. Ryu frowned, then carefully picked up the handkerchief. It's a shame this only lasts 3 days. She whispered as she examined the fabric under the sunlight streaming into the room. She remembered that this handkerchief was one of Shirou's projections, an object he had created from nothing, just to give to her. However, like all his projections, this item would disappear after a limited time. Suddenly, a strange feeling tickled her heart. Ryu stared at the white handkerchief intently, as if searching for something hidden within it. What secrets are you hiding? She muttered softly. Behind her curiosity, she knew she wouldn't find anything just by examining it with her eyes. But for some reason, there was something that made her unable to simply ignore this object. Slowly, she sat on the edge of her bed, still holding the handkerchief in her hand. Then, almost unconsciously, she rubbed it against her cheek. The fabric was soft, warm. She took a deep breath, trying to find a familiar scent. But there was nothing except a faint smell of cloth. I'm really going too far, aren't I? Ryu smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed with herself. But even though she found no answers from the handkerchief, she realized one thing. Shirou was an intriguing puzzle to solve. Ryu walked back to the closet, her fingers carefully folding the white handkerchief before tucking it among her clothes. Even though she knew it was just a projection and would disappear in 3 days, it was still a gift from Shirou. For some reason, she didn't want to simply throw it away. However, just as she was about to close the closet, the sound of the bathroom door opening was heard. Click. Ryu turned, her eyes catching Shirou's figure as he stepped out. The young man looked refreshed, his hair still slightly wet, and the green uniform of the hostess of fertility now fit perfectly on his body. Shirou dried his hair with the towel hanging around his neck, then glanced around the room. You're still here? He asked with a bit of surprise. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, she quickly hid the handkerchief in the closet with a bit of panic, then swiftly closed the door. Shirou mustn't find out what she has just done. I was just waiting for you to finish showering, she answered quickly, trying to sound as calm as possible. Shirou looked at her for a moment, his expression as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end, he just shrugged, not thinking too much about Ryu's reason. Well then, let's go. It seems Seer has been waiting, he said, starting to walk toward the door. As he did, he dissipated the towel hanging around his neck back into prana. Ryu took a deep breath, trying to calm her still slightly racing heart. She herself didn't understand why she felt like this, as if she had just done something embarrassing. She sighed, then followed Shirou, walking beside him. However, before they left, Shirou suddenly spoke again. "By the way," he said while glancing at Ryu, "how did Seer know we were going to train today?" Ryu, who was almost reaching the doorknob, answered without turning. "I told her last night." She then opened the door, letting the outside air into the room. "But honestly, I didn't expect her to actually come today." Shirou frowned for a moment and then sighed. "Huh, I guess I'll have to get used to her incredible instincts." Ryu just smiled faintly, then stepped out with Shirou. Shirou and Ryu left the dorm, descending a few small steps to the neatly arranged courtyard. The midday air was warm, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Under a large, shady tree in the middle of the courtyard, Seer was already waiting for them. She sat casually on a cream-colored picnic blanket, with various foods laid out in front of her: bread, cheese, fresh fruits, and some cups of tea. Her face looked pouty, her cheeks slightly puffed like a child who was upset. "You took so long," she complained, her arms crossed. Shirou could only smile slightly at the girl's expression, while Ryu sighed before sitting down in front of Seer. Shirou followed, sitting beside her. "Our conversation took longer than I expected," Ryu answered calmly. Seer looked at her with curious eyes, but instead of asking further, she just narrowed her eyes for a moment before changing the subject. All right, then I won't ask. But, Ryu, I put your wooden sword near the tree." She pointed to the large tree trunk behind her, where a pair of wooden swords were leaning. Ryu turned and nodded, lightly tapping her forehead with her hand. "Ah, thank you. I forgot to bring it back to the room after showering." However, not long after, Seer spoke again, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. "But, why are there two?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "I thought your Al's Lumina was only one." Ryu immediately tensed. Cold sweat ran down her temples. She hadn't expected Seer to notice that, and now she had to come up with a plausible explanation. But before she could formulate an answer, Shirou had already responded casually. "The other one is just an imitation," he said without hesitation. "So it's not as strong as the real one." Ryu turned to Shirou, slightly stunned. That answer was true, but not entirely. It was a clever half-truth. Shirou clearly didn't want to reveal his Magikrafto to Seer, but at the same time, he wasn't lying. So this is how Shirou talks, Ryu thought, realizing how skillful the young man was at hiding things without outright lying. Seer seemed to accept the answer without suspicion. She nodded innocently before asking again. "So, did Ryu ask you to make it? To teach you her sword techniques?" Shirou nodded. "Yes, I needed a similar sword to adapt to Ryu's sword techniques." Ryu was increasingly realizing how easily Shirou could make others believe his words if Seer could be fooled so easily. Then, have I also been tricked by him without realizing it? That thought made her slightly annoyed. Without thinking, her elbow moved on its own and nudged Shirou's arm quite hard. "Ouch!" Shirou rubbed his arm, a confused expression on his face. "Why did you elbow me all of a sudden?" Seer, who saw their interaction, chuckled softly, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. "Seems like your teacher wasn't satisfied with today's training, Shirou." She smiled mischievously. "Be ready to train harder next time." Shirou could only sigh while Ryu pretended not to hear. Chapter 111. A few days ago, the evening began to envelop Orario with a golden light spreading across the sky. The city was still bustling, adventurers coming and going, and some merchants busy tidying up their stalls before closing for the day. Amidst the city's hustle and bustle, a woman with long green hair walked calmly, carrying a large supporter bag that looked heavy on her back. Riveriel Jozalf, the nine hells of the Loki Familia, wore a green cloak with gold accents along the edges. This cloak was no ordinary cloak. It was one she had purchased specifically because Shirou's temporary projection inspired it. Shirou had once said that the color suited her well, and for some reason, that simple compliment had stuck in her mind longer than it should have. Her long, characteristic elf ears peeked out beautifully from small holes in the hood. This cloak wasn't just a fashion choice, it was also part of her strategy. As a high elf and the princess of the elf race, Riveria knew full well that walking through the city carrying such a large bag would attract the attention of other elves. They would surely rush to offer her assistance, not just out of respect, but also because none of them could imagine a noble elf princess carrying such a burden alone. "If I wear this cloak, my identity won't be quickly recognized by them," she thought, adjusting the strap of the bag on her shoulder for comfort. There was another reason why she had chosen this cloak today. Every time she looked at it, she was reminded of her brief journey with Shirou to Rivera. Though she wouldn't say it out loud, in her heart, she considered that trip a sort of date. "Ridiculous," she murmured softly, almost inaudibly. She sighed and shook her head. It was just a trip for magecraft training, nothing more. Yet, despite her attempts to deny it, that warm feeling remained. After all, those moments felt more comfortable than her usual life, filled with responsibilities. Shirou wasn't the type to treat her as a senior or a respected elf princess. He simply saw her as Riveria. A small smile almost appeared at the corner of her lips, but she quickly suppressed it and refocused on her destination. Tonight, she would visit the home of her old friend, Aina, to deliver a stack of ancient books she had collected but hadn't had the time to read. If there was one person in Orario who could understand her literary collection, it was Aina Tool. Riveria knocked on the door of a simple yet comfortable house in one corner of Orario. The house wasn't large, but it always had a warm and clean atmosphere, reflecting its neat and attentive owner. It didn't take long before footsteps were heard from inside, and the wooden door slowly opened. Standing at the threshold was a middle-aged man with hair beginning to gray at the temples. His calm face furrowed slightly as he squinted, trying to see the visitor more clearly under the dim evening light. Who? As soon as his eyes caught sight of the figure standing at his doorstep, his expression immediately changed. The man's eyes widened for a moment, and then he quickly bowed in respect, realizing who had come. Lady Riveria, my apologies. I didn't recognize you earlier. Riveria, accustomed to such reactions, simply gave a small nod. No need to worry, she replied in a flat yet polite tone. Without wasting time, the man quickly turned back into the house and called out. Aina, you have a guest. Lady Riveria is here. The sound of lighter footsteps came from inside, followed by a slightly surprised female voice. Riveria. Not long after, Aina appeared from inside the house, still wearing her casual clothes after a day of work. Her usually calm face showed a hint of surprise, but then she smiled broadly. Riveria, what a surprise. Please, come in. Riveria nodded once more before stepping inside the house. As soon as she entered, she immediately felt a much more relaxed atmosphere compared to the noisy halls of the Loki Familia. There was a faint aroma of tea in the air, and the neatly arranged wooden furniture added to the cozy feeling. Aina pointed to the sofa in the living room. Have a seat. I'll make some tea. Riveria placed the large bag containing ancient books beside the sofa before sitting down gracefully. She observed the interior of the house, simple and tidy, just like Aina's, far from the luxury of an elf palace. But that was precisely what made this place feel so warm. As she waited for Aina, she allowed herself to sink into a moment of silence, enjoying the tranquility offered by her old friend's home. Aina returned from the kitchen with a wooden tray holding 2 cups of warm tea and a small plate of elf-style snacks. The fragrant aroma of tea filled the air, bringing a touch of nostalgia to Riveria. She recognized the snack, light wheat bread with a bit of honey and spices typical of the Elf Royal Forest. This used to be one of her favorite treats back in her homeland. I didn't expect you to still have this recipe, Riveria said, taking a piece and biting into it gracefully. The familiar soft and sweet taste immediately greeted her tongue, reminding her of the past. Aina smiled slightly, placing the tray on the table. Of course, I was your personal attendant, wasn't I? Remembering your preferences became a habit. Riveria nodded, her eyes drifting momentarily to the past. So much had changed since they fled the Elf Royal Forest together with Loki and Finn back then. She could see a hint of longing in Aina's eyes as the woman sat across from her, gazing at Riveria with a nostalgic smile. It still feels like yesterday when we ran away from there. You were still arguing with Finn, I was panicking like crazy, and Loki kept laughing as if it was all just a game, Aina said with a chuckle. Riveria smiled faintly, lifting her teacup. It felt heavy at the time, but after everything that's happened, I don't regret it. The outside world was too fascinating to leave behind. Aina nodded in agreement. Yes, we've come a long way, haven't we? Aina's eyes then glanced at the large bag lying on the floor beside the sofa. Her eyebrows raised slightly before she looked at Riveria with curiosity. So, what brings you here all of a sudden? I'm sure it's not just for nostalgia. Riveria set her cup down slowly, then looked at Aina with a serious yet calm expression. I need your help, and I'd like to stay here tonight. Aina was slightly surprised by the request, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she turned to her husband, who was sitting in a corner of the room, reading a book. Dear, Riveria wants to stay here tonight, Aina said. The middle-aged man closed his book calmly, then turned to Riveria with a friendly smile. Of course, please do. You're always welcome in this house. Then, in a joking tone, he added, coincidentally, I have some business with my friends tonight, so you two can have some privacy. Don't worry, I won't eavesdrop on your secret conversations. Aina rolled her eyes with a small laugh, while Riveria simply sighed softly. Thank you, she said, slightly raising her cup as a gesture of respect. Tonight, she could relax a little. However, the matter she needed to discuss with Aina was not light. Aina's husband deftly put on his long coat and then adjusted his hat before heading toward the front door. His movements were efficient, showing the habits of someone accustomed to traveling at night. As his hand reached for the doorknob, Aina suddenly stood up and approached him. Wait a moment, she said softly. The man stopped, turning with a slight confusion, but before he could ask, Aina had already stood on her tiptoes and kissed his forehead. Thank you, she whispered quietly, just enough for her husband to hear. The man's eyes softened slightly. Then he smiled and gently stroked his wife's hair before finally opening the door and stepping out. I'll be off now, he said before closing the door softly behind him. Riveria, who had been observing the scene from the sofa, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. If I didn't know better, I'd think you two were a loving middle-aged man and his affectionate young wife. Aina returned to the sofa with a flat expression, but the slight blush on her cheeks betrayed her emotions. Don't tease, she said, though it didn't sound very firm. Riveria smiled slightly. But it's true, isn't it? From the outside, you look like a young woman in her 20s married to a much older man, though we both know who's actually older here. Aina sighed and sipped her tea before looking at Riveria with a meaningful gaze. Of course, you and I, we're elves. We're almost a century old, but look at us. Our faces haven't changed much since we left our homeland. Riveria nodded, enjoying that fact. She often forgot that she had lived for nearly a century. Living a long life with a youthful face is a blessing, or maybe a curse, she murmured, more to herself. Aina smiled slightly before returning to the previous topic. By the way, you've changed a lot in how you treat my husband now compared to when I first introduced him to you. Riveria shrugged casually. Of course, back then, I didn't know him, and from my perspective, he was just a man taking advantage of you while you were sick. Aina chuckled, remembering how protective Riveria had been back then. You even threatened him at the time, didn't you? Riveria smiled faintly, but didn't deny it. At the time, I only saw him as an ordinary man approaching a noble elf like you. But it turned out he truly cared for you. Aina looked at the door with a soft expression. Yes, he may just be an ordinary human with a much shorter lifespan than us, but he always makes sure I'm happy. Riveria looked at her friend for a moment before finally sighing. It seems I have to admit that he is indeed a good man. Aina smiled contentedly and teased. Well, who knows, maybe you'll meet someone who makes you think like this, too. Riveria chuckled softly, but didn't respond. She simply sipped her tea slowly, letting the warmth of the drink flow down her throat as she enjoyed this rare moment with her old friend. Aina suddenly put a hand to her lips, her eyes widening as if she had just remembered something important. Oh right, I almost forgot. The last time you visited, you confided in me about someone. Riveria, who had been enjoying her tea, suddenly coughed lightly. She quickly set her cup down, slightly turning her face as if to hide her expression. Ugh, you still remember that? She asked in a complaining tone, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Aina smiled meaningfully, clearly enjoying this rare moment where Riveria, the usually stern and wise high elf, looked flustered. Of course I remember. I'm curious about how things have progressed between you two. Any developments? Riveria sighed, leaning back on the sofa before finally speaking. A lot has happened since we last talked about this. She murmured softly. She recounted how she and him had danced together, something she rarely did before. How she had once fallen asleep in his lap, enjoying a warmth she had never felt before. Even though the two of them had gone on a date to the dungeon, she avoided mentioning that the person she was referring to was Shirou. Aina listened attentively, her eyes sparkling every time Riveria shared those intimate moments. Then, after Riveria finished her story, Aina looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Wow! Aina exclaimed in awe before covering her mouth with both hands. I never imagined you could get this close to a man. So, who confessed their feelings first? She asked eagerly. Riveria immediately flinched and turned sharply. We're still just friends, she said quickly, as if wanting to end the conversation right there. What? Aina almost choked on her tea. She stared at Riveria with an expression of disbelief. How could that be? They've done such intimate things, yet they're still just friends? She thought to herself. She set her cup down, then leaned forward slightly, speaking in a softer tone. Riveria, you know, many men can be quite dense when it comes to women's feelings. Maybe you should take the first step. Riveria bit her lip, lowering her gaze. In her heart, she knew she could do it. She could confess her feelings and admit everything honestly. However, whenever she thought about Lafia, her student who clearly had deep feelings for Shirou, and Ace, who was like a daughter to her, she hesitated. Both girls were also close to Shirou, and she didn't want to ruin their relationships. Aina noticed the change in Riveria's expression. She quickly realized that this wasn't just a matter of courage, but something more complicated. She didn't want to push her friend to speak further, so she smiled softly and patted Riveria's hand reassuringly. We'll talk about this later. We still have plenty of time while you're staying here, she said in a calming tone. Riveria was slightly surprised, but felt relieved. She looked up, seeing Aina's warm smile that always made her feel at ease. In a softer voice, she whispered, Thank you, Aina. Aina smiled, satisfied that her old friend could at least open up a little more to her. After finishing their snacks, Riveria set her teacup on the table and sighed softly. Actually, the reason I came here isn't just to chat. I also need your help with something. Aina, who had been sipping her tea, immediately turned to her friend. Help? She asked curiously. Then her eyes glanced to the side of the sofa, where a large supporter bag rested with its obvious weight. Does this have something to do with that bag you brought? Riveria nodded lightly, touching the strap of the large bag as if to emphasize her words. Inside are stacks of ancient books, mostly high elf manuscripts that I've collected over time. I requested them directly from my father, King Larful Joralf, and they were delivered via the Hermes Familia's courier. But, she sighed, I haven't had the chance to read them all. Aina raised her eyebrows, her eyes shining with interest. In that case, these books must be written in hieroglyphs, right? Riveria smiled faintly and nodded. Exactly. Aina straightened up, understanding why Riveria had come to her. Ah, now I see. So, because I also understand that ancient script, you came to me. Riveria looked at her with hope. Yes, I need someone who can translate and help me understand their contents more quickly. Alone, it would take far too long. Aina tilted her head, thinking for a moment before asking. But aren't there others in the Loki familia who can read hieroglyphs? Riveria snorted softly and closed her eyes for a moment as if she had just heard something ridiculous. Huh, if you're referring to Loki, she can't focus on reading books like these at all. You know her, she'd rather relax, drink, and bother me than study something serious. Aina giggled at the resigned tone in Riveria's voice. True enough. Then what about A's? Riveria rolled her eyes before answering. A's? She only reads because I forced her to since she was a child. And trust me, she wouldn't touch these books unless I literally dragged her to them. Aina finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with one hand, her shoulders shaking slightly. Hurrah, so you really had no choice but to come to me, huh? Riveria looked at her with a flat expression before finally giving a small nod. Yes. So, will you help me? She asked, her voice slightly softer than before. Aina smiled, happy to be able to help her friend. She nodded with confidence. Of course, if you've come all this way and even brought all those books, how could I refuse? Riveria smiled slightly in relief. You're a great help, Aina. I truly appreciate it. Aina nodded again, then gently patted Riveria's hand. All right, let's start after dinner tonight. We'll probably be busy reading all night, won't we? Riveria nodded, feeling a little more at ease knowing that at least now she wouldn't be reading all those books alone. Chapter 112. Aina stood up from her seat and smoothed her skirt before smiling at Riveria. I'll start cooking dinner first. You can wait here, or if you want to start reading those books early, feel free. Riveria initially nodded in agreement, but suddenly, an idea popped into her head. She touched her chin with her fingers, thinking to herself. The magecraft Shirou taught me, especially reinforcement. I've mastered it enough, haven't I? I wonder if I can apply it to ingredients like Shirou does. If it works, will Aina notice the difference? This small challenge seemed intriguing to Riveria. Her smile widened slightly before she stood up and said, In that case, I'll help you cook. Aina, who had already taken a few steps toward the kitchen, stopped and turned around with a surprised expression. Huh? You want to help cook? Riveria nodded calmly. Yes, why not? Aina chuckled softly, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. That's unusual. Don't tell me that since you've fallen for someone, you've started wanting to appear more feminine, she teased with a clear, playful tone. Riveria snorted, her eyes narrowing as if feeling challenged. Huh. If anything, that person is far better at cooking than I am. Aina became even more interested and crossed her arms over her chest. Oh, so he's good at cooking too? Wow. I'm even more curious about who this man is. Riveria averted her gaze toward the kitchen, hiding her slightly flushed face. We're not discussing that. I said I wanted to help cook. So, let's get started. Aina chuckled again, but finally gave in. All right. I won't ask further, for now. She stepped into the kitchen, followed by Riveria, who seemed determined to try her magecraft experiment. Aina skillfully began gathering ingredients from the kitchen. She appeared accustomed to every movement, from washing vegetables to precisely cutting meat. Meanwhile, Riveria stood beside her, waiting for further instructions. Before they truly began, Riveria closed her eyes for a moment. She took a deep breath, then focused her mind. To activate her magic circuits, she used the mental trigger she had been practicing, a seed planted in the soil, slowly growing into a giant tree, its roots spreading and connecting her to the flow of power within her body. A warm sensation began to creep through her body. Like a small river finding its path, prana started flowing through every magic circuit she activated. Although it was still much slower compared to an experienced magus like Shirou, at least she could feel it clearly now. Riveria? Aina's slightly confused voice snapped Riveria out of her concentration. She opened her eyes and saw her friend looking at her with raised eyebrows. What are you doing? Aina asked while placing a pot on the stove. Riveria blinked for a moment before quickly shaking her head. It's nothing. I was just regulating my breathing. Let's start. Aina looked at her with slight suspicion, but eventually just shrugged. All right. Then, please chop this onion first. Riveria took the kitchen knife and the onion Aina handed her. She began slicing it, but at the same time, she secretly channeled prana into the ingredient. The reinforcement magecraft she had learned from Shirou started to take effect, though it required more effort to stabilize it. Every time she tried to enhance the texture and quality of the ingredients, the prana in her body felt slightly heavier to control compared to when she used it on her body or her staff. However, she persisted, slowly channeling the energy into every ingredient she touched, vegetables, meat, and even the water used for cooking. From the corner of her eye, Aina seemed to be observing her movements. Not because she noticed the magecraft, but because Riveria appeared slower and more awkward than usual. Are you okay? Aina asked while frying pieces of meat in the pan. You're usually not this tense, just chopping vegetables. Riveria tried to remain calm, though inside, she was slightly panicking. I just haven't cooked in a while. Aina let out a small laugh. So you really want to learn how to cook, huh? Seems like this person is very important to you, making you want to do things you rarely did before. Riveria tried to keep her face from showing too much expression. While continuing to slice the onion, she simply replied in a flat tone, You're overthinking it. Aina giggled softly before returning her focus to the cooking. Meanwhile, Riveria kept trying to channel reinforcement into every ingredient without drawing attention. However, without realizing it, her face began to show a slightly tense expression, which only made her appear even more awkward in Aina's eyes. After all the ingredients were chopped and prepared, Aina started the stove, while Riveria remained standing beside her, waiting for further instructions. The aroma of spices began to fill the kitchen as Aina poured oil into the heated pan. All right, now please stir this slowly, Aina said, handing a wooden spatula to Riveria. Riveria took the spatula with slight hesitation but eventually began stirring the ingredients in the pan as instructed. Small splashes of hot oil made her flinch slightly, but she held on, trying not to appear too awkward in front of her friend. From an outsider's perspective, the scene looked like two elf sisters cooking together in the kitchen. Both had long, shimmering green hair under the light, and their movements complemented each other, creating a beautiful harmony. Aina, who was more accustomed to the kitchen, skillfully managed all the ingredients, while Riveria, still somewhat stiff, tried to keep up with her friend's rhythm. Soon after, a delicious aroma began to waft through the room, signaling that their meal was almost ready. Aina smiled contentedly before turning off the heat and starting to plate the food. Before them now lay several elven dishes full of natural ingredients. A light green herbal soup with pieces of mushrooms and wild rabbit meat steamed warmly, emitting a soothing aroma of spices. Beside it, there was flatbread baked with a layer of honey and nuts, offering a mix of sweet and savory flavors. As the main dish, there was a large bowl of pasta made from wild wheat, served with a sauce made from forest vegetables and soft cheese. Riveria looked at the food in front of her with a slight sense of satisfaction. Although she couldn't claim to have contributed much to the cooking, at least she had tried something new. All right, let's eat, Aina said, carrying the dishes to the dining table. The two of them sat across from each other, enjoying the aroma of the food they had just made. With the kitchen still warm from the residual heat of the cooking and the herbal scent filling the room, their dinner felt more special this time. Riveria placed her hands on the table and looked at Aina with hope. Try it first, she said, trying to sound relaxed, though inside, she felt quite nervous. Aina nodded, took a spoon, and gently blew on the steaming herbal soup before slowly sipping it. Her eyes widened slightly, and she nodded with a smile. This is really delicious, Riveria, she said with a satisfied tone. Although she heard the compliment, Riveria still wasn't entirely confident about the results of her experiment. She leaned forward slightly and asked in a flat tone, How does it compare to your own cooking? Aina furrowed her brows, then took a piece of flatbread and dipped it into the soup before taking a bite. After that, she tried the pasta with the vegetable and cheese sauce. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the flavors meld on her tongue, before finally giving her opinion. The flavor is sharper. It's like the seasoning has penetrated more than usual, she said, looking at Riveria with slight surprise. Hearing that, Riveria held her breath for a moment before finally exhaling softly. Inside, she felt relieved. It worked, she thought. Her small experiment in applying reinforcement to the ingredients had borne fruit. Previously, she had worried that the results wouldn't be as good as Shirou's, who used the technique more naturally and efficiently. However, Riveria's calm didn't last long. Aina looked at her with a suspicious gaze, narrowing her eyes as if trying to read her thoughts. You did something, didn't you? She asked in a probing tone. Riveria shrugged, trying to remain calm. Just a little, secret recipe, she replied mysteriously. Aina raised an eyebrow, then let out a small laugh. Oh, so now you have a secret cooking technique, she said, taking another bite. I wonder where you learned this. Riveria simply smiled faintly and picked up her own spoon. She didn't tell Aina directly that her secret was a technique taught by a young man who had quietly stolen her heart. Riveria calmly scooped up some soup, letting the herbal aroma fill her nose before slowly sipping it. She smiled faintly, satisfied with the result, but her eyes glanced slightly at Aina, who still seemed curious. So, you really learned something new in cooking? From whom? Aina finally asked, putting down her spoon and looking at her longtime friend with great interest. Riveria shrugged with a mysterious attitude. From someone, she answered briefly before returning to her meal. Aina narrowed her eyes. Someone? She repeated, clearly unsatisfied with the vague answer. Don't tell me this is still related to the person you like. Riveria almost choked on her soup. Quickly, she took a sip of water to hide her surprise. That's not the issue, she deflected in a flat tone. Aina smiled triumphantly, but before she could press further, Riveria added, This technique is also related to the ancient books I brought. Aina furrowed her brows, looking at the large bag of books still leaning against the sofa. What do you mean? She asked curiously. Riveria simply smiled faintly and returned her focus to her meal. After we finish eating, I'll explain, she said casually, enjoying the confused expression on Aina's face. Aina sighed, knowing that Riveria was deliberately making her curious. However, she chose not to press further. All right, I'll wait, she said before returning to enjoy their meal. Even so, her curiosity grew stronger. What is the connection between the new cooking technique Riveria learned and the ancient books she brought? And more importantly, who exactly is this someone who taught her? After that conversation, the two of them continued their dinner in peace. Only the clinking of spoons and plates could be heard between them, accompanied by the warm aroma of the meal they had just made together. Aina occasionally glanced at Riveria, still curious about the secret her friend was keeping, but she chose to wait for the right time. Once their meal was finished, the two of them began cleaning up. The sound of running water came from the sink, accompanied by the soft clinking of plates and bowls being stacked back. Riveria took a dishcloth, helping Aina dry the washed dishes. You're not bad, Aina commented with a smile. You didn't even want to touch dirty dishes before. Riveria just let out a soft snort. People change. After everything was done, they returned to the living room. Aina took a seat on the sofa while Riveria sat gracefully beside her. The large bag Riveria had brought was still next to the sofa, drawing Aina's attention as she remained curious about its connection to the cooking technique they had discussed earlier. All right, Riveria. Aina looked at her friend seriously. Now explain, what did you mean by the cooking technique being related to these ancient books? She then leaned forward, opened the large bag, and began peeking inside. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw a stack of old books with thick covers, some adorned with ancient hieroglyphs that could only be read by those who understood the language of ancient civilizations. Wait. Aina picked up one of the books and looked at Riveria in confusion. Don't tell me all these books are filled with ancient cooking recipes. Riveria smiled faintly, then shook her head. No, this isn't about cooking recipes, she answered in a more serious tone. She then looked at Aina intently, her expression firmer than before. But before I explain further, I want you to promise to keep what I'm about to say a secret. Aina swallowed. The sudden change in Riveria's tone made the atmosphere heavier. She could feel that this wasn't just an ordinary matter. With slight hesitation, she put down the book in her hand and looked directly into Riveria's eyes. All right, I promise, she said softly but firmly. Riveria sighed, in her heart reconsidering whether this was the right decision. However, she was sure Shirou wouldn't mind if Aina knew about this. After all, she had already told Shirou beforehand that she would be staying at Aina's house to research ancient elf magic. If there was anyone she could trust besides the members of the Loki Familia, it was Aina. All right, she said, finally making up her mind. What I'm about to explain isn't just about these books, but also about something unknown to people in this world, a technique different from the magic we usually use. Aina became even more immersed in her curiosity, waiting patiently for Riveria to continue. Riveria took a deep breath before speaking. Her eyes looked straight at Aina, making sure her friend was truly ready to hear something that might change her perspective on the concept of magic. Magecraft, Riveria said in a flat, yet meaningful tone. Aina furrowed her brows. Magecraft? She repeated, feeling strange with the term she had never heard before. That's a foreign word to me. What does it mean? Magecraft is a form of magic different from what we know, Riveria explained calmly. It doesn't come from the fauna given by the gods, nor is it magic inherited naturally like elf magic. Aina leaned back on the sofa, digesting the information. So, is it like elf magic? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Magic that can be used without joining a familia? Riveria nodded but quickly added, yes, in some ways, it's similar. But magecraft has significant differences compared to both elf magic and magic derived from fauna. Aina immediately leaned forward, her eyes shining with curiosity. Oh, what kind of differences? I can't use magic, but if it's something related to you, I want to know more. Riveria smiled faintly, pleased to see her friend so interested. She knew Aina always had a great sense of curiosity, especially about things related to knowledge or something beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Magecraft is different because its system isn't tied to the blessings of the gods, she continued. And more importantly, its limitations aren't as strict as regular magic. Aina furrowed her brows. Not as strict? What do you mean? Riveria crossed her arms and began to explain further. You know that adventurers usually can only use a few types of magic they obtain from fauna, right? Aina nodded. Yes, most only have 1 to 3 spells, except for those who are truly special like Lafia or you, who can have more. Exactly, Riveria nodded. But magecraft doesn't have that limitation. A magus, the term for a magecraft user, can learn various types of magic without being restricted by a specific number. As long as they have the ability and understanding, they can continue to grow. Aina fell silent for a moment, processing the information. To her, this was a very new and intriguing concept. As someone who sometimes spent time at the guild and heard so much information about magic and adventurers, She had never imagined there was another magic system outside of what was given by fauna or inherited naturally by certain races. So, Magecraft users can learn many spells without limits? She asked, her voice filled with admiration. Riveria nodded. Correct. But that also means the training is much harder than simply obtaining magic from fauna. Aina narrowed her eyes. Then, who taught you this magecraft? She asked in a probing tone. Riveria let out a soft sigh, picking up the teacup that had started to cool on the table and taking a sip before answering casually. Someone who understands it far better than I do. Aina immediately leaned closer, her eyes shining with curiosity. Don't tell me. It's also the person you like. Riveria was surprised again upon hearing the question. She quickly put down her cup and glanced at Aina with a sharp look, her elf ears slightly reddening. Aina just giggled, pleased to tease her friend. Hey, you were the one who said I had to keep this a secret. But isn't it more interesting if I know all the details? Riveria massaged her temples, realizing that Aina wouldn't stop asking if she didn't divert the conversation. Back to the topic, she said firmly. I want to research magecraft further, especially how it compares to the ancient elf magic in these books. Aina sighed, but her smile remained. All right. But later I'll still ask you about that person. Riveria just sighed in resignation. Tonight was going to be a long night. Chapter 113. Riveria began to take out the ancient books from the large bag her supporter had brought, one by one, carefully stacking them on the table. Aina watched with great curiosity, but then her expression changed as if a new realization had struck her. Wait, don't tell me this secret recipe you used in cooking earlier. Was that magecraft? She asked, her eyes slightly wide. Riveria turned to Aina and raised an eyebrow before nodding casually. Yes, exactly. It's a magecraft technique called reinforcement. Aina folded her arms and gave Riveria a scrutinizing look. So, you weren't just experimenting with cooking earlier, but you were actually testing how far this magecraft could affect the ingredients? Riveria shrugged with a faint smile. More or less. I wanted to know if my reinforcement could enhance the flavor and quality of the food, and it worked. Aina nodded, then without hesitation asked, in that case, can you show me this magecraft again? But not for cooking this time. I want to see another example. Riveria looked at Aina for a moment, considering the request. All right, she said, leaning back on the sofa. The technique I used earlier is more flexible than most magic. Its function is to strengthen or enhance a specific aspect of an object. It can be applied to various things, not just food. Aina quickly caught on. So, the ingredients tasted richer because you reinforced them with reinforcement, she said, recalling the experience of tasting the food they had cooked together. That explains why you looked a bit awkward while cooking. You weren't just busy chopping and stirring, but also trying to apply magecraft at the same time, right? Riveria cleared her throat, feeling slightly teased. Yes, more or less, she said with a half-annoyed tone. Aina giggled softly, but her eyes still sparkled with curiosity. All right, now show me something more obvious. Riveria let out a slow breath as she thought for a moment. She then recalled a sweet memory, the first time Shirou had demonstrated reinforcement in front of her. She could still picture how calmly the young man had channeled prana into a glass and dropped it without it breaking. Mimicking that memory, Riveria grabbed a glass she had just used to drink tea and held it up in front of Aina. Aina, who was arranging books on the table, immediately put down the book in her hand and stared at the glass with curiosity. What are you going to do? Just watch, Riveria replied briefly. She then closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and began to activate her magic circuits. In her mind, she imagined a small seed growing into a giant tree, a metaphor she used to activate the flow of prana in her body. As the prana began to flow, she carefully directed it to the glass in her hand. Slowly, a faint greenish light appeared on the surface of the glass, forming glowing lines that connected like intricate patterns only understandable to those who knew magecraft. Aina was silent, her eyes wide as she witnessed this phenomenon for the first time. The glass is glowing? Riveria simply nodded slightly, and without warning, she released the glass from her grasp. Riveria, wait. Aina reflexively closed her eyes, expecting the glass to shatter into pieces on the floor. However, instead of the sound of breaking glass, all that was heard was a soft thud, like something falling onto a smooth surface. Aina slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to see that the glass had not broken. Instead, it merely bounced lightly on the floor before finally coming to a stop on the wooden surface. What? Aina exclaimed, quickly bending down to pick up the glass. She examined it from all angles, but there wasn't a single crack. Riveria crossed her arms with a satisfied expression. Reinforcement doesn't just enhance the taste of food, but it can also make objects more durable, she explained. This glass, for example. With magecraft, I can make it strong enough to withstand impacts that would normally destroy it. Aina was still in awe, then looked at her friend with admiration. This is amazing. You just learned this from someone, right? Riveria nodded, her eyes hinting at something hard to interpret. Yes, I'm still far from perfect, but this is a good first step. Aina placed the glass back on the table, her expression full of interest. I had no idea there was a magic system like this. And what's even more surprising, you can use it. Riveria smiled faintly. I didn't expect it either at first. But the more I delve into it, the more I see its potential. Aina leaned back on the sofa, her mind racing. In that case, how about we continue this discussion by reading the ancient books you brought? She said, looking at the stack of books on the table. Riveria nodded in agreement. Tonight would be a long night, filled with new knowledge ready to be explored. Aina let out a long sigh as she looked at the pile of ancient books covering the table in front of her. Riveria, you really brought a lot of books. I don't even know where to start, she said, reaching out to carefully pick up one of the books. She tried to read the title, but immediately frowned. Hey, Analysitis, Archaea, Magica? She squinted and looked at Riveria. I didn't misread that, did I? Riveria smiled faintly. Almost correct. It means analysis of ancient magic in high elf language. Aina sighed in relief. All right, that sounds heavy. What about this one? She picked up another book. Elithier Nomina. What does that mean? Riveria glanced at the cover before answering. It means Song of Spirits. The book is about the relationship between elves and spirits and how spirit-based magic is used in rituals. Aina nodded slowly, still trying to digest all this information. She then looked at Riveria with a serious expression. So, which topic do you want to focus on first? Riveria placed the glass back on the table and pondered for a moment. She knew that her initial purpose for bringing these books wasn't just to study the history or theory of ancient elf magic. She wanted to find something deeper, perhaps even something that could bridge magecraft and her ancestral magic. I want to delve deeper into the legacy of my ancestors' magic, she finally answered. There might be something in the ancient elf magic heritage that can be adapted to the magecraft I'm studying. Aina looked at her with raised eyebrows. Wait, is the magecraft teaching from someone not enough for you? Riveria shook her head slowly, then looked at the table with a slightly softer expression. In her mind, the image of a red-haired young man with determined eyes appeared. Shirou, it's not that simple, she said after a moment. That person, he has a very specialized magecraft. His natural element is the sword. It's something very unique, even in the world of magecraft. Aina narrowed her eyes, trying to understand Riveria's meaning. So, you mean, he can only teach things related to swords? Riveria nodded. More or less. Mastering magecraft isn't like training in martial arts, which anyone can learn with enough practice. Magecraft is closely tied to who the user is, how they were born, and their natural element. I seem to have a different element from him, so I have to find my own path. Aina pondered for a moment before smiling faintly. That means you're really serious about this, huh? Riveria looked at her friend with full confidence. Of course, if I want to understand and develop my magical abilities further, I have to do this research myself. Aina looked at the books on the table and then smiled slightly. All right, then let's get started. I might not understand everything, but at least I can help you read these books together. Riveria smiled softly. Thank you, Aina. That means a lot to me. That night, they began to open the pages of the ancient books, diving into a sea of long-hidden knowledge. The night grew late, but Riveria and Aina were still sitting in the living room, immersed in the pile of ancient books scattered on the table. The magic lights illuminating the room had begun to dim, their light flickering with the night breeze coming through the slightly open window. Riveria sighed, her eyes squinting as she tried to understand the series of writings in one of the books open in front of her. These letters, the more we read, the harder they are to understand. She rubbed her temples with her fingers, trying to fight off the drowsiness that was beginning to take over. Aina, sitting next to her, snorted softly. We won't be able to finish this if we keep guessing. I'll get something. She got up from her chair and walked to her room. Shortly after, she returned with a thick, dusty book in her hands. Riveria looked at her in confusion. What's that? Aina smiled slightly before placing the book on the table with a loud thud. An ancient elf hieroglyph dictionary. I bought it a few years ago out of curiosity, but I rarely used it. Seems like this is the right time. Riveria looked at the dictionary with a glimmer of hope. Maybe this will help. They returned to the books, now occasionally flipping through the dictionary to try and translate the words they didn't understand. However, the more they tried, the more they realized that these books were more difficult than they had anticipated. This isn't about magic at all, Riveria murmured after a few hours had passed. She put down her book wearily, staring at the page she had just read. Elf history, ancestor lists, genealogy. All of this is interesting, but it doesn't help my research. Aina, who also looked tired, nodded in agreement. We've read a few books, and we're still getting nowhere. She closed one of the books she had just finished reading, then stretched her body. You've been yawning for a while, Riveria. How about we just take a break? Riveria was indeed feeling tired, but part of her still wanted to keep reading. However, as she was about to protest, an overwhelming drowsiness hit her. She closed her eyes for a moment, sighed, and then nodded slowly. All right, maybe a break is the best option. Aina smiled contentedly. Good. You can sleep in my room tonight. We can continue tomorrow. Besides, I'm just a housewife, so I have plenty of free time to help you. Riveria looked at her with slight surprise, then smiled softly. Thank you, Aina. I really appreciate it. They tidied up the scattered books, turned off the lights, and headed to Aina's room. The night grew later, and silence enveloped the house. Tomorrow, they would continue their search, hoping that, among the pile of ancient books, they would finally find something truly valuable. Riveria followed Aina's steps to the bedroom, though there was a slight awkwardness creeping into her. This was Aina and her husband's private room, and even though they had been friends for a long time, there was still a sense of respect that couldn't be ignored. However, Aina didn't seem to mind. As they entered, the room was illuminated by the soft light of a magic stone lamp installed on the wall. The bluish-purple light emitted a comforting warmth, creating a cozy atmosphere in the room. Riveria looked around, noticing the shelves filled with books and some household trinkets that reflected Aina's peaceful life. "Don't be so stiff, Riveria," Aina said casually with a smile. "It's been a long time since we slept together like this. Back in the palace, we often shared a bed when we studied all night, right?" Riveria sighed and smiled faintly. "That was years ago," she said, but she finally gave in and nodded. "All right, I'll try to relax." They began to change clothes, with Aina pulling out an extra nightgown for Riveria. "Good thing our sizes aren't too different," Aina said as she handed over the clothes. Riveria took it and began to remove her robe and cloak, revealing her smooth skin and well-trained body despite rarely engaging in direct physical combat. As she stood there in just her undergarments, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Her eyes sparkled as if she had found an interesting idea. "Aha!" she exclaimed suddenly. Aina, who was tidying her hair after removing her clothes, turned in confusion. "What is it, Riveria?" However, what Riveria did next made Aina panic slightly. With a casual movement, she removed her bra, letting it fall to the floor. Riveria, what are you doing?" Aina quickly turned away, her face slightly red. Riveria simply smiled calmly. "Don't misunderstand. I have an idea. I want you to help me copy something." Aina was still confused, but she tried to calm herself. "Copy something? What do you mean?" Riveria sat down on the bed and turned to Aina. "I'm going to activate my magic circuits and a symbol will appear on my back. I want you to copy it onto parchment." Aina frowned. "A symbol? You mean your familia's crest? Your status?" Riveria shook her head, then explained. "No, this is something different. When I spoke with that person, he told me that my magic circuits aren't like most maguses. Their shape is more like ancient runes rather than normal circuit paths." Hearing that, Aina finally understood a little. She grabbed some parchment and a pen from the bedside table, then sat behind Riveria, who had turned her back to her. "All right, I'm ready. But this is a bit weird, isn't it?" Riveria just smiled. "Don't worry. We're just doing research. Now, I'll begin." In the silence of the room illuminated by the magic stone lamp, Riveria closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly, she began to activate her magic circuits, and something extraordinary happened. As Riveria activated her magic circuits, a soft light began to emanate from her back. Glowing lines slowly appeared, forming patterns that became clearer as the prana flowed through her body. The symbol etched into her skin resembled a large tree with intricate branching roots, like a living ancient rune calligraphy. Riveria swept her green hair forward, gathering it at her chest to make her back clearly visible. The yellow ribbon that usually tied her ponytail had shifted slightly, letting her long hair fall freely to the side. She then turned to Aina, who was still transfixed by the symbol on her back. "This is incredible," Aina murmured with sparkling eyes, her hands trembling slightly in awe. "I've never seen anything like this before." "But, Riveria, these runes are too intricate. I think it'll take quite a while to copy them accurately." Casually, she then lay face down on the bed, letting her back be fully visible to Aina. Her large chest pressed against the bed, and she propped her head up by folding her arms under her chin. "We have all night if needed." Aina swallowed. "You're really relaxed," she muttered, but she still climbed onto the bed and sat next to Riveria. Wearing only her undergarments, she felt a bit strange doing this, but her curiosity outweighed her awkwardness. She picked up the parchment and pen, ready to start copying the glowing runes on her friend's back. "All right, I'll start now." The atmosphere in the room was calm, filled only with the sound of the pen scratching on the parchment and their breathing. Aina concentrated fully, trying to capture the intricate details of the runes, while Riveria remained still, letting Aina work. Despite the slight awkwardness, both of them remained focused on their goal. The night continued to pass, and the soft glow of the runes remained, bearing witness to the research they were conducting together. As she continued to copy the glowing symbols on Riveria's back, Aina tried to lighten the atmosphere that was starting to feel too quiet. "So, how did you manage to activate these runes for the first time? Did you just think about something, and they lit up like that?" she asked curiously. Riveria, still lying face down, enjoying the softness of Aina's bed, let out a slow breath before answering, "Actually, I couldn't activate my magic circuits on my own. Someone helped me open them for the first time." Aina glanced at Riveria briefly while still focusing on copying the runes with her hand. "That person again? I'm getting more and more curious. How did he do it?" Riveria paused for a moment, recalling her first experience of opening her magic circuits. She could still feel the terrifying sensation that pierced every nerve in her body at that time. "Before he knew I had magic circuits, he taught me another method, using my nervous system as my magic pathway." Anna stopped her pen for a moment and turned to Riveria with a furrowed brow. Using your nervous system? That sounds weird. But how hard was it really? Riveria took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if trying to dispel the unpleasant memory. It was very painful, she said briefly, her voice slightly trembling as she remembered how excruciating the experience was. I couldn't endure it for more than a few seconds. It felt like my entire body was burning from the inside. Anna resumed copying, though this time, she was a bit more careful not to press the pen too hard on the parchment. That sounds terrifying. So what about him? Did he use it too? Riveria didn't answer immediately. Her mind drifted to the image of that young man, remembering how his expression remained calm even as he explained the painful method as if it were nothing. Compared to me, who could only endure it for a short time, he had been using it for years to train his magecraft. She said softly. Anna could sense the admiration in her friend's voice. She didn't mention his name, but it was clear that Riveria deeply respected this person. Anna smiled slightly and continued copying the symbols more leisurely. So, if it weren't for these ancient runes, you might still have to endure that pain? Riveria nodded slightly. Fortunately, I have these ancient runes. They function like normal magic circuits, so I don't have to use my nerves as magic pathways anymore. Anna squinted mischievously. But, if he was the one who helped you activate your magic circuits then? She shifted her gaze to Riveria's bare back, then her smile widened. Don't tell me he also saw you half-naked like this. Riveria's ears turned bright red in an instant. She bit her lip and tried to turn toward Anna, but her position made it impossible. Anna, she exclaimed in a scolding tone. Anna chuckled softly, then added in a teasing voice, he's so lucky. If the elves found out that someone from another race had touched their princess's body, I'm sure they'd hunt him down out of jealousy. Before Riveria could respond, Anna playfully gave a gentle squeeze to the side of her friend's breast, which was resting against the bed. I know. Riveria immediately protested in a muffled voice, her body tensing slightly from Anna's mischief. Anna just giggled, satisfied with the reaction. Relax, I'm just joking. You're too tense, Riveria. Riveria let out a long sigh and closed her eyes for a moment, trying to calm herself. Really, sometimes I forget that you can be even more mischievous than I thought. Of course, Anna replied with a triumphant smile. A friend has to be able to entertain, right? Riveria could only shake her head in resignation. Anna was still Anna. Chapter 114. Anna, who had been kneeling beside Riveria, finally finished her task. Carefully, she placed the pen and parchment on her lap and let out a relieved sigh. Done, she said, straightening her back, which had started to ache from being hunched over for so long. Hearing this, Riveria's eyelids, which had been closed, immediately fluttered open. Her bright green eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, she rose from her prone position, leaving behind the warmth of the sheets where she had been resting. As she moved, she suddenly realized something: she was still topless. Instinctively, her right hand quickly covered her ample chest, while her left hand reached out toward Anna. Give it to me, she said with a hopeful tone, almost like a child asking for a gift. Anna sighed at her friend's excitement. Instead of handing over the parchment right away, she bent down and picked something up from the floor, a black bra that Riveria had discarded earlier. Without a word, she tossed the undergarment right onto Riveria's face. Put this on first, she said firmly. Riveria paused for a moment, feeling the soft fabric now covering her face. MMPH. Anna, she mumbled, slightly annoyed by the sudden surprise. No buts, Anna said, folding her arms across her chest. You know I can't let you read something in that state. At least put your bra on before we continue. Riveria sighed, then obediently took the bra and began putting it back on. She was used to Anna's motherly nature. She had always acted like an older sister, looking out for her since they were young. Once she was done, she turned back to Anna, who was now smiling faintly. You really haven't changed, Riveria, Anna said, shaking her head. When something catches your interest, everything else just fades away. You don't even care about the elegant image you usually project in front of others. Riveria could only smile faintly, not denying it. I guess that's just how I am, she said lightly. She then extended her hand again, this time more calmly. Now, may I see it? Anna finally handed over the parchment, and Riveria accepted it with a look of intense curiosity. Riveria gazed at the parchment in her hands with admiration. Drawn on it was an intricate tree-like pattern, every line and curve resembling part of a sacred calligraphy. So, this is what it looks like, she murmured softly, almost as if speaking to herself. As an elf who had spent her life studying magic, she had never imagined that such a beautiful and complex pattern was hidden within her own body. Each branch of the tree looked like a flow of energy, like pulsating veins. So this is what Shirou saw. When he first activated my magic circuits, she thought to herself, her face heating up as she recalled that incident. Beside her, Anna leaned over to look at the copied result. Her eyes narrowed as she examined the intricate lines. This is too complicated, she said, tapping her chin with the pen. We'll have to separate each ancient hieroglyph if we want to understand its meaning. Riveria nodded quickly, her face glowing with excitement. All right, we have to finish this tonight, she declared firmly. The drowsiness that had been creeping up on her vanished without a trace, replaced by a burning curiosity. However, Anna could only let out a long sigh and shake her head. I knew it, she said resignedly. But aren't you satisfied with just copying it? It's better if we put on our nightgowns and continue tomorrow. Riveria glanced at Aina and chuckled softly. Why? It's just the two of us here, right? It's fine if we're just in our underwear, she said casually. Her hand moved to tidy up the strands of her green hair that had fallen to the side. Then she added, in the meantime, could you grab the hieroglyph dictionary from earlier? Anna looked at her friend, who seemed so enthusiastic, and let out a long sigh. She glanced at her own body, currently clad only in a white set of underwear. She honestly couldn't understand how Riveria, who always appeared so elegant and dignified in public, could be so nonchalant in such a situation. All right, she said, raising both hands in surrender. Wait a moment. I'll get it from the living room. Without another word, Anna got up from the bed, her footsteps light as she walked out of the room toward the living room where she had left the dictionary earlier. Meanwhile, Riveria continued to gaze at the parchment in her hands, a small smile on her face. Not long after, the sound of light footsteps approached. Anna returned to the room carrying a thick, worn-out dictionary, along with 2 rolls of parchment and a pair of pens. I brought you a parchment and pen, too, so we can each take notes, she said with a smile. Riveria, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed with the room tree parchment spread out on her lap, looked up and accepted the pen and parchment with a nod of thanks. Her eyes remained fixed on the intricate lines in front of her, trying to make sense of the pattern. Anna climbed onto the bed and sat beside Riveria. They placed the parchment with the tree-shaped rune in the middle so both could see it clearly. Carefully, Anna opened the ancient elf hieroglyph dictionary she had brought, flipping through the pages until she reached the section that might relate to the rune. All right, let's start from the top, Riveria murmured, touching one of the branches of the rune with her finger. The scene in the room was a contrast yet harmonious. 2 elves with long green hair sat side by side on the bed, their eyes focused intently on the parchment between them. Riveria, clad in black underwear, looked different from the elegant figure others usually saw. Her eyes sparkled with academic enthusiasm, her face slightly tilted forward, her lips occasionally moving as she read silently or whispered something she was trying to understand. Her research fervor burned brightly, as if she wouldn't let any mystery of the rune remain unsolved tonight. On the other hand, Aina, in white underwear, gave off a more maternal vibe. Although she still looked young physically, the fact that she had 2 daughters nearing adulthood was evident in the way she carried herself. Her face radiated calmness and patience, 2 traits she seemed to always possess in any situation, including calming her overly enthusiastic friend. They both began writing down their thoughts on their respective parchments, discussing each part of the rune. Every word they identified was immediately noted and compared with references from the dictionary. It took a while, but slowly, the meaning of the rune's calligraphy began to unfold. After a long time, they finally managed to piece together the words from the hieroglyphs written in the tree pattern. Riveria let out a long sigh, then wrote down the rough translation they had compiled together. Biel hielf senelik bo ield and unsred, see worda sy lef seat. She glanced at Aina with a satisfied expression. We did it, she whispered softly, almost disbelieving that they had managed to decipher it this far. Aina smiled and stretched slightly. Now all that's left is to translate it into a language we can better understand, she said, picking up the dictionary again. Let's hope the meaning isn't too complicated. Aina and Riveria stared at the sentence they had just pieced together, trying to understand its meaning more deeply. They knew that translating word by word wasn't enough. They had to ensure that the meaning made sense in the context of elf history and culture. All right, let's start with the first part, Aina murmured, moving her index finger along the ancient words on the parchment. Biel hielf senelik. Biel means blood, hielfs means high elf, and senelik means noble or royal lineage. Riveria nodded. So this part means the blood of high elf nobility. Aina wrote it down on a separate parchment, then continued to the next part. Bo ield and unsred. Bo is a form of to be, or to exist. Ield means old or ancient, and unsred. She frowned, searching for the word in the dictionary. It means unfading or unweakening. So it means is ancient and unfading, Riveria concluded, tapping the pen on the bed. Aina smiled faintly. Yes, that makes sense so far. Then the last part. See worda sy lef seat. Say means he who, worda is maker or creator, sy lef means himself, and asip. Riveria glanced at the dictionary. The past tense of to shape, or to create. Aina nodded, writing down their translation in more modern Koine. The blood of high elf nobility is ancient and unfading, shaped by the creator himself. Both of them fell silent for a moment, digesting the meaning behind the sentence. This sentence. Aina murmured softly, her gaze slightly distant. It sounds like something related to the origin of the elf race. There's a legend that says elves were created directly by the gods. Riveria looked at her friend and nodded slowly, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. That is a legend often told, but the problem is, we don't know which god is being referred to. Or is it more than one? Aina nodded slightly, rubbing her eyes, which were starting to feel heavy. Yes, it could be more than one. But this is too deep for us to discuss now. She yawned widely, her eyes half closed. Home. I'm starting to get sleepy, Riveria. How about we rest for now? Riveria glanced at Aina, who was starting to sound tired, and smiled faintly. All right, but just for a bit. Lie face down, Aina. Aina opened one eye in confusion. Huh? What for? Riveria only smiled mysteriously, gesturing with her hand. Aina sighed in resignation and lay face down on the bed. What are you up to, Riveria? She asked in a sleepy voice. Riveria didn't answer immediately, only grinning slightly as she rubbed her hands, preparing to do something. As Aina began to feel sleepiness overtake her, she suddenly felt something strange on her back. A soft sensation as the clasp of her white bra came undone. Her eyes shot open, and her body tensed. Riveria, she exclaimed, quickly trying to hold the loosened fabric against her body. Riveria, still sitting behind her with a calm expression, only smiled faintly. Don't panic, Aina. I just want to check something. Aina looked back at her with suspicious eyes. Check what? And why did you have to undo my bra? She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, her face starting to turn red. Riveria let out a slow sigh. Based on the parchment earlier, this rune seems to be a blessing for high elves. I just want to confirm something. Aina huffed in annoyance, trying to adjust her prone position but still letting Riveria speak. I'm not a noble like you, Riveria. You're a direct descendant of the elf family, while I. Riveria took the parchment containing the tree-shaped rune and placed it beside Aina's smooth, white back. That's true, she said softly. But even though you don't have a family name like elf, you're still a pure high elf. Your blood is still connected to the ancient lineage, just like mine. Aina fell silent for a moment, unable to deny Riveria's words. She knew that the high elf blood within her was still special, regardless of whether she came from a noble family or not. Letting out a long sigh, she finally gave in. All right. But you still have to explain what you're going to do. Riveria smiled contentedly, feeling that Aina was finally willing to cooperate. I'm going to use a magecraft called structural analysis. It's a technique that allows someone to read the structure of an object, or, in this case, your body. I want to see if this rune also appears on you. Aina raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. Another magecraft technique, huh? This is the first time I've heard of something like this. She then sighed and pressed her face into the bed. But, will it hurt? Riveria, who had already prepared her magecraft, extended her hand and began gently stroking Aina's back. Don't worry, she said in a soothing voice. It will only feel like a slight tingle. I'll do it slowly. Aina bit her lip, still feeling a bit awkward, but eventually closed her eyes and let Riveria proceed. All right. I trust you, Riveria. With a small smile on her face, Riveria began channeling her magical energy, ready to find out if the ancient rune also existed within her friend. Riveria began channeling prana to the tip of her finger and gently touched Aina's back. As soon as the flow of magical energy entered her friend's body, Aina shivered. I can really feel it. She murmured, her voice slightly trembling. The warm, pulsating sensation spread across her entire back, almost like a gentle electric current tickling her skin. Riveria's eyes narrowed as she focused on observing Aina's back. A moment later, her green pupils dilated, and her expression changed to one of surprise. Found it, she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. She quickly compared her findings with the copied rune on the parchment. The shape was completely identical. The ancient, swirling lines forming the tree pattern were clearly visible on Aina's back, though unlike hers, the rune seemed to be inactive. Aina, still lying face down, quickly sat up. With a bit of haste, she reattached her white bra while looking at Riveria with great anticipation. So, what does this mean? Can I use magecraft like you do? She asked hopefully. Riveria nodded slowly. Yes, most likely. This rune seems to indicate that you have the same potential. She then paused before continuing with a slightly hesitant tone. But the problem is, I'm not good at activating magic circuits myself. I'm not like that guy who can do it so easily like. Riveria stopped herself before finishing the sentence, but Aina had already caught her drift. A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she folded her arms under her chest. Oh, so you mean I need that guy you like to activate my magic circuits? She then rested her chin on her palm with a teasing expression. But, if that's the case, someone might get jealous, you know. Riveria raised an eyebrow. Jealous? Aina smiled broadly, then leaned closer to Riveria. Yes, my husband, of course. I'm not sure he'd be happy if he knew another man was touching his wife's back while she's half naked, even if it's for a magic ritual. Riveria smiled faintly, understanding Aina's point. That's true. You're married, so that would definitely be a problem, she said calmly. However, Aina wasn't done. She tilted her head with a meaningful expression, then added in a teasing tone, but it's not just my husband who would get jealous. You'd probably feel bothered, too, if your crush got cozy with me, right? GH. Riveria choked slightly, her body tensing up a bit. She tried to maintain her neutral expression, but Aina's words had hit a nerve. In her heart, she remembered something, or rather, someone. The scene flashed back in her mind. When Shirou examined the rune on Lafia's back. At that time, Riveria had only observed from a distance, pretending not to care. But there was something strange she felt when she saw it. A feeling that was hard to describe, something that unsettled her heart. However, unlike Aina and herself, Lafia wasn't a high elf. That's why the rune on her back was incomplete, unlike theirs. Riveria let out a long sigh and tried to ignore the strange feeling that had resurfaced. I don't know what you're talking about, she finally said, turning away to hide her expression. Aina only chuckled softly, feeling satisfied that she had successfully teased her friend. Well, I'll just take that as an indirect confession. Riveria could only close her eyes and take a deep breath. Today has been exhausting. Riveria exhaled deeply before letting her body fall back onto the bed casually. Her eyes were half closed, but there was a small smile at the corner of her lips as she spoke. No need to worry about that, Aina. You don't need that guy to activate your magic circuits. I'll learn from him, so no one needs to be jealous. Her tone sounded casual, but still, she was reluctant to mention the name of the guy she was referring to. In her mind, she thought Shirou probably wouldn't mind. She was sure of it. Shirou was someone who didn't overthink things like this. He would just focus on what he could help with, without any ulterior motives. Aina raised an eyebrow while crossing her arms. Yeah, I know. Besides, you're already used to learning magecraft from that guy you like, right? She said teasingly. Riveria didn't respond. She only hugged Aina's pillow tightly and closed her eyes, choosing to ignore her friend's teasing. Aina let out a long sigh. She glanced at their bodies, still clad only in underwear, and although she didn't mind much, the night breeze from the window made her feel a bit cold. With a casual movement, Aina lay down beside Riveria, then pulled the blanket from the side of the bed and covered them both. Let's just sleep. I'm sure you'll be even more excited to discuss this again tomorrow. Riveria didn't reply, only mumbling something indistinct before finally feeling comfortable under the warmth of the blanket. The night grew late, and in that room, two elves who were very different in nature but bound by a deep friendship finally fell asleep, their minds still filled with questions about the mysterious rune they had just discovered. Chapter 115. The following days, Riveria spent her time at Aina's house, burying herself in research that seemed to lead nowhere. Together with her friend, she went through page after page of ancient high elf books she had brought to Aina's house, hoping to find something that could help her better understand the ancient rune on her back. Aina's husband seemed to understand the importance of their research. He was almost never at home, whether due to his busy schedule or because he intentionally gave them space. Riveria appreciated this gesture, as it meant she didn't have to feel guilty for staying at her friend's house for so long. However, despite spending several days on their research, they still came up empty-handed. Many of the ancient books they read turned out to focus more on the history and culture of the High Elves rather than the magic Riveria could use. Some books even felt more like collections of poetry or travel journals rather than tomes related to magecraft. Riveria finally closed the book in front of her with a hint of frustration. It seems we need to look for other sources. Out of everything we've read, not a single thing is relevant to my magecraft. Aina sighed, also feeling tired. Honestly, I feel like most of these books are just old stories that don't even mention things like the runes we're discussing. It was already late afternoon when Riveria finally decided to return to the Loki Familia headquarters. She stood up, straightened her cloak, and then turned to Aina. It seems I should head back. I can't leave the Loki Familia for too long. Aina nodded, understanding her friend's intentions. All right, but before you go, do you want me to send a message to your father? Maybe he could send more ancient books to Orario. Riveria's eyes sparkled slightly at the suggestion. That's a good idea. Please convey my request to King Larfel. If there are any other books that can be sent, I'd like to study them. Aina gave a faint smile. Later, I'll go to the guild and make an official request to a messenger familia like the Hermes Familia. They should be able to deliver the message quickly. Riveria nodded in satisfaction, feeling relieved that her efforts wouldn't be in vain. Before leaving, she took Aina's hand and pulled her into a hug. All right, Aina, I can always count on you. Aina hugged her back, gently patting her back. Be careful on your way, Riveria. Don't push yourself too hard. Before stepping out of Aina's house, Riveria calmly adjusted her cloak's hood, making sure it covered most of her long green hair. She then grabbed the supporter bag hanging near the door, even though it was empty since all the ancient books they had studied over the past few days had been taken out and left at Aina's house. As she saw Riveria preparing to leave, Aina, who was still sitting relaxed in her chair, leaned back with her arms crossed. You don't need to take those books, she said casually. If you want to continue your research, just come back here. I can keep helping you translate them, right? Riveria looked at her friend for a moment before nodding softly. Thank you, Aina. That would be a great help. Then, with a slightly more confident tone, she added, when I come back here next time, I'm sure I'll be able to activate your magic circuit. Hearing this, Aina raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. She leaned closer to the table and said in a teasing tone, well then, don't forget to say hello to your magecraft teacher for me. Riveria, who was almost at the door, suddenly stopped. Her body tensed for a moment, and although her face wasn't visible from Aina's angle, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. With a slightly hesitant voice, she half turned and looked at Aina with narrowed eyes. Why are you suddenly asking me to say hello to him? Aina giggled softly, clearly enjoying the moment. Because I'm curious, she said lightly. Besides, I want to know if you'll tell me his name directly or keep avoiding mentioning it like before. Riveria sighed, realizing that Aina could always read her expressions better than anyone else. However, instead of responding to the teasing, she asked another question. If I may ask, why do you want to learn magecraft yourself? Isn't it different from the magic that elves can learn? Aina leaned her head back on the chair, seeming to think for a moment before answering softly. I want to make my cooking taste better for my husband. Riveria blinked, slightly surprised by such a simple answer. Cooking. Aina smiled, her eyes full of warmth. Yes, I still remember how you used magecraft to enhance the flavor of our meals. And honestly, I've never heard of magic being able to do the same. If magecraft can help me make something more delicious for my husband, then I want to try it. Riveria was silent for a moment, then slowly smiled. Ina's answer was typical of her, simple, straightforward, and full of genuine, heartfelt affection. All right, she finally said. I'll keep that in mind as I continue my studies. With those words, Riveria finally stepped out of Ina's house, leaving her friend with a promise to return. Thanks to her green cloaks covering most of her face, Riveria's journey back to Twilight Manor went smoothly. She walked through the streets of Orario, now bathed in the light of the setting sun, passing various buildings and merchants still busy with their activities. Not a single elf greeted her or showed any suspicion, which made her feel a bit relieved. Although her appearance was quite distinctive as a high elf, the cloak she wore was enough to avoid curious glances from the city's residents. Riveria didn't want to draw attention, especially after spending several days at Anna's house. When she finally arrived at the large gates of Twilight Manor, she immediately noticed something was different. The atmosphere was quieter than usual. There was no loud chatter from adventurers who usually gathered in the main hall, no members relaxing after returning from the dungeon. Are they all still in the dungeon? Riveria thought as she stepped inside. She saw a few familiar members on guard duty, but their numbers were fewer than usual. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, Riveria continued her steps calmly, climbing the large spiral staircase leading to the upper floors. Her steps were steady, silent, reflecting the calmness and discipline that had been part of her for a long time. When she reached the 4th floor, she finally arrived at the door to her room. With a gentle motion, she opened the door and stepped into her neatly organized room. The evening light coming through the window gave the room a warm ambience, highlighting the wooden furniture typical of elves that adorned her room. Without wasting any time, she placed her large supporter bag in the corner of the room, making sure everything remained tidy. After that, with graceful movements, she removed her green cloak and changed into a casual elf outfit, a loose, light green dress comfortable for indoor wear. Once she finished changing, Riveria let out a soft sigh and allowed her body to relax for a moment. Finally, after several days filled with research and discussions, she could enjoy a bit of peace in her own room. Riveria walked to the corner of the room where a small shelf neatly held various types of tea. She selected a tea bag with a soft and calming aroma, then took a teapot filled with clean water. With a relaxed and practiced motion, she lit the small oil stove in her room. The blue flame flickered slowly, creating a soft sound as the water in the teapot began to heat. While waiting, Riveria exhaled softly and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the room seep into her body. However, she wasn't just brewing ordinary tea. With her left hand, she touched the tea leaves she had prepared, then slowly channeled prana into them. Magecraft reinforcement began to work, enhancing the natural characteristics of the tea leaves. Their aroma became more intense, their flavor richer, and their soothing effects on the body increased. When the water in the teapot boiled, Riveria poured it into a cup containing the reinforced tea leaves. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the room, refreshing the air with its scent. She took the cup, blowing on the rising steam. With the intention of relaxing, she took the cup and stepped out of her room, heading to the balcony overlooking the backyard of Twilight Manor. The cool evening breeze gently swept through her green hair as she sat on one of the wooden chairs available there. From this spot, she could see the usually peaceful scenery, a large yard filled with green grass and a few large trees adding to the natural feel. However, as her eyes scanned the yard, her eyebrows raised slightly. What was supposed to be a peaceful view had now turned into something unexpected. Several members of the Loki Familia were gathered in the yard, but they weren't just chatting or training as usual. They were riding something. Riveria narrowed her eyes, trying to understand the strange object they were riding. The vehicle had 2 wheels, a frame, and pedals that they were pushing with their feet. Although the shape was unfamiliar to her, all the vehicles looked identical, making her even more curious. Raul, with an awkward but enthusiastic expression, tried to catch up to Aki, who was confidently speeding ahead. Alicia, with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, seemed to be laughing as she challenged her friends to a race. Is this some kind of new training equipment? Riveria murmured softly, sipping her tea elegantly. Calmly, she turned her gaze to the main hall, which had felt quiet earlier. Now it all made sense. Apparently, it wasn't because they were still in the dungeon, but because they were all in the backyard, busy with those strange 2-legged objects. Riveria observed from the balcony for a while longer, her eyes tracing every detail of the vehicle being used by the Loki Familia members below. They all looked identical, no variation in size, shape, or color. This fact made her even more certain that these vehicles weren't the work of an ordinary blacksmith. Projection. She thought to herself. If all these vehicles were identical without any differences, then it was highly likely that they were the result of a certain man's unique ability, a man who had been catching her attention for quite some time, Shirou Emiya. She let out a small sigh, leaned back in her chair, and smiled faintly. Once again, you've created something interesting, she murmured softly, imagining how the young man might have casually created these vehicles just because someone asked. Riveria touched the rim of her cup, but her thoughts now drifted far beyond just the vehicles. Her trip to Ana's house, the rune that also appeared on her friend's back, and the fact that this ancient symbol was indeed inherited by the High Elves. All of this further strengthened her belief that she needed to talk to Shirou soon. Not just about these vehicles, but also about the rune she had discovered on her own body. If it were true that all high elves bore the same mark, then their magecraft and magic might be more closely related than she had previously thought. It's been a few days since I last saw him, she thought. She had only stayed at Anna's house for a few days, but still, there was a slight feeling of longing lingering in her heart. The routine of early morning training in the corner of the garden, where Shirou patiently guided her in magecraft, was something that had started to feel familiar to her. The way the young man explained things gently, corrected her mistakes calmly, and the seriousness in his eyes whenever he discussed something related to magecraft, all of these were things that Riveria now realized she missed. She straightened up slightly, taking another sip of her now slightly cooled tea. Her eyes once again scanned the yard, trying to spot the red-haired young man among the Loki Familia members busy trying out the new vehicles. However, she didn't find him. Riveria frowned slightly. He's not here, she thought. If he wasn't in the backyard, then where was he? The most logical answer quickly came to mind. Oh, maybe he's still at the Hostess of Fertility, she concluded. The young man was still working there, helping with cooking and serving customers. That meant he likely hadn't returned to Twilight Manor yet. She let out a soft sigh, then placed her teacup on the small table beside her. Then, I'll just have to wait until he returns. When her teacup was nearly empty, Riveria let out a soft groan, savoring the lingering tranquility. She rose from her chair, intending to return to her room for a brief rest. However, something in the distance caught her attention, a tiny dot moving slowly in the far rear area of the yard, away from where the other members of the Loki Familia were gathered. Her brow furrowed slightly. Who is that? She wondered. A possibility crossed her mind. Could that be Shirou? The man hadn't returned to Twilight Manor yet, but what if he had already arrived and was now testing a new vehicle he had projected? It was then that she remembered something. Some time ago, she had asked Shirou to show her how to enhance her vision using reinforcement magecraft. The young man had demonstrated by placing his hand over Riveria's eyelids and channeling prana into them. Riveria closed her eyes for a moment, then repeated Shirou's actions with full concentration. Her fingertips touched her eyelids, and she slowly channeled prana. A warm sensation spread from her eyes, and when she opened them again, her vision had become significantly sharper. Her green eyes now glowed faintly with prana, and she focused her gaze on the figure moving in the distance. All right, let's get a clearer look, she murmured softly. She focused her gaze on the moving dot. What she saw ahead made her freeze in place. There, in the distance, was a two-wheeled vehicle with two saddles. The vehicle was different from the others, longer and clearly designed to be ridden by two people. This vehicle. It's unlike the others, she thought, slightly surprised. The vehicles she had seen before were only for one person, but this one seemed unique. However, the real surprise wasn't the shape of the vehicle, but who was riding it. At the front was a gray-haired man pedaling with his usual expression, furrowed brows and a slightly sour face, as if he wasn't enjoying the situation. There was no mistaking it. It was Bet Loga. But what truly stunned Riveria was the figure sitting behind him, also pedaling with an expression that contrasted sharply with Bet's. A girl with long black hair tied in a braid, wearing a brown and white top linarche. The girl looked slightly embarrassed but was also smiling faintly as if she was enjoying the moment. Riveria rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't seeing things. After convincing herself that what she was seeing was real, she leaned against the balcony railing with an indescribable expression. I never expected to see something like this, she murmured softly, almost wanting to laugh. She had always thought of Bet as a tough, rough man who disliked those he considered weak. And Lin? She was just a level 2 supporter, a healer far from the definition of a strong fighter. But now, before her eyes, she saw the two of them pedaling a tandem vehicle together. If Bet truly hated weak people, why would he let Lin ride the vehicle with him? Riveria narrowed her eyes, realizing something. Ah, so that's how it is. They were in a secluded area of the yard, far from the usual gathering spots. No other members of the Loki Familia were around to see them, except for her, who happened to be observing from the balcony. Riveria covered her mouth, suppressing the small smile forming on her face. So, even though Bet always acts tough and annoying, in the end, he can't resist when he likes someone, huh? She thought. Riveria cleared her throat softly, then shook her head with a faint smile. I guess I'll pretend I didn't see this. With a slightly lighter heart, she released the reinforcement on her eyes and turned away, leaving the balcony. Chapter 116. After finishing her tea and witnessing the unexpected incident between Bet and Lin, Riveria returned to her room to wash her teacup. However, her mind was still preoccupied with curiosity about the strange vehicle she had seen earlier. She filled a small basin with water and began rinsing her cup, but her hands moved automatically while her mind busily analyzed. Its shape is uniform, definitely a projection by Shirou. But how does that vehicle work? Why can it move just by pedaling? The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to see the vehicle up close. Unconsciously, her steps became more hurried than usual. Once finished, she immediately left her room and descended from the 4th floor, gracefully navigating the stairs despite the urgency in her movements. Upon arriving at the terrace overlooking the backyard, Riveria stood there for a moment, observing the scene before her. From a distance, members of the Loki Familia were still enthusiastically playing with the strange vehicle. Her green eyes swept across the area, and something different caught her attention. Among the similarly colored vehicles, there was one that stood out. A strikingly pink vehicle, pedaled by a young elf girl with a light brown ponytail. Riveria narrowed her eyes slightly, recognizing the figure in an instant. Lafia. The young elf girl seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself, pedaling with a steady rhythm. Although she still appeared a bit rash, she looked quite confident, as if she was already getting used to riding the vehicle. However, perhaps due to her instincts as a student, Lafia suddenly turned her head, and her gaze met Riveria's, who was observing her from the terrace. As if receiving an extra boost of energy, Lafia immediately pedaled faster toward her. Lady Riveria. Lafia called out enthusiastically, her smile wide. Riveria remained standing calmly, watching as Lafia approached. The girl then nimbly dismounted from her vehicle, stumbling slightly as her feet touched the ground, but quickly regained her balance. Welcome back, Lady Riveria, Lafia said cheerfully, her breath slightly ragged from the fast pedaling. Riveria nodded, greeting her with a gentle gaze. It seems you're all enjoying this new game. Lafia nodded eagerly. Yes. It's so much fun. At first, I was hesitant, but after trying it, it's not as hard as I thought. Riveria's eyes shifted to the pink vehicle beside Lafia, examining it more closely. What is this vehicle called? She asked with curiosity. Lafia, still excited, confidently answered. It's called a bicycle. Riveria gave a small nod, then without hesitation, stepped closer to the pink bicycle that Lafia had just left. Her hand lightly touched the handlebars, feeling the texture, which was somewhat familiar to the materials she usually knew. May I try it? She asked casually, her eyes still observing the unique vehicle. Lafia, standing beside her, quickly nodded. Of course, Lady Riveria. But before she could finish her sentence, Riveria had already mounted the bicycle, lifting the kickstand with a smooth motion. Lafia froze for a moment, surprised by how quickly the woman acted without a hint of hesitation. However, a problem immediately arose. The long green dress Riveria was wearing was clearly not suitable for such an activity. As soon as she tried to place her feet on the pedals, the hem of her dress got caught, restricting her movement. She tried to adjust slightly, but it still felt difficult to get into the proper sitting position. Lafia covered her mouth, holding back a laugh. Kiki. I had the same problem, Lady Riveria. At first, I tried riding it while wearing a skirt, but it was really troublesome. The girl pointed to the shorts she was wearing. It's more comfortable if you wear something like this. Riveria glanced at Lafia's legs, noticing how the shorts indeed provided better freedom of movement. However, she didn't want to give up just because of this small issue. With her determination set, Riveria took a more drastic action. No problem, she murmured softly, before lifting the hem of her dress high, leaving enough room for her legs to move freely. Lafia, who saw this, was immediately shocked. Her eyes widened, and her face turned slightly red as she caught a clear glimpse of her mentor's white thighs. Lady Riveria. But Riveria didn't care. She finally managed to place her feet on the pedals and began trying to pedal. At first, her movements were very awkward. The bicycle wobbled left and right, almost falling several times. Both her hands gripped the handlebars tightly, struggling to balance her body. Lafia, watching her, couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. She had never seen Lady Riveria look so disheveled before. Previously, Riveria had always been known as a graceful, calm, and dignified figure. But now, the woman looked like a child learning something for the first time. Lafia immediately recalled an incident some time ago, when Riveria, out of curiosity, tested reinforcement magecraft on herself, which Lafia had accidentally witnessed. Lady Riveria, you've really changed since meeting Shirou. Lafia thought to herself, unconsciously smiling slightly as she watched her usually perfect mentor now so enthusiastically trying something new. With great difficulty, Riveria finally managed to control the bicycle and circled back to Lafia, who was still standing in front of the terrace, watching her mentor struggle to master the unique vehicle. Although the bicycle's movement was still a bit shaky, there was a flash of satisfaction in the elf's green eyes as she finally managed to stop the bicycle steadily. Huh. Interesting, Riveria said with an enthusiastic smile. She lightly patted the handlebars, as if acknowledging the vehicle's uniqueness. But I'm still not satisfied. My clothes are too restrictive. Lafia, seeing how enthusiastic her mentor was, immediately smiled broadly and without thinking, offered. Then, Lady Riveria, I can get you more comfortable clothes. That way, you can try again right away. However, Riveria simply shook her head gently, calmly declining. No need. I'll ask Shirou to project some for me tomorrow. She then shifted her gaze to all the bicycles in the backyard before looking back at the pink one she had just ridden. By the way, all these bicycles are Shirou's projections, right? But why is yours different from the others? Lafia immediately puffed out her chest proudly, as if this was the moment she had been waiting for. Of course, it's different, Lady Riveria. This pink bicycle isn't a projection by Shirou. Riveria raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Not a projection? Lafia nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Shirou, and I made it directly to the forge. This bicycle is made from real materials, actual iron, and coated with real paint. Unlike the others, which only last 3 days before disappearing into prana. Riveria looked at the bicycle with a more interested expression. She then bent down, running her fingers along its surface, feeling the cold iron of the bicycle's frame. So this is really made from real materials, she murmured softly. As her fingers traced the body of the bicycle, her eyes caught an inscription engraved on the frame. Faker 2. She read the inscription slowly, then looked at Lafia with confusion. What does that mean? Lafia smiled proudly and answered confidently. It means this bicycle is mine, Faker 2. Riveria grew even more confused. Faker 2? Why 2? Lafia giggled before explaining. Because the original Faker is Shirou. Riveria fell silent for a moment, letting her thoughts wander as she stared at the Faker 2 inscription on the bicycle's frame. The word felt like a clue that connected two people she never expected to have similarities, Lafia and Shirou. She tried to piece together the connection. Faker meant a counterfeiter, someone who imitates something that isn't theirs. Riveria's green eyes narrowed slightly as she analyzed. So, the reason you two are called Faker, is it because Shirou imitates weapons with his magecraft, and you imitate the magic of other elves? She asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Lafia's blue eyes sparkled as Riveria quickly grasped her meaning. Exactly, Lady Riveria, she said excitedly. Shirou can create copies of legendary weapons with his magecraft, while I imitate the magic of other elves with my elf ring. We both use something that isn't truly our own. Riveria nodded slowly, understanding the concept. However, something bothered her. But the name Faker, why do you embrace it? Doesn't it sound like an insult? Lafia smiled broadly as if this was something she had thought about often. At first, it was, she said, her voice softer this time. The name was first used by one of Shirou's old enemies, a man who was very arrogant and believed all the world's greatest treasures belonged to him. He called Shirou Faker as a taunt because Shirou could only create copies of legendary weapons but never owned the originals. Hearing this, Riveria remembered something. Gilgamesh, right? She glanced at Lafia, confirming. Shirou mentioned that name when he talked about the Holy Grail War in his world. Lafia nodded quickly. Yes, the King of Heroes, as he's called. But what's interesting is that even though it started as a taunt, Shirou never really rejected the name. I also thought, doesn't it sound cool? Her face lit up like a blooming flower, showing the sincerity in her feelings. I wanted something that connected us, something that could show I'm walking the same path as Shirou, even if I'm still far from his level. Riveria could only smile faintly upon hearing this. It wasn't a happy smile, but rather a slightly bitter one. It was clear how much Lafia admired Shirou, not just as a friend, but more than that. Clearly, I'm not the only one who has feelings for him. However, Riveria didn't let those feelings show on her face. She simply took a breath of the cool evening air, then looked back at Lafia, who was still smiling cheerfully in front of her. In that case, you should prove that the name isn't just an empty nickname, she said calmly. Lafia clenched her fist with determination. Of course, Lady Riveria. Riveria felt her heart beat a little faster than usual. There was something in the way Lafia spoke that made her want to confirm something she had long suspected but only now felt confident enough to ask directly. She swallowed. Then in a voice slightly softer than usual, she asked, Lafia, do you like Shirou? Edu. Lafia jumped in surprise, her eyes widening, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Why are you suddenly asking something like that, Lady Riveria? She said in a panicked tone, her hands flailing in front of her chest as if trying to deflect the question. The exaggerated reaction only strengthened Riveria's suspicion. Instead of changing the subject, she pressed her question further. This time, her voice was calmer, but her tone clearly didn't allow Lafia to avoid the question. Not as a friend, but as a man and a partner. Do you like him, Lafia? As if her body had lost strength, Lafia's shoulders slumped, and she lowered her head. Her light brown ponytail swayed slightly as she tried to avoid Riveria's gaze. In a small voice, almost like a whisper swallowed by the wind, she said, Is it that obvious on my face? She bit her lip, as if feeling embarrassed, then continued in a faint voice, because Tioni and Tiona also seemed to have noticed, and now Lady Riveria too. Riveria felt something like cold water pouring over her heart. She had already guessed the answer, but hearing it directly from Lafia still made her feelings tremble slightly. However, she kept her expression calm, like the still surface of a lake. She took a slow breath before replying, Yes, Lafia. It's obvious on your face. The way you look at him, how you act around him. It's all enough of an answer. Adu. Lafia immediately covered her face with both hands, letting out a muffled sound of embarrassment mixed with frustration. This is so embarrassing, she said in a restrained tone, her body swaying slightly back and forth as if she wanted to disappear from the world. Riveria could only look at her with a faint smile, a smile that couldn't be said to be entirely genuine. However, she maintained her grace, hiding any unnecessary feelings. You don't need to be so embarrassed, Lafia. It's a natural feeling. Lafia kept her face covered, but through the gaps in her fingers, Riveria could see the redness spreading to the tips of the girl's pointed ears. Riveria took a deep breath before slowly sitting on the long bench on the terrace. From where she sat, she could see the bustling backyard filled with Loki Familia members happily playing with their bicycles. Some were laughing joyfully, others were racing, while some were still wobbly and almost falling. The warm atmosphere was a slight contrast to the feelings swirling in her heart at that moment. With a gentle motion, she patted the seat beside her and said softly, "Sit down, Lafia." Lafia, still trying to shake off her embarrassment, turned to her mentor. After hesitating for a moment, she finally sat down next to Riveria, her face still flushed. A brief silence enveloped them before Riveria asked in a calm but meaningful voice, "Since when, Lafia?" Lafia blinked, looking at her mentor in confusion. "Since when what, Lady Riveria?" Riveria glanced at her with a slightly amused expression before repeating her question more clearly. "Since when have you liked Shirou? He hasn't even been in the Loki Familia for 6 months yet." Lafia's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the question to go straight to the point. For a moment, she felt her heart beating faster. Riveria's gentle and attentive gaze made her feel valued, but she was completely unaware that her mentor wasn't just listening, she wanted to know more about Lafia's feelings for Shirou. Lafia lowered her head slightly, her fingers intertwining on her lap. I don't know," she said softly. "I can't remember exactly when these feelings started." Riveria observed her student's hesitant expression but remained patient. In a softer voice, she tried to encourage her to recall. "Try to think again. Since Shirou joined our familia, was there a specific moment that made you feel differently about him?" Lafia bit her lip, trying to remember the days she had spent with Shirou. She had always been close to him, but when had she started to develop feelings for him? The question now filled her mind. Lafia let out a slow breath, her eyes wandering as if retracing her memories since the first time she met Shirou. She then turned to Riveria and asked, "Lady Riveria, do you remember when Shirou first joined the Loki Familia? Back then, you told me to be his mentor and teach him the basics about the dungeon." Riveria raised an eyebrow, recalling the event. In a calm but slightly teasing tone, she replied, "Of course I remember. At the time, you protested because you felt younger than him, but you eventually accepted it. But I didn't expect that to be the start of your love at first sight." "That's not it." Lafia quickly denied it, her face turning red again. "I was just trying to remember how our relationship developed from the beginning." Riveria smirked slightly, enjoying how hard Lafia was trying to deny her feelings. "All right, then, what was your impression of Shirou back then?" she asked with curiosity. Lafia lowered her head slightly, trying to recall her feelings more clearly. "At that time, I just wanted to be a reliable mentor. Shirou was new to Orario, and I wanted to make sure he understood how to survive in the dungeon." Riveria smiled faintly before suddenly saying, Wait a minute. When you think about it, the relationship between the three of us is quite interesting, isn't it?" Lafia blinked, not understanding her mentor's point. "What do you mean?" Riveria raised a finger as if drawing a diagram in the air. "Back then, when Shirou first joined the Familia, you were his mentor, teaching him about the dungeon. Now, he's my mentor in Magecraft, while I remain your mentor in magic. So, we're all mentors to each other." Lafia fell silent for a moment, trying to process the logic her mentor had just presented. The more she thought about it, the stranger yet more logical it seemed. Their relationship seemed to form an interconnected circle. "Ugh, thinking about this is making my head spin," Lafia muttered, massaging her temples. Riveria chuckled softly at her student's expression. Finally, with a long sigh, Lafia said, "But now Shirou has become a great adventurer, so I can't really be called his mentor anymore." This time, there was a hint of melancholy in her voice as if she realized that her role in Shirou's life might no longer be as important as it once was. Chapter 117. Although Lafia was her rival in love, Riveria is still her mentor. She gazed softly at her student before extending her hand, patting Lafia's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Don't think like that. Shirou isn't the kind of person who easily forgets someone's kindness. I'm sure he still deeply cherishes the time when you were his mentor," Riveria said with unwavering confidence. Hearing those words, Lafia flinched momentarily before her face gradually brightened. She nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, in fact, Shirou still keeps the beginner's equipment I bought for him back then," she said proudly, her eyes sparkling as she recalled the memory. Riveria smiled faintly, remembering how Shirou had once been so secretive about his abilities. When he first joined the Loki Familia, Shirou hid almost all of his skills, including his Magecraft projection. Even though with his ability to replicate and summon weapons, he didn't really need that beginner's gear, right? She teased. Lafia huffed and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "You're right. I thought the same thing after learning about his projection. But still, it wasn't a waste," she said in a slightly childish tone. Soon after, however, she smiled sweetly and added, "Because now, that equipment is displayed as a decoration in his room. Shirou didn't throw it away, he hung it on the wall." Hearing this, Riveria couldn't suppress a small surge of surprise in her heart. Her mind flashed back to a night some time ago. Standing in front of Shirou's door, she slipped a small note under it, an invitation to meet at their usual spot. But before leaving, she had peeked inside through the slightly ajar door. In that simple room, her eyes caught sight of various pieces of equipment hanging on the wall. A small bow, a pair of daggers, and a set of armor that seemed long unused. And now, she realized, those were all gifts from Lafia. So those were from Lafia. She murmured inwardly. Unconsciously, a flicker of jealousy began to bubble in her chest. The feeling she had been trying to suppress slowly resurfaced, tightening around her heart like a small flame that refused to be extinguished. Yet, as always, Riveria concealed it behind her calm expression, offering only a faint smile as she turned her gaze back to Lafia, who was still talking animatedly. Lafia smiled softly, her eyes filled with nostalgia as old memories resurfaced. Back then, when I was at my lowest, Shirou comforted me. Just like you're doing now, Lady Riveria, she said quietly, her voice warm with reminiscence. Riveria, who had now steadied her own emotions, glanced at Lafia with curiosity. Huh? When exactly did you feel so down? Doesn't your mood swing up and down all the time? She teased, raising an eyebrow. Lady Riveria. Lafia whined, her cheeks puffing out in frustration. Unfortunately, her exaggerated reaction only proved Riveria's point. Riveria covered her mouth with her hand, stifling a tiny laugh that nearly escaped. See? You just proved my point, she said, amused. Lafia let out a long sigh, trying to regain control of her emotions before continuing. I'm talking about that night, during the celebration of Shirou's level up at Twilight Manor. Riveria immediately recalled the event. It was a grand celebration marking Shirou's rise to level 3, an unprecedented achievement in such a short time. But for Riveria, the reason behind his accomplishment was far more memorable. Of course I remember. Shirou leveled up after recklessly saving you and Ace from Revis, even though he was still level 1 at the time, Riveria said, sighing slightly as she recalled how the young man had risked his life without hesitation. Lafia nodded. Yes. But what really crushed me wasn't that. She bit her lip for a moment before revealing something she had long kept in her heart. I felt guilty. I was the one who forbade him from exploring the dungeon alone below the 4th floor, but it turned out he was far stronger than I thought. It was like I was holding him back for no good reason. Hearing this, Riveria let out a soft sigh. Lafia, you weren't wrong. The one at fault here is Shirou. He chose to hide his strength, even from us. There was a hint of firmness in her tone. While she respected Shirou, concealing his abilities to such an extent was still a mistake. Lafia lowered her head briefly before smiling faintly. Even so, that night, while the celebration party was going on, I ended up sitting alone in the garden. I felt left behind, like I was just a burden to everyone. The image of herself sitting alone, accompanied only by the night breeze and the dim glow of garden lights, felt vivid in her mind. And then, Shirou came. Riveria could easily picture the scene. Shirou calmly approached Lafia, sat beside her, and spoke in his usual warm and gentle tone. He said, "We'll grow stronger together." Lafia's voice was soft, almost a whisper. As she spoke, her face began to flush, a delicate hue she couldn't hide. She covered her face with her hands, trying to suppress her own smile. I think that was the moment my heart was stolen by him, too. Riveria smiled as she listened, but deep inside, she felt something different, a small, piercing tightness in her chest, something she didn't want to acknowledge but couldn't deny. She remained silent, letting Lafia bask in her own feelings while she herself had to accept the reality that they both loved the same man. Lafia clutched the hem of her shorts, lowering her head slightly before continuing her story. A shy smile lingered on her lips, and her eyes sparkled as memories flooded her mind. Maybe, without realizing it, because of these feelings, I've always wanted to be close to him, she murmured quietly, as if confessing something she had long known but hesitated to voice. Riveria raised an eyebrow, then smirked slightly. Like your sudden new habit of helping Shirou cook breakfast every morning, she teased, making Lafia turn to her with a startled expression. Yeah, you noticed that too? Lafia laughed awkwardly, scratching her cheek. She seemed surprised that Riveria had picked up on such a small detail. Well, I just want to be near him all the time. It feels nice, you know? Standing beside him, sharing tasks, watching him focus while cooking. Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. Riveria gave her a meaningful look. Before Shirou joined the Loki Familia and took over cooking duties, we had a rotation system for low-level members. But ever since he came and replaced that system, instead of relaxing, you chose to help him every morning. If not because of your feelings, what else could it be? Lafia blushed even harder. She fiddled with the ends of her hair nervously as if searching for a way to divert her embarrassment. Well, when I'm with him, I feel happy. And besides, helping Shirou cook is also my own tactic to stay close to him, she admitted honestly, unaware that she was only making her feelings more obvious. Riveria sighed, though the corners of her lips curled slightly. Shirou is too kind, always ready to help others, which makes him weak against your spoiled antics, she said with a slightly chiding tone, but there was no malice behind it. Lafia giggled softly, rubbing the back of her neck. Shirou really is like that. Huh, even the smallest things never escape his notice. That's what makes it harder for me to stay away from him, she said quietly before turning to Riveria with clear eyes. I can't stay as professional as you, Lady Riveria. Thud. It felt like an invisible arrow had pierced Riveria's heart upon hearing those words. Riveria maintained her calm expression, but inside, her thoughts were in turmoil. Professional? If only Lafia knew how I really act around Shirou. In front of the Loki Familia, Riveria always carried herself with grace, composure, and authority as a mentor and high-ranking member. But when she was alone with Shirou, especially in the warehouse where they practiced magecraft, her demeanor was completely different. Riveria bit her lip lightly, remembering how she would lean closer to Shirou, letting the distance between them nearly vanish, observing his every move with rapt attention, and occasionally teasing him in subtle ways when he least expected it. No, I'm not that professional either, Lafia. but those words never left her lips. She simply gazed at the young elf beside her, who was still smiling innocently, unaware of the storm raging in her mentor's heart. Lafia looked down at her clasped hands, her face slightly bowed as if weighing something difficult to express. A brief silence enveloped them before, in a hesitant and quiet voice, she asked, "Lady Riveria, do you think my behavior, always wanting to be near Shirou and sometimes acting spoiled, does that make him see me only as a little sister?" Her voice was laced with the fear she was trying to hide. There was a weight in her chest, something she had dreaded since realizing her own feelings. If Shirou only saw her as a little sister to protect, not as a woman, then all her hopes might be in vain. Riveria let out a small sigh, then snorted softly, holding back a laugh. "Lafia," she said with half-amused exasperation, "a guy like Shirou wouldn't just ignore your charm." The green-haired elf turned to her student, who sat beside her. The girl's adorable face was filled with worry, her lips slightly pursed, and her pointed ears trembling with anxiety. Riveria felt the urge to pat her head, as she often did to comfort someone, but she restrained herself. Unconsciously, Riveria's gaze drifted slightly downward, taking in Lafia's figure clad in a simple shirt. She was slightly startled to realize that the girl could no longer be called small. Her chest had developed, even, perhaps beginning to rival her own. But Riveria quickly dismissed the thought. That wasn't important right now. Lafia, oblivious to her mentor's momentary observation, finally smiled faintly. But before she could fully relax, Riveria spoke again, this time more seriously. "The problem isn't there, Lafia." The young elf turned to her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Riveria leaned back in her chair, gazing at the sky as the sunlight began to fade. "Shirou is too kind, and that means he treats every girl around him with the same kindness. It's hard to tell what his true feelings are." She closed her eyes briefly before adding silently, "including how he treats me." Lafia fell silent, pondering those words. It was true. Shirou was kind to everyone, especially the girls close to him. Even Ryu and Seer seemed to share a familiar bond with him. Lafia sighed softly. "Then, doesn't that mean I have a lot of rivals?" she murmured. Riveria glanced at her with a calm expression. "Are you afraid?" Lafia bit her lip before shaking her head. "No, it's just..." Her thoughts drifted to another figure she knew was close to Shirou. Ace is close to him too, right? I've never seen anything romantic between them. But what if there is? If Ace also had feelings for Shirou, how could she compete? Ace was her idol, a perfect warrior, strong and beautiful. If a girl like that decided to pursue Shirou's heart, could someone as dependent as herself ever rival her charm? Riveria, seeing the look on her student's face, smirked inwardly. "Lafia, you have no idea what's really going on." She recalled an incident that Lafia knew nothing about. Before the party at the Apollo Familia's headquarters, Ace had chosen Shirou as her dance partner for practice. No one knew about it except those present. But there was one thing even Ace didn't know. That night, after everything was over, Riveria herself had asked Shirou to dance with her. Not at the manor, but at their usual spot, the small warehouse where they practiced magecraft. Just the two of them, under the dim glow of lanterns, with no one else watching. Riveria closed her eyes briefly, letting the memory replay in her mind before turning her gaze back to Lafia. "A girl like Ace isn't someone who falls in love easily," she said calmly. "If there was something between them, we would have known long ago." Lafia looked at Riveria with hopeful eyes. "So, I still have a chance." Riveria smiled faintly. "That depends on how far you're willing to fight for him." Lafia stared at her mentor with eyes full of hope, as if Riveria were the only person in the world who could give her the answer. Her clasped fingers tightened slightly, betraying the anxiety rising within her. "Lady Riveria," she called softly, almost in a whisper. "Please, teach me how to make Shirou return my feelings." Her voice was filled with sincere pleading, her eyes shining with determination mixed with fear. She truly wanted to know. If there was a way to make Shirou see her as more than just a friend or little sister, she wanted to learn it. But the request only made Riveria pause for a moment. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. "Why should I help my own rival?" In her heart, Riveria groaned. How could she, who secretly also had feelings for Shirou, be asked to advise another girl on how to win his heart? This was beyond unexpected. Am I too kind? Or am I just too foolish to realize I'm digging my own grave? She thought, sighing inwardly. While Riveria was lost in her inner turmoil, Lafia was still waiting for an answer. Her face grew uncertain before she spoke again, this time even quieter. Maybe I'm too childish," she murmured, her head slightly bowed. "I'm not as graceful and mature as Lady Riveria. Maybe that's why I don't look attractive to him." Those words made Riveria look at the girl beside her again. There was doubt and sadness on Lafia's face, something she rarely showed to others. For a moment, Riveria felt a twinge of guilt. No matter how much she saw Lafia as a rival in this matter, the girl still relied on her. She couldn't just let her drown in self-doubt. So, with great effort to suppress the jealousy prickling her chest, Riveria finally spoke gently. "Lafia, you don't need to become someone else to catch his attention." Lafia turned to her with hopeful eyes. "You have your own charm," Riveria continued. Just be yourself as you always are. I'm sure sooner or later, Shirou will notice it. The young elf stared at Riveria with a slightly surprised expression, as if hearing those words for the first time. Slowly, she nodded. So, I just need to be myself. Riveria smiled faintly. Yes. But the answer seemed to spark a new question in Lafia's mind. With an innocent, confused expression, she asked, then, what should I do next? Riveria fell silent. She knew this was her chance to help Lafia truly. But at the same time, another idea crossed her mind. A devious idea. A way to maintain her own position by Shirou's side while slowing down her students' advances. Unable to resist, her tongue casually offered dangerous advice. Don't rush to confess your feelings, Lafia, she said, as if this were the best suggestion she could give. If you say it too soon, you might startle Shirou, and the result may not be what you hope for. Lafia blinked. So I should wait. Riveria nodded, her expression calm and composed. Let him grow more enchanted by you. Show your beauty gradually, and let him unconsciously see another side of you. A guy like Shirou doesn't easily understand others' feelings. If you rush, he might not even realize what you truly feel. Lafia seemed to ponder the words seriously. She bit her lip briefly before nodding firmly. All right, then I'll follow Lady Riveria's advice. Riveria smiled slightly. Good. Lafia accepted the suggestion wholeheartedly, unaware that her mentor had just sabotaged her own chances. Chapter 118. The evening crept toward nightfall, but the atmosphere in the backyard of Twilight Manor remained lively with the laughter and energy of the Loki Familia members. Some adventurers raced bicycles at full speed, while others attempted silly tricks that ended in laughter and tumbling to the ground. Of course, with his sour expression, Bet repeatedly scolded those acting too foolishly, but no one truly paid him any heed. Meanwhile, on the quieter terrace, Lafia sat on a long bench beside Riveria. The two elves observed the scene before them, but Lafia's thoughts drifted far from the commotion. With a determined expression, she clenched her fists and declared fervently, I'll follow Lady Riveria's advice. I'll show Shirou my most beautiful side the day after tomorrow. Riveria turned to her, her gaze a mix of emotions. As Lafia's mentor, she should have been supportive of her enthusiasm. But as a woman who also harbored feelings for Shirou, she couldn't ignore the unease creeping into her heart. Could it be she's planning to ask Shirou out on a date? Instantly, anxiety coiled in her mind. Yet her face remained calm as she asked casually, Oh, so, what do you plan to do with Shirou the day after tomorrow? Lafia opened her mouth eagerly, but suddenly froze as if realizing something. Actually, I wanted to ugh. She hastily covered her mouth with both hands, her expression slightly flustered. This only fueled Riveria's curiosity. Why did she stop so abruptly? What is she planning? Riveria raised an eyebrow, leaning back with a composed expression. But beneath her calm demeanor, she was already strategizing how to extract more information. In a soft yet persuasive tone, she said, What's wrong? Why did you stop? Is your plan so secretive that even I can't know? Lafia bit her lower lip, hesitating. Riveria's sharp yet tranquil stare made her feel slightly cornered. After a moment, she finally sighed and whispered, This is also A's secret. Hearing this, Riveria felt a flicker of relief. If A's had been involved, it likely wouldn't have been a romantic date between Lafia and Shirou alone. Still, her curiosity remained unsatisfied. Riveria smirked faintly and teased. Oh, in that case, there's no harm in telling me. A's wouldn't mind, would she? Lafia hesitated, still torn about whether to reveal the secret. Riveria simply smiled patiently, waiting calmly. Very well, let's see how long you can keep this from me, Lafia. Finally, after a brief internal struggle, Lafia took a deep breath and decided to confide in her mentor. After all, Riveria's curiosity was too strong, and withholding the truth would only make the atmosphere more tense. Actually, the day after tomorrow, Ace is going to learn how to swim with Shirou, and I'll be accompanying them, Lafia said softly, her voice just loud enough for Riveria to hear. Riveria's emerald eyes narrowed slightly as she processed the information. Now it made sense why Ace wanted to keep it a secret. Though the girl was known for her calm demeanor and rarely showed emotion, Riveria knew all too well that Ace had her own shy side when it came to her weaknesses. The fact that Ace wanted to learn to swim was likely something she considered a vulnerability and didn't want others to know about. Riveria arched an eyebrow and asked with keen interest, And where will you be swimming? Lafia glanced at Riveria, slightly awkward before answering. Ace wanted somewhere less crowded, so she asked Shirou to teach her in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Riveria let out a long sigh. Her brow furrowed, and her composed expression shifted to one of exasperation. That girl, she muttered, shaking her head. Riveria was well aware that floors 25 to 27 of the dungeon contained water-filled areas, but those places were still dangerous. Not only was the terrain hazardous, but monsters could emerge from the water at any moment. Lafia, noticing her mentor's expression, quickly tried to ease her concerns. In a reassuring tone, she said, Lady Riveria, Ace is already level 6. The strongest monsters there are only level 4, and Shirou has reached level 4, too. There won't be any problems. Riveria exhaled softly, then gently pinched Lafia's nose with 2 fingers, startling the young elf. Ow, Lady Riveria. Lafia pouted, her face slightly flushed from the unexpected action. Riveria smiled faintly before saying, "You're too confident in them, when it's you who should be more careful, Lafia." Lafia opened her mouth to protest, but then realized Riveria was right. She was only level 3 and needed to remain cautious in the dungeon, even with A's and Shirou present. "All right, I'll be more careful," she finally conceded, though inwardly, she was still a little annoyed at being treated like a child by her mentor. Riveria merely chuckled softly before turning her gaze back to the darkening evening sky. Still, she couldn't shake her worry about the reckless plan those kids had concocted. For a moment, Riveria considered joining them in the dungeon the next day. With her experience and mastery of magic, she could ensure no harm came to them. But then she remembered the advice she had given Lafia earlier, advice that could be considered sabotage. She didn't want to interfere further in this matter. Besides, her presence might disrupt their plans. And yet, the thought of joining Shirou suddenly crossed her mind. She imagined them playing in the water, laughing under the shimmering crystal lights of the dungeon, perhaps even joking, and Riveria stopped. Her face grew slightly warm. Unconsciously, she had envisioned something far beyond just playing in the water. The image of Shirou's muscular torso, bare and glistening with droplets running down his firm chest. The vision was so vivid in her mind, like something she had long suppressed in her curiosity. And herself? Riveria swallowed hard as she inadvertently pictured herself in a swimsuit. A swimsuit. She nearly jolted from her seat, realizing how wild her imagination had become. Aware of something important, she immediately turned to Lafia with a more serious expression. "Lafia," she called, her tone slightly urgent. Lafia, who had been enjoying the evening breeze, turned to her in confusion. "Huh? What is it, Lady Riveria?" Riveria's brow furrowed slightly. "You and Ace, you're planning to wear the swimsuits Loki bought in Melon back then, aren't you?" Lafia blinked, slightly surprised by the question. "You mean bikinis?" she asked innocently. Riveria nodded slowly, her sharp eyes studying Lafia's expression. The young elf didn't need to think long before answering. "Yes, I think so." She then smiled faintly, as if recalling something. "Back in Melon, I once told Shirou how beautiful Ace looked in that white bikini. Shirou even said that I would look just as stunning if I wore a bikini like that." Her cheeks tinged slightly pink at the memory. If Shirou had merely spoken casually back then, now she wanted to prove it herself. Lafia wanted to see Shirou's reaction when he saw her in a bikini. However, before she could lose herself further in her thoughts, Riveria's firm voice cut through her reverie. "No." Lafia looked up, bewildered. "Huh? Why not?" she asked innocently. Riveria took a deep breath, steadying her thoughts before speaking further. She remembered all too clearly how revealing the swimsuits Loki had given them back then were, showing too much skin, accentuating their curves excessively. She herself had even decided not to join them for swimming that time due to discomfort. Just imagine if Lafia and Ace went wearing such outfits in front of Shirou. Riveria shook her head quickly, dispelling the thought. "You must buy more modest swimwear tomorrow," she stated firmly. "And don't forget to get one for Ace, too. No bikinis." Lafia blinked several times, still not fully understanding the reasoning behind her mentor's order. But seeing Riveria's serious expression, she could only nod obediently. "Understood, Lady Riveria." Riveria felt somewhat relieved. At least this way, Ace and Lafia wouldn't be flaunting their figures in revealing bikinis in front of Shirou. Imagining how the young man might react to seeing them in such swimwear was enough to irritate her. She didn't want to give them a chance to catch Shirou's attention with their curves. This way, she could at least breathe easier, for now. The night deepened. The sky above Orario slowly transformed into a sea of twinkling stars, while the backyard of Twilight Manor remained filled with the laughter and banter of Loki Familia members who had just finished their bicycle games. One by one, they stopped riding and parked their bikes neatly in front of the terrace. The row of bicycles looked uniform. All of them were projections created by Shirou. Some Familia members marveled at how realistic the details were, even though they knew the projections wouldn't last forever. Among the lineup, one bicycle stood out, a pink one that had been parked earlier. It belonged to Lafia. Several female elves from Loki Familia, Alicia, Sylvie, Alinda, and Arwen, had just returned from their ride. As they passed the terrace, they greeted Riveria respectfully. "Good evening, Lady Riveria," Alicia said politely. "Good evening," added Sylvie and Alinda almost simultaneously, while Arwen simply smiled slightly and nodded before stepping inside the manor. Riveria returned their greetings with a gentle nod. "Good evening," she replied in her usual calm and dignified tone. She watched them briefly before shifting her gaze back to Lafia, who still sat beside her, seemingly lost in thought. Feeling it was the right time to excuse herself, Riveria stood, smoothing out her green dress before looking at her pupil softly. "I'll retire to my room now," she said simply. Lafia snapped out of her reverie, turned to her. "Ah yes. Good evening, Lady Riveria," she replied politely. Riveria nodded once more before turning and walking toward the manor's entrance. Her steps were light, yet graceful, like those of a true noble. As she stepped inside, the manor felt warmer compared to the night air outside. She ascended the stairs to her room on the 4th floor. Each step echoed softly on the polished ceramic floor, her mind still occupied with the day's events, especially her conversation with Lafia. When she reached her door, Riveria exhaled softly. She touched the handle, opened the door, and stepped inside, letting the silence of her room envelop her. Yet, though her body was now still, her thoughts continued to whirl about Lafia, about Ace, and especially about Shirou. Once the door closed behind her, Riveria let out a long sigh, allowing the quiet of the night to accompany her turbulent thoughts. With light steps, she walked to her spacious, plush bed and let herself sink onto it slowly. Her casual green dress spread out around her, brushing against the sheets gently. She lay still for a moment, gazing at the elf-carved ceiling, letting her mind wander. But the tranquility didn't last. With a subtle movement, she propped herself up slightly and reached for something on the small table beside her bed. A folding wooden board. Her fingers traced its surface with deep emotion, as if this simple object were an invaluable treasure to her. A faint smile touched her lips, full of nostalgia. This board was something precious. It was not just an ordinary plank, but the training board Shirou used when teaching her magecraft, specifically structural analysis. With his training method, Shirou would write something on this board, and Riveria had to read it without looking, using only structural analysis. Back then, the exercises had felt so difficult for her. As someone well-versed in magic, she had never imagined that magecraft would differ so greatly from the spells she knew. Yet Shirou had patiently guided her. Practice after practice bore fruit. Carefully, Riveria unfolded the board. Inside was the last sentence Shirou had written, the one she had read during their final training session. The simple words were still etched clearly in her memory, yet she wanted to trace them with her fingers once more. "I'm grateful to have met you." Her fingers glided over each letter, feeling the carved words with a gentle touch. There was something about those words that always made her heart tremble. Her emerald eyes softened. She bit her lips slightly, holding back the emotions welling up inside her. Then, in a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper, she said, "Forgive me, Shirou. I want more than that." Instantly, her chest tightened. She knew those words might never reach him. But these feelings, these desires, she couldn't ignore them. With deep emotion, she hugged the wooden board to her chest, tightly, as if it were Shirou himself. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth of her imagination envelop her, picturing herself in the embrace of the one she had silently loved all this time. And that night, for the first time in so long, Riveria felt vulnerable in her solitude. The nature of love was something even she struggled to understand. Riveria knew Lafia also had feelings for Shirou, just as she did. Even before Lafia confessed those feelings to her, she had seen how her beloved pupil always sought ways to get closer to the young man, how her eyes sparkled when talking about him, and how she acted so childishly yet enthusiastically in his presence. But for Riveria, these feelings hadn't emerged suddenly. They had grown gradually, growing stronger over time, ever since Shirou first guided her in magecraft. He showed patience as he explained the same concepts repeatedly, without showing fatigue or frustration. He smiled when she made mistakes, offering corrections in a soothing voice rather than sharp criticism. All this time, Riveria had stood above others as a respected and relied upon figure in Loki Familia. Since joining, she had been a pillar of wisdom and protection, someone others depended on. But in Shirou's presence, those roles seemed reversed. How could a 99-year-old high elf feel like a young girl still learning? How could she, who always led, now listen obediently to Shirou like a student eager to impress her teacher? Yet that was exactly what happened. In their moments together, Riveria felt small, but for the first time, it felt delightful. She wanted his attention, his affection, his praise. And every time Shirou gave her those things, every time he nodded in satisfaction at her progress in magecraft, warmth spread through her chest. Every time she heard Shirou say her name, those feelings grew stronger, deeper, more uncontrollable. Each time her desires were fulfilled, she felt so happy, yet also greedier. She wanted more, more, and more. But she wasn't the only one who longed for this. Lafia, her beloved pupil, who would one day succeed her, knew how deeply the young elf's heart was set on Shirou. And not just Lafia. Ace, whom she had practically raised as her own. The girl she had protected since childhood, who had taught her so much. She could see that Ace was also drawn to Shirou. If she followed her heart, if she decided to claim Shirou for herself, Riveria couldn't imagine the expressions on Lafia and Ace's faces. Couldn't imagine the hurt that might linger in their eyes, the disappointment that might erode the bonds they had built over the years. And yet, she didn't want to back down either. She wanted to fight for her feelings, just as Lafia, and possibly Ace, would. That was why, without realizing it, She had sabotaged Lafia with her advice. That was why she didn't want Shirou to see their alluring figures in revealing swimwear. Because deep down, she wanted him for herself too. With a heart full of turmoil, Riveria tightened her embrace around the wooden board, letting the warmth of her memories with Shirou lull her to sleep. That night, unbeknownst to her, amidst the uncertainty and torment of her emotions, she slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 119. Riveria awoke with calm breaths, her emerald eyes glinting faintly in the darkness of her room. Her green dress was wrinkled from her motionless sleep, and a lingering warmth remained in her chest. She looked down and realized the folding board she had been hugging was still tightly clutched in her hands. Slowly, she exhaled deeply, allowing her consciousness to return fully. She lifted the board from her chest, her fingers gently stroking its surface before carefully placing it back on the table, as if it were more fragile than the wood it was made of. Her gaze then shifted to the clock on the table. The hour and minute hands pointed precisely to 4. It's already morning. She usually woke at this hour. Her routine was ingrained in her body, and as always, the next steps were to bathe and prepare before heading to the warehouse in the corner of the garden for magecraft training with Shirou. However, something made her pause for a moment. Shirou. She regretted not having had the chance to speak with him last night. After returning from Aina's house, she should have gone to see him and let him know she was back, that she was ready to resume their usual training. But her body had been too exhausted, and her mind was filled with indescribable emotions, so she had ended up falling asleep early. Perhaps he thinks I'm still staying at Aina's place. Growl. Her stomach rumbled softly, breaking the silence of the room. Riveria stiffened, her face flushing slightly even though no one else was in the room. Only now did she realize she hadn't eaten dinner last night. Since returning, her mind had been too preoccupied with thoughts, and she had gone straight to bed without filling her stomach. Now, her body demanded its due with an embarrassingly loud protest. She sighed and wiped her forehead. Perhaps before starting today's activities, I should find something to eat first. With graceful movements, she rose from the bed and began preparing. There was still time before the sun fully rose, and she knew the manor's kitchen would likely be quiet. She just needed something light before refocusing on her training. Riveria stepped out of her room with light steps, the door closing soundlessly behind her. The air inside the manor was still filled with tranquility, the silence occasionally broken by faint snores from adventurers still lost in their dreams. Her hand trailed along the wooden banister as she descended to the first floor. The light from the magic stone lamps placed along the walls provided only a dim glow, enough to see the way while maintaining the peaceful, shadowy atmosphere. Her elongated shadow stretched along the hallway, moving slowly in sync with her silent steps. As she passed several rooms, the occasional loud snore made her ears twitch slightly. Riveria merely sighed and shook her head. How can they sleep with such noise? She thought as she continued walking. When she reached the kitchen, the atmosphere there was no different from the rest of the manor, quiet and still. Riveria opened the door slowly and stepped inside, heading straight for the table where food was usually stored. She opened one of the storage cabinets and examined its contents. There weren't many food options available at this hour. A few pieces of dry bread, some fruit, and cheese neatly stored in a magic stone cooling box. Without hesitation, she took a piece of bread, cut a modest portion of cheese, and poured water into a glass. She carried everything to the table in the middle of the kitchen and sat on one of the chairs, exhaling softly before beginning her meal. The quiet sound of her first bite echoed faintly in the silent room. The slightly hard texture of the bread registered on her tongue, but the soft, slightly salty cheese helped balance the flavor. She lifted her glass and took a slow sip of water. The cool sensation flowed down her throat, offering a slight refreshment amid the lingering drowsiness. Eating in silence like this was nothing unfamiliar to her. As someone who often woke earlier than others, she sometimes enjoyed a light meal before the manor buzzed with morning activity. But this time, it felt slightly different. Why do I feel like I'm avoiding something right now? Her thoughts drifted back to Shirou, to the emotions that had unsettled her last night. She took another bite of bread, trying to divert her mind from it. Yet, deep down, she knew those feelings couldn't be ignored so easily. After finishing her meal and easing her hunger, Riveria rose from the wooden chair in the kitchen. She took a final sip of water before setting the glass back on the table, then silently ascended the stairs to the upper floor. Her destination was her own room, but halfway down the second-floor hallway, her gaze unconsciously flickered toward a particular door, Shirou's room. He's probably still asleep, she thought, remembering that Shirou didn't know she had returned to the manor. If that were the case, their magecraft training could resume this morning without further delay. Yet, another impulse made her feet turn toward his room. I just want to check, she rationalized in her heart, though there was something more personal driving her. Of course, I won't wake him. She justified her actions. I just want to see him for a moment, just a brief glance. Her steps slowed, nearly soundless. The cool morning air flowed through the quiet manor hallway. When she reached Shirou's door, she noticed it wasn't fully closed. It was slightly ajar, leaving a gap for anyone who might want to peek inside. A moment of hesitation arose, but curiosity and temptation overpowered it. With careful movements, she touched the wooden door and pulled it open slightly wider. That was when she saw him. Instantly, Riveria's breath caught in her throat. Before her, Shirou was not asleep as she had assumed. Instead, the young man was training, hanging from a wooden bar fixed to his ceiling, his body rising and falling in steady pull-ups. The perfectly defined muscles of his abdomen tightened with each lift, sweat glistening on his bare skin. "Oh, Riveria," he greeted her in a tired voice, then dropped down and stopped his workout. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "You're back at the manor?" Riveria stood frozen in the doorway, her eyes unconsciously still fixed on the young man's body. It took her a few seconds to look away and regain her composure. "Why, yes, I am," she answered, her voice slightly trembling. She quickly averted her face, pretending to look elsewhere, though her cheeks still felt warm. "I just wanted to confirm something." Shirou raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled by Riveria's uncharacteristic behavior, but he merely nodded slowly before grabbing a towel from the corner of the room to wipe his sweat-drenched body. Meanwhile, Riveria struggled to calm her racing heart. She truly hadn't expected to see such a sight. And worse, why did she want to keep looking longer? Shirou suddenly realized something that made him stiffen slightly. He looked down, noticing he was still shirtless, wearing only shorts with his sweaty body on full display. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early in the morning," he said hastily. Without wasting time, he grabbed a black tank top hanging on a chair and quickly pulled it on. Riveria, whose face had initially flushed slightly, now appeared calmer. Though her expression had returned to its usual neutrality, her eyes still stole glances at Shirou as he tugged the tank top over his head, briefly revealing the movement of his back and arm muscles before the fabric covered them. In her heart, she couldn't suppress a sudden sense of luck. Yesterday, I imagined him swimming shirtless with me in the dungeon, and now, I'm seeing it right in front of me. As Shirou finished putting on his tank top, Riveria cleared her throat softly, trying to banish unnecessary thoughts from her mind. She tilted her head and asked in a flat tone, as if trying to shift the mood. "Why are you training like this?" she inquired. "Doesn't regular physical training not grant Excelia? Especially with your underdog skill, shouldn't you be fighting stronger enemies to gain Excelia?" Shirou rubbed the back of his neck, looking slightly awkward. "Well, honestly, I'm just used to waking up early to teach you magecraft. But since you stayed at Ana's place, my morning schedule felt empty. So, I filled it with other activities." Riveria raised an eyebrow, studying him with curiosity. Her eyes still occasionally flickered to Shirou's sweat-drenched body beneath his tight tank top. "Like these pull-ups?" she asked, leaning slightly forward. Shirou nodded. "Yeah, that's one of them. But days before, I also went to the forge with Lafia to make a bicycle." He smiled slightly. "By the way, have you tried it yet?" Hearing Lafia's name, Riveria felt a sharp pang in her chest, a jealousy that shouldn't exist. She quickly pushed it away before the feeling could take hold. "I have tried it," she replied calmly, suppressing the emotions that had briefly surfaced. "Yesterday evening, I rode Lafia's pink bicycle." Shirou nodded with a satisfied hum. "How was it? Fun, right?" Riveria didn't answer immediately. She simply stared at Shirou, realizing how easily this young man made her feel a whirlwind of emotions in such a short time. She then crossed her arms and let out a soft huff. "I wasn't satisfied," she declared with conviction. Shirou blinked, looking slightly confused. "Huh? Not satisfied?" he asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. Riveria lifted the hem of her green dress slightly, revealing her slender calves before lowering it again. "This outfit makes it difficult for me to ride," she said, her tone slightly annoyed, yet still carrying the elegance of a noble elf. "Oh, I see." Shirou nodded in understanding and then smiled slightly. "In that case, before we train later, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Riveria, usually composed, suddenly fell silent. Shirou's words sounded so ambiguous to her ears, and in a split second, inappropriate images flashed through her mind. "Make me satisfied?" Aware of her own thoughts, Riveria covered her mouth with the back of her hand and let out a small laugh. "You should be careful with your words, Shirou," she teased, though her face was slightly warmer than usual. Shirou blinked, only now realizing how his words could be misinterpreted. "I meant about the bicycle," he quickly clarified, his face turning slightly red. Riveria smiled faintly at his reaction, then turned away. "In that case, I'll go bathe and change into something more suitable for cycling." Shirou sighed in relief before rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, that's a good idea. I should bathe, too. I'm covered in sweat." With that, the two parted ways to prepare as the sun slowly rose, marking the start of a new day in Orario. Riveria returned to her room with light steps, closing the door softly before untying her long hair. She walked to the bathroom, turned on the warm water, and let the gentle steam fill the room. With graceful movements, she began removing her green dress, pulling the soft fabric over her shoulders until it fell to the floor. Her fingers deftly removed her undergarments, stacking them neatly in the corner. Without delay, She stepped under the shower, letting the warm water flow over her body, washing away the remnants of sleepiness and stickiness from her earlier journey. The water soaked her green hair, causing it to cling to her back and shoulders. With lightly scented floral soap, she slowly scrubbed her skin, enjoying the refreshing sensation seeping into her body. Once she felt clean enough, she took a dipper and rinsed herself until no soap remained. After finishing, she grabbed her toothbrush and began brushing gently, ensuring every corner was clean before rinsing her mouth and washing her face once more. She then reached for a large white towel hanging by the bathroom door, using it to dry herself before wrapping it around her chest. With quiet steps, she exited the bathroom, the warm steam still billowing behind her. She walked to her wooden wardrobe, opened its doors, and carefully browsed the neatly hung clothes. Her fingers touched various fabrics, searching for something suitable, not just comfortable for cycling, but also something that would make her look appealing in Shirou's eyes. Her gaze eventually landed on a blue top made of soft, lightweight fabric. Its material was smooth, elegantly following her curves without feeling tight. The cool blue color contrasted beautifully with her signature green hair. She lifted it and smiled faintly, satisfied with her choice. However, the bottom half gave her a slight pause. Long pants felt safer and more in line with her habit of rarely exposing skin, but shorts were more practical for cycling. Riveria's eyes swept over the two options in her hands. Her upbringing as a noble elf always inclined her toward more modest choices. But this time, just this once, perhaps there was no harm in trying something different. With slight hesitation, she finally picked a pair of white shorts that reached only mid-thigh. She took a deep breath, trying to reassure herself. Just this once, she murmured softly before putting them on. As she looked at her reflection in the mirror, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. The shorts were indeed more revealing than usual, but she had to admit she still looked elegant. She smiled slightly, then tied her long hair back neatly. After ensuring everything was ready, she prepared to leave and meet Shirou. Once satisfied with her appearance, Riveria took a deep breath, trying to calm her slightly accelerated heartbeat. She then stepped out of her room with light steps, descending the grand staircase, still quiet at this hour. The manor's atmosphere remained serene, with only the dim glow of magic stones illuminating the hallways. The cool morning air greeted her as she approached the main door. Upon opening it, her eyes immediately caught sight of Shirou, already waiting for her. The young man wore a simple brown tunic with black pants. Though his attire was unremarkable, Riveria always felt there was a unique charm in his simplicity. However, what caught her attention more was how Shirou's eyes reflexively flickered to her slender legs, now only partially covered by the white shorts she had chosen earlier. Instantly, a small smile curled on her lips. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction bloomed in her heart. As an elf far older than him, Riveria was slightly taller than the average human, and in this position, she could clearly see how Shirou had to tilt his head slightly upward to speak to her. Suppressing a small laugh, Riveria finally greeted him softly. "Good morning, Shirou. Have you been waiting long?" Shirou, realizing he had been caught staring, quickly averted his gaze to her face and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Not too long. I just came out myself." His momentarily flustered expression made Riveria want to tease him further, but she held back. Instead, she merely smiled faintly and nodded before standing beside him. Without further words, they began walking side by side out of the manor. However, this time, their steps didn't lead to the small warehouse where they usually practiced magecraft, but to the manor's backyard. Riveria glanced at Shirou curiously. "So, we're cycling before training?" Shirou turned to her with a slight smile. "Yeah, I promised to make you satisfied, didn't I?" Riveria nearly choked on air at Shirou's repetition of his earlier ambiguous words. She cleared her throat softly, stifling a laugh and deciding not to respond further, then followed Shirou to where they would ride. Chapter 120. The soft light of dawn accompanied Shirou and Riveria as they walked side by side around Twilight Manor toward the backyard. The morning air was still fresh, and the thin dew covering the grass created the distinct scent of earth. Strolling leisurely, Riveria glanced at Shirou before finally starting the conversation. "I'm curious, why do the members of our familia only use bicycles in this backyard? I've never seen them try riding outside the manor." Shirou, walking with his hands tucked into his pants pockets, turned slightly and gave a small smile. "Loki wants Lafia and me to patent the bicycle design first before everyone else finds out about it. So for now, Loki doesn't want the design to leak to the public." Riveria nodded in understanding. That made sense. If the design was truly unique and innovative, it was no surprise that Loki wanted to keep it secret until everything was official. So that's the reason. Well, it's fine. The backyard here is spacious enough for testing. Their steps continued, and Riveria spoke again, this time with a thoughtful tone. "If you plan to patent this bicycle design, does that mean you'll be going to Altina?" Shirou nodded. "Yes. Altina is the center of magic and scientific research in this world. The best place to handle patents and further development." He glanced at Riveria with a hint of curiosity. "By the way, have you ever been there?" Riveria looked at Shirou briefly before nodding slowly. I've been to Altina before, long before you joined Loki Familia. Shirou turned to her with interest. So what were your impressions of Altina? Riveria paused for a moment, as if recalling her past experiences in the city. They're very focused and diligent in researching magic and science. The city is filled with people who tirelessly conduct research, she said. Shirou listened carefully. The description reminded him of the Magi from his world. They, too, were deeply dedicated to magical research, often to the point of neglecting other aspects of their lives. However, before Shirou could respond, Riveria added in a slightly different tone. But even though they seem to respect me outwardly, I'm sure behind the scenes, many mages in Altina actually dislike me. Shirou frowned. Huh? Why would that be? He truly couldn't imagine why anyone would hate Riveria, who was always calm, wise, and respected by many. Riveria let out a soft sigh and gave a faint smile. Because I can use 9 different spells, while most mages can only master a maximum of 3. That makes them envious and resentful. Shirou nodded, finally understanding the situation. So they feel threatened and jealous, huh? He sighed. The world of magic in Orario isn't so different from the Magi in my homeland. Riveria glanced at Shirou with a teasing look and a small smile. If they knew you possessed magecraft that isn't limited by the number of spells, I'm sure they'd dislike you too. Shirou shrugged. In that case, you'll have to keep magecraft a secret since I've already taught it to you, he replied lightly. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and before they realized it, they had arrived at the manor's backyard, where the bicycles they had been discussing awaited testing. On the terrace of the backyard, where the bicycles projected by Shirou were parked alongside Lafia's pink one, Riveria crossed her arms and stared at them with a serious expression. The cool morning breeze gently swayed the ends of her long, emerald green hair. If it's just the two of you going to Altina, that worries me, she said, her voice firm though not raised. Shirou, who was checking the bicycle chain, turned and responded casually. We'll be fine. There's nothing to worry about, he said with a confident smile. Riveria immediately raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. How can I not worry? You're always trying to hide your strength to appear as a level 1 adventurer in Lafia. She gave Shirou a sharp look before continuing. She has magic that exceeds normal limits because of her ability to mimic other elf spells. The mages in Altina aren't the type to let something like that slide. Shirou let out a light sigh. If anything happens to Lafia, I won't hesitate to show my power. His golden brown eyes gleamed with absolute conviction. He wasn't speaking just to reassure Riveria. He truly believed in his words. If Lafia were in danger, he would protect her without hesitation, no matter the consequences. Riveria, who had initially intended to scold him, suddenly fell silent. She felt something strange in her chest. Her heart beat faster than usual, and it wasn't out of anxiety. It was because of Shirou's resolute and confident demeanor. To mask the sudden nervousness, Riveria adjusted her posture and said with a half-sighing tone, in that case, there's no other choice. I'll go with you to Altina. Shirou blinked several times, slightly surprised. Huh. Riveria placed a hand on her hip and gave him an unyielding look. I can't entrust your safety to just your assumption that everything will be fine. With me there, no one will dare cause trouble. Shirou stared at her for a moment before finally smiling slightly. All right then, I won't refuse your help. Riveria nodded in satisfaction, feeling more at ease with her decision. Yet deep down, she knew there was another reason she wanted to go. It wasn't just about ensuring their safety, but also because she didn't want to miss the chance to grow closer to Shirou. Shirou lightly patted the saddle of one of the bicycles and turned to Riveria with a small nod. Go ahead and pick. Any of the bikes parked here is yours to use, he said, gesturing toward the row of 2-wheeled vehicles. Riveria stepped slowly toward the bicycles, her eyes scanning each one. They all look the same, she murmured. Then her gaze stopped on the brightly colored one. Except that pink one, clearly Lafia's. Shirou nodded lightly. Yeah, you're right. Almost all of them are my projections. But the pink one is handmade. Lafia and I made it together. Hearing that, Riveria suddenly fell silent. A faint glimmer flashed in her eyes, a feeling she couldn't quite explain, even to herself. Lafia has a special bike, made by Shirou's own hands, she thought. She bit her lower lip softly, not wanting to show that she felt a slight desire to have something. Well, special too. Though she knew the other bikes were projections that would only last 3 days, there was a quiet urge within her to have something different from the others, something that felt more hers. But she also knew she wasn't the type to trouble others, let alone ask Shirou to make a real bike just for her whims. Yet, an idea emerged. Why not ask Shirou to project a slightly more advanced bike? She knew his ability to create things was extraordinary. Shirou, she said softly but firmly. How about, you make me a slightly different bike? Maybe something more advanced? Just for testing. It's fine if it's only a temporary projection. Shirou paused for a moment, deep in thought. In his mind, he immediately pictured the old motorcycle belonging to Raiga, a large silver machine with a roaring engine that he used to repair in the past. But, if I summon that now, The engine noise might wake up the entire manor, he thought with a sigh. Then his eyes landed on the soft blue top Riveria was wearing that morning. A simple idea came to him. He raised his hand, and a blue light slowly shimmered in the air. Within seconds, a new bicycle appeared before them, blue, matching Riveria's outfit, with a sleek yet elegant design. Riveria stared at the bike in admiration. Beautiful, but it doesn't seem much different from the others, she said, touching the handlebars. Shirou smiled mysteriously and tapped the side of the handlebar. Clinked that a faint mechanical sound rang out. This one has a more complex gear system. You can adjust it depending on the terrain. I copied the system from high-class racing bikes in my old world. Oh, I see. Riveria looked at him with keen interest. You still have plenty of surprises up your sleeve, don't you? Shirou smirked slightly. I save the best for those who can handle the speed. Riveria raised an eyebrow. You mean me? If not you, then who? Shirou replied casually. Riveria's cheeks tinged faintly pink, but she quickly turned away and mounted the blue bike, hiding the smile slowly forming on her lips. All right, show me how fast this surprise can go. Shirou watched as Riveria settled onto her new blue bike. In a half-teasing tone, he said while straightening his arm, Want to try it right away? Or should I hold your shoulders first so you don't fall? For a moment, he remembered how he had steadied Lafia when she was nervous and clumsy during her first ride. Back then, he had to support the young elf girl's shoulders to keep her from wobbling and tumbling onto the grass. But this was different now. Riveria let out a soft huff, turning her head with a narrowed yet faintly smiling gaze. You really underestimate me, don't you? And as if to silence Shirou's doubts, Riveria immediately pressed down on the pedal. Click, click. The sound of the chain and shifting gears echoed as she adeptly changed speeds. With a firm push, her body glided effortlessly around the spacious field. Her long, emerald green ponytail fluttered in the morning breeze, creating an image of grace and strength. Shirou could only stare in awe. In his mind, Riveria was usually a calm, intelligent, and dignified figure, a pillar of strength in Loki Familia. But seeing her like this, laughing softly atop the bike, her face bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, a different side of her shone through, something free, mature, and captivating. Unlike Lafia, who would blush and panic when she lost balance on the bike, occasionally glancing back to make sure Shirou was still behind her, adorably clingy and cheerful in her innocence. Two figures so different, yet somehow, both equally captivating in Shirou's eyes. After several laps and satisfied with the sensation of controlling the bike, Riveria slowed down and turned toward Shirou, who was still watching her. Come on, let's ride around the backyard. The path is long enough for a proper test, she said, nodding toward the trail on the southern side. Sure, Shirou replied with a smirk. He then projected an identical blue bike. Boom, the light formed the shape of the bicycle, and he quickly mounted it. With a light push, Shirou caught up to Riveria, who had already started moving slowly. After a few pedals, they were side by side, riding in sync, their wheels creaking softly as they cut through the quiet morning in Twilight Manor's backyard. The cool air, the scent of dew, and the silence broken only by the sound of bicycle chains and their occasional soft breaths. Shirou couldn't help but indulge it slightly. This morning felt peaceful and beautiful. As they pedaled leisurely along the misty morning trail, Shirou and Riveria enjoyed their quiet companionship, accompanied only by the creak off the chains and the rustling wind. Then, Riveria glanced at Shirou and said with a soft smile, Now I'm starting to understand why the other members of Loki Familia love riding bicycles so much. Shirou, riding right beside her, turned and nodded slowly. In my old world, bicycles were part of daily life. Children, adults, even the elderly, everyone used them, whether for school, work, or just leisurely rides. Riveria raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice filled with curiosity. Your world sounds much more peaceful than Orario. Here, adventurers risk their lives in the dungeon almost every day, fighting monsters, bearing wounds, losing comrades. No wonder they're so excited and carefree when trying something as simple as this. These bicycles feel like an escape from the pressure. Shirou didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on the path ahead, but his mind wandered far. Yes, Japan was peaceful, he thought. The country was bustling with everyday life, yet almost devoid of extreme violence. But that was only one side of his world. He also knew, all too well, about other places. In war-torn regions like the Middle East, the sounds of bombs and gunfire were commonplace. In the alternate life of Shirou Emiya, his other self, Archer, had spent his days traversing battlefields, saving the innocent, and leaving footprints on blood-soaked soil. But that's in the past, Shirou thought, taking a deep breath. Now, I'm in another world. This world also needs someone to fight for the weak. If Archer could dedicate his life to being a hero, then so can I, in my own way. I hope, he said softly, his voice calm, yet filled with determination, that one day, the dungeon can be completely cleared of monsters, and Orario can enter an era of peace. So no one has to risk their lives every day. Riveria turned to him, pausing briefly at the weight of his words. Then she smiled, not mocking, but with deep respect. That's a lofty dream, but I'd never laugh at it. I'll keep supporting you, Shirou, no matter what path you choose. They continued pedaling along the trail, letting the morning breeze brush their faces and allowing the momentary silence to envelop them in unspoken understanding. In a world of harshness, amidst the threats of the dungeon and the darkness below, that morning felt like a small fragment of peace, a hope for a better future. Their pace slowed as the trail gradually descended, revealing a small stone and wood building in the distance. The faint sound of trickling water from a nearby gutter reached their ears, and the scent of metal and charcoal greeted them from afar. The forge stood quietly behind the manor, simple yet sturdy, a place where fire and perseverance intertwined. "Hey, Shirou," Riveria suddenly said, turning to him as she pulled the brakes. "Can we stop for a moment?" Shirou nodded and slowed down. "Sure. Did something catch your attention?" They parked their two blue bikes in front of the building. Click. The sound of the kickstands touching the ground, and the two stood side by side, gazing at the slightly ajar wooden door. The warm air from inside contrasted with the cool morning. Riveria pushed the door open slowly, producing a faint creak from the long unlubricated hinges. Shirou followed behind, letting the door close gently. Inside, the atmosphere was different from the simple exterior. The forge wasn't large, but it was neatly organized. The walls were adorned with aligned forging tools, a small unlit furnace, and stacks of raw metal in crates. But Riveria's attention was drawn to one corner, an alchemy table, clean and orderly, with small bottles and handwritten notes. She approached, her fingers carefully touching the wooden surface. "This is an alchemy table?" she asked, turning to Shirou. Shirou nodded. "Yes, Lafia uses it. When we were experimenting with synthetic materials for bicycle tires, she helped me a lot here. The mixture was made from modified slime carcasses, so the elasticity could approximate modern bicycle tires." Riveria listened silently, nodding slowly. A thought crossed her mind like a sudden gust of wind. She could take over that role. She had the skills, knowledge, and experience to assist Shirou here. But her eyes lingered on the table, then shifted to another part of the room. She remembered the small storage room where she practiced magecraft with Shirou. That space felt like hers. A place where she could be herself, free from the burdens of being a high elf or Loki Familia's strongest mage. A place where she laughed, complained, and even forgot about the outside world when she was with Shirou. She didn't want to take everything. This forge could remain Lafia's. A place where the young girl shared time and experiences with Shirou, just as she had her own space in the storage room. There was no need for competition, no need for rivalry. Riveria smiled faintly, more to herself, and murmured softly, "This place suits her." Shirou turned, catching Riveria's quiet words. "What did you say?" Riveria shook her head quickly, her long green hair swaying gently. "Nothing. Just thinking. This place feels more alive than I expected." She then walked slowly, quietly admiring the work of Shirou and Lafia. Deep down, she realized that though their paths were different, the feelings growing within her remained the same. The Sword Prince. Chapter 121. Riveria walked slowly around the forge, her fingers lightly brushing the surface of the tables and the handles of the neatly hung tools. The sound of her footsteps echoed softly against the stone floor. Her eyes swept over every corner with quiet curiosity before she turned to Shirou, who stood not far from the large, cold furnace. "What have you forged in this place?" she asked, her gentle voice seeming to probe the space and time of the forge itself. Shirou shrugged casually. "Not much, honestly. I've only really started using this forge seriously in the last few days. Still in the trial and error phase." Riveria furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze shifting from the tools to Shirou's face. "But haven't you been level 4 for quite some time? Back then, if I recall correctly, you should have chosen a development ability, right? Don't tell me." She paused for a moment, then stared at him more intently. "You didn't even choose forging as your ability?" Shirou chuckled softly and shook his head. "Quite the opposite. I chose forging as my development ability when I reached level 4. Hearing this admission, Riveria folded her arms in front of her chest. "Then why did you only start now? Wouldn't it make more sense to hone your skills right away?" Shirou lowered his head slightly, as if recalling something both amusing and frustrating. "Back then, Loki and I thought the forging development ability could strengthen my magecraft, especially projection. The idea was that if I had forging as my development ability, the weapons or tools I projected would become more stable, more real." He let out a short sigh and added, "But, well, even a goddess of Loki's caliber can misjudge things." Riveria stifled a laugh, though the corners of her lips curled upward. "Fufufu. Loki isn't the type of goddess to dwell too deeply on technicalities. Besides, this is the first time she's seen magecraft from another world. It's only natural she'd misjudge its effects." She glanced toward the bicycle parked outside, visible through the forge's dusty small window. "At the very least, thanks to you choosing forging, Lafia's bicycle could be made. Not just a projection, but something crafted with your own hands and real materials." Shirou followed her gaze to the window and nodded in agreement. Yeah, who would have thought my forging skills would be used for a bicycle instead of a sword? Riveria looked at him softly. Sometimes, the unconventional path leads us to more meaningful things. Shirou fell silent, but in his heart, he acknowledged. This forge might not produce legendary weapons, but it holds memories and collaboration with Lafia. And that, he thought, was more than enough. Riveria leaned her hands on the work table, her eyes scanning the tools hanging on the walls, the hammers, the chisels, all arranged with meticulous care. The air inside the forge was warm and carried the scent of metal, yet it felt comforting. She turned back to Shirou, who was still standing casually near the material crate. In that case, she said quietly, her gentle voice blending with the forge's tranquil atmosphere. Do you and Lafia have any plans? I mean, after that pink bicycle, what else do the two of you want to make? Shirou shook his head slowly, his eyes drifting slightly. Haven't really thought about it yet, he said, walking closer to the table. We talked about a few things, but nothing's set in stone. Might need some inspiration first. Riveria smiled faintly. Though I'm quite curious. You mentioned flying vehicles before, didn't you? What was it, an airplane? She uttered the last word with slight hesitation, as if tasting something unfamiliar. Ever since you mentioned it, I've been imagining it. What it looks like, how it stays in the air. Shirou immediately raised his hands in mock surrender, looking startled. That's way too much. Building an airplane? Impossible. He pointed toward the bicycles outside. With bicycles, I could replicate them because the mechanism is simple, and I've taken them apart in the past. But an airplane? I don't even have blueprints for it. And the materials needed aren't things you can easily find in Orario. Some parts require lightweight metal, combustion engines, control systems, and none of that can be done with just tracing. Riveria fell silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. So you've never traced an airplane before? That makes sense. It's different from the bicycle, which you could make because you understood it firsthand. She took a slow breath and then leaned back against the table, still facing Shirou. Deep down, she couldn't deny her admiration and growing curiosity about the technology from Shirou's world. Even if she knew it wasn't something easily achieved, she still hoped that one day, Shirou might find a way. Still, it would be wonderful if we could fly above Orario, she murmured softly, almost like a dreamy whisper. Shirou heard the longing in her voice. Maybe someday, Riveria. But for now, let's stick with bicycles. Riveria responded with a small nod and a warm smile. A bicycle is more than enough to make my days more interesting. After Riveria had her fill of exploring the warm and quiet forge, the soft sound of their footsteps echoed as they stepped back into the manor's backyard. The faint creak of the wooden door, closing slowly, welcomed the morning sunlight still blanketing the area. Two blue bicycles crafted by Shirou stood neatly in their spots, their frames reflecting a soft glow as if waiting for their riders to continue their little adventures. Shirou glanced at Riveria from the side, then asked in a relaxed yet attentive tone, You really want to fly, don't you? Earlier, you seemed a little disappointed when I dismissed the airplane idea. Riveria's eyes widened slightly, surprised that Shirou had read her feelings. Though her expression remained as composed and elegant as ever, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at him briefly before turning her gaze back to the grass swaying gently in the breeze. Her gaze was calm, yet profound. I won't deny it, she finally said, her tone even but carrying emotion. I like new things. Things I've never been able to experience before. She paused for a moment, then looked at Shirou softly. For 70 years since I was born, I've never left the palace or the forests of Alf. My life was confined by walls of rules and titles. Shirou nodded slowly, as if fitting a puzzle piece into place. So that's why. You were so insistent back then about wanting me to teach you magecraft, huh? Riveria gazed ahead, a faint smile crossing her lips. Exactly. Since becoming an adventurer and joining Orario, I've discovered so many new things. This world is vast, Shirou, and you've shown me an even wider world. Magecraft, different ways of using magic, even technology, things I never imagined before. Just this bicycle. Who would have thought I'd enjoy riding it? And you mentioned airplanes, objects that can soar through the sky like birds. It's like a dream. Hearing such sincere praise, Shirou felt his cheeks grow slightly warm. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and smiled. I don't know if I deserve such high praise. But about airplanes, maybe someday, if I become skilled enough at forging, I'll give it a try. Riveria turned to him, and this time, her smile was full of meaning. Then, I'll wait for that day. Don't make me wait another 70 years, all right? A breeze passed between them, lifting the strands of Riveria's green hair tied in a low ponytail, making the moment feel like a scene from a peaceful dream. Shirou's gaze drifted, staring at the vast sky. In his heart, he made a new promise, not just to Riveria, but to himself. In this new world, he would keep learning, keep creating, and maybe, one day, he could truly take Riveria flying. Riveria walked lightly toward her blue bicycle and parked it neatly beside the forge. With graceful movements, she adjusted the handlebars and stood beside it, ready to pedal again. But after a few seconds, she noticed Shirou still standing in the same spot, staring at the grass as if lost in thought. Her brow arched slightly in curiosity. "Shirou," she called softly, her gentle voice cutting through the quiet air. She turned, watching the man who seemed deep in contemplation. Shirou snapped out of his thoughts. A faint snake showed in his mind, like a thread of awareness reconnecting. He tilted his head, still with a pondering expression. "Ah, sorry. I just remembered something." A flash of memory surfaced. Lafia once tried to help make bicycle tires from leftover slime remains through alchemy. The process had failed because the consistency was too soft, and somehow, the result ended up like a lightweight, stretchy balloon. Back then, Lafia had just laughed it off as a silly accident. But now perhaps that was the key. He turned to Riveria, a faint but confident smile on his face. "Seems like you won't have to wait 70 years to fly after all." The words made Riveria freeze for a moment, curiosity igniting like a small flame fanned by the wind. She stepped away from her bicycle and approached him, her eyes gleaming. "Are you serious? What do you mean? Do you already have an idea for building an airplane?" Shirou was amused by her reaction and shook his head. "Not an airplane, but maybe a different kind of flying vehicle." "Different?" Riveria frowned, now genuinely intrigued. "What kind of vehicle? In your stories, airplanes are objects that glide through the air like birds, right? So, if not an airplane, what else can fly?" Shirou looked up at the soft blue sky, where thin wisps of clouds drifted peacefully in the distance. The wind gently ruffled his red hair as he answered mysteriously, "You'll see. I need to test a few things first, but I'm sure it can become real." Shirou slowly raised his hand, his fingers glowing faintly as prana energy flowed into the air. The light swirled, forming a transparent magic pattern in front of him like unseen strokes of wind. But midway through, his movement slowed. His gaze wavered, and the gathered light began to fade. He exhaled softly, lowering his arm again. Seeing this change, Riveria stepped closer with quiet footsteps. She touched his arm gently, her voice as soft as the morning breeze. "Is something troubling you, Shirou?" Shirou turned to her and gave a small nod. "The object I want to project is enormous, and if it were to float in Orario's sky, I'm sure all eyes would be on it, including the gods." He looked down briefly, suppressing a frustrated sigh. "I don't want that to happen." Riveria stared at him silently for a few seconds, fully understanding the weight of his concern. She knew well how Shirou always avoided the public eye. His extraordinary power, his abilities not of this world, all were things he wanted to keep hidden. Even now, he concealed his level and skill progression to avoid drawing attention. Riveria never blamed him for it. With a faint but sincere smile, she said, "Then, how about this someday? We'll go outside of Orario. We can find a quiet place. There, no one will be watching, and you can freely project your flying device." Though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart, a small hope to experience flight today had vanished. Riveria found the idea romantic. She even began imagining it, a sunset, an open field, and just the two of them riding a hot air balloon into the twilight sky. Could this count as their second date? The thought made her chest flutter slightly, but she maintained her composed expression. A noble like her wouldn't easily reveal such emotions. Shirou smiled slightly, touched by her consideration. "Thank you, Riveria," he said sincerely. "But I don't want to disappoint you again." With that, he raised his hand once more. Magical light reappeared, this time forming something much smaller. Flip. A tiny, uninflated balloon materialized in his palm. Its surface was bright red, glossy, and elastic under the morning light. "It's not a giant hot air balloon," he said, offering it to Riveria. "But this balloon can float." Riveria stared at the small balloon, puzzled. "A balloon?" Shirou chuckled softly and lightly smacked his own forehead. "Ah, sorry. I forgot you don't know how this works." He patiently explained. "This balloon is made of elastic material. If you blow air into it, it'll expand. And because it's lightweight, it'll float a little before coming back down." With enthusiasm, he handed it to Riveria. "Here, try it. Blow into it slowly but steadily until it inflates." Riveria hesitated for a moment before accepting it gracefully. She held it briefly, then brought it to her lips. After taking a deep breath, she began blowing gently. Phew. The balloon gradually expanded, its color becoming more translucent and glossy. Riveria's eyes slowly widened, like a child discovering their first toy. Shirou found it endearing, watching such a rare expression grace the face of a woman usually so dignified. "Fascinating," Riveria murmured, twisting the now fist-sized balloon in her hands. "I didn't expect this to be so enjoyable." Shirou gestured toward the small red balloon still in her hand. "Follow the end. Tie a knot here," he instructed, demonstrating with his fingers. Riveria nodded and carefully twisted the balloon's end, tying it as Shirou had shown. Her hands, trained in spellcasting, were deft even in such simple motions. Once done, she lifted the small balloon and examined it with quiet satisfaction. "It's a cute color," she mused, then turned to Shirou. "Can you make more?" but in different colors? Shirou obliged, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Of course. Just a moment. With a single breath, he raised his hand again, channeling prana into the air. Magical energy swirled beneath his palm. And from the spiraling light emerged 5 balloons in different colors: sky blue, soft yellow, pale purple, mint green, and pastel orange. Each was already inflated, floating gently in the air like weightless dreams. At the bottom of each balloon, a thin white string was neatly tied. "For you," Shirou said, handing the ends of the strings to Riveria with a calm gaze. Riveria's emerald green eyes widened as she watched the balloons drift rhythmically before her. The morning air brushed against their surfaces, making them sway lightly. She accepted the strings carefully, as if fearing even a rough tug might shatter their fragile beauty. Before holding her 5 new balloons, Riveria bent down gently and placed the red balloon she had inflated earlier on the ground, setting it down as one might place a flower on an altar, softly, reverently. She then swayed the 5 balloons in her hands back and forth, laughing softly. "They're beautiful. It feels like holding pieces of the sky." Shirou watched the genuine awe on her face. "These can't carry us into the air. But," he said, pointing upward with his index finger, "a hot air balloon that can lift us would be much bigger. Maybe the size of a small house, or even larger." Riveria imagined it. A giant balloon suspended in the sky, carrying a small gondola beneath it, with the vast expanse of Orario shrinking below. A world slowly turning small in the morning haze. "So if these little balloons can't take me flying," she said with a smile, "at least they can carry my dreams." The Sword Prince. Author note. Unlock new chapters and exclusive illustrations at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 122. Riveria slowly closed her eyes, letting the morning breeze caress her face and green hair. She stood still, 5 colorful balloons floating gently in her hand, swaying softly as if inviting her to dance. In that brief moment of silence, she imagined herself lifting into the sky, slowly, lightly, like a leaf carried by the wind. In her mind's eye, the sky stretched endlessly blue, and she drifted among the white clouds like a feather. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, causing her eyes to snap open with renewed sparkle. "Shirou," she said, turning to him while swaying the 5 balloons back and forth. "If I had more balloons, way more, could I actually lift off the ground?" Shirou blinked, slightly startled by the unexpected question. "In theory, yes, but..." Riveria immediately cut him off, her voice brimming with excitement. "Then let's try it. We don't have to go too high. These balloons are small. They won't attract attention, right?" Shirou sighed and began running rough calculations in his head. "If you really want to float, you'd need an enormous number of balloons. I mean a lot. They'd have to support your weight." Pinch. Ow. Shirou instinctively grabbed his cheek, which had just been pinched. His hand reflexively rubbed the spot that stung and tingled. He stared at Riveria, who was looking back at him with a mischievous smile. Riveria leaned in slightly, her eyes half-lidded in playful reproach. "It's rude to call a woman heavy, Shirou." Shirou was flustered, his face turning red. "That's not what I meant. I was talking technically. Physics. Mass and lift force," he stammered. Hearing this, Riveria burst into laughter, light and clear, like the trickling of mountain water. She laughed freely, and for a moment, she no longer seemed like the legendary mage of Loki Familia, but rather a young girl lost in a simple, happy moment. I know," she said, still giggling as she lightly patted Shirou's arm. "But your expression just now was priceless." Shirou could only offer a wry smile, rubbing his cheek as if it could erase his embarrassment. Yet, seeing Riveria's radiant smile, he felt the small pinch was a fair price for such a sight. Riveria clasped her hands in front of her chest, still tightly holding the strings of the 5 balloons floating cheerfully in the air. Her smile hadn't faded since she had pinched Shirou's cheek, but now there was a gentle seriousness in her tone. "Even if it doesn't work, let's just treat it as an experiment. Field research, not just fun," she said confidently, as if convincing herself this wasn't merely a personal whim. Shirou watched her and let out a short sigh. He recognized that look, the unmistakable curiosity of a scientist, or in this case, a mage thirsty for new experiences. He knew there was no point in refusing. "All right," he finally said, a small curve forming on his lips. "I get it. You really want to try this." He paused for a moment, his mind working. "In that case, how about I project larger balloons this time?" he mused, raising a hand to his chin. Riveria narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Wait, didn't you say earlier you didn't want to create a hot air balloon? You were worried it'd attract the attention of the gods in Orario, right?" Her voice carried doubt. She glanced at Shirou briefly before looking down. "I don't want to trouble you or put you in a difficult position because of my selfishness." Shirou responded with a reassuring expression. "Relax. What I'm projecting now won't be as big as a real hot air balloon, just slightly larger than before. It's still safe." He then extended his hand toward Riveria. "Here, let me show you." Riveria reluctantly handed over the 5 balloon strings. Shirou raised his left hand, and with a smooth motion, he channeled prana that enveloped the 5 floating balloons, as well as the small red balloon that had been placed on the ground. In an instant, they all began to fade slowly, like fragments of light carried away by the wind. FSSH. They dissolved into particles of magic and vanished into the air. Riveria held her breath, watching the tiny balloons disappear from sight. A strange sense of loss settled in her chest. Even though they were just temporary projections, she had genuinely enjoyed that small moment with them. But before she could voice her disappointment, her eyes widened. With a faint shimmer of red light, Shirou projected a new balloon into his right hand. This balloon looked full, glossy like wet silk, and, much to Riveria's astonishment, it was far larger than the previous ones. The balloon hovered calmly, held by a thick silver string. "Here," Shirou said, handing the string to Riveria. Riveria accepted it in awe, her eyes never leaving the large balloon now floating in the air, as if daring the sky to lift whoever held it. She gazed at it from bottom to top, watching it drift gently yet steadily, as if it had a will of its own to stay aloft. "It's taller than me," she murmured, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of hope. Shirou watched her warmly. "Try swaying it gently. Feel the pull." When Riveria did so, the balloon swayed softly, giving her the sensation of being gently tugged upward. It was the beginning of her flying dream, slowly taking shape. As her fingers tightly gripped the string of the large red balloon, Riveria felt a gentle but stronger pull than before, as if an invisible force was trying to lift her slowly off the ground. Unlike the 5 small balloons that had only swayed lightly, this one had a real upward force, as though she only needed a few more to take flight truly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and an irrepressible smile spread across her face. "Shirou, I think this might actually work," she said, unable to hide her amazement. Shirou didn't respond directly. Instead, he raised his hand again, summoning prana with a motion almost like sleight of hand. In an instant, a second large balloon appeared in the air, bright orange, floating upward and drifting slightly toward Riveria. "Whoa!" Riveria reflexively exclaimed, then quickly jumped and grabbed its string before it could escape into the sky. She clutched it tightly, her breath slightly hurried from the brief panic. She glared at Shirou, but her eyes still shone with excitement. "You could have warned me. If I'd been too slow, this balloon might have landed on someone's roof," she protested, half serious and half amused, as she held both balloons, red and orange, now swaying gently above her. Shirou only smiled faintly. "Relax. If it flew too far, I could just dispel it before it touched the ground." Riveria was about to retort when Shirou suddenly said, "Get ready." "Huh? For eh?" Before she could ask, large balloons began appearing around her. Soft flashes of light zipped through the air, each revealing a new balloon in a different color, shimmering like gems under the morning sun. A yellow balloon emerged to her left. A green one followed from behind. A deep blue balloon rose slowly to her right. A pale blue, almost translucent balloon spun gently in front of her face. Finally, a purple balloon appeared above her head, floating like a crown. Riveria's reflexes were extraordinary. With agility and grace, she reached out one by one, catching each balloon's string before any could fly too far. The breeze made her hair dance, and her white shorts rustled as she adjusted her stance to balance while holding them all. Now, she stood in front of the forge with 7 large balloons floating above her: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pale blue, and purple. The colors formed a beautiful canopy, like an inverted rainbow hanging in the sky. The strings tangled between her fingers, and she gripped them tightly, her eyes wide with awe. Her breath hitched slightly. "Shirou," she whispered, "I'm really going to lift off." And in her heart, a small voice said, "Flying with you might not just be a dream." Shirou stood straight, his hands tucked into his pants pockets as he watched Riveria, now surrounded by 7 large balloons floating gracefully in the air. The balloons made her silhouette look like something out of a dream painting, elegant, bright, and almost unreal. Yet, Shirou's expression wasn't fully satisfied. "Still not enough," he finally said, his voice quiet but clear. Riveria, whose body now felt slightly lifted but not fully airborne, nodded. She could feel the pull of the balloons, much stronger than before, 7 times the force of just the single red balloon earlier. But gravity still held her down. "I can feel it." "Almost," she said eagerly. "Just project more, Shirou. I'll catch them all." Shirou scratched his head, which wasn't itchy. "I could, but I'd have to repeat colors. The balloons would start doubling up." Riveria blinked, only now realizing that. She looked up at the sky, where 7 large balloons floated gracefully. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pale blue, and purple. All the colors of the rainbow. "Heh," Riveria giggled, her lips curling in amusement. "Turns out, we accidentally made a rainbow hanging in the sky." She let out a light sigh and said, "Then let's try another way." Shirou raised an eyebrow. "Another way?" Riveria turned to him. her green eyes gleaming with intelligence. You're more skilled in reinforcement than I am. And these balloons are your projections, right? Shirou nodded, starting to follow her train of thought. You once said reinforcement can strengthen an object's properties, not just its physical structure, but also its properties. Reveria continued, slightly raising her hands to let the balloon strings rise higher. Shirou stared at her, now fully understanding. So you mean, you want me to reinforce these balloons, both the rubber and the gas inside? Exactly, Reveria nodded quickly. Use reinforcement on these balloons. Strengthen the rubber so it won't burst easily, and the gas inside to increase its buoyancy. Shirou nodded slowly. All right, I'll try. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let prana flow from his body to his fingertips. Trace-on. His hand rose to chest height, his fingers forming a steady mudra. Silently, he directed reinforcement one by one onto the large balloons swaying in the air, starting with the outer rubber, making it more elastic, pressure-resistant, and less likely to burst. Then, he reinforced the gas inside, increasing its lift by altering its density and stability. A thin aura of prana enveloped each balloon, and they slowly glowed softly, shimmering as if holding the sky within. Whoosh! Oh! The sudden small scream made Shirou snap his eyes open. What he saw made his heart race. Reveria was lifted into the air. Her feet slowly left the ground, her green low ponytail fluttering in the wind, and the large balloons above her were now truly carrying her upward. She wasn't just hovering lightly, she was rising high. Hap! With quick reflexes, Shirou dashed forward and leaped, his arms wide open. His heart pounded as he managed to grab Reveria's white calves, which were already lifting higher. Oof! Reveria gasped, her body jolted by the sudden tug. Their combined weight made the large balloons unable to lift them further, and slowly, they descended back to the ground. But their position now looked comical, like an unbalanced human tower. The 7 colorful balloons still floated in Reveria's hand, hovering above her like a giant umbrella. Shirou still tightly held her calves, trying to keep her from flying again. Shirou, why did you pull me down? Reveria looked down, her brows furrowed in confusion. I was worried you'd fly too high. How would you get back down? Shirou called from below, but his voice was swallowed by the wind carrying their words away. What? I can't hear you. Reveria frowned, then raised her voice. Just pull me all the way down. Obediently, Shirou began lowering her slowly. His hands, which had been gripping her calves, now moved up to her smooth knees. Then, unintentionally, his fingers brushed against her exposed thighs under her shorts. How? A small gasp escaped Reveria's lips, making Shirou freeze instantly. Don't stop, Reveria commanded, her voice slightly trembling. Shirou swallowed hard and continued. His hands now reached her slender waist, his face accidentally almost pressed against her ample chest. His breath hitched as he tried not to think about how close they were. Slowly, his hands moved again, circling her toned stomach, and finally stopped at her shoulders. Now, they stood face to face, mere inches apart. Shirou's hands still gripped Reveria's shoulders, as if he were afraid she'd float away if he let go. The air between them felt hot, even as the morning breeze remained cool. Reveria stared at Shirou with flushed cheeks, while Shirou struggled to look anywhere but her shining green eyes. The balloons above them swayed gently, as if laughing at the awkward scene. Who would have thought the flying experiment would end like this? Shirou thought to himself. So why? Reveria raised an eyebrow, her hands still tightly holding the strings of the 7 balloons floating above them. Her voice was soft, but there was an unmistakable curiosity in it. Shirou felt his palms pressed against Reveria's shoulders, covered by her smooth blue top, growing sweaty. So damp. But why do I feel so hot? He wondered in confusion. I was worried you'd fly too high. Shirou finally answered, his voice hoarse. If you got carried away and fell, I didn't want you to get hurt. His eyes lowered, his face reddening. And sorry for my hands earlier. Heh. A small laugh escaped Reveria's lips. Despite their awkward position, standing so close, balloons floating above, and Shirou's hands still on her shoulders, a warm feeling surged in her heart. This is kind of romantic, isn't it? Shirou, you don't need to apologize. Reveria shook her head, her smile gentle. Haven't I told you before? I'm fine with anything you do to me. Shirou frowned. But that. SSSTTTT. Reveria cut him off by puckering her lips, blowing a short sound like she often did to calm her students. Shirou fell silent, his mouth shut by Reveria's unwavering gaze. Inside his heart, something was pounding, whether from guilt or something else, he couldn't tell. And between them, the balloons still floated, as if witnessing a conversation deeper than words. Just let me go, Shirou, Reveria said lightly, her voice full of confidence. Let me fly for a bit. Shirou furrowed his brow, his grip on her shoulders not loosening. But, how will you come back down? He protested, the image of Reveria falling from the sky making his heart race uncontrollably. Huh. Reveria let out a short sigh, but a smile tugged at her lips. Shirou's excessive concern warmed her even as it amused her. "Shirou," she said, shaking her head. "Did you forget I'm a level 6 adventurer? Falling from this height would barely make me dirtier than a doormat." "All right." Shirou's face instantly reddened as he realized his own foolishness. With slow reluctance, his sweaty fingers gradually released their hold on Riveria's shoulders. Whoosh. Freed from Shirou's grasp, Riveria's body slowly lifted again. With a nimble motion, she released her right hand from the balloon strings and waved at Shirou, who stood stiffly below. "Don't forget to catch me if I fly too far," she teased, laughing as her voice grew fainter with height. Shirou could only raise his hand, waving back with a mix of worry and admiration. His eyes never left Riveria as she drifted farther away, the 7 colorful balloons forming a small rainbow arc in the blue sky. Thump! The sound of his own heartbeat was loud in his ears. Amid his anxiety, there was a small pride in seeing the joy on Riveria's face as she grew smaller in the distance. The morning breeze brushed through Shirou's red hair as if smiling, but this time, he kept his gaze fixed on Riveria soaring higher. "Come back safely," he whispered to the wind, carrying her away. Chapter 123. On the 3rd floor of Twilight Manor, the morning sunlight began to seep through the gaps in the window curtains, which had not been fully drawn. In one of the rooms, the faint creaking of a bed could be heard as someone stirred awake. Raoul Nord, the hard-working yet mediocre high novice, lazily opened his eyes. He let out a wide yawn, one hand rubbing his face while the other scrubbed his still sleepy eyes. His spiky black hair looked like the aftermath of a storm, messy and sticking out in all directions. Morning again," he murmured softly, then began straightening his bed, pulling the blanket half-consciously and arranging the pillows haphazardly. The room was still quiet, with only the gentle sound of wind slipping through the window cracks. Once finished, Raoul walked to the window and pulled the curtains aside. He pushed the window open with a bit of effort, allowing the cool morning air to rush in. The fresh air immediately invaded the room, waking him up slightly. However, as his gaze drifted into the distance, toward the back area of the manor usually used for physical training, he saw something that made his eyebrows shoot up. Far in the distance, in the rarely noticed back area of the manor, there was something unusual. Brightly colored balls floated high in the air, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, like a rainbow blooming in the form of a floating circle. And beneath the cluster of large balloons was a small figure, or more accurately, a black dot dangling below them. It was too far away to make out clearly, but it was definitely not something seen every morning from the 3rd-floor window. Raoul rubbed his eyes, thinking he was still half asleep and hallucinating. But after rubbing them again, no, the vision remained. He tilted his head, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. What the heck is that? In an instant, the remnants of sleepiness evaporated from his body. He rubbed his eyes once more, harder this time, as if hoping his vision was just a trick from sleeping too soundly. But no, the image was still there. Giant floating balls. A small figure floating. Behind the manor. Could it be a flying monster from the dungeon? Or an intruder from Evelus? His body tensed. His mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. Are they kidnapping someone? Or spying from the air? This is bad. Really bad. Without further thought, Raoul grabbed his jacket and threw it on while running out of the room. His voice echoed down the hallway as he shouted, "Emergency! There's something floating behind the manor." The usually cautious adventurer was now like a walking alarm. Unbeknownst to him, what he had seen was merely the morning experiment of Shirou and Riveria, aided by 7 colorful balloons. Light footsteps approached as Raoul, still panicked and half wearing his jacket in haste, emerged from his room. From the hallway leading to the stairs, a cat-eared woman with black ears appeared, stopping in her tracks upon hearing the shout. Raoul, Anakitty, or Aki, as she was more commonly called, sounded sharp yet calm. Her cat ears twitched alertly, her tail flicking slightly to the side. She quickly approached Raoul with brisk steps. "What's going on?" Raoul, still slightly out of breath from panic, pointed toward his bedroom window. "Behind the manor. I saw something flying." Aki blinked, straightening her posture. "Flying? You mean a monster?" "Maybe," Raoul answered quickly. "I'm not sure, but it looked weird. It was definitely not a bird. And there were these big colorful things floating, and a small figure hanging below them." Aki tilted her head slightly, her sharp eyes studying Raoul with scrutiny. They had been in the same familia for a long time, and Aki knew all too well that Raoul was the type to act fast and panic just as quickly. She raised an eyebrow, softening her tone to calm the chaos in her friend's mind. "Okay, take it easy, Raoul," she said soothingly. "You said there's something flying, but can you describe it in more detail? What did it look like? Wings? Shadows? A monster with many eyes?" Raoul bit his lip, his eyes glancing at the ceiling as if trying to recall. It was round things, big, like maybe airbags, but they were all different colors, red, blue, green, yellow, so many." He moved his hands upward, mimicking the motion of something floating. "And they were connected by some kind of rope? And at the bottom end was someone. but they were tiny from here, like a dot. Aki narrowed her eyes. Round, colorful things? Floating? But not a monster we know from the dungeon? Raoul nodded rapidly. Yeah, I've never seen a monster like that before. Aki crossed her arms, her ears twitching. In that case, it could be a new monster. Or is it some kind of enemy magic tool? But who would do that behind the manor? She glanced toward the nearest window, her gaze sharp. We should check first. Raoul nodded firmly, though his face still showed confusion. In his mind, the strange object he had seen remained inexplicable, flying without wings, not a bird, and far too colorful to be a typical dungeon creature. And more importantly, who would dare to intrude like that? In Loki Familia's territory? The two of them hurried toward the backyard, unaware that the colorful floating things were merely Riveria's little dream. Hasty footsteps echoed down the spiral staircase of Twilight Manor as Aki and Raoul descended from the third floor at a speed almost as if they were being chased. Aki's cat ears twitched, picking up sounds around them to ensure no unnecessary panic was caused. As they reached the second floor, a girl with light brown hair and casual morning attire stood hugging a thin book. Lafia, who had just stepped out of her room, frowned upon seeing her two friends rushing down with panicked expressions. Raoul? Aki? Lafia asked, confused, her brow furrowed as she looked at them. Why are you in such a hurry this early in the morning? Raoul almost opened his mouth to shout and explain about the mysterious floating object, but Aki quickly raised her hand to stop him. Don't, she whispered firmly to Raoul. Let's confirm first before waking up the entire manor. Raoul swallowed his words, offering Lafia only an awkward smile. It's nothing, Lafia. Just carry on with your morning. Lafia still looked puzzled but eventually nodded slowly, her eyes following them for a moment before she continued toward the hall. Meanwhile, Aki and Raoul swiftly descended to the first floor. Along the hallway, several members of Loki Familia were just beginning to wake up, most still yawning and scratching their heads. The two didn't greet anyone, merely walking briskly toward the manor's back door. Finally, they reached the back door and stepped outside into the yard. The cool morning air greeted them, contrasting with the heat of their hurried movements. Aki immediately looked up, scanning the still clear sky with thin clouds in the distance. Her sharp eyes traced every inch of the sky. But, where is it? You said there was something flying? Aki asked, glancing at Raoul. Raoul stepped forward, squinting toward the area where he thought he had seen it, the backside of the manor. But there was nothing. Just the blue sky, small trees, and not a single trace of the colorful floating balls. It was there earlier. I swear, Raoul muttered, half confused, half embarrassed. But why is it gone now? Aki crossed her arms, an amused smile appearing on her face. Maybe, you were still half dreaming when you saw it. Raoul averted his gaze, his expression awkward. But Aki's words made him think. Maybe. It could have just been a reflection of light. Or I jumped to conclusions too quickly. Aki shrugged. Because if it were something that big, how could it just disappear? If it were a monster, the other members would have already raised an alarm. Raoul lowered his head slightly. Sorry, Aki, for troubling you like this. Aki patted his shoulder casually. No problem. At least you didn't scream loud enough to wake the whole manor. She gave him a sharp but amused glance. If you had caused a commotion and it turned out to just be a cloud shadow, you'd never hear the end of it from Bet. Raoul shuddered at the thought. His face instantly paled. Oh gods. If that had happened, I wouldn't dare leave my room for 2 days. Aki chuckled lightly while patting his back. Well, lucky for you, I caught you in time. Next time, Raoul, look twice before panicking. Raoul let out a long sigh. Yeah, and thank you really. Though slightly embarrassed, he was grateful Aki had been there to balance out his panic, as usual. 20 minutes earlier. The morning breeze gently caressed Riveria's face as she slowly rose from the ground, carried upward by 7 large, colorful balloons floating high above her. Both hands gripped the balloon strings tightly, not out of fear, but excitement. The wind tousled her neatly tied green hair, making her feel as if she were merging with the sky. This was her first time flying, and not through magic or a god's flying tool, but in a simple, childish way, and that was precisely why it felt so magical. A warm smile spread across her lips as she gazed at the scenery below. Twilight Manor looked majestic yet tiny from above, its castle-like structure visible from her height. She estimated she was only slightly higher than the 4th floor, the floor where her room was located. Not too high, but enough to give her a new perspective, one unusual for an elf royalty accustomed to staying on the ground. Her gaze shifted to the grass and trees stretching below. Everything looked like a miniature garden, shrunk by distance and muted by height. Riveria closed her eyes briefly, inhaling the fresh air from above and savoring the freedom she rarely experienced in her daily life as Loki Familia's renowned mage. But when she opened her eyes again, something caught her attention, movement below, crossing a small path behind the manor. She turned slightly, and her eyes immediately locked onto a familiar figure. Shirou, pedaling a blue bicycle, following her from the ground. Riveria's smile softened further. Shirou's face looked serious yet calm, his eyes fixed upward, watching with full concentration. Though no words left his lips, his intention was clear to Riveria. You're still worried, aren't you, Shirou? She lowered herself slightly, waving one hand gently towards Shirou from above. In her heart, she whispered, even though I told you earlier, I wouldn't get hurt falling from this height. Yet you still worry about me. And for some reason, that simple concern warmed her heart. The balloons carrying her into the sky paled in comparison to the feeling lifting her even higher. The care from the man, now watching her intently from below. Riveria exhaled deeply, letting the morning breeze sweep over her face and her lightly suspended body beneath the giant balloons. The soft rustling of the balloon surfaces brushing against the air and the taut strings added to the peaceful atmosphere of the morning, not yet filled with the Manor's usual bustle. She noticed the wind, now carrying the balloons slowly toward Twilight Manor's main building. Her emerald green eyes narrowed slightly, carefully assessing the distance and angle before she smiled faintly. If this keeps up, I might be able to land right in my room, she mused, as if riding a playful ride. She tilted her head toward the fourth-floor window she knew so well, the window of her own room, left slightly ajar last night. With curiosity no less spirited than a teenager's, Riveria began leaning her body to one side, to the right. The balloons above her reacted immediately, shifting slightly with the change in weight distribution. She tried again, this time to the left, and once more, the balloons responded, moving gently at her will. Heh, Riveria murmured, unable to suppress a small, amused smile, like a living kite. She then tried balancing herself, steering while keeping an eye on the sky and her window's position. Meanwhile, below, Shirou continued pedaling his blue bicycle along the path circling the Manor's back. His gaze remained fixed upward, following the gentle movement of the balloons carrying Riveria. But now he noticed her body movements looking slightly odd, leaning right, then left, even twisting a little. What is she doing? He muttered in confusion. But seeing no signs of danger, he only shook his head with a tired smile. Well, maybe that's her way of enjoying the flight. However, just as Shirou was about to slow down, the air around him began to change. Whoosh! The wind direction suddenly reversed. Previously, carrying Riveria closer to the Manor, it now blew from the opposite side, pushing the balloons away, not toward Riveria's window, but toward the Manor's eastern side, which was more open and lacked cover. Hey, wait, Riveria murmured, feeling her body being carried by the now unstable wind. Her hair fluttered wildly behind her, and she tried to rebalance herself, but this time, the balloons reacted more erratically, swaying unpredictably in the sudden gusts. Shirou, watching from below, immediately straightened on his bicycle, his eyes narrowing as he muttered under his breath. This isn't good. He pedaled faster toward the eastern side, preparing for the unexpected. The peaceful morning seemed about to take an unpredictable turn. Riveria continued floating, her body now truly at the mercy of the increasingly strong wind. Her green hair flew wildly in the air, and the large balloons, once floating calmly, now swayed uncontrollably, dragged by the unfriendly gusts. Yet her face remained composed. Huh, she sighed, not out of panic but slight disappointment that I was so close to landing smoothly in my window. But as she looked ahead, through the gaps of the unstable, swinging balloons, her smile slowly faded. In the distance, the Manor's rear boundary was already receding, and she could now see the roofs of other buildings outside Twilight Manor's grounds. She was drifting farther than she had hoped, closer to public areas. Riveria began to feel a twinge of anxiety. If I stay within the Manor's grounds, at least only familiar members would see me. But if I float outside? She swallowed hard. Images of the gods' faces flashed through her mind. Freya, Ganesha, Hermes. Those are always curious and never hesitant to pry. And she knew it was impossible for mortals to lie before gods. If any of them saw her flying with colorful balloons like this, the news could spread across Orario within hours. Not only embarrassing, but also suspicious. Sorry, Shirou. It seems I have to land now before I cause trouble. She looked down, her eyes scanning the ground below, which was now moving rapidly. She began bringing her hands to her chest, preparing to release the strings and jump, a simple landing technique, but enough to avoid minor injuries. But her plan halted when she spotted a very familiar figure. Right below her, Shirou had abandoned his bicycle. He stood firmly on the grassy field, his eyes locked straight upward. His shoulders were slightly raised, ready to bear whatever fell from the sky. His legs were steady, his posture exuding unwavering readiness and confidence. Their eyes met. Riveria froze for a moment. He's preparing to catch me, she thought, her heart beating slightly faster. From nowhere, a shadow flitted through her mind, a dramatic scene once embedded in her dreams. She remembered the night she had fallen asleep soundly in the storage room, her head resting on Shirou's lap, surrounded by the soft glow of candles and the scent of old paper. That night, Shirou had projected a strange yet captivating object, a thick book with a foreign title, a renowned work from his world. That noble phantasm, crafted from the cultural memories of Shirou's world, had transported her into a dream both odd and romantic. She had become Juliet, clad in a white dress with blue sleeves, standing on a high balcony. And Shirou was her Romeo, standing below in a red military uniform, gazing at her with a look full of promises and courage. If Juliet jumped from the balcony, would her Romeo catch her? Riveria opened her eyes again, seeing Shirou below, standing firm, his arms wide open without hesitation. Not a single doubt lingered in her heart. My Romeo would surely catch me. She adjusted her position. Her left hand still gripped the strings of the 7 floating balloons, but now she began tilting her body slowly. Instead of descending feet first, she decided, trusting fully, to drop backward, as if entrusting her entire body to the person waiting below. One deep breath. Then, release. Her fingers let go of the strings. The giant balloons immediately soared freely into the sky, floating upward, leaving Riveria now in free fall toward the earth. Her eyes closed. The air rushed past her skin, her hair flying in all directions, her body weightless, as if suspended. A few seconds that felt eternal. If I fall, I know I'll be fine, because he's there. Thud. A gentle impact welcomed her. She felt no pain, no hard landing, only warmth. A tight, strong, and calm embrace. Arms that caught her with certainty, as if saying, I'm here. She slowly opened her eyes. Shirou's face was there, close. His breath was slightly ragged from bearing her weight, but his gaze remained soft, warm. No complaints, no surprise, only certainty. Riveria looked at him and smiled faintly. Thank you, my Romeo. Author note. The sketch of Freya is already finished. Please check it out at https:/www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 124. Gently and carefully, Shirou lowered Riveria from his embrace. His left hand, which had been supporting her back, and his right hand, tucked beneath her knees, slowly moved downward until Riveria stood firmly on the ground again. The two of them locked eyes for a moment, silent, accompanied only by their slightly heavy breaths and the whisper of the wind still faithfully carrying the remnants of the morning. Thank you, Riveria murmured softly, her voice nearly swallowed by the air. She quickly bowed her head slightly and began brushing off the grass stains clinging to the hem of her white shorts, then smoothed out the small wrinkles in her soft blue top, now slightly rumpled from flying and falling. Shirou watched her, then clasped his hands behind his head. So, how was it, he asked lightly. Your first time flying. What did you think? Riveria looked up, her face radiant, her eyes shining with fervor. Incredible. It felt like the world had grown small beneath my feet. I could see everything. But it wasn't just that. It felt free, light, and peaceful. Honestly, I never imagined how thrilling this experience would be. Shirou tilted his head. You really seem to enjoy every second of it. Riveria smiled, then asked curiously, what about you? You've flown before, right? I mean, before coming into this world. You mentioned riding an airplane? Shirou nodded slowly. Yeah, when I was little, my adoptive father, Kiritsugu, took me on a trip. We flew from one city to another. But, he chuckled softly. It was nothing like what you just experienced. How was it different? Riveria asked, resting one hand on her hip, intrigued. Well, Shirou began to explain. When you ride an airplane in my world, you sit inside a closed cabin with dozens, even hundreds, of other passengers. There's no wind brushing against your face, no peering out the window to feel the height directly like you did just now. The windows are small, and everything is controlled by the pilot, not by us. Riveria listened intently, her eyes focused. So, you just sat still in a seat? Shirou nodded. Yeah, and you have to stay seated, wear a seatbelt, and can't just stand up whenever you want. Flight attendants hand out food and remind you to stay calm during the flight. It's more like riding a giant flying horse-drawn carriage. Oh, Riveria nodded slowly, as if imagining everything Shirou had described. Sounds practical, but also boring. Depends on who's sitting next to you, Shirou replied, glancing at Riveria briefly. And unlike you, there were no giant rainbow balloons carrying me freely through the sky like earlier. Riveria grinned widely. Maybe that's what made this experience so precious. It felt unique. Shirou gazed at the sky, where the large balloons from earlier were now far out of sight. Yeah, and I think today's experience will be a memory we won't forget. Riveria didn't respond. She simply stared at Shirou for a few seconds, then nodded slowly, tucking the memory away in her heart, which was quietly beating faster than usual. Riveria then shifted her gaze to the still tranquil morning sky, watching the giant colorful balloons drifting farther away, carried by the wind, slowly separating from one another. She raised her hand, shielding her eyes slightly from the rising sun, and said lightly, Don't forget, Shirou, those balloons. You should turn them back into prana before they get stuck somewhere unwanted. Oh, right, Shirou replied quickly, his eyes following the same direction. He raised one hand and called back the prana from the objects. In an instant, the balloons that had been floating freely in the sky faded one by one. Red, orange, blue, green, all dissolving into soft light and disappearing, as if they had never existed. Good thing, Riveria said with a small sigh of relief. Like I said earlier, if they ended up stuck on someone's roof, it would have caused a commotion. Shirou nodded. You're right. Besides, imagine if that purple balloon had landed on the Freya Familia's headquarters. He pretended to shudder in horror. Riveria giggled, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her laughter. But yeah, they might have thought their base was under attack. Let's head back to the manor, Shirou said once the moment had settled. We've had enough flying and chasing around for one morning. Riveria glanced toward the manor, which was no longer far away. No need to rush. Let's just walk, it's close, right? Agreed, Shirou said. He turned to the blue bicycle he had parked nearby and raised a hand. In an instant, the bicycle faded, returning to prana particles that drifted slowly into the air. He also dissipated the bicycle Riveria had used earlier, still parked near the forge. Now, only the damp grass and the soft morning sunlight dancing around them remained. Walking side by side, Riveria and Shirou strolled leisurely along the small path leading back to Twilight Manor. No more balloons, no more bicycles, just the light sound of their footsteps. As they peacefully walked back to Twilight Manor, the quiet morning allowed Shirou's thoughts to wander slightly. Their steps were in sync, and though they didn't speak for a few seconds, the atmosphere between them remained warm and familiar. Shirou finally broke the silence, his voice calm but curious. Riveria, I've heard that elves usually dislike being touched by other races. His eyes remained fixed ahead, but his mind recalled Seer's words about Ryu, an elf who avoided physical contact with anyone except herself, and, inexplicably, Shirou. That thought now mingled with the warm memory of his hands supporting Riveria earlier. Riveria nodded slowly, her expression calm. That's true, especially among the more traditional ones, like those who remain in the Royal Elf Forest and refuse to mingle with the outside world. Many of them look down on other races, humans, dwarves, even other demi-humans. Shirou glanced at her hesitantly, then mustered the courage to ask, So, what makes you different, Riveria? His heartbeat quickened slightly. The moment he had held Riveria after her fall replayed in his mind. The fact that she hadn't rejected his touch felt meaningful, as if, perhaps, he was an exception, someone whom Riveria allowed to come closer. Riveria smiled faintly. I wasn't much different in the past. When I left the elven forest with Aina, I carried many prejudices with me. Huh. Shirou stared at her, stunned. Riveria? The calm and wise one. It was hard to believe. The woman who always exuded dignity and maturity had once been arrogant? Seeing his expression, Riveria chuckled in amusement. You can't imagine it, can you? She turned to him, a mischievous smile gracing her usually serious face. When Loki and Finn came to recruit me, I often argued with Finn. I even looked down on his race, Palums, because of their small stature. Shirou furrowed his brows. And now, you two, are very close. Riveria nodded slowly. Time changes many things. Back then, I was fixated on the stereotypes taught in the forest about racial honor and the purity of lineage. But after getting to know Finn and Gareth, she continued, you know how opposite elves and dwarves are, right? Shirou nodded. Yeah, elves are known for their grace and deliberation. Dwarves are more blunt and straightforward. Riveria laughed softly as the morning breeze brushed through her green hair. Exactly. The first time I visited Gareth's village, I nearly angered every miner there with my overly harsh comments. Shirou smirked. But now, the three of you are the leaders of the Loki Familia. You seem incredibly solid. Because we learned to understand each other, Riveria said gently. Back then, I only saw Finn's small stature or Gareth's rough demeanor. Now, I see their courage, their sincerity. If I once hesitated to touch them, now I wouldn't hesitate to embrace them, because they're my dearest friends. Shirou gazed at her in admiration, not because of the story of her stubborn past, but because of how Riveria had changed. And beneath that change lay a maturity that made her strong not just as a mage, but as a person. And maybe, that's why she doesn't mind my touch, Shirou thought. It didn't take long before they arrived back in front of Twilight Manor. The sun had risen higher, signaling that the once silent morning was gradually giving way to activity. Warm light bathed the manor's ornate facade, and from behind the windows, faint footsteps and voices of Familia members waking up could be heard. Shirou stopped at the entrance, glancing sideways at the now clear sky. He placed a hand on his hip and exhaled. Seems like we spent too much time flying and wandering around. So, let's skip magecraft training for today. Riveria, who had just halted her steps, was momentarily stunned. Her eyes blinked slowly as she realized how quickly time had passed. And I was looking forward to that magecraft training. Noticing the subtle shift in Riveria's expression, Shirou immediately picked up on it. He tilted his head, his tone slightly concerned. Are you disappointed? Not satisfied? Riveria blinked, then looked at him with an amused smile. You really like using that word, don't you? Satisfied. Shirou raised an eyebrow, confused. Huh. Riveria only chuckled softly, giving him a meaningful glance. Don't worry, Shirou. You've already satisfied me today. Shiro's eyes widened briefly before his face instantly turned red, and he averted his gaze. In that case, I'll head to the kitchen first to cook breakfast, he said hurriedly, then turned and quickly stepped inside the manor. Riveria remained standing where she was, watching Shiro's retreating back disappear behind the door. The morning breeze blew softly, and for a moment, she simply stood there, savoring the lingering warmth in the air. She let out a long sigh, a faint smile on her lips. Seems like this morning was more than enough, even without magecraft training. Riveria stepped into the manor, the heavy wooden door closing softly behind her. The air inside was warm and cozy, filled with the scent of toasted bread and the light sounds of footsteps from the lower floors. She climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, where her room was located, one step at a time, letting her thoughts wander. There's so much I didn't say earlier, she mused silently. Since staying at Aina's house a few days ago, too many things had settled in her mind. The tree-shaped rune on her back, a mysterious symbol she and Aina had finally deciphered together. It turned out the rune was inherited by high elves, something they had only just learned. She wanted to ask Shirou to teach her more, how to open magic circuits for others, while also requesting permission to teach magecraft to Aina, the friend she trusted wholeheartedly. And, more than all those technical reasons, she wanted an excuse to spend more time alone with Shirou. Just the two of them, like this morning. But I guess, my turn is over, her heart whispered faintly. She reached the 4th floor. The hallway was still quiet, with only the soft light from the windows illuminating the paintings on the walls. With slow steps, she opened her room's door and entered. The door clicked shut softly behind her. She walked to the wardrobe, opened it gently, and selected a change of clothes. Her fingers brushed against the soft fabric of a pair of neutral black pants. She pulled them out, stared at them for a moment, and then placed them on the bed. While I was up there, he must already be in the kitchen now, and Lafia is probably standing beside him, she thought with a quiet sigh. She could easily picture it. Lafia enthusiastically helping chop vegetables, occasionally stealing glances at Shirou, giggling softly when Shirou corrected her stirring technique. Light, warm moments, ones that were no longer hers to enjoy. Riveria didn't feel jealous, or at least, she tried not to. She stood still for a moment, watching the sunlight streaming through her window, dancing on the wooden floor. Then, slowly, she began changing, swapping her white shorts for more modest pants, adjusting herself for the day's activities. But deep in her heart, she knew the little adventure with Shirou earlier would remain something special. Something she hoped would happen again someday. Earlier, at dawn, while the sky was still wrapped in a soft blue hue and a thin mist lingered between the alleys of Orario's buildings, another member of the Loki familia was busy carrying out her own secret routine. Ace Wallenstein. With light, agile steps, Ace walked through the quiet corridors of Twilight Manor. Her eyes darted left and right, ensuring no one was awake and watching. Once certain the coast was clear, she slipped past the main door and stepped outside without a sound. Her body was clad in lightweight combat armor, the kind she usually wore when exploring the dungeon. She carried no heavy bags or equipment, just a small belt and her sword sheath neatly strapped to her waist. Unlike other adventurers who would prepare extensively, Ace knew her goal for this morning well, training. But not training for herself. Ace headed to a secluded corner of Orario's outer wall, a place hidden enough from prying eyes where she could freely practice with someone. Belcranel, the white-haired youth from the Hestia Familia, who had now become her student, in secret. Since first noticing Belle's remarkable growth and strength, Ace had grown curious. She couldn't leave the mystery alone, and so she began training Belle. At first, it was just a session or two, nothing more than light sparring. But over time, Ace came to enjoy her role as a teacher and took pride in her only student. Somehow, that rabbit grows so fast, Ace thought as she continued down the still quiet streets of the city. However, she did all of this in secret. She imagined how Finn, Riveria, and Gareth would feel about their combat techniques being shared. Ace doubted they'd be happy about their hard-earned skills leaking to a member of another familia, especially one as small and new as the Hestia Familia. And so, every dawn, Ace sneaked out like a thief, training Belle far from prying eyes, without official permission, just the two of them. In her slightly absent-minded head and her nearly always expressionless face, Ace secretly harbored pride that's been months, and they still don't know. I'm pretty good at hiding it. But in reality, unbeknownst to her, her three seniors, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, had long known about Ace's dawn routine. They simply turned a blind eye. No reprimands, no teasing. An implicit permission born of understanding. They knew Ace. They knew she rarely showed interest in things outside of combat, and if she did, it must mean something. Perhaps not just for Belle, but for Ace's own growth. And so, this morning was no different. While Shirou and Riveria were busy with bicycles and colorful balloons, Ace had already set off with her sword sheath in the silence beneath Orario's towering stone walls. Ace arrived first at their usual training spot, a hidden corner atop Orario's outer wall where few people passed. The morning dew still clung to the wall, and the faint chirping of birds could be heard in the distance. The cold air brushed against her pale cheeks, but Ace barely reacted. She simply stood still for a moment, staring at the empty space before her, then exhaled softly. Her footsteps were silent as she stepped onto the tile in front of her. Phew, Ace sighed quietly, releasing a breath as she unstrapped her sword sheath from her waist. While waiting for Belle, who should arrive soon, Ace passed the time with practice. She gripped her sheath, then swung it through the air like an actual weapon. Swish, the air split from the speed and precision of her motion. Movement after movement flowed seamlessly, forming a disciplined sequence of techniques. Even with just a sheath, Ace maintained the same form and attack patterns as if wielding a live blade. She moved gracefully, almost as if dancing, yet with a hidden lethality in every step. As she performed a horizontal slash, a thought crossed her mind. Why have I never asked Shirou to make me a blunt training weapon? She recalled a moment when Shirou, without hesitation and with a focused gaze, projected a long, blunt no dachi just to help her evade Tsubame Geishi. That hadn't been ordinary training. At that time, Ace had truly challenged herself, and Shirou, as usual, had responded seriously and attentively. Ace's typically expressionless face softened slightly, a small smile flickering across her lips for just a moment. Shirou, the name resonated warmly in her heart, not just because of his combat skills, not just because he had saved her life multiple times, but more than that, somehow, Shirou had slowly filled an emptiness within her that she hadn't even realized existed. Her hero, that title had long been silently bestowed upon Shirou in her mind. Even before she realized it, the young man had become a symbol of admiration in her thoughts. And now, after spending so much time together, another word surfaced in her mind. Love. Ace closed her eyes briefly, recalling a conversation on Deadless Street with Tiona, and the other girls. When they spoke of feelings, of strange flutters in their stomachs, of smiles that appeared without reason, it was then that Ace realized what she felt for Shirou wasn't just admiration. I love him, don't I? She murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with the faintest blush despite her composed expression. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rustled through the bushes. Sorry, Ace. I'm a little late. Belle called out, panting. Ace turned quickly, her expression instantly reverting to its usual cool demeanor. But behind her golden eyes, hidden warmth lingered. She nodded, then took her stance. Yet in her heart, she held a new resolve for this morning. Then today, I'll train Belle harder, so I can return sooner, to fight and learn from him. Author note. The sketch of 4, perfect pose is already finished. Please check it out at https:/www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 125. When Belle arrived, panting heavily, Ace merely glanced at him briefly without saying a word. No smile, no warm greeting, just as usual. But Belle knew, from the way Ace turned her head and gave a slight nod, that this was her way of acknowledging his presence. Ready? Ace asked curtly, her flat voice calm yet firm. Belle immediately straightened up. Yes, Ace, he replied with undiminished enthusiasm, even though his body hadn't fully recovered from his breathless sprint. Ace didn't wait any longer. She raised her sword sheath into a combat-ready stance. Though it wasn't a real blade, the sheath moved like an extension of her body, as if it carried the weight and destructive power of an actual sword. She didn't need a real weapon to train. Precision and control were far more important. Meanwhile, Belle drew the Hestia knife from his waist, the black dagger emitting a soft yet dense blue aura, pulsing with the divine power of the goddess who blessed it. He steadied his breathing and assumed the stance Ace had drilled into him repeatedly over the past few months. No signal was given. In an instant, WHSSH, Ace lunged forward, her sheath slicing through the air at nearly invisible speed. Belle hastily parried with his dagger, the clash of blunt and sharp metal producing a light clang that echoed faintly among the ruins. Ace pressed on relentlessly, her movements swift and decisive. Each swing of her sheath demanded faster reactions from Belle, leaving him no room to think, only instinct. Don't focus too much on my weapon. Watch my footwork, too, Ace said tersely between attacks, her calm voice like a slap amidst the storm. Belle nodded quickly, his expression serious. Got it, Ace. The sparring was intense, but controlled. Ace moved as if reading Belle's every motion, correcting him with pressure. Meanwhile, though nearly losing his balance multiple times, Belle kept pushing forward and holding his ground. Dust rose from the shaken earth. Their breaths grew heavier, but neither showed any sign of surrender. In Ace's eyes, Belle had improved far beyond his initial self. His movements were now more deliberate, his reactions quicker. But more than that, there was a fierce determination in his gaze, a will to keep moving forward. And that, Ace thought as she deflected Belle's counter and twisted to evade, is the most worthy thing to respect. The sparring continued under the warming morning sky, two young warriors honing their skills in a silence full of meaning. No audience, no fanfare, just relentless training and the bond between mentor and student. Amid the flurry of swings and the clashing of metal, Ace observed Belle's movements closely. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel admiration that he's come this far. She mused, watching as Belle now managed to withstand her rapid, precise strikes. Level 3. And he's starting to keep up with my pace, even if he's still unsteady. That was why, perhaps driven by an impulse she didn't fully recognize, Ace decided to raise the intensity of their sparring. A swing of her sheath was followed by a light kick to Belle's hip. Without pause, she attacked from above, forcing Belle to twist and block with his dagger. But the move was anticipated. Thump! A solid strike landed on Belle's shoulder, sending him staggering. Belle's breathing grew ragged. Sweat dripped from his temples. His eyes lost focus, and his movements slowed. Seeing that look, slightly shaken, yet fighting hard to endure, Ace frowned at an O. You must never show hesitation in battle. Without hesitation, she leaped forward. This attack was swift and powerful, as if aiming for a finishing blow. Belle, already exhausted, reflexively raised his arms and crossed his dagger in front of his face, eyes tightly shut as if bracing for pain. But it was a feint. Ace nimbly pivoted and unleashed a spinning side kick. Whack. Her foot struck Belle's temple with precision. A soft thud echoed as Belle's body crumpled to the ground, dust rising slowly around him. Huff. Ace landed lightly, then walked closer. She stood over Belle, who lay motionless. Never close your eyes in battle. The enemy won't wait. When you shut your eyes. Ace's voice trailed off. Her eyes narrowed. Huh. She crouched slightly, peering closer at Belle's face. The boy's eyes remained closed, his breathing steady and even. Passed out? She thought, touching Belle's forehead with the back of her hand. No fever. But he wasn't waking up. I didn't hit him too hard, did I? She murmured, her voice barely audible. Her golden eyes flicked left and right, ensuring no one was watching. Then she averted her gaze slightly. With cheeks faintly reddening, Ace bowed her head and muttered, Sorry, Belle. After that, she sat quietly beside him, hands on her knees, waiting for him to wake. Her expression awkward and her heart quietly weighed with guilt. Given the vast difference in their strength, Ace was accustomed to seeing Belle collapse during their training, especially when he was still level 1. And though Belle had grown significantly and reached level 3, the undeniable truth remained. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Ace, with her level 6 strength, struggled to hold back completely. I still can't control my strength well, she admitted inwardly, gazing down at Belle's still form. Finn could. When I was little and he was already far stronger, he could adjust his power, tailoring his movements just to train me. But Ace sighed softly, her usually expressionless face showing rare gentleness. Her hand twitched hesitantly. She wanted to wake Belle, but wasn't sure how. In moments like these, she was at a loss. Not good at comforting. Not good at care. She could only sit there like a silent guardian, hoping Belle would wake on his own. She pulled her knees slightly to her chest, resting her chin on her arm. A cool breeze blew, but her thoughts drifted to the past, to the moment she first met Belle in a situation not unlike this one. Back then, she was with Shirou and Riveria, traversing the dungeon. Shirou acted as the supporter, carrying supplies and monitoring their surroundings, while Riveria walked beside her. Then they found Belle, collapsed on the 5th floor, trembling and pale. Mind down, it seems, Riveria had said, kneeling to examine him. He overused his magic, without restraint. Without hesitation, Shirou slung Belle's belongings over his shoulder, then bent down and carefully lifted the boy. Then I'll carry him to the surface, he said softly. Ace, who had only observed from behind, still remembered clearly how Belle, in his unconscious state, murmured faintly, Mom. That single word silenced everyone present. Ace had glanced slowly at Shirou, then at Belle's face buried in the young man's shoulder. Mom? She had thought, almost disbelieving. Now, sitting beside Belle as he lay unconscious again, Ace suddenly smiled faintly. You really are? Her typically expressionless face radiated rare warmth. Shirou? The image of that young man surfaced in her mind, not clad in armor, not wielding a sword, but wearing an apron with a wooden spoon in hand. His red hair was slightly tousled, his face filled with worry as he checked if his cooking was burning. Not just that, Ace could also picture Shirou busily cleaning the kitchen, folding towels, then grumbling softly about how people didn't know how to store ingredients properly. Good at cooking, diligent at cleaning, attentive to small details. Are you my hero, or a housewife? Ace chuckled inwardly, her cheeks tinged pink by the unexpected thought. She glanced at Belle, then whispered while gently patting his shoulder. If you stay unconscious, I'll keep thinking weird things, you know. Suddenly, Belle's closed eyelids twitched. Slowly, he blinked a few times, then pushed himself up with one hand, rubbing the side of his throbbing head. Ugh, did I pass out just now? He mumbled, half-conscious. He turned his head and immediately met Ace's gaze as she sat beside him, her face as calm and expressionless as ever. But Belle had caught something just before fully regaining consciousness. Did you say something earlier, Ace? He asked innocently, tilting his head. Ace flinched slightly, her eyes darting away for a fraction of a second before she quickly stood, brushing dust off her knees. I didn't say anything, she replied curtly, then extended a hand to Belle. Eh, okay. Belle accepted the hand and stood slowly, still unsteady. Once stable, he looked around and spotted his black dagger, the Hestia knife, lying on the ground. He hurried over to retrieve it, then returned to face Ace, renewed determination shining in his eyes. Thanks for waiting, Ace. Let's continue the sparring. But before Ace could assume her stance, she raised a hand, signaling Belle to pause. Wait. Belle immediately lowered his dagger, standing at attention, ready to listen to whatever his mentor had to say. Ace stepped closer, stopping just a few paces in front of Belle. Earlier, she said softly, then continued more firmly. You closed your eyes when I launched the final attack. Belle swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Yeah, I thought I couldn't dodge, so? Ace shook her head slightly. That's a huge mistake. In the dungeon, closing your eyes for even a second could mean the end of everything. Her golden eyes locked onto Belle's red ones, deadly serious. No matter how terrifying the attack, you must keep watching. Seeing means anticipating. Closing your eyes only leaves you vulnerable. Belle tightened his grip on the dagger, A's words striking like a sharp blade, not to wound, but to shape him. Right? I'll remember that, A's, Belle said, his voice low but resolute. Ace gave a small nod, then returned to her starting position, raising her sheath. Then, let's go again. Without warning, the training resumed. This time, with Belle's eyes wide open, ready to face the danger head-on and grow even stronger. As if determined to etch this lesson into Belle's body and soul, Ace allowed no long breaks. The moment they resumed sparring, she darted forward with sharp, merciless movements. Each swing of her sheath carried full force, not enough to seriously injure, but hard enough to test Belle's resolve and reflexes. Clang, clack, thud. The sounds of the Hestia knife clashing against the sheath echoed repeatedly across the floor. Ace scrutinized every detail of Belle's expression, the tension in his brow, the focus in his gaze, the rhythm of his breathing. She knew Belle was, by nature, prone to cowardice. He often hesitated and panicked easily. Yet, his determination was something even Ace couldn't dismiss. Belle fought hard against his fear. Repeatedly, he felt the urge to shut his eyes, especially when A's attacks came from unexpected angles. But this time, he resisted his instincts. Don't close your eyes. Don't run. Watch. Face it. Though his body trembled and his breath grew labored, he held on. His face tightened, sweat drenching his white hair, and his knees nearly buckled at times. But his eyes, those red eyes, remained wide open, refusing to close even as his instincts screamed in terror. When A's sheath arced toward him from the lower left in a swift swing, Belle kept his eyes open. He even tried to raise his dagger to block, though too late. Wham! Belle's body was sent sprawling sideways like a ragdoll, hitting the ground hard. Ace stopped. She exhaled, then walked slowly to where Belle lay. Unconscious again. She sat quietly beside him, knees bent, her sheath resting against her shoulder. A gentle breeze stirred her golden hair. That if he keeps this up, how long will it take for him to reach my level? Or, when? Then Belle groaned softly. Ugh. His eyes fluttered open, and, as before, he sat up with effort, clutching his bruised side. H, how many times have I passed out during training with you? Ace, he muttered, laughing bitterly. Ace stood again, sheath in hand. Enough for me to memorize the sound of you falling, she replied flatly. P, please continue. This time, Ace stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right. And just like before, the attacks resumed. A hard swing from above, a spinning kick from the side, and a quick thrust toward the shoulder. Belle barely managed to evade them all, until finally, black, Ace kick slammed into Belle's stomach, sending him flying backward and knocking him out, again. The cycle repeated. Unconscious. Awake. Train. Unconscious. Awake again. The sun climbed higher in Orario's sky. Golden light bathed their training ground. The mist had vanished. Birds chirped in the distance. And Ace still sat beside Belle, waiting for her student to wake once more. Then, as usual, she waited, kneeling silently beside Belle, hands folded on her lap. Quiet, with only the morning breeze and distant birdsong for company. Minutes passed in silence before Belle's body finally stirred. He opened his eyes, blinked a few times, then slowly pushed himself up, wincing at the pain in his shoulder and hip. His face was battered, a faint bruise on his temple and a light scratch on his cheek. But the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. He reached for the Hestia knife lying nearby, gripped it tightly, and stood despite his unsteady legs. Again, he whispered, but firmly. Ace studied him briefly, then raised her sheath into position. She gave a slight nod, acknowledging his spirit. But, growl. An unmistakably loud sound cut through the silence, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. The noise had clearly come from Ace. In an instant, Ace froze. Her expression remained blank, but the tips of her hair fluttered slightly as she quickly turned her gaze to the brightening sky. Let's call it a day, she said calmly, as if the sound had never happened. Belle stared at her, then bowed slightly, his awkward expression barely hiding a smile. All right, Ace, Without another word, he began walking toward the stone stairs leading down from the city wall. But his steps were far from steady. Each movement made him grimace, and his dragging feet resembled a weary zombie more than an eager adventurer. Ace watched Belle's unsteady back for 2 seconds, then quickly caught up. Belle turned, but before he could speak, Ace had already slung his arm over her shoulder and half-carried him. Her left hand supported his waist, while her right still casually held her sheath. But Belle tried to protest. "You didn't want anyone to know you're training me, right? If people see." In her usual flat tone, Ace replied, "You can't walk properly. I'm just helping you down." She stared straight ahead, not even glancing at Belle's face, which was now as red as a tomato. "No one will see. It's still early. And even if someone does, I'll avoid them like usual," she added silently. Belle fell quiet, his cheeks flushed, and for some reason, his heart raced. Ace, on the other hand, remained as composed as ever, her steps light despite supporting a boy twice as clumsy as her. "If this is a dream, don't wake me up yet," Belle thought as they descended, half leaning on the person he admired most in the world. Author note: unlock new chapters and exclusive illustrations at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 126. After the two of them finally arrived at the base of the city wall, Belle carefully extricated himself from A's supporting arm. He stood up a little straighter, though his knees were still trembling, and then bowed politely. Thank you for the training, Ace. I'll head back now," he said awkwardly, his eyes avoiding direct contact with her face. Ace gave a small nod. "All right, be careful on your way." But as she watched Belle hastily turn around and nearly trip over a tree root, Ace couldn't help muttering to herself, "Why is he always so nervous when talking to me?" She stared at Belle's retreating back with genuine confusion. Was I that scary during training just now? Or is he like that with everyone? She wondered, tilting her head slightly. Growl. Ace's stomach growled again, louder this time. She slowly lowered her head, one hand pressing against her empty, protesting stomach. "I miss Shirou's cooking." The words slipped out softly, almost shyly, but they were honest. She could almost picture it now, the aroma of hot broth, the soft texture of freshly baked bread, and Shirou's deft hands scooping soup into her bowl while saying, "Eat it while it's still warm." Without wasting another moment, Ace took a deep breath and straightened up. "All right," she murmured, then began walking briskly toward Twilight Manor. Her steps were light, but her eyes were filled with purpose. If she were late and Shirou's breakfast was gone, that would be a real disaster. Without further delay, Ace quickened her pace. The streets of Orario were starting to bustle, with merchants setting up their stalls and carts one by one. The morning air was filled with the scents of toasted bread, meat stew, and spices. Groups of adventurers, some already fully armed and ready to head into the dungeon, others still enjoying breakfast and chatting, passed by. Amid the morning commotion, A's golden eyes caught sight of something familiar. A small cart with distinctive lettering on the front *Jagamurukuan star. A's face brightened, though her expression remained unchanged, but the way her steps automatically slowed made it clear she was interested. However, what caught her attention more than her favorite potato snack was the petite woman energetically pulling the cart, twin high pigtails, an enormous chest for her small frame, and a white outfit that looked all too familiar. "Goddess Hestia?" Ace murmured softly. The two of them locked eyes in the middle of the increasingly busy street, and before Ace could even greet her, "Wallen what's it?" That shrill voice pierced the morning air like a high-level offensive spell. Ace blinked slowly. "That's not my name." Goddess Hestia scurried toward her, her blue eyes blazing with energy and anger. "You've been seducing Belle again, haven't you? I saw the look on his face when he came back, red as a boiled tomato. What did you do to him, huh?" Ace tilted her head, looking confused. "I was just training him, like usual. Don't play innocent with me." Hestia pointed dramatically, her chin raised like a grand ruler. "I've told you before, stay away from my precious child." Ace paused for a moment, then gave a small nod. "You did say that, but I don't understand why. Belle asked for training, and I was just teaching." "Ugh." Hestia smacked her own face with both hands, utterly frustrated. "Your innocence is dangerous. Don't you realize the effect you have on boys' hearts?" Ace blinked once. "Effect? Arf." A few passers-by glanced over at Hestia, who was screaming to herself, while Ace simply stood there, unaware that her honest and sincere demeanor had driven the petite goddess into a frenzy. "If this keeps up, I'll have to lecture Belle back at the base later," Hestia fumed inwardly. As for Ace, she was just staring at the Jagamurukuan cart behind Hestia and thinking, if I buy one now, will I still have room for Shirou's breakfast? Hestia, still fuming, suddenly noticed A's sharp gaze directed, not at her, but behind her, right at the Jagamurukuan cart. A's golden eyes gleamed faintly with interest, though her face remained impassive. Hestia narrowed her eyes suspiciously, then smirked. "Who you want to buy some, don't you?" she teased, patting the side of the cart proudly. "They're still warm, you know." Ace was almost tempted. The crispy, slightly sweet aroma of the fried potatoes stabbed at her nose, something she had always been weak to. But after a moment of hesitation, she shook her head quickly, her long blonde hair swaying side to side. No, I'm waiting for Shirou's cooking. Her voice was calm but firm. And deep down, Ace knew, if she ate now, it would feel like betraying Shirou. Besides, Shirou usually made jagamurukan for her during breakfast anyway, and for some reason, his version always tasted more special. Guh. Hestia felt as if she'd been stabbed by those words. Her lips twitched. Goddess Hestia slumped forward, hugging her arms as if she'd just taken a critical hit. Abandoned by a regular customer. And by Shirou's magic hands too. A memory flashed through her mind. Shirou, who had once helped her at the jagamurukan stall, serving customers with a smile, and even experimenting with new flavors that sold out on the first day. Ace, oblivious to Hestia's inner turmoil, simply nodded lightly and asked innocently, "By the way, why is Goddess Hestia still pulling the cart so early in the morning?" Didn't Hestia Familia just won the war game? Hestia snapped out of her thoughts, immediately struck a pose. One hand on her hip, the other pointing dramatically at the sky. "Do you think I'm like Loki? Lazy, loves to drink, and shameless. I'm diligent. A true goddess must set an example for her children." But inwardly, Hestia could only grimace. Sigh, still have to pay off that 200 million Valis debt to Hephaestus. That Hestia knife was way too expensive. Ace, as usual, responded with a flat expression, but she raised her hands and clapped softly. Clap, clap. A gesture that, for Ace, was the highest form of praise. "You're amazing." Hestia's face immediately turned red, not out of happiness, but because it felt weird. Ace, the girl who rarely spoke much, was now praising her directly. "Yuwa, don't do that. Your praise is too sincere. It feels strange." Hestia complained, quickly pulling her cart back. "Well then, I'll be going now. Don't forget to buy some tomorrow," she called out, running off before Ace could say anything else. Ace simply stood still, watching the cart disappear into the distance. The morning breeze blew gently, and her stomach growled faintly again. But Ace remained calm. "Shirou's jagamaru tastes better," she murmured softly before resuming her walk toward Twilight Manor. It didn't take long for Ace to reach the gates of Twilight Manor. The morning light had fully spread, casting a warm, golden hue over the castle walls. She walked slowly, her eyes sharp, not because of enemies, but for one reason, to avoid being spotted by Finn, Gareth, or especially Riveria. If they find out I snuck out early to train Belle, it'll be a long lecture. With the stealth of a level 6 adventurer, Ace lowered her head, moving through the halls like a shadow, passing the stairs and main hall without a sound. She paused briefly when she heard heavy footsteps on the second floor, likely Gareth, then waited for the sound to fade before turning toward the kitchen. Success. The wooden kitchen door opened quietly. A warm aroma immediately greeted her, toasted bread, savory broth, and one scent she could recognize from miles away. Jagamurukan. Tap, tap, cling. The sight before her was exactly like a scene from the imagination that had crossed her mind earlier that morning. Shirou stood with his back to her, wearing a neutral-colored apron tied at the back. In his right hand was a cleaning cloth, while his left hand busily wiped the wooden table with quick, precise movements. His red hair was slightly messy from the kitchen steam, and his face looked serious yet calm. He was so absorbed in his work that he didn't notice A's presence. A's, frozen in place for a few seconds, felt something warm spread in her chest, like this. Shirou really feels like Mother. The little girl inside her, the young girl who had once lost everything, nodded quietly, acknowledging that feeling with peace. Shirou finally turned when he sensed someone behind him. "Oh, Ace, you're back." His voice was as warm as ever, showing no surprise. Without waiting for questions or requests, Shirou turned and handed her a tray. "You must be hungry. Here's your breakfast. And, of course, your favorite jagamarukan. I made a few flavors today, cheesy, spicy, and original." Ace accepted the tray with both hands, giving a small nod. "Thank you, Shirou." She then sat by the window, placing the tray on the table. The warm aroma of fried potatoes and steaming rice with eggs made her growling stomach protest again. Crunch. The first bite of the cheesy jagamarukan made her eyes widen slightly. "This is really good." Shirou acknowledged it with a smile and went back to cleaning. "Glad you like it." As she continued eating, Ace spoke softly. "Thank you, Shirou." Shirou returned to his work, cleaning kitchen utensils and wiping the condensation off the window. His hands were deft, his expression calm. Behind her usual blank stare, Ace stole a few glances at him. No words were exchanged for several minutes, just the sound of spoons and the cloth against wood. But to Ace, that morning felt perfect. If only mornings like this could happen every day, she thought quietly. After some minutes, Shirou finally finished cleaning the last table, hung up the cloth, and removed the brown apron he'd been wearing since morning. He folded it neatly, hung it up, and walked slowly to the dining table, sitting directly across from Ace. Ace, who was still enjoying the last bite of her warm breakfast, suddenly felt awkward. The atmosphere, which had been comfortable, now felt slightly warmer, whether from the steam of the soup or Shirou's gaze watching her. She subtly glanced at her plate. Just a little left. My portions are much bigger than the other Loki Familia members. Is Shirou noticing? A strange thought crept into her mind, making her cheeks flush slightly. She had never cared about such things before. But now, she wondered, does Shirou dislike girls who eat too much? Carefully, Ace finished the last of her rice, then set the spoon down gently. She lifted her face and, in a slightly hesitant but still calm tone, asked, Shirou, you don't think it's weird for a girl to eat a lot, do you? Shirou paused, perhaps surprised by the unusual question from Ace. But then he chuckled softly, his warm smile appearing naturally. Not at all. In fact, I like seeing you eat heartily. It feels like someone is truly enjoying what I've made. Ace blinked, her blush deepening slightly, but her heart felt lighter hearing that. You remind me of a servant I once summoned. Saber. Ace raised an eyebrow. Saber. That name had come up a few times before, a gallant, strong, and supposedly very elegant female knight. But, was she a glutton too? Ace asked curiously, voicing her own confusion. Yup, Shirou nodded nostalgically. She really loved my cooking. She could even eat several times a normal portion. She'd say, hunger is our true enemy. Ace stared deeply at Shirou, then slowly nodded, agreeing with the philosophy she'd just heard. That's true. Then, with a serious expression and a tone as if declaring fate, Ace lifted her plate slightly. In that case, seconds, please? Shirou snorted lightly, standing up to take Ace's empty plate. All right, servant Saber of Loki Familia. Please wait a moment. Ace stayed silent, but inwardly, she laughed a little. If eating a lot brings me closer to Shirou, then I'll have another plate. After Ace finished her second plate, including the last piece of cheesy jagamerquin, she stood up lightly and followed Shirou, who had just finished tidying up the remaining dishes. Walking side by side, they left the kitchen and headed toward the training hall at the edge of the manor. The stone path connecting the main building to the training area was warmed by the morning sun. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze, and in the distance, the laughter of Loki Familia members warming up could be faintly heard. Along the way, Ace glanced at Shirou. Shirou, she called flatly, though her voice was slightly softer than usual. During sparring later, can you project my desperate, but a blunt version? Shirou turned to her with a light nod. Of course, I'll use blunt weapons too. We don't want training to turn into a hospital visit, right? Ace nodded slowly, her face still serious, but the slight relaxation in her brows showed she was satisfied with the answer. After a few more steps, she asked again. And tomorrow, when I train Bell again, can I use a blunt sword from your projection? Shirou shrugged. Sure, just let me know when you need it. Besides, if the projection starts fading after 3 days, you can just come to me, and I'll make another one. Ace stared straight ahead, but murmured quietly, thank you. No need to thank me for something so small, Shirou replied with a smile. In her heart, Ace felt a little relieved. Day by day, she could rely on Shirou more, not just as a fellow comrade, but as someone special. And without realizing it, their steps, which had once been apart, now walked closer, their shoulders almost aligned, as if the world allowed time to slow down just for the two of them that morning. As they walked leisurely toward the training hall, enveloped in the cool morning air and the sunlight filtering through the trees, Shirou glanced at Ace and broke the silence. Ace, can I ask you something? Ace turned slowly. What? Why did you agree to train Bell in the first place? I mean, he's not from Loki Familia. You usually don't care about outsiders, right? The question wasn't accusatory, just pure curiosity. But Ace paused for a moment. Her steps didn't slow, but the brief silence made the atmosphere feel slightly heavier. At first, she said flatly, it was because I wanted to know his secret. Shirou frowned. Secret? Ace nodded. Bell's strength grows incredibly fast. Too fast. It's not normal. In such a short time, he's gotten stronger and even had power surges. I was curious. What made him capable of that? Her voice was calm, but her gaze was distant, empty, as if piercing through reality and looking at something far darker. Something she wanted to chase. Shirou understood immediately. He knew that look. The look of someone consumed by the obsession to grow stronger, because of loss, because of past wounds that couldn't be healed. Ace wanted to become strong enough to face the one-eyed black dragon, to avenge her past. Shirou tried to lighten the mood with a small smile. In that case, did you challenge me to spar because you wanted to figure out my secret too? Ace turned quickly. Huh. Her face was slightly confused, but then she answered honestly, but I already know about your magecraft. It's not something I can replicate. I'm not an expert mage, like Riveria. That's true. Shirou nodded, then smirked slightly. But who says I've shown you all my abilities yet? Ace's eyes instantly lit up, as if flames had ignited in her golden pupils, like a child offered a new adventure. In that case, she said, gripping her sword sheath tightly, let's hurry to the training hall. Shirou grinned. You really can't resist a challenge, can you? They continued walking, but this time with quicker steps. The aura between them changed. no longer just relaxed after breakfast, but two warriors preparing to test each other's limits. Chapter 127. The two of them finally arrived in front of the Loki Familia's physical training building. The structure was quite large, with heavy wooden doors and tall windows always left open to keep the air fresh. The sound of creaking would greeted their footsteps as Shirou pushed the door open, followed by Ace, who walked calmly behind him. Once they reached the center of the spacious, empty training hall, Ace immediately turned to Shirou with her usual serious expression, but this time, there was a hint of impatience in her tone. "Please, the sword, Shirou." Shirou nodded. He stood straight, closed his eyes briefly, then raised his right hand. Prana light enveloped his open palm, and a moment later, clang. A familiar-looking short sword, Ace's signature weapon, desperate, appeared in his grip. The difference was, this time, the blade wasn't sharp. Instead, it was blunt, its smooth surface adjusted for sparring practice. "The blunt version, as requested," Shirou said, handing it over. Ace accepted it with both hands, examining its curves and balance. She bent slightly, then swung it slowly through the air. Whhhh. The wind it generated was still palpable, though not as sharp as the original. "This really is, just like mine," she murmured softly. For the first time, she was wielding a weapon not forged by Orario's blacksmiths, but one projected by Shirou, and the sensation it gave her was surprising. "Imitation is my specialty," Shirou quipped, crossing his arms. Ace stared at the sword for a moment, then lifted her gaze, this time with a rare glint in her eyes, one filled with curiosity. "Then, the weapon you'll be using," she said hesitantly. "Is it what you call a noble phantasm?" Shirou's lips curled slightly. "You remembered," he said quietly, then glanced at the empty weapon rack in the corner of the room. "Yes," he continued. "I'll be using one of them. But don't worry. I'll try to pick one that won't blow this place up." Ace nodded with a serious expression, but beneath it, her excitement was rising. Her heart beat a little faster. This wasn't just an ordinary training session. It was a chance to see another side of the man she admired, and, little by little, was growing to love. Shirou lowered his head slightly, one hand resting on his chin as he pondered on a noble phantasm suitable for training. But it can't be too dangerous, and it should be impressive enough for Ace. That narrowed his options considerably. He didn't want to summon anything explosive or overly destructive. Yet, this was Ace, someone who wouldn't be impressed by an ordinary blade. Suddenly, soft footsteps approached. Ace's shoes made almost no sound on the wooden floor, but her presence felt incredibly close. "So, Shirou," her calm voice broke through his thoughts. "Have you decided?" Shirou lifted his head, and was startled to find Ace's face mere inches from his. Her golden eyes stared intently, as if demanding an answer. Huh. Reflexively, Shirou took a step back, nearly tripping in his surprise. Well, do you have a preference?" Ace tilted her head slightly. "What do you mean? Like, what kind of weapon do you want to see? A sword? A bow? A spear? Something interesting?" Ace seemed to think for a moment. Then her eyes gleamed faintly. "I want to see another one of your noble phantasms, one with a special technique. Like when you fought Revis, that sword illusion technique of yours." Shirou fell silent for a beat. Subame Geishi. Ace's thoughts weren't far off. She still remembered that day vividly. How Shirou had stood tall before her, battered and wounded, becoming the hero who challenged Revis with power not of this world. The shadow of 3 overlapping slashes, an attack that came from 3 directions at once. "So, another legendary weapon. One I haven't seen before," Ace said. Shirou took a deep breath. "So, you want a noble phantasm I've never shown you before?" "Correct," Ace replied without hesitation. Shirou straightened his arm, then looked up at the ceiling. Actually, what have you seen so far?" Ace spun the blunt desperate in her hand, then listed them in a flat but memorious tone. "Monahashizo, Atalantis Bow, the one you used to create that rain of glowing green arrows. And Ro Ajax, the flower shield you used to protect us from the corrupted spirit's attack." Shirou nodded slowly. "So just 3, huh?" "Yeah." Ace nodded quickly, her voice suddenly childlike with curiosity. "But you once said you have many." She made a wide gesture with her hands, as if stretching out an invisible space. "A whole lot." Shirou chuckled softly at Ace's rare expression, her eyes sparkling, her lips not as tight as usual. "All right," he said, his voice soft but firm. "I'll show you one I've never shown anyone, not even during the Knossos expedition." Ace leaned forward slightly, holding her breath in anticipation. And Shirou began to summon it. A noble phantasm he had kept reserved only for dire situations. "Trace. On." With a deep inhale, Shirou raised his right hand forward. Prana light gathered in his open palm, swirling into a dense spiral of energy. The ripple of power enveloped the surrounding air, making it tremble. Then, glimmer. A golden flash erupted in a holy light, and from within the vortex, the form of a sword slowly emerged. Its blade was long and elegant, a bright silver that shone like the morning sun. The spine of the blade was adorned with gleaming gold lines, merging with intricate engravings at its center. The hilt was made of white gold, wrapped in deep blue with a cross-shaped ornament. And at the heart of the sword, a name was inscribed in symbols of the Fae, so majestic it felt awe-inspiring just to behold. Excalibur. The aura of the sword wasn't just magical. It was like a symbol of hope and victory itself. Unlike other weapons that radiated killing intent, Excalibur shone like the sun, yet carried an air of absolute destruction if unleashed. Ace, who had been standing just a few steps away from Shirou, stared at the sword intently. Her eyes widened, mesmerized. The light from the blade reflected in her golden irises, making her look like a child witnessing something extraordinary for the first time. This sword is beautiful, she murmured softly. Who was its original wielder? Shirou smiled faintly, his gaze warm. It belongs to Saber, my servant. A king and a knight. She was known as the King of Knights. Ace looked at Shirou, then back at Excalibur as if she had just encountered an unwritten legend. Saber. So this is the sword she used? Yes, Shirou answered, glancing at the sword. She wielded this blade to protect her kingdom, her people, and her ideals. Ace nodded slowly. Then, she must have been incredibly strong. Shirou didn't respond, only nodding faintly before swinging Excalibur through the air. Whoosh! The slash cut through the air perfectly, leaving a faint golden trail in its wake. Shirou channeled prana into it, and instantly, the blade's light grew brighter, radiating a holy aura that even Ace could feel piercing her skin. Ace, despite being 2 levels above Shirou, unconsciously took a step back. Your swing carries something different, she said seriously. I can feel it. Not just power, but something like the weight of her resolve. Shirou scratched the back of his head with his free hand, smiling wryly. Seems like this is overkill for sparring, huh? Excalibur isn't a weapon you can hold back with. He lowered the sword slowly, letting the golden light fade, then looked at Ace with a slightly embarrassed expression. Guess this is just for showing off. Ace kept staring at Excalibur with a gaze full of reverence, then nodded slowly. Even if it's just showing off, it's impressive. A brief silence fell between them, filled only by the sound of their breathing and the fading hum of prana. Ace was still staring at the spot where the last particles of Excalibur's light had disappeared, her gaze fixed as if reluctant to let it slip from memory. Can I try it? She asked suddenly, turning to Shirou with serious eyes veiled in deep curiosity. Shirou looked at her for a moment, then nodded slowly. Sure, if you want. Without hesitation, Ace sheathed desperate into her own scabbard, then reached out as Shirou projected Excalibur once more, this time without active prana. Without the holy light, the sword seemed calmer, as if hiding its power behind silent elegance. Ace gripped the hilt gently, feeling the cold of the blade seep into her palm. She swung it once, twice. Light, sharp. But what captivated her wasn't its weight or form. It was the feeling of holding a legend. When you wield this sword, is there a technique like Tsubeim Geishi? She asked while slowly swinging Excalibur. Shirou shook his head. It has a technique, but not like Tsubeim Geishi. Ace stopped mid-swing and turned to him. What's the difference? Shirou looked at Ace with a serious expression, then began explaining. Excalibur is a noble phantasm that stores its power in its true name. To unleash its full strength, I have to call out its true name. Meanwhile, Monohashizo, the Nodachi, doesn't have a special power, but it carries a technique, the memories of its previous wielder. Tsubeim Geishi. So Tsubeim Geishi comes from the technique of an ordinary human, Ace murmured, while Excalibur is something far greater. Shirou nodded slowly. Exactly. Ace gazed at the sword once more, then stepped forward and handed it back to Shirou. Then, I want to see you use it. Activate its true name. However, Shirou immediately raised a hand, gently refusing while pushing the sword back toward her. Trust me, that's a bad idea, he said. If I fully activate Excalibur, half of Orario could be destroyed. Ace shivered instantly, quickly pulling the sword back to her chest, as if afraid of touching a doomsday button. That much? Shirou nodded with a resigned expression. And, even though I'm level 4 now, I'd probably collapse and pass out for days if I actually activated it. Ace's eyes sharpened, revealing unconcealed worry. Then, what about before? When you didn't have Falna and were just an ordinary human? What would have happened if you forced yourself to activate this sword back then? Shirou only gave a wry smile, and then answered calmly, but with absolute certainty. I'd definitely be dead. Ace froze. She had no reply, only a slow nod as she stared at Excalibur once more, this time with even deeper respect. The sword wasn't just beautiful. It held power that should never be misused. And to Ace, the true wielder of such power wasn't just someone who could swing it, but someone who knew when not to use it. Like Saber, or like her hero, Shirou. Ace was still holding Excalibur carefully, her fingers tracing the fine lines on the blade as if trying to read the history contained within it. But her curiosity wasn't sated yet. She looked at Shirou and asked, Then, how do you activate its true name? Shirou turned to her, then closed his eyes briefly, recalling the sword's memories, ones that never faded. The image of Saber, her golden hair fluttering on the battlefield, standing tall with unshakable light in her eyes. Like this, he said softly. Ace nodded, her eyes unblinking. Shirou slowly raised both hands, gripping empty air as if truly holding Excalibur. His shoulders straightened, his breath drawn in slowly, then, X. His voice boomed, loud and full of energy. His raised hands suddenly slashed downward, the motion firm, as if cleaving an invisible foe before him. Caliba. The echo of his shouts spread through the entire training hall, bouncing off the stone walls and high ceiling like a war cry. Even the thin dust on the floor seemed to tremble. Silence. Shirou remained still, only now realizing how loud he'd been. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, his expression slightly embarrassed. Sorry, got a little carried away. But when he glanced at Ace, the girl was staring at him with an unusual look. Her eyes were wide, full of admiration, almost sparkling. That was so cool, she murmured softly, like a fan seeing her favorite hero in action for the first time. Shirou blinked. Huh. Ace lowered her head slightly, nodding slowly. You looked like a hero from a legend. When you shouted that, maybe because you truly believed in it. Shirou paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. I was just imitating, really. Saber was the one who first showed me what a true knight is like. Shirou lowered his head slightly, his awkward expression returning. But in his heart, for some reason, Ace's praise just now felt heavier and more meaningful than any cheer he'd ever heard. Then, I want to try it too, Ace said, gazing at the legendary sword in her hands. But this won't destroy Orario, right? She asked worriedly, her brows slightly furrowed. Shirou stifled a laugh, exhaling softly. Don't worry, he said casually. Activating a noble phantasm's true name can only be done by its original wielder, or by me if it's a projected copy. Ace nodded, then took a short breath. So only you and Saber can truly unleash its full power. Yup, just the two of us, Shirou confirmed with a light nod. Ace's face brightened instantly. She lifted Excalibur slightly, then closed her eyes. Even if it's just pretending, I'm glad I can try. With a straight posture and a serious expression, she stood like a true knight. For a moment, an aura of grace and charisma enveloped her. Slowly, she closed her eyes, letting her imagination carry her. In her mind, she stood in the middle of a battlefield. The wind brushed against her face, and a golden-red sky stretched endlessly above. Excalibur felt like more than just metal. It felt like a fragment of destiny itself. Suddenly, Ace opened her eyes. With a firm motion, she raised Excalibur above her head. Her breath hitched for a second, then she cried out, EX. The slash descended in sync with her shout. Caliba. Her swing downward was precise, nearly perfect. And at that moment, whoosh, a gust of wind magic suddenly enveloped Excalibur, swirling around it. The golden blade vanished from sight, leaving only the hilt hanging in the air like a faint shadow. Shirou was startled, his eyes widening. He quickly stepped closer, observing the faint whirlwind of air spinning around Ace's hand. That invisible air, he murmured, recalling Saber's signature technique to conceal her sword from enemies. Ace was still confused. What's happening, Shirou? I really can't see it. Shirou sighed in relief, then nodded. The sword is still there. It's just cloaked in wind magic now, like an invisible veil. It's a technique to hide the sword's true form. Ace looked at her hand, still gripping the now invisible hilt. She lifted it slowly, feeling its weight unchanged. Oh, you're right, she said softly. It's still there. Shirou kept staring at Ace with a furrowed brow. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Ace, you have wind magic, right? But can Ariel make things invisible like this? Ace shook her head slowly, her golden hair swaying gently with the motion. Her hand still clutched the hilt, now hidden by the magic. No, my magic doesn't have an effect like this. Ariel only enhances speed and sharpness. It doesn't make objects vanish from sight. Hearing that, Shirou grew even more puzzled. If it's not from Ace, then this magic must be coming from the sword itself, from Excalibur. But why? I don't recall Excalibur reacting like this. Is it because of Ace? He stared at the girl before him. Ace seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the sensation of wielding the sword, swinging it lightly, her body fluid yet precise. Her movements were graceful, like dancing in the wind. Her gaze was focused, and a spark of life shone in her eyes. For a moment, Shirou couldn't distinguish Ace's face from someone else he once knew, Saber. The similar features, the concise way of speaking, their shared love of food, the knightly aura, and now, the legendary sword responds to her presence. Wild thoughts began creeping into his mind. Could Ace and Saber be the same person, but from different worlds? Like him and Archer, two sides of the same person from different timelines. Shirou shook his head slowly. That was a ridiculous idea. It made no sense. But why couldn't his heart dismiss the possibility? He chose to keep it to himself. Chapter 128. Ace stared at Excalibur, hidden within a thin whirlwind, then glanced hesitantly at Shirou. Something nagged at her mind, but she hesitated to voice it. Finally, Ace asked, her voice almost a whisper, Shirou. Earlier, You said only you and Saber could activate this sword's power. Were you lying to me? Hearing this, Shirou quickly raised both hands, as if caught red-handed. No, I wasn't lying, he answered swiftly, his tone serious. What just happened was beyond my expectations. You didn't activate Excalibur's true name, just a minor aspect of it. Ace frowned, as if trying to digest his words. She then reached out to touch the air around her now invisible sword, sensing the flow of wind energy enveloping it. You're right, she murmured softly. If its true power had awakened, Orario might already be in ruins. Shirou nodded and slowly explained. Saber used a technique called invisible air. It's a wind spell that shrouds Excalibur so enemies can't see its true form. Because, if they did, Saber's identity as King Arthur would be exposed. Ace listened intently, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Without thinking, she remarked, Saber is a lot like you, Shirou. Shirou blinked, slightly confused. Like me, how? She hides her sword. Ace replied plainly. And you? Like to wear your assassin mask to hide your identity, too. Shirou couldn't suppress the small smile that escaped his lips. I guess. That's a funny coincidence, he said, scratching the back of his neck, slightly embarrassed. Ace stared at him seriously, then half mumbled, but I'm sure I'd recognize you, no matter what mask you wear. Her candid words left Shirou momentarily speechless before he let out a soft sigh, warmth blooming in his chest. Thank you, Ace. A comfortable silence settled between them, not awkward, but peaceful, as if they understood each other without words. In Ace's hand, Excalibur remained hidden by the wind, its faint glimmer visible in the quiet. And in Shirou's heart, gratitude grew for having met someone as sincere as Ace in this world. Ace gazed at the invisible sword in her hand for a moment before asking innocently, Then, why was I able to use invisible air? Shirou rubbed his chin, tempted to voice the absurd theory that had crossed his mind, that perhaps Ace and Saber were the same person, born in different worlds. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Instead of confusing her with wild speculation, he opted to find a logical explanation. To be honest, Shirou said, looking straight into Ace's eyes, I can only guess. So, let me ask you first, where does your wind magic come from? Ace smiled faintly, a rare, gentle expression on her usually stoic face. It's from my mother, Arya, she said softly, her grip on the transparent Excalibur tightening slightly. Shirou's eyes widened slightly. He remembered the tragic story Ace had once shared about her family. Your mother was a spirit, right? He confirmed. Ace nodded slowly, then added, but not just any spirit. My mother was the great spirit of wind. The words echoed in Shirou's mind. He studied Ace more deeply, realizing that the blood of a great spirit flowed through her veins. No wonder her wind magic was so extraordinary, and likely the reason it resonated with a legendary sword like Excalibur. So, Shirou murmured, half to himself, maybe it's not about the person, but the blood and wind magic that made Excalibur respond to you. Ace tilted her head slightly, curiosity written on her face, but she didn't press him for further explanation. Meanwhile, Shirou felt relieved. Good thing I didn't mention that absurd theory earlier. It would have only confused Ace if I said she might be Saber in this world. Suppressing a small chuckle, Shirou finally spoke in a lighter tone. Well, at least now I know. You really are special, Ace. Hearing this, Ace lowered her face slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, but her grip on the invisible sword loosened. Then, what's the connection between spirits from this world and Excalibur? Shirou wondered silently. He frowned slightly, trying to piece together the threads of thought in his mind. But his musings were interrupted when Ace's soft voice called out to him. Shirou, can I use my wind magic on Excalibur? Ace asked hesitantly, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. Shirou nodded casually, offering a small smile. Of course. Go ahead, Ace. With permission granted, Ace stepped back a few paces, readying herself. She gripped Excalibur tightly with both hands and took a deep breath. With a swift motion, Ace swung Excalibur to the side, chanting a short spell under her breath. Aerial. Whoosh. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Ace slash, roaring as it spiraled through the air. The swirling wind caressed Excalibur, which had been hidden beneath the invisible layer of air. A faint glimmer appeared, and slowly, cling, Saber's golden pride, Excalibur, revealed its true form, gleaming brilliantly under the light. Ace pivoted lightly, halting her movement. She gazed at Excalibur with shining eyes before turning to Shirou. Look, Shirou, Excalibur is visible again, she exclaimed proudly, like a student showing off a successful experiment to her teacher. Shirou found her innocence endearing. Well done, Ace, he praised sincerely. Your magic can dispel invisible air. Ace looked at Excalibur once more, satisfied. She then carefully returned the sword to Shirou, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. Thank you for trusting me with it, Ace said, her voice softer than usual. Shirou accepted Excalibur and dissolved it back into shimmering blue particles that vanished into the air. You're welcome, he replied with a smile. Besides, I enjoyed watching you wield it. For a moment, they exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. The lingering morning breeze in the training hall carried a faint whisper. After a brief pause, Shirou nodded. For sparring, I think I'll stick with Kancho and Bakuya. Other noble phantasms aren't really suited for regular practice. Without hesitation, he stretched both hands forward. Trace. On. In an instant, the twin black and white swords, Kancho and Bakuya, materialized in his grip, their edges slightly dulled for safety. Ace stood motionless before him, her eyes fixed on the twin blades. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, though her expression remained neutral. I've seen those swords so many times, Ace thought to herself. Noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor, Shirou raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Ace, he asked, lowering the swords to his sides. Ace hesitated for a moment, looking down before mustering the courage to meet his gaze. Let's postpone our sparring for now, she murmured, barely audible. Huh. Shirou nearly dropped Kancho. Why? Weren't you excited earlier? Ace, her cheeks slightly flushed, strengthened her voice. I want to see more of your noble phantasms. Her blunt request left Shirou momentarily speechless. Then he let out a small sigh, amused. So, you're more interested in my weapon collection than fighting me? Ace simply nodded slowly, her eyes shining like a child eager for a bedtime story. Shirou scratched the back of his head, feigning surrender. All right, if that's what you want. I'll show you a few more. But remember, if anything feels dangerous, we stop immediately, okay? Ace nodded eagerly, her face full of anticipation. She even stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, making Shirou unconsciously hold his breath at the sudden proximity. Then, Shirou shrugged, ready to project the next noble phantasm. Let's begin this little weapon showcase. A gentle breeze drifted through the training hall, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what Shirou would summon next. With the intent of satisfying A's unquenchable enthusiasm, Shirou dissolved Kancho and Bakuya into shimmering blue particles that faded into the air. Taking a steady breath, he stretched his hand forward. Trace on, Shirou said as his fingers reached for something unseen. In an instant, a small explosion of prana erupted, and from within it, a long crimson spear materialized. The spear was slender yet radiated a dangerous aura, like a venomous serpent poised to strike. Its spiraling tip looked cruel, as if it could pierce through anything. The shaft was sturdy, adorned with intricate engravings that hinted at a hidden curse. A faint red aura pulsed around it, as though alive. Ace, standing just a few steps away, instinctively felt the weapon's oppressive presence. Her shoulders tensed, her eyes widened slightly, and she immediately asked, What noble phantasm is this, Shirou? Shirou nodded slowly and explained in a serious tone, This is Gibalg, the cursed spear of Siyu Chulin, an ancient Irish hero. He was Lancer, one of my opponents in the Holy Grail War. Ace listened intently, absorbing every word. After a brief pause, she studied the spear with fascination before cautiously asking, Can't I touch it? Shirou considered for a moment, then extended the spear toward her, warning, Be careful, Ace. Even though this is just a projection, its curse remains. Even Saber, who's incredibly strong, was wounded by this spear. Ace nodded obediently and took Gibalg with both hands. The moment her fingers wrapped around the shaft, she felt a strange sensation, a faint vibration coursing from the metal into her skin. It was cold, piercing, and sent shivers down her spine, as if the spear itself were alive and eager to pierce the heart of whoever held it. Amazing, Ace whispered, her eyes filled with awe and caution. She felt the stark difference between ordinary weapons and noble phantasms for the second time. Meanwhile, Shirou watched her, pleased to see how deeply Ace respected the power of each weapon he projected. As she gently traced the spear's shaft, Ace suddenly remembered something. Her eyes widened slightly, and she said, If I recall, a few days ago, Tiona mentioned this. This, red spear, was what you used to finish off the corrupted bull spirit in Gnosis, right? Shirou nodded, a faint smirk forming. Correct. Back then in Gnosis, Tiona, Tioni, Gareth, and the others helped me. They restrained the corrupted spirit with chains, giving me an opening to thrust Gibalg straight into its chest. Ace nodded in understanding, her expression slightly downcast. It's a shame. I didn't get to see it. I was in another group, focused on rescuing our Familia members lost in the labyrinth. Well, that was an important task too, Shirou replied warmly. Without you, many might not have survived that day. Ace tightened her grip on the spear before looking up, her eyes alight with determination. Then, Shirou, is this enough for today? She asked. Shirou relaxed slightly, relieved. If you're satisfied. Again, Shirou. Ace cut in quickly, her voice almost childishly pleading. Shirou paused, momentarily stunned by her uncharacteristic excitement. He even raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, but let me dispel Gibalg first. Not yet, Ace quickly interjected, stepping closer, the crimson spear still firmly in her grasp. I want to compare it. with another noble phantasm. Shirou sighed deeply but couldn't suppress a soft smile. He shook his head slightly and muttered, "At this point, who could refuse?" With a slow motion, he stretched out his left hand again, ready to project the next noble phantasm. "All right, Ace, get ready. I'll summon the next weapon," Shirou teased. Prana swirled gently around him, blue particles shimmering in the air like fireflies in the night. Lafia hurried down the path, slightly out of breath after an intense magic training session with Lady Riveria and her Fairy Force teammates. Today's drills had been grueling, but her spirits remained high. "I need to hurry," she muttered, quickening her pace as her light boots tapped against the stone walkway of the Twilight Manor. The physical training building, located on the other side of the manor's vast courtyard, came into view. The sun was already high, signaling midday. The bright rays reflected off the building's windows, forcing Lafia to squint slightly. Her heart pounded that if I recall correctly, Shirou and Ace are sparring together today. Tomorrow, the three of us are going swimming in the dungeon, she thought, her cheeks flushing at the idea. Lafia clutched the small bag at her side. She had an important mission. I need to talk to Ace. Now, as she walked briskly, she recalled yesterday's conversation with Lady Riveria, who had strictly forbidden her and Ace from wearing the bikinis Loki had given them in Melon. Her pointed ears still burned from Riveria's scolding about how those outfits were far too dangerous to wear in front of Shirou. In that case, I need to convince Ace to buy more modest swimwear, Lafia resolved, her eyes shining with determination. As she neared the training building, she slowed her steps, smoothing her disheveled light brown hair and catching her breath. She wanted to look her best. After this, she had to persuade Ace, no matter what. After ensuring her clothes and ponytail were neat, Lafia took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door to the training building, her heart full of anticipation. In her mind, she imagined an exhilarating scene. Ace and Shirou locked in combat, their swords clashing with incredible speed and power, like a duel from the heroic tales she'd read. She was ready to gasp in awe. However, as the creaking door swung open, she was met with a sight completely beyond her expectations. "Wah!" Lafia uttered in confusion. In the center of the room, Ace stood while examining a massive gray stone sword, its size towering over her. The blade's surface was rough and thick, like an ancient relic carved from hardened rock. Ace scrutinized its texture with sparkling eyes, resembling an archaeologist uncovering a fossil. To make matters worse, the floor was littered with an assortment of other weapons. Scattered across the training hall were various strange armaments, a small, lightning-shaped dagger, a slender katana gleaming like glass, rows of ornate knightly swords Lafia didn't recognize, and even a large black shield emitting a faint glow. Lafia stood frozen at the doorway, her eyes wide, her small mouth agape in disbelief. This looked like an exhibition hall of legendary weapons. Meanwhile, Shirou, who had just noticed Lafia's arrival, rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward smile. "Ah, Lafia, you're here," he said casually. Ace, completely unfazed, remained focused on the giant stone sword. As she tested its weight, she asked, as if oblivious to Lafia's presence, "Shirou, this sword is really heavy." Shirou explained, "It's supposed to be. That's 9 lives, the weapon of Berserker, one of my opponents in the Holy Grail War." Lafia, slowly processing the scene before her, finally found her voice, or rather, shrieked in shock. What in the world is going on here?" Her booming voice echoed through the training hall, causing some of the haphazardly placed weapons to wobble. Chapter 129. Shirou cast a gentle gaze at Lafia, who was still gaping at the threshold of the door, her eyes darting from one legendary weapon to another. Behind him, Ace was attempting to lift the massive stone sword 9 lives with both hands, though her slender frame trembled slightly under its weight. So, Shirou broke the silence. "We're canceling our sparring session." Lafia turned to him quickly, confused. "Huh? But you two had planned it since yesterday." "Yeah, but once she asked to see more noble phantasms, the sparring turned into an exhibition." Shirou pointed resignedly at the scattered weapons. Meanwhile, Ace was intensely focused on lifting 9 lives. Her face was serious, her brows slightly furrowed, and her small hands adjusted their grip. "Ugh. Heavy," she murmured, leaning back slightly to balance the weight. Lafia gulped as she stared at the weapons. Her gaze landed on a crimson spear lying on the floor, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The aura emanating from it was thick, as if piercing the very air around it. Shirou immediately warned in a serious tone, "That Eski bulk. Don't get too close. Even though I've disabled its effects, the curse's aura lingers." Lafia took 2 quick steps back. That's the one you used to defeat the corrupted spirit, right?" Shirou nodded. "Yeah, but I'm just showing it off. I wouldn't use it in a training area like this." Lafia finally lowered her gaze, then pointed at a golden-hilted sword that looked more normal compared to the others. "But, Shirou, aren't you running out of mana by projecting all of these?" Shirou shrugged. "If it's just the physical forms, even though it's quite taxing, It's still far lighter than activating their true power. Lafia nodded slowly, still awestruck. Then, this is like a walking museum. I'd rather call it a secret armory, Shirou replied half-jokingly. Ace, still slowly swinging the massive stone sword, suddenly exclaimed, Shirou, can I try slashing with 9 lives? Shirou panicked. Wait, don't attempt the real slash here. You'll destroy the building. Lafia let out a small shriek. Ace, that's dangerous. Ace glanced back, her usual blank face showing a hint of confusion. Oh, I see. What a shame. Shirou and Lafia both sighed deeply. This is going to be a long day. Shirou muttered, rubbing his temples. Lafia nodded weakly. I just wanted to invite Ace to buy swimsuits. But why does it feel like I've stepped onto a battlefield? Ace carefully lowered 9 lives back to the floor. The sound of the heavy stone scraping against the ground echoed softly, thud, screech, before finally stopping. Ace's breathing was slightly labored, but her eyes sparkled as she looked at Shirou with eager anticipation. Shirou, she said simply, patting her sore hands. Project another noble phantasm. A different one. Shirou stared at her for a moment, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What other noble phantasm should I pick? He mused aloud, gazing at the ceiling as he sifted through his memories for the next suitable weapon. Before he could decide, a soft hand gently tugged Ace's arm from the side. Ace blinked and turned. Lafia? Borrowing Ace for a sec, Lafia said quickly, forcing a wide smile, though tension lingered in the corners of her eyes. She glanced at Shirou, who stood there confused, and raised a finger. This is a girl's talk. You're not allowed to join. Shirou raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled but compliant. Oh, okay. I'll wait here then. Resigned, Ace let Lafia pull her away from the pile of noble phantasms until they were far enough that their voices wouldn't reach Shirou. Meanwhile, Shirou leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, watching Guy Balgan 9 lives, which still faintly glowed with residual mana. Girls talk, huh? He murmured with a sigh. Every time I hear that, I get a weird premonition. Ace turned with mild curiosity, though her eyes kept darting back to the scattered weapons, her desire to examine them still unfulfilled. So, what did you want to talk about, Lafia? She asked softly, her tone slightly distracted. Lafia took a deep breath and got straight to the point. What swimsuit did you wear when Shirou taught you how to swim in melon that time? Ace blinked, slightly surprised by the topic. Well, I wore the white bikini Loki gave me when we went to melon. You got one too, right? Pink, if I remember correctly. Lafia bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushing as she recalled just how revealing that swimsuit truly was. Only now did Lady Riveria's earlier warning echo clearly in her mind. Such attire was far too immodest to be worn casually, especially in front of a man. And not just any man, but Shirou. But, Ace, a swimsuit like that is too revealing. It's inappropriate to wear in front of a guy. Inappropriate. Ace frowned, her eyes widening slightly. Why? Lafia scrambled for a convincing and quick reason. Because Shirou might think you're shameless. Zrk. Like a bolt of lightning striking her heart, Ace froze. Her eyes widened, and her shoulders slumped. Shameless? She whispered weakly, her face paling. The thought of Shirou, the guy she loved, judging her so harshly made her breath catch. What should I do? Ace stepped closer, gripping Lafia's hands, her expression full of genuine worry. We're swimming tomorrow, right? I don't want Shirou to think I'm a bad girl. Seeing Ace so panicked, Lafia almost felt guilty, but she also knew this was her chance to help. She puffed out her chest slightly, feeling mature for once. Don't worry, Ace. Luckily, we still have time to go shopping this afternoon. Let's buy a more modest swimsuit, one that's more covered up. Ace's eyes sparkled instantly, as if she'd heard salvation from the depths of hell. Really? Thank goodness. I'll leave it all to you, Lafia. Lafia nodded firmly. Leave this matter to me. But in her heart, she also vowed. I'll pick a swimsuit that's modest, but still looks cute. The two of them returned to Shirou, who was leaning against a training pillar, whistling softly. The sound of their footsteps made him turn casually. So, Shirou greeted them with a slight tilt of his head. Are we continuing with more noble phantasms? Ace's eyes immediately lit up, her mouth opening slightly as she almost nodded eagerly, until she felt a subtle poke at her waist. Lafia, without a word, pressed her index finger lightly against Ace's side, a silent but meaningful signal. Ace remembered instantly. Her face stiffened for a split second before she suppressed her excitement and replied to Shirou in a controlled, flat tone. I think that's enough for now. Shirou raised an eyebrow. Oh, does this have something to do with your earlier conversation? He asked curiously. Lafia quickly nodded with a polite smile, offering no further explanation, hoping to pique Shirou's curiosity. But, yeah, we're going to buy new swimsuits later, Ace blurted out bluntly. Thud. Lafia nearly collapsed as her plan to maintain an air of mystery vanished instantly. She stared at Ace with "Oi, are you so blunt?" expression, but Ace simply looked satisfied at having been honest. Oh, Shirou nodded in understanding. He wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and smiled faintly. Seizing the opportunity, Lafia nervously mustered her courage. Shirou, do you want to come? I mean, maybe you could help us pick out suitable swimsuits. Her voice trailed off at the end. Ace also looked at Shirou with hopeful eyes, her usual blank expression now radiating innocent hope. Shirou scratched his cheek, his face slightly red. I think I'll pass, he admitted awkwardly, laughing stiffly. Last time I went clothes shopping with Seer, Ryu, and the others, it was pretty awkward. And I was the only guy, so… Lafia lowered her head, slightly disappointed. It's okay, Ace said softly. Maybe. You can see them when we wear them in the dungeon. Shirou gave a weak smile. Well, I hope you find ones that suit you. Meanwhile, Lafia silently promised herself, somehow, Shirou must see me as the most elegant and captivating girl in his eyes. Shirou shrugged lightly and asked, slipping his hands into his pockets. So, when are you planning to go buy those swimsuits? Ace answered without hesitation. Right away, this afternoon. Her face remained as expressionless as ever, but the tips of her ears turned slightly pink. All right, Shirou said, glancing around at the noble phantasms still scattered on the floor. Then let me clean these up first. He raised his right hand slowly, and with a calm motion, all the legendary weapons, from the massive stone sword to the cursed spear-gi balg and the charismatic knightly blades, glowed a soft blue before vanishing one by one into particles of prana. The specks of light swirled briefly in the air like stardust before disappearing completely. Lafia stared at the ceiling as if she'd just witnessed a meteor shower up close. Her eyes sparkled with awe. So beautiful, like a dream. Meanwhile, Ace stood beside her, gazing blankly at the now empty space. It feels like a loss, she murmured quietly, almost inaudibly. She could still feel the weight of Excalibur in her hands, even though the sword was gone. I didn't get to touch all of them. Shirou blinked. I'll project them again next time. Maybe even more. Promise. Ace turned to him, her gaze full of hope. Promise, Shirou replied. With that, the three of them stepped out of the training building. The midday sun shone warmly, greeting their steps. Two girls with minds full of plans, and one young man with half his prana remaining. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm light over the stone streets of Orario as the trio walked leisurely toward the front gate of Twilight Manor. Their pace was relaxed, the atmosphere light and familiar. Shirou walked in the middle, with Ace on his right and Lafia on his left. Occasionally, the afternoon breeze rustled the ends of A's golden hair and fluttered Lafia's purple ribbon. As she glanced at the bustling streets filled with adventurers and townsfolk, Ace turned to Shirou. While we're shopping for swimsuits later, where will you go, Shirou? Shirou slipped his hands into his pockets, thinking for a moment before answering. Probably the hostess of fertility. As usual, helping out in the kitchen. Oh, Lafia nodded, then hesitated before speaking up. Shirou, before you go to work, can I ask you for a favor? Without hesitation, Shirou turned to her and nodded. Sure, what do you need? Lafia, looking ahead, said cheerfully. Could you pick up a quest for me at the guild? One I can complete while we're swimming tomorrow. Before Shirou could answer, Ace, who had been silent, raised her hand slightly. Me too. Get one for me, Shirou. Shirou looked at both of them and smiled faintly. All right. But I've never picked up a quest at the guild before, so I hope I don't mess it up. Lafia turned to him quickly, covering her mouth as she giggled. Ha, right. I keep forgetting you're still new to Orario. Ace added in her usual monotone, though her voice was soft. That's because Shirou hides his level and abilities from the guild too. Shirou scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Well, that's true, he admitted sheepishly. The mood grew even lighter. Their footsteps continued in sync as they left the manor's gate behind. Ahead of them, the world awaited, filled with quests, shopping, and an underwater adventure in the dungeon tomorrow. Lafia turned to Shirou, her smile as friendly as ever. Just ask the receptionist at the guild, and they'll explain everything. Don't worry, she encouraged, like an older sister reassuring her younger sibling. Got it. Shirou replied with a nod, committing it to memory despite his relaxed expression. Ace, walking on the other side, added flatly, they're patient. I've been helped by them many times. Shirou nodded again, feeling a bit more at ease. If even Ace, who rarely spoke, found them helpful, it couldn't be too hard for him. Their footsteps carried them through the city streets, blending with the midday hustle and bustle of Orario. Merchants hawking their wares, children running around, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from nearby shops. In the distance, the towering Babel stood majestically, overseeing the entire city from above. Finally, they reached a crossroads near the shopping district. Lafia stopped, her face full of anticipation as she eyed the rows of clothing stores now fully open. Ace and I will head here first, Shirou, Lafia said, waving her small hand, the purple ribbon on her white blouse fluttering slightly. Ace also stopped. Though a bit stiff and hesitant, she mimicked Lafia's gesture and raised her hand slightly. See you later, Shirou, she said simply, her tone flat but meaningful. Shirou smiled at them and nodded. Happy shopping. Don't forget to pick something comfortable. They parted ways on the street. Shirou walked alone toward the guild, while the two girls set off to find swimsuits, unaware that they'd both be showing them off to the same guy they secretly admired. Shirou's steps were slow but steady as he arrived in front of the Pantheon, the grand building where adventurers from all over Orario gathered to collect rewards or handle paperwork under the guild's supervision. Tall pillars stood with Orario's emblem engraved atop the arched gate, and as usual, the place was bustling inside and out. Adventurers of all races came and went through the main entrance. A tall elf in a blue robe carrying a magic staff, a stocky dwarf with a massive axe on his back, even a beast man with a fox-like tail swinging behind him as he laughed loudly with his teammates. Just as Shirou was about to climb the stone steps to the entrance. Thud! A hard collision occurred. A burly, middle-aged man with short gray hair tied into a ponytail bumped into Shirou from the side. Strangely, it was the man who stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling over. "Oi, who the hell do you think you're bumping into?" the man roared, his face instantly red with anger. "Watch where you're going, brat." Shirou exhaled quietly, his gaze calm. He disliked unnecessary conflicts. This guy bumped into me, yet he's blaming me, he thought, considering whether to respond or stay silent. But before he could say anything, a slender elf with neatly tied silver hair appeared behind the man. Moving swiftly and with authority, he slung an arm over his companion's shoulder and said softly but firmly, "Enough, enough. Don't pick a fight." "What?" "But he..." The elf tightened his grip, his smile cold. "Didn't you see? He didn't even budge. Do you really want to pick a fight with someone who might be stronger than you, huh?" The middle-aged man grumbled, lowering his head in frustration, but eventually relented and let himself be pulled away. "Sorry about that. My brother's quick to anger," the elf said briefly to Shirou with a polite nod before leaving. Shirou returned the nod silently. As the two walked away, Shirou overheard the middle-aged man mutter, "You really think he's strong? Obviously. You were the one who got knocked back, and he didn't even flinch. If he's level 1, then I'm a dwarf," the elf replied sarcastically. Their voices faded into the crowd. Shirou let out a slow breath. Good thing it didn't escalate. "I'm just here to pick up a quest, not to fight." With slight relief, he continued into the Pantheon, ready to face what he hoped would be simpler than dealing with a hot-tempered adventurer's ego. Chapter 130. Amid the bustling shopping district of Orario, Aze and Lafia finally stopped in front of a clothing store well known among adventurers, Vespertine's Wardrobe. The store had wide glass windows displaying its latest summer and swimwear collections. Light pastel-colored dresses hung neatly, and a mannequin on the right side showcased a rather daring swimsuit, making Lafia's cheeks warm just from looking at it. "Ah, I think this is the right place," Lafia said, eyeing the store sign adorned with floral ornaments. Aze gave a slow nod, her gaze fixed on the display window, lingering on a simple white swimsuit with gold trim. Something about its color felt fitting. "The last time we went to a store like this was with Tiona and Tioni, right?" Lafia remarked with a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. "It feels like just yesterday, but it's actually been months." Aze nodded again, this time a bit slower, as if confirming while reminiscing. "Yeah, Tiona dragged me along that time," she said flatly but warmly. "She said my face looked gloomy." Lafia pursed her lips, then let out a quiet, exasperated sigh. That was because of that human, Belcranel. Her tone wasn't filled with hatred, but more like annoyance at the fate that made Aze feel guilty for no reason. She continued, "Back then, Beck got drunk at the hostess and rambled about Belle. About how the kid was saved by Aze from a minotaur, but then ran away from his rescuer like a coward. But it's understandable. He was only level 1 at the time." Aze listened without responding verbally. She remembered the incident clearly. Belle, who had been secretly hiding behind the counter, heard everything. Then, without a word, the boy ran out of the restaurant, his face twisted in pain. Not from battle, but from shame. "I thought at the time, he was afraid of me," Aze whispered softly, more to herself than to Lafia. Yet the next memory that surfaced wasn't of Belle or Bet, but of Shirou. Aze lowered her head slightly, and a faint smile graced her usually expressionless face. "You look very beautiful, not scary, even when fighting monsters." Shirou's words from that time still resonated strongly in her heart. Unlike empty compliments, he had said it honestly, without ulterior motives. It made her cheeks warm slightly despite the cool air outside. "Why am I thinking of him now?" Aze wondered, shaking her head gently to dispel the image of the red-haired young man from her mind. However, a small, warm hand grasped hers and tugged lightly. Lafia looked at her with a bright smile. "Let's go in, Aze. If we stay outside too long, the store will get crowded." "All right." Aze snapped out of her reverie. She gently returned Lafia's grip and stepped into the store with her friend, the small bell above the door chiming, cling, cling as they entered. The moment they stepped inside, a light scent of new fabric and floral perfume greeted them. The store's interior was filled with bright colors, neatly arranged racks, and hanging clothes. Magical chandeliers with a classic design cast a warm glow over each collection, creating a comfortable yet luxurious atmosphere. "Wow, look at all this, Ace," Lafia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She had already taken a few steps inside before Ace could respond. "The latest summer styles. The cuts are so soft. And these pastel colors, so cute." Lafia twirled while hugging a cream-colored dress, then quickly moved to another part of the store. She touched the fabric, matched the colors to her hair in the mirror, and giggled like a little girl in a candy shop. Ace, still standing near the entrance, watched her friend in confusion. She blinked twice before stating flatly, "Didn't we come here to buy swimsuits?" Lafia turned quickly and approached with 2 sets of casual clothes. "Well, yes, but there's no harm in looking at other clothes too. Maybe we'll find something nice to wear outside the pool." She smiled eagerly. "Come on, Ace, try this one. I think it'll suit you." Ace eyed the clothes handed to her. One was a white blouse with a small ribbon at the collar and a knee-length skirt with a delicate floral pattern. She frowned slightly. "I'm not sure this suits me," she murmured, but Lafia had already turned away, busy exploring another row. Ace eventually gave in and followed. She walked slowly, glancing at the hanging clothes, but none truly caught her interest. Meanwhile, Lafia was like a small storm sweeping through the store, praising almost every piece she saw. "Oh, this one's so adorable. And this be perfect for an evening stroll. Ace, look at this." Lafia's voice echoed through the store, so lively and cheerful. Ace could only watch from a distance, slightly bewildered and unsure how to react. Lafia's pace was too fast to keep up with. In no time, Ace had lost track of her. "Eh? Where did she go?" Ace muttered, looking left and right. She now stood alone among the racks, surrounded by colorful dresses and summer blouses. She paused, uncertain whether to follow or wait. "Why did I even come into this section?" she thought with a quiet sigh. From across the racks, Lafia's voice called out again, "Ace, over here. Look, I found another cute one." Ace turned and spotted Lafia waving enthusiastically near the back corner. With slow steps and a slightly resigned expression, Ace made her way to her enthusiastic friend, who was still energetically picking out clothes. Lafia stopped in front of a small rack displaying a row of summer outfits. Her eyes locked onto one that stood out the most, a soft pink set with a sweet and feminine design. The top was a blouse with a small collar adorned with white lace and a tiny ribbon at the chest. The fabric was light, draping gracefully over the body, with a subtle cherry blossom pattern. The matching short skirt had small pleats and lace accents at the hem, adding a playful yet modest touch. "Wow, this one's so pretty," Lafia murmured, hugging the outfit to her chest. She stepped in front of a large mirror in the corner and held the set against herself as if wearing it. "Ace, do you think this suits me?" she asked hopefully, her cheeks faintly pink with nervousness. Ace approached, studying Lafia's reflection. She observed the outfit clinging to her friend's figure, then nodded without hesitation. "It suits you well. The color matches your hair, and the style looks like you." Lafia nearly jumped for joy. She beamed and clutched the outfit tightly, but then turned back to Ace with a hesitant expression. "In that case, would you wear the same one?" she asked softly, her eyes darting nervously. Ace furrowed her brows slightly, surprised. "Wouldn't it be weird if we wore the same outfit?" she asked, her tone quiet, as if trying to understand Lafia's intent. But Lafia quickly shook her head and pointed to the same rack, right beside the pink version. "But there are other colors. See, there's light blue, cream, yellow. You can pick one that suits you. But the style's the same, so we'll match when we go out together." Ace fell silent for a moment, then walked slowly to the indicated spot. She examined the outfit Lafia meant, her fingers brushing the light blue fabric that looked simple yet elegant. The color was soft, like the morning sky, and not too flashy. "This one," she finally said, lifting the outfit. "I think I can try this." Lafia let out a quiet cheer, "Yay," and briefly squeezed A's hand excitedly. "I'm sure we'll look great together." "Shirou will definitely." She paused, her face flushing red. I mean, everyone will say we look adorable." Ace gave a small nod, but her eyes held a hint of warmth. Silently, she felt happy seeing Lafia so enthusiastic. After selecting the light blue blouse and matching skirt Lafia suggested, Ace held them firmly and walked slowly toward the fitting room. But after a few steps, she stopped. She looked down, realizing she was still wearing her lightweight armor. At her waist hung a sword sheath containing Desperate, the dulled sword Shirou had projected for her. "Ah," she murmured awkwardly. She turned toward the counter and decided to ask. With calm but purposeful steps, Ace approached the checkout counter in the corner of the store. 2 female employees were tidying price tags there. One of them, a black-haired woman with a neat fringe and a professional smile, greeted Ace warmly. "Excuse me," Ace said politely but flatly. "Is there a place here to store armor and weapons?" The black-haired employee smiled slightly, looking a bit surprised to see a customer in full armor at a casual clothing store. "Ah, of course. If you'd like to try on clothes, you can leave items like armor and weapons here, in the storage lockers." Ace nodded briefly. "Thank you." She temporarily placed the light blue blouse and skirt on a nearby rack, then began removing her protective armor one piece at a time, carefully avoiding loud metallic clangs. After that, she calmly unbuckled the belt holding her sword sheath and handed Desperatito the employee. The woman seemed slightly nervous holding the sword, which felt heavy to her as a non-adventurer. "This is a real sword, huh?" "Yes," Ace replied succinctly but politely. Once finished, Ace turned to retrieve the blouse she had hung earlier. But before she could touch it, a loud voice from behind made her tense reflexively. "Customer," the employee called, her voice slightly panicked but not loud. Ace turned immediately, her brows lifting slightly. Is something wrong? Her mind raced with possibilities. Had she broken a store rule? Was her sword too conspicuous and scare the staff? Or had she accidentally touched something off limits? Her eyes locked onto the employee, her body slightly tense. Amid her curiosity and worry, she waited for an explanation. Ace stood frozen, slightly confused, staring at the employee who had called her. The young woman tilted her head, studying Ace more carefully, then asked in a slightly trembling but excited voice. "Sorry, are you the Sword Princess? Ace Wallenstein of the Loki Familia?" Ace nodded slowly, her expression still neutral, though her eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. "Yes, that's the alias given to me." Hearing this, the employee's eyes sparkled instantly, like a fan meeting their idol. "Wah, I can't believe it. It's really you, the real Ace Wallenstein. You're my hero." Without waiting, she immediately bent down and rummaged through a drawer under the counter with enthusiasm. The sounds off scratch and small objects being moved around were clear, making Ace even more puzzled. She glanced briefly at the blouse rack, her hand reaching out, but she refocused on the employee. What is she looking for? Ace wondered silently, frowning slightly. Soon, the employee stood up again, her smile wide and full of excitement. In her hands was a small book with a cover illustration of a black-haired man with a long sword standing atop a pile of monster corpses, surrounded by light. The title was written in shiny gold letters, Dungeon Oratoria. Ace recognized the book immediately, Dungeon Oratoria, a popular fairy tale series, especially among young adventurers. Some stories in it were romanticized, but one volume, one tale in particular, had always stayed with her. The volume that told the story of Albert, the hero of old, and Ace's birth father. In the tale, Albert had managed to strike one of the black dragon CS, leaving a permanent wound on the cursed creature, before ultimately falling in battle. Ace's eyes lost focus for a moment, her mind dragged into bitter memories. Her father's voice, her mother's gentle smile, and the dragon's roar that destroyed everything. The hand that had been reaching for the blouse instead clenched into a fist. "Father," she whispered in her heart. Her face remained calm, but her chest churned like restless waves. Yet her reverie was interrupted when the employee exclaimed cheerfully, "Can I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. I even watched when you all returned from that big expedition. When you and the others appeared in front of the Pantheon, everyone cheered." Ace stared at the book for a moment, then nodded calmly. "All right, but this is the first time I've been asked to sign something like this." Quickly, the employee handed her a pen. "No problem. I'm sure your signature will still be cool," she said excitedly. Ace took the pen and opened the book's front cover. Her hand moved slowly, writing in a simple but neat style. The signature, though seemingly plain, was something she had practiced since childhood under Riveria's guidance, who had once said that an important member of the Loki Familia must be able to leave a recognizable mark. As she wrote, the employee's words echoed in her mind. "Hero?" Ace bit her lower lip slightly, her gaze distant. "I'm not a hero. The monsters I kill aren't for justice or protecting others. It's for revenge. Revenge against the black dragon that killed my parents." Once she finished signing, she handed the book back. The employee hugged it with a joyful expression, as if she had just obtained treasure. "Thank you so much. Today is the best day of my life." Ace only gave a small nod, then turned to retrieve her new clothes. Her expression calmed, though her chest felt slightly lighter. Ace stepped into one of the fitting rooms with light but measured steps, just as she would on a battlefield. The space was narrow but clean, illuminated by a white, magical lamp hanging overhead. She hooked the curtain behind her with a click, then removed the white battlecloth that was part of her daily dungeon attire. She hung her battlecloth on the wall hook, then lifted the light blue blouse with both hands. The fabric was soft, cool against her skin, and far lighter than what she usually wore. Ace slipped her head through the neckline, then pulled her left and right arms through one at a time. Zup, rustle, fup. Once the blouse was perfectly in place, Ace studied her reflection in the small wall mirror. The light blue blouse had a feminine but understated cut. The fabric was light and followed her curves, with a small white ribbon at the collar and delicate ruffles at the sleeve ends. The hem curved elegantly, making it look neat yet simple. She looked different, not like a warrior, but like an ordinary girl. Next, she picked up the matching short skirt, a pastel blue piece with an equally sweet design. The skirt was light and slightly flared, adorned with small, neat pleats, and giving off a cheerful vibe. A small white ribbon at the waist matched the blouse's accents. The length fell just above her knees, making Ace feel a bit self-conscious but not overly exposed. She put it on slowly, zipping the side before adjusting it in the mirror. The fabric swayed gently with her movements. Flap, swish. Her ears caught a voice from outside the fitting room. Are you the one called the Thousand Elf? Asked the same female employee who had greeted Ace earlier. Yes. I'm Lafia Voridis of the Loki Familia. Lafia answered politely, slightly flustered. Wah, both of you are here? Wait a second. The employee's voice was excited again, followed by the sound of something being placed on the counter, thud, and the clicking of a pen being shaken. Hee, can I get your autograph too? I'm a fan of both of you, she exclaimed. Ace touched the curtain handle and pulled it aside gently, swish. She stepped out and immediately saw Lafia standing near the counter, her face slightly flushed but full of enthusiasm. In her hands was the Dungeon Oratorio book, open to the page with A's signature. With slow but steady movements, Lafia wrote her signature beneath A's, neatly curved, with a small leaf-shaped flourish at the end. The employee cheered quietly, closing the book with an ecstatic expression. Kya, you two are wearing the same blouse, but in different colors, blue and pink. They look so good together, like sisters. Lafia immediately turned to A's, her eyes widening briefly before she looked down, covering her reddening cheeks. Sisters? She murmured softly, but it was audible. She then handed the book back to the employee, her smile radiant with joy. Thank you for saying that. Just that one sentence is enough to melt my heart, Lafia thought. Being called A's sister by someone else feels like a dream come true. Ace glanced at the counter, then approached. We actually came here to buy swimsuits, she said bluntly, her expression neutral again. Oh, in that case, let me take you to the swimwear section, the employee replied, her eyes sparkling. She rose from behind the counter and gestured with her hand. The swimsuits are in the back, near the storage racks. Lots of new models arrived today. Ace and Lafia exchanged a brief glance before following the employee to the back of the store, walking side by side, like two sisters. Chapter 131. Their footsteps echoed lightly and rhythmically as they walked through the boutique hallway adorned with fabrics and accessories of various colors. A's shoes tapped softly on the wooden floor. Tap, 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 accompanied by the gentle rustle of Lafia's skirt fluttering with each step. However, halfway to the swimwear section, Ace glanced to the side and noticed something that made her frown slightly. In Lafia's right hand was a small cream-colored cloth bag that appeared slightly full. Lafia, Ace said flatly but curiously. What's that you're carrying? Lafia turned to her with a faint smile. Oh, this? She said, lifting the bag. It's the clothes I was wearing earlier. She opened the top slightly, revealing neatly folded items, a white blouse and a distinctive pink corset dress. Ace nodded slowly, her eyes lingering on Lafia's everyday dress. But her calm didn't last long. She paused, then suddenly stopped walking as realization struck. Oh no. Her gaze sharpened, and inwardly, she cursed herself for being too distracted by the new blouse earlier. My battle cloth. It's still in the changing room, she murmured under her breath, turning to go back. Before she could take another step, however, a small but firm hand tugged at her sleeve. Ace. Sis. Wait a second. Ace turned, slightly confused. Huh. Lafia's face was slightly flushed, but her expression was earnest. You go ahead to the swimwear section, okay? I'll get your battle cloth for you, she declared, patting her chest proudly. Without waiting for a response, Lafia dashed toward the back of the store, her skirt fluttering and her footsteps quick, tap tap tap, as if racing against the wind. Ace stood frozen for a few seconds, processing what had just happened. Why did she call me sis just now? Is it because of what that store employee said earlier? She wondered, her brow furrowing slightly. Though confused, a faint warmth crept into her chest, subtle but impossible to ignore. Just then, a voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Huh? Where'd the Thousand Elf go? Asked the black-haired employee, looking around and seeing only Ace standing alone. She'll catch up later, Ace replied briefly, her eyes fixed on the direction Lafia had disappeared. Then she resumed walking. Lafia's hurried yet light footsteps echoed as she navigated the boutique's hallway, her expression determined. Her cheeks were still tinged pink, and her heart beat a little faster than usual. Thump. Thump. I just called A's sis in front of others, too. Oh my god. I'm really bold. Her inner monologue echoed in her mind, half embarrassed, half proud of herself. A strange sense of satisfaction bloomed in her chest, warm and pleasant. She reached the row of changing rooms and began checking them one by one, carefully pulling back the slightly open curtains. The first stall was empty. The second had only a hanger. Finally, in the last stall, her eyes landed on what she was looking for. A's signature white battle cloth, neatly hung inside. Ah, found it, she whispered, then quickly stepped in and closed the curtains softly to avoid drawing attention. Carefully, Lafia took A's battle garment from the hanger. The fabric still carried traces of warmth from its owner's body. Her hands moved slowly, folding it piece by piece. Fufu, She smiled faintly as she tucked in the last fold. But just as she was about to place the battle cloth into her bag, her hands froze. She stared at the garment for a moment, and the smile on her lips faded into hesitation. A scent. She bit her lower lip, blinking rapidly. No, Lafia, you can't. That's weird. That's really weird. Yet, the tempting curiosity slowly eroded her self-control. She brought the fabric closer to her nose, then a little more, until her face was buried in the folds of the white cloth. Ah, this that smells like A's. There was the fresh scent of the soap A's always used, faintly mixed with the lingering trace of sweat. A smell that wasn't unpleasant but instead gave off a tough, real impression. The scent of someone who fought relentlessly yet kept herself clean and tidy. Lafia inhaled deeply, closing her eyes briefly before snapping them open and turning her face away, her cheeks now burning like ripe berries. What was I just doing? Quickly, she stuffed the garment into her bag, sealing it tightly as if hiding evidence of her little sin. She stood straight, her breath slightly ragged, and lightly slapped her own cheeks. Plaque. Focus, Lafia. This is for A's. With A's battle cloth safely in her bag, she pulled back the curtain and prepared to return to the front. Though her face was still flushed, a small, irrepressible smile lingered on her lips. While Lafia's light footsteps faded into the distance, Ace had already arrived at the swimwear section, following the still enthusiastic employee. Brightly colored racks were filled with various swimsuits, from tiny bikinis with ribbons and lace to sporty, tight-fitting one-pieces. Ace scanned them with a blank, yet slightly uneasy expression, her eyes rigidly tracing the rows of clothing. This would definitely suit you, the employee exclaimed, picking up a deep blue triangle bikini with a bottom so low it could barely be called coverage. She held it up to the light, as if emphasizing just how minimal it was. Ace stared at it, then shook her head slowly. I don't want something like that, she said flatly, averting her gaze slightly. The employee looked a little disappointed, but still grinned widely. Ah, shy, huh? With a body like yours, you'd look amazing. Especially standing by the pool. All eyes would be on you. I'm not shy. Ace replied firmly, her voice steady. She turned slightly, locking eyes with the employee, then continued in a quieter tone. I just don't want to look cheap. I want something proper. Something modest. The last words were spoken softly, but clearly. Ace's face warmed slightly as her thoughts drifted back to Lafia's comment earlier that morning, when they had discussed her swimming practice with Shirou back in Melon. Back then, Ace had worn a white bikini for her first swimming lesson with Shirou. She hadn't thought much of it, simply wearing the swimsuit Loki had given her. But Lafia had half-seriously remarked that Shirou might see her as shameless for wearing something like that in front of him. That thought resurfaced now. What had once seemed like a light-hearted warning now felt like a weight. Did Shirou really think of me that way? Shameless? Indecent? The employee's words earlier were like gasoline poured onto the small fire of doubt in her mind, making it flare up. Ace bit her lower lip slightly, trying to stay calm even as her chest tightened. I don't want to be seen the way he thought of me back then. But the employee just chuckled and winked teasingly. You know, though, guys love girls who are a little naughty. The more revealing, the more attractive. Ace froze. Guys love girls who are indecent? Her pupils dilated slightly, and her expression shifted into a mix of confusion and shock. A thought surged from the depths of her mind, shattering her fragile defenses. Does Shirou feel that way too? An image of Shirou's face flashed in her mind. His calm demeanor, his gaze that was sometimes gentle, sometimes sharp. Shirou, who averted his eyes when he saw me in that bikini. Was that just politeness? Or does he secretly like that kind of thing too? Ace lowered her head slightly, her cheeks faintly reddening, and her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her blouse. No, I don't want him to see me like that, but if that's what he likes. Her face grew hotter, and her thoughts became clouded by questions she couldn't answer. But one thing was certain. Ace Wallenstein had never faced such a bizarre dilemma before. Light footsteps grew closer. Tap, 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 the sound of heels approaching quickly. When Ace turned, she saw Lafia walking toward her, now accompanied by another female employee, a young woman with short caramel brown hair and a slightly annoyed expression. Without preamble, the new employee grabbed the black-haired employee who had been chatting with Ace earlier. Hey, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be tagging prices in the accessories section? She scolded sharply. I was just helping VIP customers. Really? The black-haired one protested, glancing at Ace as if pleading for divine intervention. Besides, they're the Sword Princess and the Thousand Elf. You know. Do you want another warning from the manager? Her co-worker snapped, dragging her away. Come on, there's work to do. But I didn't even get to say thanks. The black-haired employee mumbled dejectedly, her gaze lingering sorrowfully on Ace and Lafia. But she reluctantly followed, her steps heavy and shoulders slumped, before disappearing from view. Sorry about that, Ace. She's just too enthusiastic, Lafia said with an awkward smile, then held up the small cream-colored cloth bag she was carrying. Here, your clothes. I got them from the changing room, she said, showing the contents. A's neatly folded white battle cloth, free of wrinkles. Lafia held her breath for a moment. She would not admit that before packing it, she had pressed her face into the fabric and inhaled deeply. That's a lifetime's worth of shame if anyone finds out. Ace simply nodded quietly and took the bag without saying another word. Her hand grasped the edge of the bag, and then she looked at Lafia. Thank you. Lafia nodded quickly, a cheerful expression appearing on her face. No problem. By the way, you went ahead to the swimwear section, right? Did you find anything you like? But Ace turned toward the racks with a puzzled expression. Lafia. Do you think guys like girls who are shameless? She asked bluntly yet seriously, her sharp gaze fixed on her friend. Yeah. Lafia squeaked, her cheeks suddenly burning crimson. Her voice echoed slightly among the clothing racks. Why are you asking something so weird, Ace? Ace remained calm, but her tone was honest and slightly confused. That employee just said, guys like girls like that. Lafia fell silent, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her. In her mind, Ace's question still reverberated. She replayed the words, searching for the right answer, but nothing felt correct. How can I answer when I don't even understand it myself? She thought, a sense of unease creeping in her chest that I've never had experience with guys. I've never even thought deeply about things like this. Meanwhile, Ace was still watching her, calm yet expectant. Her golden eyes seemed to pierce through Lafia's wall of hesitation, waiting patiently, like someone trying to understand a world foreign to her. Finally, with a slow exhale, Lafia lifted her head. I don't know for sure, Ace, she admitted honestly, her voice soft but firm. But yesterday evening, I talked with Lady Riveria. When I mentioned we were going swimming in the dungeon for your training, she immediately forbade me from wearing a bikini. Ace blinked. Riveria forbade it? Lafia nodded. Yeah, I don't know why either. But she said wearing a bikini is improper. Ace let out a short breath and nodded slowly. If Riveria forbids it, there must be a reason, she murmured, her voice thoughtful. I don't really understand these things, but I trust her. Then Ace looked at Lafia, her expression softening with understanding. So, that's why you wanted to buy swimwear now? To follow Riveria's advice? Yeah, that's why. Lafia answered quickly, stepping closer. I was afraid of choosing wrong, so I thought it'd be better if we picked together. So what do you think? Should we go with something modest? Ace nodded again. I'll choose what Riveria would approve of. I don't want to disappoint her. Lafia sighed in relief. I thought the same. Lady Riveria is always strict, but I know it's because she cares. Ace smiled faintly. If we're like sisters, then Riveria is like a mother watching over us, right? Lafia giggled softly. Exactly. A strict mom who knows what we're thinking before we even say it. Ace nodded, her faint smile lingering. But I'm glad we have someone like her around. Lafia nodded in agreement, her heart warmed by the shared trust between them. Though they had been lost in awkward worries and questions earlier, everything now felt lighter. Let's start picking, Lafia suggested, stepping lightly toward the racks of more modest swimwear. Her hand skimmed through the hangers, her eyes quickly scanning for designs that matched their standards of propriety, and, of course, with a little consideration for aesthetics. Ace nodded and walked to the other side of the rack, her eyes examining the neatly hung swimsuits. Some were too revealing, some too flashy. But in one corner, her gaze caught on something familiar. She approached slowly. Before her hung a white halter-neck swim dress, sleeveless, with a delicate neckline that wrapped around gracefully. The fabric fell softly to mid-thigh, light and comfortable. At the hem, small golden star motifs shimmered faintly under the store's magical lighting, giving it an elegant and refined touch. The swimsuit was simple, yet had a quiet charm. It wasn't the type to scream for attention, but was beautiful enough to be appreciated in silence. Ace carefully took it and brought it to Lafia. Lafia, she called. What do you think? Does this suit me? Lafia paused her search and looked at the swimsuit in Ace's hand. Her eyes traced its shape and cut. After a moment of thought, she answered honestly. For regular clothes, this would be a bit revealing, Ace. Ace's eyes dimmed slightly. She lowered her head slowly, her fingers tightening around the hanger. But Lafia quickly added, but for swimwear, it's perfectly modest. It even looks really elegant. Especially on you, it'll suit you well. Ace looked up again, her expression easing into something almost happy. I see. Then I've made my choice. Now, let me help you pick yours, Lafia. Lafia laughed softly, the blush still lingering on her cheeks. Guess it's my turn now. She then asked, where did you find that one? Ace pointed toward the rack where she'd found it. Over there. The right corner, near the display window. Lafia nodded and headed there with Ace. Among the colorful array, her eyes landed on one swimsuit that caught her attention, a bright red swimsuit. Its playful design featured slender straps and a large golden ribbon adorning the chest and waist. The short ruffled skirt swayed lightly, giving it a cute, flirty touch. Lafia picked it up and examined it hesitantly, then glanced at Ace. What about this one? Ace studied it for a moment before praising. That one suits you. Bright and full of energy. Just like Lafia. Lafia's cheeks warmed again, but she couldn't suppress a small smile. Then, I'll take this one. Side by side. They walked toward the changing rooms at the end of the store, their steps light and their shared silence comfortable. In front of the changing stalls, Lafia held her swimsuit with both hands and turned to Ace with a small smile. How about we change together, Ace? It'll be faster. Ace gave a slight nod. Okay. Without another word, they stepped into a stall large enough for two if they stood close. Theklikov the lock echoed clearly, enclosing them in the small space lit by warm lights and a large mirror on the left side. Lafia started by removing her blouse first, followed by her skirt. Ace followed suit, her movements calm and efficient. They both neatly folded their clothes and placed them on the small bench in the corner. But as Lafia bent slightly to adjust the folds of her skirt, Ace's attention inadvertently drifted to her friend's chest, covered by a soft pink bra. It was full, the shape prominent even beneath the fabric. Ace, always honest even in silence, stared for a moment, not with ill intent, just curiosity. Lafia, noticing the gaze, quickly straightened and crossed her arms over her chest, her face turning bright red. Huh. Ace, do I look chubby? Ace, still eyeing her friend's bra, nodded slowly without much thought. Big. Your chest. It's much bigger than before, Lafia. She said it without embarrassment, as if stating a simple fact. I remember when we bathed with Tiona and Tioni before, it wasn't like this. Ugh, it's all Shirou's fault. Lafia groaned, covering her face with her hands. He keeps cooking delicious meals, meat, curry, soup. How can I say no? No wonder I'm getting chubbier. Ace looked down for a moment, observing her own chest, covered by a snug white sports bra. She didn't speak, only thinking to herself, but I eat Shirou's cooking too, probably even more than her. So why is mine still like this? Though hers wasn't small, it was clearly not on the same level as Lafia's. They continued changing. Ace put on her chosen white swim dress, the halter neck design blending softly with her pale skin, the golden stars shimmering. She adjusted the tie at the back of her neck neatly. Lafia, meanwhile, finished first and stood in front of the large mirror. She turned slowly, observing how the bright red swimsuit with its golden ribbons suited her. The ruffled skirt swayed cutely with her movements. I look okay, right? She asked softly, staring at her reflection. Ace turned and nodded. You look great. Really great. Lafia's expression brightened, while Ace also stood before the mirror, smoothing her slightly dry golden hair. Both were now ready for their swimming session in the dungeon tomorrow. Chapter 132. In the warm, cozy kitchen, a delightful aroma filled the air. Pots steamed, and the sizzling sound from the frying pan accompanied the light footsteps of a green-haired elf woman bustling between the spice racks and the kitchen counter. Ainatul, wearing a simple light brown apron that matched her braided hair, was intently arranging slices of vegetables and meat into lunchboxes. Don't forget the pickled beets. Aina always loves these, she murmured softly while sprinkling the final seasoning. Before her, neatly lined up on the table were stacks of lunchboxes, no fewer than 5, each filled to the brim. A hearty vegetable soup, slices of roasted meat, rice garnished with sesame, and an assortment of side dishes were arranged with meticulous care. Aina wiped the sweat from her temple with the back of her hand. Goodness, I really got carried away, she said to herself, gazing at her creations. This is enough for 5 people. She smiled as she looked at the boxes, but beneath that smile lay a hint of longing. Ever since Aina became independent, she has rarely come home. I know she's busy with her work at the guild, assisting adventurers and the gods who sometimes act far too whimsically. Still, this house feels too empty without her. Aina then opened a small wooden cabinet and took out a wrapping cloth. She carefully bundled each lunchbox, as though packing a precious gift. If my daughter rarely comes home, then her mother will just have to visit her at work, she chuckled softly, trying to mask the slight bitterness in her voice. Besides, it's been so long since I've seen her face in person. And who knows, maybe some of her co-workers can help finish the extra food. Once everything was wrapped, she gently patted the cloth covering the stack of lunchboxes. Her face brightened, her soft green eyes looked livelier than usual. All right, Pantheon, here I come. With light steps and a heart full of hope, Aina carried the large bundle out of her small home and into the bustling city at midday. Perhaps today, in addition to feeding her stubborn daughter, she might also see Aina smile like she used to. After closing the door tightly and double-checking the lock, Aina gave the large cloth bundle slung over her shoulder a gentle pat. Its contents, the lunch she had prepared with love, were still warm. She let out a soft sigh and began walking toward the lively streets of Orario. The sky was clear, and the midday sun shone warmly as Aina arrived at the stone stairs leading to an elegant, grand building, the Pantheon, the guild's headquarters, and the central hub for all adventurer affairs in the city. The sound of adventurers' footsteps, lively chatter, and the clanking of metal boots echoed through the main hall as she stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, Aina was greeted by a familiar sight. Rows of service desks were occupied by guild staff in their signature uniforms, black vests, crisp white shirts, and gray bow ties. They were busy assisting adventurers of various races and sizes, humans, dwarves, beastmen, and even a few elves who stood out due to their elegance. However, the desk on the far right was empty. Aina frowned slightly. That was usually where her daughter sat. "Auntie Aina?" A cheerful voice called out to her from across the room. Aina turned and saw a short-haired, pink-haired girl waving at her from behind one of the desks, which was piled with paperwork and quest requests. "Misha," Aina greeted her back, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "My, how you've grown. The last time we spoke was when Aina caught the flu, wasn't it?" "Hee hee, yeah. That time. You even brought her porridge here, right?" Misha giggled, then tilted her head. "By the way, you seem really energetic today. Is that a lunchbox?" Aina proudly lifted the cloth bundle. "For Aina. I figured since she hasn't come home in a while, her mother would just bring her lunch instead. Wow, our guild's princess is going to be so happy." Misha replied cheerfully, then glanced at the empty desk. "But Aina was just called upstairs by the guild leader. She should be back soon." "Oh, I see." Aina nodded slowly. "Well, I'll just wait here then. I'm in no hurry." Misha leaned forward slightly and whispered mischievously. "But you know what? Ever since Aina got promoted to senior staff, she's become even more strict. Adventurers tremble in fear every day." Aina laughed softly, covering her mouth politely. "Ha ha. Oh my. Just like her father when he's serious. But she's healthy, right?" "She's healthy, but still terrifying." Misha winked playfully. Aina shook her head gently, her eyes drifting upward. "Aina, I hope you have time to eat with your mother today, even if it's just for a little while." Carefully, Aina draped the large cloth bundle over the empty desk in front of Misha. She gently set it down and smiled contentedly. "Excuse me, Misha. I'll just leave this here for now." Misha, still seated behind her desk, immediately caught the delicious aroma wafting from the slightly opened bundle. The fragrant scent of rice, stir-fried vegetables, and something meaty made her stomach growl softly. "Wow, this smells amazing. You cooked this, Auntie Aina?" Aina nodded, then opened the cloth slightly to reveal the stack of 5 neatly packed lunchboxes. "I might have cooked a bit too much, just in case Aina is extra hungry. But since there's extra, would you like one? Consider it a bonus for always looking after my daughter." Really? I won't say no." Misha exclaimed cheerfully, eagerly accepting one of the boxes. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll eat this later during my break. Promise." At that moment, footsteps descended the stairs behind them. A half-elf girl with glasses and short brown hair walked down while massaging her temples, her expression weary. A clear sign she had just finished a long briefing with her superior. But as soon as she reached the hall and spotted the familiar figure, her steps halted abruptly. "Yeah? Mom." Aina stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in shock as she saw her mother standing gracefully in front of the guild desk. Aina crossed her arms, her expression shifting to a mix of teasing and scolding. "You rarely come home, and now we only meet at your workplace. What kind of daughter are you?" Aina hurried over, her face turning pink with embarrassment, especially in front of Misha. Sorry, Mom. I've just been really busy lately." Her eyes immediately landed on the neatly arranged lunchboxes on the desk. She pointed at one guiltily. "Is this for me?" Aina nodded. "For us. I wanted us to have lunch together, even if it's just for a little while." But Aina's expression darkened instantly. She lowered her head, biting her lower lip. "I'm sorry, Mom. But after this, Mr. Royman still wants to discuss the follow-up to the earlier meeting. He said it's important." Aina, who had been so spirited just moments ago, visibly deflated. Her shoulders slumped slightly. However, Aina quickly stepped closer, grabbing her mother's hand in a panic. But tonight. I'll come home, Mom. I promise. We'll have dinner together, okay? I'll help cook too. Is Dad home as well?" Aina looked at Aina for a few seconds, in silence, before finally sighing and nodding slowly. "Yes, your dad will be happy to hear you're coming home." Meanwhile, behind the desk, Misha could only watch the heartwarming little drama unfold before her. With an unconscious smile, she murmured to herself, "Sometimes, working at the guild can be really sweet." Aina handed one of the lunchboxes to Aina and said softly, "This is for you. Eat it after your meeting. Don't work on an empty stomach." "Thank you, Mom." Aina smiled faintly, taking the box carefully. She walked over to her desk near Misha, set the box down, and began rummaging through the drawers for the documents needed for her meeting with Royman. Aina glanced at the remaining stack. 3 boxes left. Even though Aina could have taken 2 or 3, she always eats so little. She sighed softly, her tone like that of any mother saddened when her cooking isn't fully appreciated. Misha, still seated nearby, didn't miss the chance to tease. "Maybe Aina's on a diet, Auntie, so she can stay pretty in front of the adventurers she guides." Aina raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is that so?" Her voice lowered slightly, taking on the tone of a mother gathering important gossip about her daughter's future prospects. "Misha," Aina quickly protested, her cheeks flushing as she called out her friend's name in protest. But instead of stopping, Misha only grew more enthusiastic. "I'm serious, Auntie. Those adventurers sometimes compete for Aina's attention. I've seen it myself." Aina turned to her with growing curiosity. "Really? In that case, I'll have to make sure whoever's worthy becomes my future son-in-law." Aina quickly straightened up behind her desk, trying to cut in, but Misha was already eagerly spilling more secrets. There are two who stand out the most, Andy. The first is Luvis, a handsome blonde elf who always brings flowers. Then there's Dormal, that big dwarf who likes to bring jewelry. But both of them got flat out rejected by Aina. Aina laughed in amusement. Oh my, it's gotten that far? Even though they're different races competing in love. And the funniest part, Misha continued, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Luvis writes romantic poetry and calls Aina the morning light fairy, while Dormal says, I'll make you a ring from the rarest metal in the dungeon. Aina, unable to take it anymore, covered her pointed ears with both hands and buried her face in the desk. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Aina could only chuckle at her daughter's embarrassment. Yet, in her heart, she felt warmth, seeing how admired Aina was. Still, be careful in your choices, my daughter. The best one isn't always the one who tries the hardest. Misha let out a long sigh before breaking the silence with a teasing question. Auntie Aina, she said, leaning forward. Would you actually mind if Aina got involved with a dwarf? Or would you prefer her to be with an elf? Aina raised an eyebrow briefly, then smiled softly. As long as Aina truly loves them, I won't object, she replied, playing with the ends of her emerald-like hair. But if I'm being honest, deep down, I hope she finds happiness with a human, like me, and her father did. Clap. Misha suddenly smacked her hands together once. All right, I almost forgot, she exclaimed excitedly. Actually, there's a human who's pretty close to Aina, too. Aina, who had been pretending to focus on organizing documents, immediately ducked her head lower, her face turning red. Her trembling hands even caused a few papers to scatter. Oh, really? Aina asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who might that be? Misha winked meaningfully. His name is Belcranel. White hair, red eyes, and, he's actually younger than Aina. They even went on a date once, Auntie. Aina giggled softly, reminiscing. Aina's father was much younger than me too, she said, glancing at her daughter, who was now roughly stuffing documents into a paper bag. Thud. Unexpectedly, Aina slammed the bag onto Misha's desk. That wasn't a date, she protested, her voice higher than usual. I just bought him gauntlets for adventuring, that's all. Aina nodded, but her smile only widened. Belcranel, huh? Isn't he that little rookie who's been rising fast? I heard he reached level 3 in no time. Aina exhaled in frustration, hugging her documents tightly. Why does this have to be discussed like this? She thought, wishing the floor would open up and swallow her whole. Misha eyed the paper bag Aina had just slammed down and, out of curiosity, opened it. Inside were stacks of official-looking parchments and documents, some stamped with the guild seal. Oh, this is the adventurer information list. Misha murmured, lifting one of the documents. Some of their aliases aren't even registered, even though they've already reached level 3? Aina nodded, trying to maintain a serious expression. She quickly snatched one of the parchments from Misha's hand and showed it to her mother, who was still standing near the desk. Mom, this was the topic of our meeting earlier. Mr. Royman really emphasized the importance of official records. Many adventurers are too busy exploring the dungeon and forget about administrative things like this. Aina narrowed her eyes, scanning the neatly written list of names in black ink. So you're supposed to remind them? She clarified. Exactly, Aina replied firmly. We need to contact their familias and urge them to complete their data, especially those with high reputations. It'll be more troublesome if their information is inaccurate in the archives. Misha set the parchment back down and leaned back casually in her chair. That's true. If they suddenly get involved in an incident or a major expedition and we don't have enough information, it'll be a mess. Aina nodded, though inwardly relieved the conversation had shifted far from the topic of dates and Belcranel. But she knew Misha wasn't done teasing, and her mother might not stop being curious. Fortunately for Aina, her mother steered the conversation elsewhere by asking, about the incomplete data, are there any members of the Loki familia who haven't registered properly? Aina nodded quickly, relieved at the change of topic. Yes, and they might be the worst offenders. The available information is minimal. Hold on, let me find the file. As Aina rummaged through the stacks of documents, Misha glanced at Aina, who was still seated nearby, and asked curiously, Auntie, why the sudden interest in the Loki familia? Aina smiled casually, adjusting the position of the lunch bundle on the desk. Huh? Did you forget? Riveria is my old friend. If there's data that needs updating, I could always ask her to relay it directly to the person in question. Hearing this, Misha nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. That could be a quick solution. Aina finally pulled out a slightly worn parchment from among the other documents. Found it, she said, placing it on Misha's desk. The parchment had only one entry, a name. No alias, no history, no portrait. Shirou Emiya. Aina said, tapping the name with her index finger. This is all that's recorded. Not even his residence is clear. Misha bent over to look at the document and shook her head slowly. Wow, this is practically blank. No facial sketch either. She turned to Aina. If you can really contact Lady Riveria, maybe you could help. Because Shirou here is seriously mysterious. Shirou Emiya. Aina murmured, squinting at the name on the parchment. His name sounds like it's from the Far East. Aina gave a small nod. Right, we thought so too. But there's no definite proof. He's never come in person for a registration interview. Misha interjected, resting her chin on her palm. Honestly, I've never even heard this name before. And he's from the Loki Familia. Usually, their members' names spread fast. He might be a new member, Aina replied, then added thoughtfully. But new doesn't necessarily mean weak. He could have received a falna from another god outside Orario before joining the Loki Familia. Aina stared at the name on the parchment with a slightly pensive expression, weighing possibilities in her mind. Shirou Emiya. She mused silently. Could it be? Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to a private conversation with Riveria a few days prior. At the time, the high elf had seemed unusually soft while talking about a mysterious man who taught her something new called magecraft. In her mind, Aina pictured a middle-aged man with a calm face, short black hair, and loose Far Eastern-style clothing. He smiled gently while sipping tea, sitting beside Riveria as he taught her magecraft with tranquility and wisdom. Riveria, have you fallen for someone like that? Aina thought, amused. She shook her head slightly, a wry smile appearing on her lips. Ah, if only he really were like that. Unbeknownst to Aina, or Misha, every word they spoke, including their wild guesses and imaginations about Shirou, was clearly heard by the very person they were discussing. Shirou Emiya, standing not far away, had just arrived at the guild with a simple goal, to pick up a quest for Aze and Lafia, who planned to train in swimming in the dungeon the next day. But his steps halted when he heard his name. Shirou Emiya. Aina's voice still lingered in the air, followed by Misha's light laughter and Aina's complaints. Shirou stood frozen for a few seconds in front of the large quest board mounted on the wall. His left hand rose to his head, scratching his messy red hair awkwardly. I just came to get a quest. Why does it feel like I'm on trial? Shirou thought, exhaling softly. Chapter 133. Amidst the small commotion of conversations involving Shirou's name, the atmosphere shifted briefly when the sound of steady footsteps approached. Aina, someone called in a calm, yet firm voice. The figure of a man with brown furry dog ears and small glasses, Remmer, a Chianthrope and Aina's direct superior at the guild, stopped near their table. With an upright posture and a serious expression, he swept his gaze over the documents still scattered on the table. The meeting is about to resume. Have you gathered all the documents? Oh, yes, everything's ready. Aina reflexively grabbed the paper bag containing the bundled reports that had nearly drowned her in embarrassment earlier and stood up quickly. Before following Remmer, she bowed slightly to her mother. Sorry, Mom. I have to go now. But tonight, I promise I'll come home. Aina nodded happily with a smile. I'll wait then. Don't forget to bring exciting stories from the guild. After Aina left, Misha rested her chin on her palm, her eyes observing her friends retreating back as she hummed softly. Wow, Aina is so diligent. If it were me, forget being enthusiastic about a meeting, I'd probably sneak away to get some sweet tea, she joked lightly. Aina chuckled. That's because you haven't been promoted yet. Once you're in Aina's position, you'll be just as diligent. From where he stood, Shirou, who had been silent and contemplative, finally let out a sigh and stepped decisively toward the reception desk. His mind returned to his original purpose for coming here. I came here to pick up a quest for Aze and Lafia. It should be time now. He glanced at the large board on the wall and spoke softly. Excuse me, I'd like to ask about taking a quest. His voice was clear enough for Misha, who immediately shifted her gaze to Shirou. Aina, standing in front of the reception desk, suddenly felt like an obstacle to the red-haired young man who seemed to have important business. She quickly picked up the cloth bag containing the 3 remaining lunchboxes and stepped aside slightly. Sorry, dear. Go ahead. Auntie didn't mean to block you, she said gently with a polite smile. Shirou nodded slowly. It's fine, ma'am. As soon as Aina made way, Misha stood behind the reception desk and opened the list in front of her. In that case, may I have your full name, level, and familia? She asked in a formal tone, though she couldn't hide the amused expression lingering from the earlier incident. Shirou Emiya. Level 1. From Loki Familia, Shirou replied flatly. Instantly, Misha's eyes widened. Ah, so you're the one, she exclaimed, half surprised. Aina, who had just taken a light breath, also paused for a moment, studying Shirou more closely. This young man was far from the image of a mysterious middle-aged man that had crossed her mind earlier. In fact, he was very young and, she admitted to herself, quite attractive. Shirou sighed softly. Yeah, I heard you mentioning my name earlier, he said resignedly. Misha grinned shamelessly. That's your fault for not completing your data. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gossiped, she retorted while pulling out the quest request forms. But unfortunately, if you want to take a quest, the first requirement is to complete your data first. All right, Shirou lowered his head slightly, trying to suppress a long breath. Can I do it now? The quest is for tomorrow. I'm taking it for my comrades. But before Misha could answer, The small metal bell at the end of the room rang loudly with airing ring ring, signaling that it was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Misha immediately slapped the desk. Lunchtime. Sorry, Shirou, the rules are strict. Guild staff must take a break. Come back later, after lunchtime. Grabbing one of the lunch boxes Aina had left behind, Misha smirked and scurried to the back. I can't wait to eat your mom's cooking, Aina. Shirou stood still for a moment in front of the reception desk, his eyes inadvertently landing on Aina, who was now tidying up her lunch boxes at the corner of the table. His gaze held no particular meaning, but his mind couldn't help drawing an automatic comparison. That face, long green hair, gentle green eyes, a friendly smile that felt soothing. Aina, aware of his gaze, simply turned her head with a raised eyebrow and teased lightly. Be careful, young man. You're staring at a married woman, you know? Shirou jolted, his posture stiffening instantly. Yeah, sorry, that's not what I meant. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's just, you look so much like Riveria. That statement made Aina turn fully, her eyebrows rising slightly higher than before. Riveria? Not Lady Riveria, Aina thought quickly. She knew very well that only a handful of people were close enough, or bold enough, to address the vice-captain of Loki Familia without an honorific. And this young man did it so naturally. Interesting. Oh, so you're close to Riveria, huh? She teased, masking her growing curiosity. Shirou only responded with a faint smile, neither denying nor explaining. Classic Shirou. Seeing his neutral expression, Aina decided to change the subject. She lifted the cloth bag containing the 3 remaining lunch boxes and held it slightly toward Shirou. In that case, as the aunt who looks like Riveria, want to have lunch together? She offered lightly. I cook too much. It'd be a waste. Shirou seemed about to decline, but his stomach let out a quiet growl, changing his mind. He nodded politely. In that case, I'd be happy to accept. Soon after, the two of them stepped out of the guild building. Aina walked ahead with light steps, carrying her lunch bag, while Shirou followed quietly. In the distance, the midday sun shone over the bustling streets of Orario. And in Shirou's mind, a small question arose silently. Are Riveria's old friends always this warm? Or does she want something from me? Aina walked slowly through the shady city park, her eyes quickly spotting a long bench under the shade of a large tree. The lush leaves shielded the area from the scorching midday sun. She glanced at Shirou walking beside her and gestured softly with her hand. Let's sit there. It's nice and cool, she said, stepping ahead and sitting gracefully on the left end of the bench. Shirou nodded politely and followed, but when he was about to sit, he unconsciously kept his distance, leaving a wide gap between them. For some reason, Aina's earlier comment about staring at a married woman still echoed faintly in his mind. He felt the need to maintain decorum, or more precisely, to protect his reputation. Aina glanced sideways, noticing the empty space between them that was wide enough for another person to sit. She suppressed a small laugh. Relax, young man. I'm not some cougar teasing a young guy in the park, she joked while opening the cloth bag on her lap. Shirou blushed slightly, but remained silent. He didn't know whether to laugh or apologize, so he opted for a neutral smile, his diplomatic weapon. Aina then took out one of the 3 lunch boxes and handed it to Shirou. Here, this one has the most meat. I figured a young man like you would need the energy, she said warmly. Thank you, ma'am. Shirou accepted it carefully and opened the lid. The aroma of black pepper stir-fried meat immediately filled his nose, mingling with the fragrance of white rice, neatly rolled omelet, and stir-fried vegetables. The meal was simple yet beautifully arranged, colorful and clearly made with care. This looks delicious, Shirou murmured. While Aina opened her own lunchbox, she also pulled out a pair of spoons and forks from the cloth bag, one set for her, one for Shirou. But before she could hand it over, Shirou had already retrieved something from his tunic pocket. Clink! A pair of sleek black wooden chopsticks appeared from the folds of his clothes, elegant and slender. Aina paused mid-motion, eyeing the chopsticks. Huh? You brought your own chopsticks? Yeah, something like that, Shirou replied, lowering his head slightly to avoid direct eye contact. He certainly couldn't explain that the chopsticks had just been projected in an instant. Wow, how diligent, Aina remarked with a smile before picking up her fork. Well then, bon appetit. Shirou lifted his lunchbox slightly and nodded. Bon appetit. The two of them began eating in comfortable silence, accompanied only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds in the distance. In Aina's mind, as she chewed slowly, she stole glances at the young man beside her, who ate quietly but neatly. Riveria, you're keeping a very interesting secret, she mused inwardly. Shirou took the last bite of the stir-fried meat and closed his eyes briefly, letting the flavors of the spices and the tender texture of the meat meld on his tongue. He swallowed slowly and exhaled lightly. This is really delicious, ma'am. The seasoning is perfect, the stir-fry isn't too oily, and the texture is just right. The stir-fried vegetables are still crisp, too, Shirou said honestly, his tone sincere and straightforward. Aina smiled, her eyes shining softly like a mother receiving praise from her own child. But for an elf like her, whose appearance barely changed with age, many stories lay hidden beneath the surface. Is that so? She replied with a teasing smile. You speak like someone who's more than just a food enthusiast. Don't tell me you're a good cook yourself? Shirou shrugged slightly and averted his gaze to the now empty lunchbox. I'm decent. At Loki Familia, I usually help cook breakfast, mostly with Lafia. Aina was slightly startled. Lafia? Ah, that little girl who often follows Riveria around. But more importantly, cooking for the entire Loki Familia, that wasn't a trivial role. So it's true. Aina stared at Shirou intently, as if piecing together an unfinished puzzle. In her mind, an imaginary checklist began ticking itself. Skilled at cooking, often with Lafia and Riveria. Known in the Familia but not fully registered at the guild. Polite, yet close enough to call Riveria without honorifics. Aina smiled faintly, gazing at the blue sky through the swaying leaves. 20 years ago, I was like this too, she thought, sitting in a park, having lunch with a naive young man who eventually became my daughter's father. She glanced at Shirou, who was now twirling his chopsticks casually, his gaze calm like someone who had experienced much despite his youthful appearance. Riveria, you've chosen well. Aina looked at Shirou for a moment, her smile still lingering. But this time, her tone shifted to something more serious, slightly probing. By the way, Shirou, you know about magecraft, don't you? Shirou, who had been tidying up the lunchbox, froze mid-motion. The chopsticks he had been holding loosely now lay on the lid of the box. He turned slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing the right answer. Magecraft, he thought. This isn't a topic to be discussed casually, especially in public. But looking at Aina, who sat calmly, someone he knew as Riveria's friend and no ordinary person herself, an old and wise elf who, despite her gentle demeanor, might understand more than most, he reconsidered. Besides, it seemed Riveria had already told her about the magecraft system during her visit a few days ago. Perhaps, this woman already knows a lot. Shirou took a quiet breath and nodded honestly. Yes, I know magecraft. Aina raised her eyebrows casually, but her smile widened in satisfaction, like a detective solving a small mystery. She leaned slightly closer, lowering her voice. So, you're the one who taught Riveria all that, huh? The new magic she's been so carefully hiding. Shirou was slightly taken aback by the interrogative tone, though it held no threat, just the curiosity of an old friend who knew Riveria too well to let her keep secrets. Yes, that's right, he finally admitted. I've been training her for a few months now, usually at dawn, before cooking breakfast. He ended with a soft expression, trying to lighten the mood. Aina nodded as if everything had finally fallen into place. My guess was right. So the mysterious man Riveria mentioned is you. She didn't add, the one she likes, but her tone implied enough. Shirou tilted his head slightly, then finally asked in return, did Riveria explain magecraft to you? Aina turned, her green eyes glowing softly. Of course. I even helped Riveria translate ancient elf hieroglyphs with the help of the old dictionary she brought. About the tree symbol, I'm sure you know which one. Shirou immediately recalled the tree-shaped rune written on Riveria's back when he first unlocked her magic circuits. So Aina really knows that much. She hasn't had the chance to tell me about her research yet, Shirou said honestly, then added inwardly. Because this morning, she spent her time flying with a balloon I projected, only to nearly get blown away from the manor. That's understandable, Aina replied softly. Riveria is the type who prefers to show results rather than talk about the process. But from the way she spoke about it, I think you're more than just her teacher. Shirou turned to her, confused. What do you mean? Aina only smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. The midday sunlight began to filter down through the leaves, casting a soft glow on Aina's green hair and painting Shirou's face in calm shadows. 2 generations sat under one tree, bound by one name, Riveria. Shirou stared at the empty lunchbox in his hands for a moment before Shirou remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. His fingers fidgeted restlessly on his thighs. Finally, with a slightly hesitant tone, he spoke up. Can I ask something that might be a bit sensitive? Aina, who had just finished tying the cloth bag, turned to him calmly. Of course. Ask away, dear. Shirou took a brief breath, then looked at her seriously. Ma'am, how much older are you than Riveria? The question made Aina laugh softly, bright but not mocking, like a breeze laughing at a confused cloud. She covered her mouth briefly, then glanced at Shirou, who was now scratching his head, realizing his question might have sounded bold. Don't worry, Aina said, straightening her posture. I won't get angry over being asked my age. But, I know why you're asking. Shirou lowered his head sheepishly. Because I feel like my interactions with the two of you are very different. Aina nodded slowly. Actually, I was Riveria's personal attendant long ago. But more accurately, we've been childhood friends. Shirou looked at Aina, his eyes widening. So you two are the same age? Correct. We're both 99 years old, Aina answered calmly, as if stating an ordinary number. Elves age slowly. We look like women in our 20s, even when we're nearing 100. Shirou fell silent for a moment. 99 years, he thought. No wonder Aina seemed so mature and composed. She practically exuded the aura of an experienced homemaker. But Riveria, she felt entirely different, more like a brilliant yet stubborn college student. Ma'am, Shirou turned to her, more cautiously this time. To be honest, I'm worried that I might have been treating Riveria inappropriately, too casually or disrespectfully. Without warning, Aina flicked Shirou's forehead. You fool, she said with a mock scolding expression. I don't mind you treating me like an auntie. Even Aina is older than you, dear. Shirou rubbed his reddened forehead, looking up weakly. Yeah, I often forget that an elf's age isn't reflected in their appearance. But Riveria, Aina continued, her tone deeper. She wouldn't like being treated like that, especially if you called her Annie. Shirou immediately imagined Riveria's expression if that happened, and shuddered in horror. Good grief, she'd be furious. Aina only shook her head slowly, but in her heart, she kept one thought unspoken. Not furious, she'd cry, because the person she likes called her old. Riveria is tough on the outside, fragile with those she cares about. Aina gazed at the sky for a moment, then glanced at Shirou beside her. This young man doesn't realize it yet, but perhaps one day he will. Chapter 134. After ensuring his lunchbox was neatly stored in the cloth bag and spending a long while sitting under the shade of a tree in the city park, Shirou stood up from the bench, smoothing out the hem of his tunic. Well then, I'll take my leave now, Mrs. Aina, Shirou said with a slight bow. I still need to return to the Pantheon. There's the matter of picking up a quest and completing some unfinished paperwork. Aina stood up as well, slinging the cloth bag over her shoulder. She smiled warmly while gently patting the top of the bag. Very well, Shirou. May your affairs go smoothly, she said sincerely. Then, in a lighter tone, she added, if you need help or have something important you couldn't convey to the guild staff, you can relay it through my child, Aina. We can meet again later. Shirou nodded earnestly. Thank you. I'll remember that. The two exchanged a brief smile, small and simple, yet carrying a slowly growing mutual respect. Aina then turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Shirou, her steps calm yet light. The midday breeze tousled a few strands of her long green hair. In her hand, the cloth bag swayed gently with the rhythm of her steps. There's still one lunchbox left, she thought to herself that I hope he hasn't had lunch yet. Her destination was clear, the magic stone processing factory in the eastern district of the city, where her husband worked as a senior technician. If Aina couldn't join her for lunch, perhaps she could share the meal with the man who she had once met in this very park, with a similar lunchbox in hand. Meanwhile, Shirou strode briskly back toward the Pantheon, this time with a clearer purpose and a faint sense of comfort from their earlier conversation. Shirou stepped back into the Pantheon, now bustling with adventurers. As he set foot inside the guild building, already dense with the sounds of conversation and the clatter of metal boots, Shirou let out a quiet sigh. The scent of old paper, ink, and the distinct smell of armor mingled in the air, welcoming him back. His gaze swept across the room and immediately landed on the right, where a figure with short pink hair was waving energetically. Hey, Shirou Emiya, Misha called out with a grin. I've been waiting for you. Shirou quickly made his way toward the reception desk, but just before he reached it, his eyes caught something unusual, a grain of rice clinging sweetly to the corner of Misha's lower lip. He tilted his head slightly, staring at it with a puzzled expression. Misha noticed Shirou's focused gaze and flashed him a confident smile. What's with the staring? Mesmerized by the beauty of this incredible guild employee, are you? With a dramatic flourish, she flicked her short pink hair back and gave him a teasing look. But Shirou simply raised his hand and pointed to the corner of his own lips in a straightforward gesture. Misha blinked. Once, twice, then touched her lips. Huh. As her fingertip brushed against the stray grain, she let out a sigh as if just realizing, then, without hesitation, casually licked it off. Oh, rice. Geez, this is because Aina's mom's lunch was just too delicious, you know? Shirou could only shake his head in amusement. Misha laughed to herself, then began pulling out blank forms from her desk drawer. All right, Shirou. Now, it's time to complete that mysterious data of yours, before you attract even more curious fans. She produced a thick form with several unfilled columns and handed it to Shirou along with a pen. Let's start with the easy stuff first. Name, age, gender. I know these forms can be confusing for beginners, but please, no joking around, okay? Misha grinned again, propping her chin on her hand. Shirou took a deep breath and picked up the pen. All right, let's get this done. After calmly filling out the form at the reception desk, Shirou finally completed his registration. He handed the sheet back to Misha, who eagerly snatched it up. The pink-haired girl's eyes scanned Shirou's handwriting, her lips curling slightly as she read aloud, though half of it seemed to be for her own amusement. Name, Shirou Emiya. Familia, Loki Familia. Level 1. Developmental abilities. Skill, Magic. Role, Supporter/Archer. Advisor, Lafia Voridis. Misha glanced at Shirou with playful eyes. Wow, turns out you can write after all, she remarked lightly. Not that I thought you looked dumb or anything, But, seriously, believe it or not, some adventurers who register with me still need my help because they're illiterate. Shirou's expression stiffened. I'm self-taught. He didn't elaborate further about the Holy Grail, transferring this world's language knowledge to him. Misha continued reading, then paused at the level column and raised an eyebrow. So you're still level 1? That means you're not a transfer from another familia, right? Shirou nodded slowly, holding his breath. Correct. Loki familia is my first familia. He didn't add the fact that his actual level was 4. Writing level 1 was far safer to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Misha tapped her chin with her index finger, then smiled encouragingly. No wonder you don't have any skills or magic recorded yet. But don't worry. As long as you're with Loki familia, your progress will be quick. They're top tier. You know, all of them are incredible adventurers. Thank you. Shirou dipped his head slightly. His words were sincere, though a pang of guilt pricked at his chest. The data was a half-truth, after all. Then Misha's eyes returned to the last line. This advisor section technically can be left blank, she explained, pointing to Lafia's name. Because officially, only guild staff are recorded as advisors. Should it be removed? Shirou asked, confused, glancing at the paper. Misha shook her head, crossing her arms. No need, I'll tidy it up later. But still, you're pretty lucky. She leaned forward with a grin. Getting the 1000 elf as your mentor. Wow, that's like hitting the jackpot. Shirou smiled, this time more warmly. I know, I'm very grateful. Memories flooded his mind. The first moment Lafia, with her nervous face and slightly trembling voice, explained the basics of the dungeon and accompanied him on the early floors, even buying him weapons and armor. Though she initially seemed reluctant, as if pressured by Riveria, over time, they truly became friends. Even more than that, someone who was always ready to support each other. Shirou clenched his fist lightly on his thigh. I'll always remember those days. Shirou glanced at Misha's desk after their conversation about Lafia ended. So, can I pick up a quest now? Misha raised a finger and wagged it slowly side to side. Not done yet. One last step, Shirou. Shirou raised an eyebrow. What else? Your face. Misha smiled, pointing at her own nose. We need to sketch it. Draw your portrait. We require a sketch of your face for the records. If you go missing in the dungeon, we need to know who to look for. Shirou could only nod, exhaling quietly. Misha then turned around and waved. Rose, could you assist Shirou Emiya, please? The sound of shoes clicking against the floor echoed. From behind a wooden partition emerged a tall woman with werewolf ears poking out from her fiery red hair. Her dark brown eyes were sharp, as if assessing an enemy. With an expressionless face, she stared at Shirou without preamble. Emiya, follow me, she said coldly. Shirou stood quickly. Understood, he replied, following without protest. As he walked behind Rose, Shirou thought, this is the first time I've seen a werewolf other than Bet. Do all of them have such rough attitudes? Or is it just their way? Rose opened the door to a small, dimly lit room with wooden walls covered in parchments of adventurers' faces. She pointed to a simple wooden chair. Sit. Don't move. Focus on the wall behind me, she said curtly, already seated and rolling up her uniform sleeves. In her hand, a pencil and a thick parchment were ready. Shirou sat still, straight as a statue. In his mind, he mused, facing monsters in battle is easier than being a motionless model like this. The sound off scratch, from the pencil began. Rose started drawing, her eyes occasionally flicking to Shirou, then back to the paper, then to his face again. Her movements were quick and precise, like a veteran artist who had no interest in him. Shirou felt the stark difference. She and Misha are like night and day. But I suppose, in a place as busy as this, everyone has their own role. And so, he remained still, letting Rose sketch him, as if he were being carved into the official world of Orario's adventurers. The atmosphere in the drawing room was so quiet that the sound of the pencil scraping against the parchment was crystal clear. Scratch, tap, tap. Shirou sat upright, trying not to move an inch as instructed. But as time dragged on, his mind began to wander. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted to Rose's face. Her jawline was sharp yet symmetrical, her eyes focused like a predator assessing its prey. Yet undeniably, there was a unique beauty there. An aura of stern professionalism that was intimidating, yet admirable. Interesting. All the guild's receptionists are attractive young women. Misha, Aina, even Rose herself. While most adventurers in Orario are rough, temperamental, and reckless, Shirou began to speculate. Maybe this contrast is necessary. Beautiful, graceful faces to manage those barbaric adventurers. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through Shirou's musings. You're a member of Loki Familia, aren't you? His focus snapped back instantly. Yes, he answered simply, without moving a muscle. Rose paused her drawing for a moment, looking at him over the paper. How's the doll princess? Still as reckless and impulsive as ever. Her tone sounded indifferent, but there was a faint hint of concern hidden beneath. Shirou immediately knew who she meant. She's doing fine, he replied calmly. Though she's still impulsive, but we look out for her. For just a fraction of a second, A smirk appeared on Rose's lips. Humph, you're just a level 1 supporter. Know your place. The comment stung, but Shirou didn't react. He simply remained silent, bowing his head slightly as if accepting the reprimand. It's fine if they underestimate me. He thought it's easier to hide my strength. Let them keep looking down on me. As long as I can protect what's important, like I've done countless times for A's. Several minutes passed in silence. Rose finally set down her pencil, blowing lightly on the parchment to ensure no smudges remained. Done, she said coolly, handing the sketch to Shirou. Give this to Misha. Shirou stood, accepting it with both hands. But before he could open his mouth to thank her, Rose spoke first. One more thing. Don't get arrogant just because you joined Loki Familia. Her gaze was piercing like a dagger. The dungeon won't care how strong your Familia is. Those who let their guard down will die. With that, Rose turned and walked away without looking back, letting the door close softly behind her. Shirou stared at the now shut door. He felt no anger, just a faint bitterness and understanding. She's like Bet, insulting with harsh words, but that's her way of showing concern. This world is harsh. Even care can come in the form of threats. Calmly, he clutched the parchment with his sketch and stepped out of the room, heading back to the reception desk where Misha waited. In the hallway outside the room, Shirou slowed his steps. Curiosity compelled him to unroll the parchment in his hands before returning to Misha's desk. Let's see how Rose sees me, he murmured softly. When he unfurled the paper, he was stunned. There, sketched with firm yet smooth lines, was his face. His gaze, the curve of his jaw, even the arrangement of his hair were meticulously detailed. But what made him frown slightly was the fact that the drawing made him look far more handsome than he thought he was. I'm not this good looking, right? He thought, touching his own cheek. Yet Shirou couldn't deny, Rose's drawing skills were extraordinary. Every stroke was measured, proportional. He could see how the face on the paper looked calm, yet resolute. As if it wasn't him, but a hero from a folktale. Carefully, he rolled the parchment back up and walked to the reception desk, where Misha had returned from her break and was now munching on a small snack behind the counter. Excuse me, Shirou said, handing over the parchment. Oh, Misha quickly took it and unrolled it. Her eyes widened. Whoa, this isn't a sketch. This is high-class portrait art. Senior Rose is on another level, she said, half impressed, half complaining. She slipped the parchment into a large drawer under the desk. Finally, your data is complete, Shirou Emiya, she said while marking something on the document in front of her with a quill. But, huff, now I have to copy this perfect sketch onto a mini-sized form for internal records. Misha pouted. My hand's gonna get tired. Shirou could only apologize. Sorry for the trouble. Nah, it's fine. At least you're not as annoying as those other guys who act all tough but can't even write their own names, she retorted, pointing at the form Shirou had filled out earlier. Shirou simply nodded. But in his mind, a small memory surfaced. In his old world, Japan, identification was done with photos for an ID card, my number card. He still remembered how the automatic camera asked him to stay still and look straight ahead. A different world, similar procedures. But this time, I'm drawn, not photographed. He sighed that I've come this far. Yet that world feels like a distant dream now. He tucked the thought away deep in his heart, along with all the memories of the home he had long left behind. Well then, he finally said, can I pick up a quest now? Misha nodded quickly at Shirou's question. Of course, but do you have any specific requirements for the quest? She asked, leaning lightly against the desk. Shirou touched his chin, thinking for a moment before answering. The plan is, tomorrow, I'll be heading down to the dungeon up to the 27th floor. Misha's eyes bulged. The 27th floor? Are you serious? Aren't you just a newly registered level 1 adventurer? She leaned forward, staring at Shirou from under her brows with disbelief. Oh wait, you're not alone. Misha suddenly remembered. Shirou raised both hands briefly, as if to reassure her. Relax. I'm going down with A's and Lafia. I'm just their supporter. Ah, the Sword Princess and the Thousand Elf, huh? Misha whistled softly while waving her hand. With them as your partners, even the floor boss would greet you with a smile. She chuckled to herself. Ace could slash through half the monsters up to the 27th floor with her eyes closed, and Lafia the elf. Her magic could burn an entire early floor to the ground. Shirou simply nodded calmly. So, is there a quest that suits us? Misha grinned broadly, spinning around and stepping out from behind the reception desk toward a large board filled with neatly posted quest requests. Mind if I pick for you? A recommendation from Misha-sensei? Go ahead, Shirou replied casually, trusting her fully. With practiced ease, Misha scanned several sheets, quickly shifting through some papers before plucking 2 from the board. She returned, waving the 2 sheets at Shirou. Okay, here are 2 quests I picked. First, collecting blood from an enraged minotaur. Shirou raised an eyebrow. Enraged? Yup, Misha explained, placing 1 sheet on the desk. Blood from an aggressive minotaur has higher potency. They usually appear between the 13th and 17th floors, perfect for clearing before resting at Riviera. Shirou nodded, following Misha's explanation seriously. And this one, she continued, placing the 2nd sheet. is for gathering rare coral from an underground lake on the 25th floor and above before reaching the 27th. It's usually found at the bottom of large pools in the Water City. An underwater quest, Shirou murmured, weighing the difficulty. Exactly, but it's not combat-heavy. More of an exploration quest, perfect after you and those two elites finish your action-packed rounds. Misha looked at Shirou seriously for a moment. But be careful. Monsters sometimes guard that coral, giant fish-like creatures with steel scales. They can appear suddenly. Shirou felt grateful. I understand. Thanks for picking these out. Misha leaned back casually, folding her arms on the desk. In that case, should I prepare these two quests for you now? Yes, please, Shirou said softly, looking at the sheets. I'll make sure we complete them properly. If you're going down with those two, Misha remarked while filling out the request forms, I almost feel sorry for the monsters. Shirou didn't respond. But in his mind, he knew the monsters weren't the only things to be wary of. Author note: the 4, perfect pose is already finished. Please check it out at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 135. Beneath a dawn sky still tinged with darkness, the chirping of crickets filled the quiet air of Twilight Manor's courtyard. Amid the shadows of trees and night-blooming flowers yet to unfurl, a woman with long green hair walked slowly, dressed in a relaxed ivory-white gown. Reverio Joseph, a first-class adventurer and Orario's most powerful mage, moved calmly toward a corner of the garden where a small shed stood, hidden and protected by hedges and dense foliage. This place was more than just a storage room. It was where she and Shirou often practiced magecraft, a craft not native to this world. Upon reaching the shed's door, Reveria paused briefly. The cold morning breeze brushed softly against her face, but her mind was already focused. With a delicate yet firm right hand, she touched one of the 4 magic stones embedded at each corner of the small building. The metallic lines connecting the stones reflected the faint silver glow of the garden lanterns. She closed her eyes slowly. Sprout. That was the mental trigger Shirou had taught her. She envisioned a tiny seed breaking through the soil, growing steadily into a towering tree with roots digging deep into the earth and branches stretching high into the sky, a symbol of resonance between herself and the magical structure before her. As she channeled prana into the magic stone, her hand grew warm. The flow of energy coursed from her body, tracing the bounded field's embedded patterns. She could sense traces of Shirou's prana, a lingering warmth, faint yet familiar. Like the sound of a freshly forged sword, she murmured softly, opening her eyes. Yet she also noticed that the bounded field's magical energy had grown thin, as if Shirou's prana had nearly been drained by the structure. Reveria sighed gently. This time, you forgot to replenish it. Without hesitation, she channeled more prana from her magic circuits. A soft light spread along the metallic lines, converging at the center, reviving the layers of protective and isolating magic in the space. Gradually, Reveria could feel 2 prana signatures, hers and Shirou's, blending within the bounded field. Shirou's prana flowed like a calm river, while hers resembled a breeze gently caressing the water's surface. She stood still for a moment, savoring the warmth blossoming in her chest. Merging, not just our magic, but our hearts as well. A faint smile touched her usually stern and reserved lips. The morning wind carried strands of her long hair, and in the silence, she whispered softly. I hope today, you'll come a little earlier, Shirou. Reveria slowly pushed open the shed's wooden door, creak, the sound of old hinges greeted by the damp air of an enclosed space. Faint light from a small western window illuminated dust particles dancing in the air. Without hesitation, she took a cloth from a wall hook and began cleaning the sweep. Tidy. Her movements were practiced and meticulous, as they always were when preparing the magic training space. Every small table, folding chair, and tool rack was neatly arranged. Soon, the shed resembled a tranquil meditation room once more. After cleaning, Reveria spread a thin woolen carpet in the center of the room. The moss-green carpet bore a delicate magic circle pattern embroidered in gold thread, a gift from one of her expedition journeys. She sat cross-legged in the middle, back straight, hands resting on her knees, and closed her eyes briefly. Yet her mind was restless. Shirou was usually punctual, but today, I must have arrived much too early. Still not here, she murmured softly, gazing at the still-closed door. But she wasn't impatient. She cherished these quiet moments. The simple, warm atmosphere here felt more comforting than the grand halls of the manor. With time to spare, she decided to practice her magecraft. Her hand touched the cold wooden floor. Her emerald eyes closed, and she took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Her fingers traced the rough, slightly chilly surface. With controlled breathing, she channeled prana from her magic circuits, illuminating from within her body. From her back, the rune symbols forming the High Elf's magic circuit glowed softly. Warmth spread from her spine to her fingertips. Zzz. The energy flowed into the floor, activating the magecraft technique she had mastered. Structural analysis. In an instant, It was as if a floodgate of information had opened. Riveria received data, the wood's fiber structure, fine cracks, air pressure between the planks, all recorded in her mind like a clear river's flow. But there was more. Something else. Like an invisible spiderweb enveloping the room. She could sense the presence of the bounded field Shirou had set up. Not just its existence, but how the prana flowed along the metallic lines outside the walls. The weave of magical energy connected directly to the spot where she sat, as if she weren't just touching the magic, but had become part of its system. She took a deep breath. This magecraft isn't just about control, but about merging, she whispered. With closed eyes, she calmed herself within the bounded field. If Shirou didn't arrive soon, she would wait here, quietly, in this space that belonged only to the two of them. Riveria sank deeper into the resonance of their blended prana, her soul dissolving into the quiet rhythm created by the fusion of her energy and Shirou's. It felt warm, comforting, almost like a silent embrace from someone who understood her without words. Yet the tranquility was suddenly disrupted. Zzzzng. A faint hum, barely audible, vibrated at the base of her ears. A subtle signal from the bounded field, activated when someone crossed its outer boundary. Riveria reflexively opened her eyes. Her gaze immediately locked onto the shed door, now slowly creaking open. Morning light spilled gently into the room, framing the figure of a red-haired young man standing at the threshold. His black training clothes were slightly damp with dawn's dew, and his breath formed faint clouds as he stepped inside. It was Shirou, and for some reason, this morning, his face looked a little more handsome than usual in Riveria's eyes. Perhaps it was the morning light, or perhaps it was the feeling of love blooming in her chest. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Shirou said as he closed the door behind him. His voice was low but warm, as always. Riveria straightened her posture, maintaining a composed expression. She hid her slight nervousness with a graceful nod. "It's fine," she replied elegantly, adjusting a strand of her long hair draped over her shoulder. "I just arrived myself." A small lie, but not a harmful one. They exchanged a brief, silent glance. Then Shirou walked to the center of the room, stepping onto the carpet where they usually trained, and sat cross-legged facing Riveria. His gaze swept the surroundings briefly. "The bounded field feels more active than before. Did you replenish it?" he asked, lightly touching the floor. Riveria nodded slowly. "Your prana was nearly depleted. I thought it wouldn't hurt to add some of mine." Shirou acknowledged this. "Thanks. So now, you're not just using magecraft, but maintaining it too." Riveria suppressed a wider smile. "My teacher would be disappointed if I were a lazy student." The morning was still young, and the day's lesson was about to begin. Shirou's hand remained outstretched, gently touching the floor between them, as if confirming the stability of the magical field beneath the carpet. Yet his words were light, almost like casual conversation. "Unlike yesterday, you didn't ride a bike today, or try flying with a balloon," he half-joked, a relaxed expression on his face. Riveria raised an eyebrow, then let out a soft, quiet laugh. "Yesterday was fun, but I realized my magecraft study time was spent on other things. I actually wanted to discuss something important I found during my research with Aina, when I stayed at her place earlier." "Oh." Shirou seemed interested but continued lightly. "Speaking of Auntie Aina, I met her yesterday, when I went to the guild to pick up a quest for A's and Lafia." Riveria stiffened. Her breath hitched for a moment, and though her expression remained calm, her eyes widened slightly. "Auntie Aina," he said. A quiet sigh escaped Riveria's lips. "He calls Aina Annie. Do I also look that old to him too?" She tried to dismiss the thought, but unease bloomed like petals suddenly unfurling in winter. "Did Aina mention anything strange to you?" she asked quickly, her voice slightly higher than usual. She didn't want to sound panicked, but she couldn't hide her anxiety. Shirou blinked, momentarily confused before answering casually. "We just had lunch together in the garden. She asked a few things about me, and mentioned that you told her a little about magecraft." Riveria immediately covered part of her face with one hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "So, Aina probably already knows that I, like Shirou." Her thoughts were in disarray, and she didn't even realize she was gripping the edge of the small carpet beneath her. Riveria took a deep breath and averted her gaze. "Shirou, you're not angry, are you? I know you said magecraft should be kept secret, but I told Aina, just the basics. I couldn't help it. She was too curious." Shirou shook his head, reassuring her gently. "I don't mind. I trust you, and the people you trust. After talking with Aina yesterday, I could tell she's a good person." Riveria stared at Shirou for a moment, her gaze filled with relief, but also a warmth she couldn't hide. "Thank you," she whispered softly. Then she lowered her head slightly, averting her eyes, not wanting Shirou to see her slightly flushed cheeks. Shirou truly never made her feel guilty, and that, for some reason, only made her feelings harder to contain. Riveria took another deep breath, steadying her thoughts after the slightly unsettling conversation. Her face was calm again, and when she looked at Shirou, her gaze was serious. "I want to talk about the research I did with Aina yesterday," she said quietly but firmly. Shirou leaned forward slightly, intrigued. Oh, did you find something? Riveria nodded slowly. We managed to translate some ancient high elf texts. A collection I brought to Aina's house. Shirou raised an eyebrow. That's impressive. So what did you learn? Many things, Riveria answered, her tone even but clear. The history of the elf race, lineages, ancestral names, records of the oldest forest guardians, and ancient pacts with spirits. Shirou nodded slowly, absorbing the information. But, is any of it related to magecraft? Riveria shook her head, slightly disappointed. That's the issue. All of it is culturally important, yes. But there wasn't a single technique, theory, or clue about advancing magecraft that I could use. It's as if all knowledge of high-level magic was lost with our ancestors. That's a shame, Shirou remarked, rubbing his chin. If there were traces of their magical system, it might have been a way to expand your magecraft. Riveria sighed, then suddenly fixed Shirou with a deeper gaze. But there was one other thing we managed to translate. Oh, Shirou turned his full attention to her. Riveria slowly touched her own back, just above her shoulder blades. This rune, she murmured. The high elf rune is engraved on my back. It's been there since I was a baby. Shirou froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. You translated it. Riveria nodded. It took all night. But we succeeded. Shirou held his breath, his heart beating steadily. An ancient rune passed down through generations? If it's truly translatable, it could be the key to understanding magecraft suited for Riveria. So, what does it say? He asked softly, almost a whisper. Riveria looked at Shirou with a gaze that suddenly turned more alluring, her lips curving into a small, meaningful smile. Are you really that curious? Her voice trembled slightly, lower than usual, as if carrying something only the two of them could understand. Shirou, still serious, nodded without hesitation. Yes, I want to know. Creak. The sound of crickets outside seemed to fade momentarily, replaced by Riveria's suddenly racing heartbeat. For some reason, her courage peaked this morning. Perhaps it was the news that Shirou would spend the afternoon swimming with Ace and Lafia in the dungeon. I don't want to lose. Without warning, Riveria turned gracefully, presenting her back to Shirou. The movement made Shirou jolt, his eyes widening. Hey Riveria, what are you doing? Snap. The soft sound of the ivory-white gown's back buttons coming undone one by one. Shirou quickly turned his face away, his cheeks reddening. Wait. Riveria this. Relax, Riveria said as she deftly unhooked her black bra. Click. The small sound seemed to echo in the quiet room. She gathered her long green hair over her shoulders and chest, leaving her smooth, bare back fully exposed. You've already seen my back when you first unlocked my magic circuits, haven't you? Her tone was flat, but there was a faint tremor at the edge of her voice. Shirou, still covering his face with his hand, stammered, Why yes, but that was for your magecraft training. Riveria tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming mischievously. This is also for my magecraft, you know. Whoosh, a flow of prana coursed from her body, slowly illuminating the ancient tree rune on her back. The golden green light formed intricate patterns of sacred branches, glowing brighter than ever before. Shirou, peeking through his fingers, was stunned. Riveria's back, which he had only glimpsed briefly before, was now fully revealed under the magical light. Skin like snow, the perfect curve of her spine, and the rune shining like stars in the night. It all left him breathless. Look closely, Riveria whispered, her voice suddenly softer. This rune isn't just a hereditary symbol. The flowing prana formed new patterns, roots, leaves, branches spreading into a tree, revealing ancient script that had been hidden. Shirou unconsciously lowered his hand, his eyes fixed. This is ancient high elf language. Riveria gently but firmly took Shirou's hand. Her delicate fingers wrapped around his wrist, guiding it to her still glowing rune. Touch here, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly, starting from the leftmost branch. I'll explain its meaning one by one. Shirou obeyed, though his heart pounded. His rough fingertips, marked by battles, brushed against Riveria's silk-like skin. The contrast made him acutely aware of how close they were. The first branch, Shirou tried to focus, though Riveria's warmth was palpable under his touch. What does it say? Riveria took a deep breath. Shirou's touch sent faint electric currents across her skin. NNGH, she hissed softly before steadying her voice. It's Bielhihilfs. Shirou frowned, meaning blood of the high elf. Riveria answered, her breathing growing heavier. Shirou continued, his fingers moving slowly to the second branch. Each touch made Riveria squirm slightly, but she endured. And this? Shirou asked, trying to distract himself from how soft her skin felt. Senelic, Riveria suppressed a sigh. Meaning nobility. One by one, Shirou traced each branch of the rune. Third, fourth, fifth. Each symbol unveiled hidden ancient words. Bielhihilf Senelic Bo Eild and Unsred. Se e Werda Sylf Asip. Riveria translated in a voice growing softer, almost a whisper. The blood of high elf nobility is ancient and unfading, shaped by the creator himself. Shirou fell silent, absorbing the meaning. His hand lingered on Riveria's back, as if captivated by the warmth and the words. "So, this is your ancestral heritage?" he asked quietly. Riveria nodded, then slowly pulled away. With graceful movements, she refastened her bra and buttoned her ivory-white gown. Theklikov, the buttons locking, seemed to mark the end of their intimate moment. Shirou lowered his head, his thoughts swirling. What was the true meaning of this rune? Author note: the sketch of Freya sheds her disguise is already finished. Please check it out at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 136. Riveria took a deep breath before continuing, her voice trembling softly like leaves rustling in the wind. According to ancient legends, the first elves were created directly by the gods. Her fingers danced in the air, tracing something majestic. But high elves, we are different. Shirou furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on Riveria. Different how? The god's light didn't just create us, Riveria continued, her voice lowering, laden with meaning. It seems they carved this rune of the tree of life on our backs as a special blessing. Her hand touched her own back through the fabric of her dress, as if feeling the rune glowing beneath her clothes. And now I understand why my rune resonates with your magecraft. This rune was designed from the beginning to channel high-level magical energy. Click. The sound of Shirou's fingers tapping the wooden floor echoed as he processed the information. His eyes gleamed with understanding. So ordinary elves like Lafia, they have similar runes, but not as complete as yours. Riveria nodded firmly. Correct. Their runes are mere fragments, shadows of what high elves possess. Shirou leaned back slightly, his face deep in thought. Then, the other high elves in this world must have the same rune as you, right? Whoosh. The morning breeze brushed through Riveria's hair as she confirmed with a nod. Aina and I checked yesterday. Her voice carried a rare hint of excitement, something seldom heard from her in public. When I stayed at her place, we compared our runes. And it turns out. Shirou leaned forward, curious. Turns out. The base patterns are identical, Riveria admitted, her eyes shining like emeralds bathed in sunlight. Only the branching details differ slightly, likely due to lineage. Shirou scratched his chin, another question forming in his mind. If I may ask, do all high elves have green hair and eyes like you and Auntie Aina? TSK. Riveria let out a small laugh, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. You're quite observant. Her gaze sparkled mischievously before she continued. Yes, it's a hallmark of the high elf royal family. My father, King Larfel, and all my close relatives share this trait. Shirou nodded slowly, as if piecing together a puzzle in his mind. So the green color is a mark of high elf noble blood. More than that, Riveria answered, locking eyes with Shirou. It's proof of our magical heritage. Every strand of this hair, every glimmer of our green eyes, carries traces of ancient magic passed down since the time of creation. A brief silence fell, broken only by the whisper of wind against the warehouse window. Shirou gazed at Riveria with newfound awe, as if truly realizing how extraordinary the woman before him was. So then, Shirou finally spoke, his voice softening to almost a whisper. You really are a princess from legend, aren't you? Riveria blushed, but quickly hid it by turning her face away. Don't exaggerate, Shirou. I'm still just your student when it comes to magecraft. But the small smile curling at her lips was impossible to conceal. Shirou stretched his back slowly, straightening his posture as his shoulders rolled lightly. A faint crackling sound accompanied the loosening of his joints. He took a deep breath, then looked at Riveria, who sat cross-legged before him with an elegance untouched by time. So, Shirou said quietly, you've managed to decipher the rune on your own back. But I assume that's not enough to further develop your magecraft abilities. He tilted his head. Because at this point, I think I've run out of things to teach you. Riveria immediately lifted her face, meeting his gaze squarely. There's still more, she said sharply, like an arrow loosed without hesitation. Shirou blinked. Huh? What do you mean? Riveria clasped her knees and leaned forward slightly, her expression serious. Aina's magic circuits still haven't been activated, just like mine back then. Shirou stared at her silently for a few seconds. You want me to unlock them? Riveria nodded. Yes. More precisely, I want you to teach me how to open another person's magic circuits, like you did for me back then. Shirou studied Riveria's eyes for a moment, ensuring her sincerity wasn't just a fleeting emotion. But all he found was earnestness and a hint of enthusiasm from a friend who wanted to help. It's possible, he finally said, his tone light. It's actually quite simple, as long as you understand prana anatomy. But, wait, Auntie Aina wants to learn magecraft too. Riveria lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with moisture like morning dew touching skin. Her reason isn't as grand as you'd think, she murmured, almost suppressing a laugh. She just wants to enhance the taste of food. Shirou frowned. Huh. She wants to use reinforcement on ingredients, Riveria explained with a light laugh. Like when I showed her during my stay, I strengthened the flavor of spices and vegetables with prana before cooking. She's curious, and maybe a little jealous. Shirou fell silent, then raised a hand to his face. So, all this effort to unlock magic circuits is to become a magical chef? Riveria's expression softened warmly, like morning dew. She wants to make tastier meals for her husband. And I thought, there's nothing wrong with supporting a wish like that. Shirou exhaled deeply and shook his head. You really are impossible to refuse, aren't you? Riveria placed her hands on her knees and bowed slightly. Please, Shirou. I know Aina can keep a secret. I trust her, and I'm sure she won't disappoint you. Shirou lifted his face, looking at the graceful elf before him, who, for once, wasn't asking as a noble, an expedition leader, or even as a student, but simply as a loyal friend. He closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. All right, we'll start from the basics. And you'll need to be careful during the unlocking process. It's going to be painful. She's a strong woman, Riveria replied confidently. Shirou held her emerald green gaze a second longer than necessary, then said, And you are a troublesome student. Riveria merely huffed in satisfaction. But I'm your only student, aren't I? She quipped sharply. Shirou chuckled, rising to his feet while stretching his arms overhead. True enough. Riveria stood as well, smoothing out her casual dress with a light pat. The fabric swayed gently with her movements. She looked at Shirou with the eager curiosity of a student thirsty for knowledge. So, how do you unlock another person's magic circuits? She asked attentively. Shirou interlaced his fingers and placed his hands behind his head, thinking for a moment. Actually, it's easy. You just channel a bit of prana into their body and trigger a reaction at the dormant magic circuit points. Like jump-starting an engine. Riveria blinked. Jump-starting an engine? Shirou quickly raised his hands and clarified. Think of the body like a car. To make it move, you need some kind of initial spark. Magic circuits are like energy pathways that need to be turned on first before prana can actively flow through them. Riveria narrowed her eyes further. Car? Spark? Shirou smacked his forehead. Plaque. Ugh. I forgot you don't know what an engine or internal combustion is, he grumbled to himself. Riveria raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Sometimes when you simplify explanations, they just get more confusing. Shirou laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, sorry, force of habit. Riveria rolled her eyes slowly, then sighed. Fine. If explaining just makes me more confused, why don't you just show me an example, she said, half exasperated but still curious. Shirou nodded lightly. All right, let's just go straight to practice. Without hesitation, he began removing his black training shirt, pulling the fabric over his head and fully taking it off. Riveria nearly choked on air. Wait. I meant you should demonstrate by projecting an example of what you were talking about, not just. Too late. Shirou had already turned around, revealing his back, marked with faint lines from training and the contours of well-toned muscles. He seemed calm, as if this were completely normal for him. Projecting an object like an engine? That'd be more complicated. I'd have to create a detailed internal image and visualize it in a way you'd understand. It's faster if you learn directly from practice, activating the magic circuits in my body. Riveria, still frozen, struggled to maintain her composed expression despite her warming cheeks. Shirou folded his black shirt slowly and set it aside, then glanced over his shoulder with a teasing smile. You showed me your back earlier when talking about your rune. Now it's my turn, right? That's not what I meant at all. Riveria murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Her eyes darted away from Shirou's back, but she couldn't help stealing glances. Seeing Riveria's lingering hesitation, Shirou sighed, this time more gently. If you're worried about hurting me, don't be. I trust you won't make any major mistakes. Besides, you've come a long way since first learning magecraft from me. Riveria lowered her head slightly, her fingers lightly gripping the hem of her dress. I've just never done this before. Channeling prana into someone else's body. Relax. Treat it like when you infused prana into the bounded field the other day, Shirou said, glancing sideways. You already have good control over prana flow. Now just direct it. Riveria took a deep breath, then stepped closer. Her cold, hesitant fingers touched Shirou's back, tracing along his spine where magic circuits were most responsive. The contact made Shirou tense slightly, but he steadied himself, keeping his breathing even. If I hurt you, tell me, Riveria whispered. I've survived a noble phantasm explosion head-on, so I think I can handle it. Riveria suppressed a groan. That's not reassuring. She closed her eyes tightly, calming the pounding of her heart that echoed in her ears. Her fingers, still pressed against Shirou's back, trembled faintly as she began channeling prana, gradually increasing the flow. Start with structural analysis first. Shirou's voice came softly but firmly, guiding her as usual. I know, Riveria whispered, exhaling slowly. She sent prana flowing gently, exploring the hidden magical pathways beneath Shirou's skin. The energy spread like roots touching unexplored soil, warm, deep, yet foreign. What do you find? Shirou asked, his tone light, as if testing her. Riveria half opened her eyes, her emerald irises glinting with the faint glow of prana. 27. Magic circuits, she murmured. Their structure is perfectly arranged, but their configuration, it's completely different from Maitri rune. Exactly, Shirou replied with a small nod. Magic circuits of magi from my world are like systematically assembled wires, not divine blessings like those of high elves. Now, try activating them. Riveria swallowed hard. All right. She channeled prana into one point. Then another. And another. Slowly, she attempted to ignite the dormant pathways. But her flow was too delicate, too soft. Shirou could feel it like a breeze skimming water. Don't hesitate, he said, steadying his voice. Push harder. Riveria clenched her jaw, tightening her grip on Shirou's back. Her prana surged deeper. Faint sparks of magic flickered, and the muscles under her palms tensed. I'm hurting you, aren't I? She muttered uncertainly. NGHH, it's fine. Shirou gritted his teeth, exhaling slowly. A little more. You're almost there. Riveria steeled herself. This wasn't just a magecraft lesson. It was trust. If Shirou believed in her this much, she couldn't stop halfway. With resolve and guilt tightly suppressed in her chest, Riveria pushed her prana deeper, stronger. A pale green glow enveloped Shirou's back, like embers igniting beneath the surface. Thracked. One by one, all 27 of Shirou's magic circuits activated simultaneously. A faint red pulse surged from within his body like a blazing heartbeat. Shirou exhaled sharply, his frame shuddering briefly from the overwhelming magical response. Riveria slowly withdrew her hand, staring at her fingers in disbelief. I did it. Shirou glanced over his shoulder, sweat beading at his temples, but a faint smile played on his lips. Yeah, all my circuits are active now. Riveria didn't respond immediately. Inside her, pride, emotion, and warmth swirled together. She hadn't just succeeded in practicing magecraft. She'd fulfilled Shirou's trust, in both letter and spirit. And as their breathing steadied, that morning felt like the beginning of a new chapter in their relationship, as teacher and student, or perhaps, as two people opening their hearts to one another. Shirou pulled his black training shirt back over his head, the fabric slightly damp with lingering sweat. He took a deep breath, letting his body temperature stabilize as he adjusted the collar. Riveria, still standing behind him, watched his now covered back. Her gaze softened, her fingertips still trembling slightly, realizing how easily a small mistake could have been disastrous. Shirou, she said quietly, I want to know, why does unlocking another person's magic circuits feel painful? Even when I tried to be as gentle as possible, you still. She trailed off, unwilling to voice that she'd clearly seen him enduring pain. Shirou half-turned, leaning his shoulder against the warehouse wall while crossing his arms. It's because the human body, or an elf's, or anyone's, naturally resists foreign energy entering directly, a biological and magical reflex, especially when the source is external. He emphasized the word external with a serious tone. If someone isn't careful, the magic circuits can be damaged. Permanently. Riveria's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't suppress a small gasp. Then just now, I could have. Shirou quickly shook his head, cutting her off. But you didn't fail. You succeeded. You did incredibly well. Riveria bit her lower lip, relieved yet horrified at the thought of the alternative. Then, slowly, she glanced at Shirou from the side, as if something troubled her beneath her calm exterior. So then, she murmured, processing. Do magi usually help each other like this? I mean, with unlocking magic circuits. Shirou chuckled softly, his voice low but laced with irony. No. Generally, magi are extremely paranoid people. They wouldn't even trust their spouses with something like this. Riveria fell silent. The words echoed strangely in her chest. Not even husbands and wives trust each other, but the two of them had just. So, if Shirou trusted me enough to let me touch and unlock his magic circuits. Riveria's cheeks suddenly burned, and she quickly averted her face. Doesn't that mean we're closer than husband and wife? The thought came unbidden, wild and absurd, yet striking her heart with force. She shook her head slightly, trying to dismiss the outrageous notion, but a faint smile had already formed on her lips. Riveria? Shirou called, noticing the woman before him freezing as if struck by a freezing spell. I'm fine, Riveria replied too quickly. Shirou raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. He smirked slightly and said, in that case, today's lesson is over. You can now help activate someone else's circuits. Maybe Auntie Aina will be your first lucky student. Riveria nodded slowly, while in her heart, the words closer than husband and wife still lingered like an unyielding incantation.